Prologue. Typhoon's point of view. Today, there aren't many people around. Is it because it's the rainy season? They say the sea isn't beautiful this time of year. I don't really understand how people decide whether the sea is beautiful or not. For me, the sea looks the same every day. But the sky, it's never the same, not even for a single day. And yet, it's just as captivating every single time. The sky begins to turn a brick red hue as the sun nears the horizon. I lift the camera hanging around my neck and snap another photo. I've lost count of how many pictures I've taken here today. I probably won't be coming back here for a while. Might as well take these pictures to keep as memories. A gentle sea breeze sweeps past me. I don't know where it picked up this feeling of melancholy, but it's enough to leave me feeling adrift. My gaze drifts to the farthest edge of the sea I can see. The scene before me sparked a question, one that I've never been able to answer. Are we looking at the same sky? But even if we're not, it's okay. Back then, I must have been only 10 years old. In an old, abandoned fisherman's storeroom, there was no better place to serve as our secret base than here. Together, we snuck things from home to decorate the space until it became our private haven, swearing to each other never to tell anyone. I sat down, leaning my back against the wall, and glanced at the overcast sky, which was releasing an endless stream of raindrops. Soaked to the skin, I hugged myself tightly to fend off the cold. I bit my lip hard to stifle the sound of my sobs. But I couldn't hold it back for long and eventually let myself cry again, burying my face in my arms and letting the tears flow unchecked. This was the only place I wanted to be whenever I felt lost, because I didn't want to go home. Bang! I jolted violently at the sound of thunder. No thunder, please. I thought I heard the sound of a door opening and quickly looked up. Standing there was a boy about my age. He was slightly taller than me, with bright, fair skin. Although he was holding an umbrella, he was completely soaked, as if he had rushed through the rain to get here. His expression was anxious and worried. He was the one person I had hoped would find me, and he always did. It's dangerous to be here at this time of day, especially when it's raining like this, he said. I immediately stood up and ran to hug him. Were you scared of the thunder? I murmured. It's okay now. I'm here, he said softly. He held me close, comforting me, and gently stroked my head. Tonfah was one of the few people who knew exactly what scared me and what didn't. One of my greatest fears was thunder. Even though I was Typhoon, I was terrified of lightning and thunder. Typhoon. Yes. I answered. Why are you here? Don't you want to go home? No. Why not? I'm scared. Scared of your mom? Yes. Mom's scary. Why is she scary? She turns into a monster. I mumbled into his embrace before Fourever gently released me. I lowered my head, unable to meet his gaze. Mom is scary. Typhoon, look up at me, will you? I looked up, and that familiar kind smile was waiting for me. It's okay. Fourever will go back with you. But Fourever has to go back anyway, right? No, I'll go back with you. Does that sound good? But, let's go back together, okay? No, Mom will hit me. It'll hurt, I said, biting my lip tightly. The memories were terrifying. I didn't want to be hit again. I still remembered the pain all too well. Today, I was a bad kid. Mom doesn't like me. How were you a bad kid? I failed my math test. Failing a test makes you a bad kid. Yes. Well then, I guess Fourever is a bad kid too. Why? Did Fourever fail a test too? No. Fourever said, shaking his head slightly. But I also snuck out of the house today. It was true. His parents had forbidden him from leaving the house when it was raining, but he had snuck out anyway just to look for me. Fourever, go back now. You'll get in trouble. It'll hurt, I said anxiously, trying to push him toward the door. I couldn't let him get punished like me. It hurt too much. But before he could leave, Fourever grabbed my wrist. Are you not going back? I don't want to be hit by Mom. Then I'll get in trouble with you. No, I stubbornly refused. Fun will be worried about you, Fourever said, his expression and tone becoming more serious. Fun won't eat dinner if you don't go back. Fun is worried? Yes. Will Fun cry? Yes. I don't want Fun to cry. Then come back with Fourever, okay? Okay. Good boy. I reached out to take the hand that was already waiting for mine, stepping under the same umbrella. Slowly, I followed the person leading me home. Along the way, I kept stealing glances at Fourever. It's okay. As long as Fourever is here, it'll be okay. And then, what happened after that? I walked to the end of the path and found the ruins of a place I once knew so well. Our secret base, it was gone. But Fa wouldn't know that, would he? I'd heard that soon this spot would be turned into a new storage building. There wouldn't be any trace left of the memories we shared here. I lifted my camera and took a picture of it. I didn't even know why I bothered. All right. That day, when I got home, Fun burst into tears. She hugged me tightly as soon as she saw me and asked where I had been, if I was hurt anywhere. Fun is my older sister, just a year older than me. She's the same age as Fa, but I prefer to call her Fun instead of adding P, like most would. Back then, I wasn't really hurt. I cried because I didn't want to be punished. But Mom didn't ask if I was hurt. Mom asked what my test score was. Why does she love Fun more than me? I used to wonder about that a lot, asking myself over and over. But now, I don't bother asking anymore, because the answer hurts too much. It's not the wind that carries loneliness to me. It's me who has always been alone. Fun likes. No, Fun loves Fa. It's obvious just by looking at her. Because I feel the same way. I've been in love with him for a long time. My parents deeply respect Fa's parents, as they've been incredibly kind to our family. Plus, our houses are right next to each other. That's why the three of us have always played together. As a child, I always watched the two of them. Fun and Fa were my entire world. Fun and Fa were both so talented, great at everything, from writing to academics, completely different from me, who always seemed to fail at everything in my parents' eyes. Why can't you be like Tonfah? Why don't you get good grades like Fun? Why are your grades so low? Why don't you study more? Why are you always wasting time on pointless things? Why did you fail again? Why? Yeah, why? Why don't you ever hug me instead? But it's okay. As long as I have the two of them, that's enough. Or at least, that's what I used to think. No, it was like that for a child who longed for acceptance, for attention. A child who longed for love, like me. Until the day Fa had to move away to attend high school at another school, one far beyond my reach, where I could no longer see him. Fun, I'll study hard and get into medical school. Then we'll become doctors together, okay? I'll work hard too. Let's become doctors together. I stood there watching the two of them say their goodbyes. They both shared the same dream of becoming doctors. Fun even had a gift for Fa. But I didn't know what to give him. All I had in that moment were feelings of sadness and disappointment. Why did he have to leave me too? Typhoon. I looked up when he called my name. Take care of yourself, okay? Yes. You look like you're about to cry again, Fa said as he reached out and gently patted my head when he noticed my sulky expression on the verge of tears. Will we meet again? Yes. Typhoon, don't cry, Fun said, standing next to me as she gently squeezed my shoulder. Someday we'll definitely meet again, and we'll all be together like before. We'll be together again. Good luck, Fa said. Those were the last words I said before we parted ways. Looking back now, I feel like I could have said something better to Fa. Suddenly, the sound of my phone ringing pulled me from my thoughts as I strolled aimlessly. Startled, I quickly took it out to check the caller. Seeing who it was, I let out a sigh I couldn't suppress. Yes, I answered. It's almost time. The voice on the other end reminded me. Yes. Don't miss your flight. Can you get to the airport on your own? Yes. All your belongings are sorted out, including your student uniforms. You've received the room keys, right? Yes. Do you need someone to pick you up? Where are you right now? No, it's fine. I'll go on my own. You sure? Yes. There's a place I'd like to stop by first. All right. Don't take too long. I made a quick stop to buy something and headed toward a familiar place, one I always visited, whether in moments of happiness or sadness. Once I leave for where I'm going, I won't be able to come back here again. I thought I had prepared myself for this, but in reality, it still feels unsettling. I wouldn't be able to stay long today, so I just planned to stop by, pay a visit, and say goodbye. I walked to the same spot, as always, and slowly knelt down, my eyes fixed on the familiar photograph of a woman. Her sweet face, adorned with a warm smile I missed so much, stared back at me. I gently placed flowers in front of her picture. Fun. I'm going to see Fa now. Chapter 1. Typhoon's point of view. The advantage of hot weather is the clear sky, which draws me to go out for a walk, even though the sunlight is so bright it hurts my eyes. But this kind of light makes for beautiful photos. Besides, there's nothing much to do staying in my room anyway. I packed my stuff into a backpack, grabbed my favorite camera, and slung it around my neck, ready to head out for a walk and take pictures around downtown Chiang Mai. I've been here only a few days, arriving nearly 2 months before the school term begins. Soon, I'll be a first-year student in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. It's a place far from home, unfamiliar, and I'm here all alone, not knowing much of anything. But it's okay because being alone here isn't much different from being alone at home. At the very least, it feels closer to something new. When I took the entrance exam, my first choice was medical school, with veterinary medicine as my second. At first, I didn't think I'd pass either, but when I got into veterinary medicine, I hesitated for a while, debating whether to go or stay home to study for another year. In the end, I decided to come, for the same reason as always. I didn't want to stay home. Being here should be better. And not just for me. I moved into the dorm that my dad found for me. He even took care of everything already. He didn't hesitate or ask a single question when I said I wanted to study here. Of course, the farther away I get, the better for him. Dad has his secretary transfer money to me once a month. I talk to his secretary more than I talk to him. He works hard, but that doesn't mean he has no free time. He has free time, he just chooses not to spend it with me. After divorcing Mom, his life seems to be going great. His 1-year-old daughter is adorable, a child anyone would envy. If I ever get the chance to know her in the future, I'd be a good big brother to her. I'd take care of her the way I wished someone would have taken care of me. But I doubt that chance will ever come. Living alone far from home isn't as bad as I thought. The dorm is comfortable, and my dad's been supporting me financially for as long as I can remember. Camera gear, it's all the same. He transfers money without asking a word about what I'll do with it. As long as it's not too much and I don't bother him too often, that's enough for him. I am the secret chapter in my dad's life story. That woman must never find out that her new partner once had a son named Typhoon. But that's fine. I'm not here to make any claims. I've given up on finding a place where I truly belong. So, I'll just be Typhoon, the storm, the wind that blows fiercely, destroying everything in its path, and unseen by anyone. I watch people walking back and forth on campus. On a holiday like this, it's not very crowded. The atmosphere here isn't bad, quite serene and peaceful, actually. I couldn't resist lifting my camera to take some shots. Honestly, I take photos of everything because I love photography so much. It's the only hobby I have, and if possible, I wouldn't want it to be just a hobby. A dream. Today's weather is a bit hot, but I think fun would love it. And the sky today? Not a cloud in sight. Completely clear. I've got another shot for Instagram. Typhoon is a collector of skies. The reason? Because he is my one and only sky. Always has been, and always will be. It is the sky of dreams and Typhoon. I came here with the intention of meeting him, but honestly, it's not that simple. I still don't know how to find him, or what to do if I do. It's been 4 years since we last met. A lot must have changed. For years, and we haven't been in touch at all. Why didn't we stay in touch, anyway? And now I've gotten lost. I've always been someone who gets confused about directions, ever since I was a kid. I struggle to remember routes, get lost easily, and even mix up left and right sometimes. I've tried trusting my instincts and following them, but the result? I ended up even more lost, and it was harder to find my way back. The left-right confusion started in childhood. My teacher taught us to remember that the hand we use most is our right hand. She asked everyone to raise their right hand together since most people are right-handed. But I'm left-handed, so I've been confused about left and right ever since. I remember walking out of the university gate, but I have no idea which gate it was. I kept walking straight until I was probably outside the campus area by now. Since I've only been here a few days, I hadn't noticed before that the sunset sky here is quite different from the one back home. Or maybe it just looks different today. I came to a stop when I encountered a red traffic light at an intersection. It's not time to cross yet. I have to wait for the cars on this side to go first. No, I'd rather not. I decided not to cross. I'm pretty scared of heavy traffic. It's tied to the worst experience of my life, so I've always avoided crossing busy roads or driving during rush hours. I decided to walk back a bit and flag down a red Tonfah instead. Behind the university, please, I told the elderly driver as the Tonfah stopped when I waved it down. Oh no, I'm not going that way. It's in the opposite direction. You'll have to cross the road and flag one from the other side, he replied. Oh, I fell silent for a moment, looking in the direction the driver pointed. So, I'd have to cross the road and flag down a Tonfah on the other side to get back to the university. But I told you, I don't want to cross the road. So, where are you headed next? I asked. I'm taking some tourists to the walking street, he replied. Ah, the walking street. Okay, let's go, I said, quickly hopping onto the Tonfah once I made up my mind. Might as well go for a walk at the walking street since I had nothing else to do. I sat in the Tonfah as it made its way through the rather congested traffic. Around 6 p.m., it seems like traffic is the same everywhere in the world. The city's atmosphere felt so different from what I was used to, like a new world opening up for someone like me who doesn't get out much. I was surprised to see a sign for the Faculty of Pharmacy. Does that mean the faculty is separate from the main university? And what about the other health science faculties like dentistry or medicine? They seem to have their own zone. When the Tonfah passed the sign for the Faculty of Medicine, my heart fluttered a little. I probably won't run into him yet. It's still the holiday break. I still have time to prepare myself, my words, my thoughts, my courage. Most importantly, I haven't even decided whether to tell Pha everything yet. I got off the Tonfah when I saw everyone else getting off. It was almost 7 p.m. now. This was my first time visiting a walking street in a different place. Slowly, I started walking down the path. The walkway was divided into two sides, one for going and one for returning. The items on sale were quite unique, like keychains shaped like elephant dolls or souvenirs representing the northern region's culture. How much is this? I asked, pointing to one of the keychains. 150 baht, the vendor replied. Whoa, that's pricey. It's handmade, so it's a bit more expensive, the vendor said with a smile. I nodded and bought it right away. It's handmade, after all, expensive but worth it. I continued walking, feeling excited to discover things I rarely got to see. I'm not someone who travels often, especially not to faraway places like other provinces. And most importantly, this was my first time traveling alone. It made me realize just how troublesome my poor sense of direction could be. See, I didn't expect the walking street here to have side paths. When I turned onto one of them. Okay, where did I just turn? And if I keep walking this way, will I eventually find my way back to the main street? I stood there, confused for a while, but I couldn't block the way for too long, so I had to keep walking along the path I had turned onto. Great, Typhoon. You thought you'd just stroll through the walking street and head back easily? How exactly are you planning to do that? With such a complex layout, I might stay lost until morning. I stopped in my tracks when I heard the sound of music. Following the sound, I found a large open space where a performance was taking place. Musicians were seated, playing their instruments. I guess the instruments were traditional folk ones. About 6 women dressed in traditional Lano attire were dancing gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Wow, incredible. Having never seen anything like it before, I felt so excited that I barely managed to lift my camera in time to capture the moment. The performers were beautifully dressed, and the lighting was stunning. I didn't just photograph the performance, I also captured the stage decorations, the musicians, and the audience watching the show. I moved to a spot with fewer people so I could take clearer shots. As I panned my camera around, I came across someone through the lens. The image I saw made me freeze. Slowly, I lowered the camera and looked at him with my own eyes. Pha. I stood there, frozen, as my brain tried to process what I was seeing. My heart started pounding, and my hands went numb for no apparent reason. It really is Pha. He looked different from how I remembered, but not far from what I had imagined. I'd always thought Pha must have grown into a very handsome man, but what I saw exceeded my expectations. He looked even better than I had imagined. Typhoon, is your heart racing too much? It seemed like Pha wasn't alone, but because of the crowd and people blocking my view, I couldn't see who was with him. They appeared to talk for a while before walking away from the performance area. Are they leaving already? What should I do? His legs were moving faster than my brain could process. I just wanted to look at him a little longer. I didn't plan to approach him since I wasn't ready yet. But, is sneaking around and following him like this really a good idea, Typhoon? Pha is so tall. He must be at least 180 centimeters. I raised my camera and took a photo of the person I was secretly following. After all, it was because of him that I started practicing photography. And in doing so, I caught a glimpse of the person who was with him. A woman. I could only see the side of her face since she was talking to Fa, but even from this angle, it was clear she was stunning. Her hair flowed down to about her waist. A girlfriend? Fun. Why didn't it ever cross your mind that Fa might already have a girlfriend? Of course, someone like Fa. How could someone like him not have anyone? Ah. I yelped in surprise when someone behind me bumped into me. Sorry. The person quickly apologized. I turned to look at him, and he asked with a worried expression, "Are you hurt?" And no, it's fine, I quickly replied. Judging by the force, it seemed like he bumped into me pretty hard. Typhoon. Typhoon. I turned toward the voice calling my name. The person calling me looked very surprised and stared in my direction. Fa seemed shocked to see me here before quickly walking over. The woman with him looked a little puzzled, but followed him. Typhoon, do you remember me? Why, yes. Are you here sightseeing? Yes. By yourself? Yes. That's unusual. Huh. Typhoon isn't the same kid who always got lost anymore, huh? Fa teased, flashing a playful smile. Just like always. Fa is just the same as always. I offered a small smile to the person in front of me. I glanced at the person standing next to Fa. Oh, this is my neighbor, Typhoon, Fa introduced. So Typhoon is the neighbor. Oh, hi. Are you a first year? She asked, nodding at Fa's words and giving me a warm, friendly smile. Yes. You don't have to be so formal. Typhoon, right? I'm Mona. I'm about to start my first year too. Oh, what faculty are you in? Mona asked. Veterinary medicine. Oh, I'm in medicine. Are you heading back now? Fa asked her. Yes, my brother is waiting for me, she replied. What should I do? Fa said thoughtfully. Okay. Fun. Can you wait here for a bit? I'll take you out to eat. Have you eaten yet? I shook my head. All right, then wait for me here. I'll take Mona home first, and then come back for you. I nodded. Bye-bye. See you, Mona said, waving at me. I gave her a small smile and waved back, watching the two of them walk away. He asked me to wait here, because Mona's a woman, and walking home alone might be dangerous. But Typhoon can wait here alone just fine too. I moved to stand between two shops because standing in the walkway would only block others. My hands were clammy for no reason, and the pounding in my chest started to feel like a dull ache. What am I even doing here, Typhoon? Will Fa really come back? I wasn't sure. My gaze drifted upward. The night sky had no stars, only darkness. It wasn't bad, though. It was still beautiful. I couldn't help feeling a little happy that Fa was the same as ever. He's as kind to everyone as always. That's just the way Fa was raised. His parents are kind too. No matter who looks at them, they'd see it. At first glance, it was clear that Fa had been raised well in a perfect family. Perfect, in every way. A sky that's untouchable. Excuse me, please. Oh, sorry. I apologized when someone came to buy something and I realized I was blocking their way. I quickly stepped aside, but no matter where I stood, it felt like I was in someone's way. Eventually, I ended up back on the walkway, blending in with the flow of people. Forced to follow the crowd, I was jostled back and forth until I found myself in an unfamiliar place. This is bad. Fa told me to wait there. Where am I now? That day, it rained, like every other day during the rainy season. My province is often hit by monsoon rains. Typhoon, the stubborn kid, wasn't going home again, or rather, I was trying to go home but got lost because I heard the sound of a kitten and followed it. A tiny, soaking wet kitten in the pouring rain. Hey there, come here, I whispered as I gently picked it up and held it in my arms. It must have been so cold. It's okay now. I comforted it, even though I was shivering just as much. The orange kitten looked up at me. We can't just stand out here in the rain like this. We'll both catch a cold and die for sure. I started running, not knowing where I'd end up. I often got lost. Fun always reminded me not to wander into unfamiliar places. That's why I only knew the way between home and school. I found a bench with some shelter from the rain. The area didn't seem very safe, but I had no other choice. Once I sat down, the kitten in my arms started burrowing closer to me, as if it was seeking warmth. Typhoon soaked too, little one. Burrowing won't make you any warmer. Or are you scared? Of course, it must be a little scared. Who knows where the mother cat went? Why would she leave her kitten alone? It probably wouldn't dare wander far on its own, especially since there were so many dogs around here. Don't be scared. I'm not just trying to comfort you. Someone will come to help. Really, a hero will come. Typhoon can't take you back. I don't even remember the way home anymore. So let's be good and sit here and wait, okay? Typhoon. Fa. So stubborn, huh? A cat. Yes, it was all alone, so I stayed with it. Let me guess, you ran off chasing it and didn't know where to go. So you ended up here, right? Fa asked as he sat down next to me, looking slightly out of breath. I glanced at him and felt a wave of guilt. Why do I always rely on Fa so much? Yes, I'm sorry. I made things difficult for you again. It's fine. What did Fa tell you before? If you get lost, just sit and wait, and I'll come find you. I repeated the words Fa had told me before, because if I tried to find my way back on my own, I'd only get even more lost. Fa and I had agreed that he would always come to find me, so I just needed to stay put and be a good kid. Exactly. You didn't want to get lost on purpose, right? Right. If Typhoon hadn't helped, this kitten would have had a really hard time. Yeah, it's trembling so much. Let me take a look, Fa said. I carefully handed the kitten over to him. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around the kitten. Let's have it wear this for now, he said. I nodded in agreement, because Fa always wore a jacket when coming to find me. He had mentioned before that he brought it specifically for me to wear. Fa. Yes. Can we keep it? Wouldn't it be better to find someone else to adopt it? Fa suggested. But I want to keep it. It must feel lonely, just like fun. If it stays with me, it won't be lonely anymore. You won't feel lonely, Typhoon. You've got everyone with you. No one ever has time. All right, let's talk to Andy about it. Yay? Thank you. Fa. He's always so kind. No. But Mom, I really want to keep it. Please, I promise I'll take the best care of it. I said no, and that's final. But that's enough. If you're going to argue, there's no point in talking. Leave now, I need to work. Okay. Mom won't let you? Fun was waiting downstairs. She turned to look at me as I walked down the stairs. Yeah, she's really mad. She's probably in a bad mood from work, Fun said, glancing at the kitten nestled in a pile of old fabric. Fa was gently drying it off. Maybe. Not really. Mom's always in a bad mood when I try to talk to her. What a shame. Maybe you should ask Dad instead, Fun suggested, sitting down and looking at the kitten. It's so cute. Does it have a name yet? Not yet. I haven't even thought of a name for it. I replied. Right. Fa. Help us think of a name, Fun said. Fa looked up, raising an eyebrow slightly at Fun's request. I'm not very good at naming things. But why should we name it if it's not going to stay with us? I said, my face falling. I can take care of it, Fa offered. Really? Fun asked in disbelief. You're seriously going to take care of it? Sure. You can come play with it whenever you want, Fa said with a smile. Will your parents allow it? Fun asked. Probably. I'll ask them, Fa replied. So, Fun, you can give it a name, since it's not going anywhere now. Thank you, Fa, I said gratefully. I named it Sea Thong, Golden, because of its orange gold fur. When Fa eventually moved out, we had to take Sea Thong in. Mom and Dad grumbled a bit, but ultimately allowed us to keep it. Maybe they saw that we were responsible enough to take care of it. But now, Sea Thong isn't with us anymore. It passed away just a few months ago. I couldn't hold on to anything. Typhoon. I turned toward the familiar voice again, distracted as I had been looking at the items on display. He found me again. Yes. Why didn't you stay where you were? Fun got pushed along by the crowd. I explained. The person in front of me looked slightly surprised by my answer. I guess I can't refer to myself as Fun like I did when I was a kid anymore. All right, let's go get something to eat. Oh, okay, I replied. I followed Fa, too nervous to say anything or make a move. I'm not very good at talking, so I had no idea how to start a conversation. Do you feel like eating anything in particular? He asked. No, nothing in particular. How about this place? Sure. We went into a small roadside restaurant that Fa had chosen. It was a casual eatery that seemed to operate even on days without the walking street market. After placing our orders, the waiting period was filled with an awkward silence, at least for me. So, what made you decide to study so far from home? Fa asked, breaking the ice. It's natural, I guess. When you haven't seen someone in a while, you'd ask about these things. I just wanted to try it. I replied hesitantly. Veterinary medicine, right? Yes. That's surprising. I thought you weren't really into that field. And not really. I kind of like it. I mumbled, looking down and reaching for my glass of water. What about you, Pfa? You're studying medicine, right? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Yes, that's right. Are you here by yourself? Any friends studying here too? No, I'm completely on my own. Really? That's impressive. How about you, Pfa? How have you been? I'm doing well. How about you, Typhoon? I'm doing okay. I replied, exhaling quietly to calm my nerves. Why am I so tense? Earlier, was that your girlfriend? Oh, Mona? No, she's just someone I know. Pfa replied casually. Just someone he knows. I see, I said softly. Typhoon is just someone he knows too. That's how Pfa is, kind to everyone equally. He's good to everyone. I've seen people fall into the trap of that kindness, thinking they're special. But in the end, they're no different from anyone else. Pfa doesn't think anything of it. That kindness, it's the cruelest thing. Like a sky that feels close but can't be touched, can't be claimed. How are your parents doing? Pfa asked. Oh, Dad's doing fine. I replied honestly, turning to thank the waiter as they placed our food on the table. But I don't know how Mom's doing. Why's that? He asked. My parents got divorced. After that, Mom just disappeared. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, it's okay. And Tonfah? How is she doing? Fun. How much pressure can one child endure from their family? I believe I've always been someone who endures, enduring, obeying, doing everything as told, trying harder and harder. But it's never enough. No matter how much, it's never good enough. Stop meddling, will you? Typhoon. I looked at her face, filled with worry, fear, and sadness. Tonfah was crying, standing at the gate in front of the house, watching me. I had lost all patience with everything and ended up snapping at her. I yelled at Fun, for the first time ever. Don't call me again. It's annoying. Typhoon, don't go. Drive. I told my friend, who was at the wheel, as I got on the motorcycle. It pulled away from the front of the house. Yes, my patience had run out. It turned into rebellion. After carrying everything throughout my childhood, I reached a point where I just couldn't take it anymore. During high school, I began to feel that it wasn't fair, it wasn't just. Why me? Why did I have to go through all of that? Why? I tried my best, but no one ever acknowledged me. If you didn't love me, why did you even bring me into this world? Everything was about Tonfah. Fine. Then maybe I didn't need to exist. Looking back now, Typhoon became a troubled kid. Who could I blame? I craved acceptance, praise, and attention, things I couldn't get at home but found with my friends. Where would I be happier? Typhoon became a lost kid and wandered far, far off track. Typhoon, not staying home again tonight. One of my friends asked as we gathered at his condo, a regular hangout spot for us. It had become our usual spot. Yeah. Why? Did you have a fight? Yeah, just annoyed. Who was that I saw when I picked you up? My sister. She's pretty. Does she have a boyfriend? No way. Not her. I said, grabbing a glass of whiskey from the table, raising it, and letting the bitter taste slide down my throat. Turk, pass me a smoke. Here, he said, handing me a cigarette. I placed it in my mouth and lit it. At first, I didn't like it, but after trying it a few times, I started to get hooked. All my friends smoked. How could I not? At the very least, the booze and cigarettes helped numb some of the pain. How many days has it been since you last slept at home, Typhoon? You've just been crashing at my condo. What's it to you? Can't I sleep here? Sure. Do we really have to go to class? I don't feel like it, another friend asked. Our group was pretty much labeled as troublemakers. Skipping classes became routine, something I had never done before. Skipping class like it was nothing. Yeah, why bother studying so hard anyway? No matter how hard I tried, I never got any praise. If my grades slipped even a little, I'd get scolded. Might as well not go at all. I'm not going, I said. Typhoon, you're already on the verge of failing. I don't care. Damn, that's hardcore. That's the spirit. I'm not going either. I glanced at my phone, which was ringing with a call from Tonfah. Sighing in annoyance, I stepped out onto the balcony and answered. Fun, where are you? Come home. I told you not to call me anymore. Can't we talk calmly? There's nothing to talk about. Stop meddling already. You're so annoying. Typhoon. I ended the call and took another drag from a cigarette to calm my nerves. When did I start to feel hatred toward Tonfah? Deep down, I knew it wasn't her fault. But at that time, I wasn't able to manage my own emotions. Mom and Dad only loved Tonfah, cared about Tonfah. She was perfect in every way. With constant comparisons, I began to feel so inferior. The only way I could stop myself from feeling worthless was to build a wall to protect myself. Tonfah probably understood where it all stemmed from. Even though I was completely out of control, Mom and Dad didn't care. They didn't even bother to show up when the school called for a parent meeting. Instead, it was Tonfah who spoke to the teachers on their behalf. Tonfah was an excellent student with great behavior, beloved by all the teachers. Because of her, some of my mistakes were overlooked, as she would plead with them on my behalf. She was the only one who called and tried to get me to come home. But it doesn't matter anymore. That house isn't my home. I spent nearly a month drowning in that destructive lifestyle, thinking I'd reached a point of no return. Sometimes, guilt would creep into my mind, but then I'd remember what I'd face if I went back, and I'd choose to stay away. Every time I returned home to change clothes, Tonfah and I would fight. She'd plead with me not to go, but I wouldn't listen. I'd start yelling, snapping, and using harsh words that I shouldn't have said. I didn't know how much pain Tonfah must have felt. And what made it worse was that the version of me back then didn't care at all. "Turk, that guy's staring at your girl," one of my friends at the drinking table said. Tonight, we were at a bar celebrating another friend's birthday. "Where?" "That guy over there, in the orange shirt." "How long has he been looking?" "From what I saw, quite a while." "Should we deal with him?" "Let's do it. Looks like he's from that other school too." "Hey, we have to handle this." And just like that, my friends got up to start trouble with guys from a rival school. One thing I didn't particularly like was fights. Call it cowardice if you want, but I genuinely hated violence. "Typhoon, you coming?" "You guys go ahead." "Coward, huh?" "You guys go ahead," I replied evasively. A few friends stayed behind too, mostly the girlfriends of those who went. I stayed with the women, watching as my friends started provoking the other group. It began with the usual minor scuffle, just some shoving and punches. Usually, it didn't escalate much, and they'd end up settling things with one or two people. But this time, the other group called in reinforcements, and the entire bar descended into chaos. A scream pierced the air when a bottle of alcohol was thrown toward one of the women. The bar staff rushed in to break things up, only to get caught in the crossfire. Eventually, the manager came out to ask other customers to leave for their safety. "Hey, running away, are you?" "Huh? Me? Wait, what?" I stammered as someone suddenly grabbed my shirt collar. Before I could react, a heavy punch landed squarely on my face, snapping my head to the side from the force. "Friends with those guys, huh? Gotta teach you all not to interfere." "I didn't even do anything." "One more," he said, throwing another punch. I clenched my teeth as the second blow hit. Damn, it hurt like hell. This is exactly why I hate fighting. Before things could escalate further, bar staff intervened to pull the guy off me. I took the opportunity to slip away and hide elsewhere. I quickly grabbed my phone when I heard it ringing. It was Tonfah calling again. I immediately declined the call, but Tonfah called again. Reluctantly, I had to pick up. "Typhoon, are you at a bar?" "How do you know?" "A friend told me they saw you." "Did you get hurt?" "No, I didn't." "I'm coming to get you." "Now?" "Yes, I'm coming to take you home right now." "Do you want me to go crazy worrying about you?" "I'm not listening to you anymore, and don't argue with me. Stay right there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Tonfah abruptly hung up without waiting for my reply. I tried calling back, but she didn't pick up. "Are you kidding me? It's late right now. It's dangerous," and Tonfah sounded so panicked. "I bet she's rushing to get here." "No, this can't happen. It's way too dangerous, especially at this hour." I was so anxious that I couldn't sit still. I didn't dare call again, thinking she must be driving. Nearly 30 minutes passed, and the commotion at the bar had settled down, but Tonfah still hadn't shown up. I stayed where I was, waiting, but Tonfah never arrived. A strange sense of relief washed over me when I saw her number calling again. But when I answered, the voice on the other end wasn't hers. And what they said made my heart sink. "Excuse me, are you a relative of the deceased?" This was the most recent number dialed on their phone. "What? Sir?" "No," I screamed, my voice cracking as the sharp sound echoed in my ears. The owner of that voice shoved me against the wall. Her small hand struck my face repeatedly, leaving blood seeping from the corner of my mouth. "Stop it. Please, stop," someone nearby pleaded. "You wretched child. My child died because of you." I looked up at the woman standing before me, furious and nearly hysterical. "Mom, I'm sorry," I whispered, lowering my head. Tears streamed down my face as blood dripped from the corner of my mouth. But I didn't feel any pain, not from the blows just now, not from anything. I was completely numb. I'm sorry, Torfan. Torfan, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Torfin's body was taken to the hospital for examination. She had been hit by a drunk driver. The person responsible didn't even realize they were intoxicated and later faced legal consequences. After the examination, her body was brought back home. The funeral was held simply. Apart from the locals, not many people knew about it. The family didn't want gossip spreading that their daughter had snuck out late at night to pick up her brother from a bar and ended up being killed in an accident. Even Fast's family didn't know about it. Since they had been benefactors to my father, he insisted that they couldn't find out. Otherwise, he'd never be able to face them again. I sat in front of the casket, placed in the house, not wanting to go outside to greet the visitors. I didn't want to face their stares or hear the words they whispered. If he hadn't behaved like that, his sister wouldn't have died. Exactly. What a mess. I heard his parents have given up on him. It was only Torfan who looked after him. Now what will he do? When no one loves you, life ends up this way. That kid is just trouble. Think about it. What kind of decent person goes to a bar so late at night? I heard he even got into a fight that night. Torfan, honestly, why did she even care? If it were me, I wouldn't have gone out. Yeah, and look what happened. She got hit by a car. If she'd stayed home, none of this would have happened. Such a shame. She was a bright student too, her parents' pride and future. Poor Torfan. Late at night, I couldn't sleep, not since the day Torfan passed away. I locked myself in her room, staying there all night. My tears kept flowing endlessly, and no matter how much I cried, the pain wouldn't lessen. Only now did I truly understand what it felt like to be so drained that you couldn't even stand up. My whole body was exhausted, too weak to move, yet the tears wouldn't stop falling. Was that Dad's voice? I could hear my parents arguing downstairs. Not wanting them to fight, I struggled to get up, thinking I'd try to intervene. Enough. I'm sick of men like you. What about men like me? What's wrong with me? You can't keep it in your pants. Even after we got married, you went and got someone else pregnant. How could you do that? We've already talked about this. Why bring it up again? Why? Why can't I talk about it? Are you scared someone will find out? Scared of being the talk of the town? Worried about your precious reputation, Mr. Ritt? Embarrassed that people will know you're nothing but a shameless man? Quiet. This isn't the time to talk about this. Why not? Why shouldn't I say it when that bastard child of yours caused my child's death? I've tolerated raising him for over 10 years, and that's already more than enough. Every time I see him, I can't forget how despicable you are. He's a constant reminder that our family is in ruins because of you. I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't mean to get her pregnant. And so what? She still got pregnant, didn't she? And in the end, it's because of that child that my daughter died. Torfan was my child too, you know. Then why did it have to be Torfan? Why couldn't that bastard die instead? Huh? Why did it have to be Torfan? Why, my dear Torfan? Why did it have to be you? Mom collapsed onto the floor, crying uncontrollably, while Dad stood there, helpless and at a loss for what to do. And so did I. It felt as if my entire world was crumbling apart, shattering into irreparable pieces. That's right, Torfan. Why wasn't it me instead? Typhoon. Typhoon. Huh, yes. What are you zoning out about? And no, nothing. How about eating? Your food's gone cold. Okay, I said, quickly scooping food into my mouth and using my hand to wipe away the tears welling up in my eyes. I couldn't cry here, absolutely not. So then, the question I asked earlier, Fast said. You still haven't answered. How is Torfan doing? Torfan, she's doing fine. Chapter 2. Typhoon's point of view. Drive safely, okay? Okay, see you. Okay. I said goodbye as I watched the car I had just gotten out of drive away. Fast was the one who dropped me off at my dorm. We talked a lot about what had happened during the time we hadn't seen each other. Nothing particularly special, though. If I had a guess, he probably hadn't even thought about me much. After moving away, he must have encountered new environments, new people, and continued moving forward in his own way. It's different from me, who's still lost. But I'm happy, you know? Happy that Fast seemed glad to see me, even if it's just as the little neighbor he hadn't met in a long time. I walked up to my room, feeling utterly exhausted. Today was a rather tiring day because I had been wandering aimlessly all day, not to mention under the scorching sun. I dropped my bag and placed my belongings next to the bed, then picked up my camera to review the photos I had taken today. How lucky I was to capture such a clear blue sky today. Barely any clouds at all. You were so bright today. I glanced toward the wall above my desk, covered with photos. Back when I first started practicing photography, I had asked Tonfah to be my model. At first, she complained, saying she didn't like having her picture taken, but she always let me do it anyway. We traveled to many places together just for photography, so the wall in front of me is filled with memories of those times. It's strange that I never thought much about them before, but now that Tonfah is no longer here, those memories flood back as if to remind me not to forget. Every photo has a story, and in every story, there's you. I remember it all. I sank into the chair at my desk. Beside me was a pile of medical entrance exam prep books. Next to it was a bookshelf, and on the other side, a small drawer for my belongings sat on the desk. I opened the bottom drawer and found a photo of Tonfah taken with a film camera. This photo is beautiful. Maybe I'll put it up, too. I remember I didn't like the outfit Tonfah wore in this photo because it was too revealing. She ended up putting on a cover-up despite the heat, just to please me. You always indulged me in everything, didn't you? That's probably why I grew up to be such a spoiled child. Come to think of it, back when I was a kid, both Fourever and Tonfah gave in to me all the time. Even when I wanted to have a cat, but my mom wouldn't let me, Fourever agreed to take care of it for me instead. Mom. I still call her Mom, even though she's not my real mother. Because, when people ask me how my mom is doing, I'd rather say, I don't know. Ever since she divorced my dad, I haven't heard from her again. Then say, I don't know because I don't know who my real mother is. I used to blame everything that hurt me, but when I think about it, everything had a reason. Imagine a family, a father, a mother, and their 1-year-old daughter. Everything is going well. They're a warm and happy family, with a little angel as a testament to their love. But then, one day, a baby is abandoned at their doorstep. That baby turns out to be the child of the father's affair. The family shatters. The mother loses all love and trust in her husband. Yet, she has to stay because of her daughter, and now, she also has to be the mother of that baby. It wouldn't be strange for her to hate me. I am the living evidence of the worst moment in her life. Every time she looked at me, who knows how much hatred filled her eyes. As for my father, he didn't love my real mother. Whether it was a mistake or something else, it doesn't matter. But I'm your child. Did you never think of loving me even a little? I don't know who my real mother is, but the fact that she abandoned me makes it clear. She didn't love me. No news, no contact, not a single trace of her for me to know. She didn't even give me a name. Still, I hope she's doing well somewhere in this world. If I ever meet her and she remembers me, I want to ask her, did you ever think about me, Mom? What kind of person did you want me to grow up to be? What did you want me to study or become? And did I grow up to be the person you wanted me to be? Typhoon, come out and talk. No. I'm sorry, Typhoon. Don't be mad at me, okay? You promised you'd go out with me. I don't like people who break their promises. I had to work on a group project with my friends. I'll take you next time, I promise. No. I'll go by myself. You can't go alone. What if you get lost again? Do you even care about me? Typhoon. I sat on my bed with a sulky expression, upset and hurt that Tonfah had broken our promise. We had agreed to go out together on Saturday, but suddenly, she told me she couldn't because of her group project. What was that about? I had been looking forward to it so much. Open the door and let's talk, Tonfah said from outside my locked room. Since I didn't have anyone but her, Tonfah always had to pay extra attention to me. Whenever I was upset, I'd sulk and throw tantrums. She must have been tired of dealing with me. I wasn't a very lovable child. No. If we don't talk, how can we understand each other? I don't care. I don't want to understand. Sigh. Then the sound outside my door went quiet. I turned to look toward the door immediately. Was she giving up on me? After a moment, a piece of paper slid under the door. I walked over, picked it up, and unfolded it. It was a handwritten note. To Typhoon, the sulky little kid. I know we agreed to go out together on Saturday, but Typhoon, you have to understand that I'm really busy. This group project is important. If I don't go and help my friends, they'll definitely be upset with me. You wouldn't want that, would you? So please, be a good kid and wait a little longer. Next time, I'll take you to 2 places and treat you to some snacks. Deal? P.S. I know you're waiting for me to apologize. But what if someday I stop trying to make it up to you? What would you do then, little sulky one? Hurry up and stop being mad. The cake I baked is almost done. If you don't come out soon, I might eat it all myself. From Tonfah, your big sister who always has to apologize to this sulky kid. I couldn't help but smile at the note. I opened the door to find Tonfah standing there with a freshly baked cake in her hands. We made up and ended up sitting together, eating cake. After that, the two of us started using letters to communicate whenever we were upset or misunderstood each other. Sometimes, we even used letters when there was something we wanted to say, but couldn't do so face to face. Tonfah said writing letters allowed us to express feelings that couldn't be conveyed otherwise. Like when she wanted to make up with me, but I wouldn't talk to her, she used letters to reach out instead. Even now, I still write letters to her. I write one every day, letters to Tonfah. They're like diary entries where I tell her what I've experienced and how I feel. I share my daily life with her. But the letters don't go anywhere. After writing, I place them in a drawer. I started doing this shortly after Tonfah passed away because I felt lonely and needed someone to talk to. Most importantly, it's the longing I want to send her, just like the letters she used to send me. 2. Tonfah. From the last time I told you I'd come to Chiang Mai, the weather was nice today, so I went out for a walk and took pictures as usual. I even went to the walking street. It was quite different and had unique handmade goods. I bought a handmade item for 150 baht. The big news is, I met Pha. He was with someone named Mona, who's the same age as me and in her first year of medical school. At first, I thought they were dating, but Pha said she's just a junior he knows. They must be close if they're traveling together. Maybe their relationship will develop in the future. Pha seemed happy to see me, like a big brother reunited with a younger sibling after a long time. He asked me lots of questions, even about you, Tonfah. I told him we're doing well. I'm sorry I lied. I'm a bad kid again. But at that moment, I couldn't think of anything else. If I told him the truth, he might have been angry or disappointed in me. I know Pha isn't that kind of person, but honestly, Tonfah, I'm so scared. I'm scared of everything. If I lose him too, and you're not here anymore, who will I have left? Pha hasn't changed. He's as kind as ever and even more handsome now. You would have screamed if you saw him. He must be quite popular at university. Oh, and Mona is apparently one of his tutoring students, which shows how smart he is. He's become a brilliant medical student. But don't worry, Tonfah. I'll definitely pass the medical entrance exams. I'll become a doctor who helps children in need, just like you wanted. Smiley face. Good night, Tonfah. I hope you're happy and healthy wherever you are. With love and longing. From Typhoon. I folded the paper and sealed it with clear tape, then placed it in the drawer with all the other folded papers I've written over the years. I've been writing these letters for so long that the drawer is full of them. But they're easy to store, just one drawer can hold them all. Sometimes, when I look back at the old letters, I recall the days that have passed, good days, bad days, and even days marked with tears on the paper. But I've gotten through them all. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I've grown a little over time. A notification from my phone snapped me out of my thoughts. It was a message from Pha. We had just exchanged line IDs earlier. Pha's message read, "Are you asleep yet?" Typhoon typed, "Not yet." Pha, "Do you want to go anywhere?" Earlier, while Pha was driving me back, he mentioned that since I'm new here, I might not know my way around. He offered to take me around the city if he's free, so I could get familiar with the area. He also said I could tell him if there's a specific place I want to visit, and he'd take me there. Typhoon, I'm not sure yet. Pha, are you free tomorrow? Typhoon, sure. Pha, let's explore the university area. That way, you won't get lost when you start school. Typhoon, sounds good. Pha, then I'll pick you up tomorrow. What time would be good? Typhoon, any time is fine. Pha, how about 1 p.m.? Typhoon, sure. Pha, good night. Typhoon, good night. And that was the end of our conversation. Saying good night when it's barely past 9 p.m. I scrolled to look at the profile picture of the person I was chatting with. It was a candid photo of Pha. Even though we only exchanged a few words, it left me with a strange sense of comfort. Thinking about meeting him tomorrow made me smile. He's taking me around the university, so I won't get lost when classes start. That's so thoughtful. Is he this kind to everyone? I've heard that falling for someone's kindness, especially when they're kind to everyone, hurts even more than falling for someone who doesn't love anyone at all. If that's the case, good night, P-Fa. I hope you'll be as bright tomorrow as you were today. 4:20 a.m. I barely slept all night. In fact, I hardly ever sleep well. There's always so much on my mind. Many times, when I close my eyes, images of Tonfah appear, and I end up crying silently through the night. Sometimes, I have nightmares, waking up startled in the middle of the night, only to find tears streaming down my face. I dream of Tonfah driving to pick me up and getting into an accident, or of my parents fighting. Sleep has become something frightening to me, because I'm scared of nightmares. I once saw a doctor about my insomnia because it was disrupting my daily life. But I didn't go into detail about its cause, only saying it was due to stress from school and other minor issues. My insomnia became chronic, and the doctor diagnosed me with an insomnia disorder. The medication worked at first, but as the nightmares worsened, I stopped taking it and went back to enduring sleepless nights. The doctor suggested seeing a psychiatrist to address potential depression, but I couldn't bring myself to talk about my past with anyone. I was too scared to talk and wanted to bury it as deeply as possible. Last night, I went to bed at 11 p.m. but woke up at 4 a.m. I barely slept 5 hours, and even then, it wasn't restful. I kept waking up intermittently. I felt a splitting headache, but since I couldn't sleep anymore, I decided to get up. I took a shower, washed my face, made coffee, and reviewed my study schedule to see which subject I needed to focus on today. Then I started reading. Maybe I should try enrolling in a prep class. Chiang Mai must have some tutoring centers to help with entrance exams. If I have time, I'll consult my dad about it when he's free. At around 6 a.m., I stopped reading to watch the sunrise. Thanks to my insomnia, I've gotten into the habit of waking up early for years now. Watching the sunrise isn't so bad, especially when the sky changes color. It's breathtaking. I couldn't resist taking out my camera to capture it. After reading for nearly 3 hours, I went downstairs at 7 a.m. to grab breakfast. "You're up early," the grilled pork vendor greeted me. I smiled back. "Yes, 2 skewers of pork and 1 bag of sticky rice, please." "Same as always, huh? Not tempted to try grilled chicken for a change?" "No, thank you." I smiled politely. "But you look so tired. Have you been sleeping at all?" she asked while packing the skewers. "I've been meaning to say, you always look sleepy." "Not much last night," I admitted, handing her the money. "Thanks. See you later." Everyone keeps saying I look sleepy all the time. Well, they're not wrong. I returned to my room and ate the sticky rice and pork I'd bought. I've heard that people who don't sleep enough die younger. That seems true. I've become more forgetful since developing insomnia, and I was already forgetful to begin with. It feels like my brain isn't functioning at full capacity. How long will I even live, Typhoon? With nothing to do but wait for P-Fa, I continued studying. I'm not naturally good at academics, nothing like Tonfah or P-Fa. But I've always tried hard because I wanted to be praised. Tonfah used to tell me that effort never betrays you. If you're not as talented as others, you just have to work harder behind the scenes. Good grades are built on persistence and effort. But no matter how good my grades are, I still don't get much attention. Tonfah said I'm capable, but I push myself so hard because I don't truly enjoy what I'm studying. That's probably true. I don't like biology, chemistry, or physics. If you asked me what I love photography and dream of becoming a photographer. But dreams like that don't matter much, do they? 1:04 p.m. P-Fa message. "Can we reschedule to 2 p.m.? I have a small errand to run." Typhoon replied, "Sure." 2:12 p.m. P-Fa. "I might be a little late. There's a traffic jam." Typhoon. "Okay." 2:36 p.m. P-Fa. "I've arrived. Look to your left." I turned left as P-Fa instructed, but didn't see anyone. "That's your right, Typhoon," he laughed softly. Still mixing up left and right. I fell silent, embarrassed to have made a fool of myself in front of him again. "Have you been waiting long?" "Since 12:30 p.m. "No, I just came down." "Okay, shall we go?" "Sure," I said as I followed P-Fa to his car. I had been so excited about going out with him that I came down early and sat at the marble table near my dorm. When he asked to reschedule, I decided to wait there instead of going back and forth. "Have you had lunch?" Yes. The grilled pork from this morning counts as 2 meals, right?" "I usually don't feel very hungry for some reason." "Are you sure?" "Yes, why?" "Nothing, you just seem tired today." "Oh, this is normal for me." Is it? P. Fa glanced at me briefly before turning back to the road, looking surprised. Yes, P. Fa said. I don't think that's a good idea, before turning back to look at the road as usual. P. Fa drives very smoothly, which is a good thing because I often get carsick. It's okay, I replied. Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. No matter what, it's fine. If you turn left here, you'll see the engineering faculty, but you probably won't have to study there, P. Fa said, giving me a tour of the university. This was extremely helpful for someone like me. I raised my camera to take a picture. Do you always carry your camera with you? He asked. Yes, I like taking photos, I replied. I noticed you have liked it since middle school, he said. That's right, I nodded. My first camera was a birthday gift that Tonfah and P. Fa had pooled their money together to buy for me. They knew I had started getting interested in photography, but didn't have my own camera, so I used to sneakily borrow my dad's camera to play with all the time. This building is the general lecture hall. Some elective classes are held here, P. Fa said. Did you have any classes here, P. Fa? I asked. In the second year, you probably won't have many classes outside your faculty, he said. Oh, I replied while continuing to take photos along the way. I'd have to stick them on the wall later and memorize which building was which. What about my faculty? It's located outside the main campus because it needs a lot of space. Space? For the animals. It's for studying and taking care of them in collaboration with the agriculture faculty. Oh, I nodded, signaling that I understood. What was I thinking when I chose the veterinary faculty? Can I really handle this? I do love animals, but I'm not sure if I'll do well. There's also a place to walk around. It's a reservoir. Do you want to go? Sure. The car stopped in the parking area, and I followed P. Fa on foot. Even though it was evening, the weather was still hot. After walking uphill for a bit, I saw the reservoir. Surrounding it was a small road meant for walking, with a few people strolling around. I really liked the view of the sky from here. I quickly raised my camera to capture it. The upper part of the photo was the sky, and the lower part included a mountain in the frame. Even though it was hot, a breeze passed by occasionally. When we reached a spot shaded by trees, it felt cool and refreshing. If there aren't too many people around, I'd probably come here often. Can we take a break for a bit? I asked, feeling drained from the heat. The combination of lack of sleep and the blazing sunlight was making me dizzy. Sure, P. Fa replied, sitting down on a nearby bench. I sat beside him, occasionally sneaking glances his way. A soft breeze brushed against our faces, causing his dark hair to sway gently. The sight made my heart race. But when he realized I was staring, I quickly looked away. This is nice. Being like this is nice, no matter the nature of our relationship. At least, that's what I think for now. Hey, P. Fa. And is that Typhoon? Suddenly, a cheerful woman approached us, waving with a bright smile. It's Mona. Hi, Mona. Are you here alone? P. Fa asked. Yep. I got bored in the dorm and decided to take a walk, she said. What about you two? What are you doing here? Just taking a walk, P. Fa replied. Perfect. Mind if I join you for a walk? Sure, P. Fa agreed. I had expected him to say yes, given how sociable and friendly he always is. That meant I had no choice but to go along, even though I tend to feel uncomfortable around strangers. Fun, can I just call you Fun? Mona asked. Oh, sure, I replied. Do you like photography too? Mona asked, pointing at the camera hanging around my neck. I nodded in response. Can I see some of your photos? I just started learning photography. My photos aren't that good, I said. I prefer keeping my pictures to myself. They might look good to me, but others might not think so. That's okay. Mine aren't great either. How about we trade and take a look at each other's photos? Okay, I stammered. How could I refuse? In the end, we ended up exchanging photos. Wow, your pictures are amazing, Fun. Thanks. Mona, your photos are great too, I said, handing her camera back. Just call me Mo, she said with a smile. Then she turned to P. Fa. P. Fa, let's take some photos together. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his. They seem really close. I'm not really into taking photos, P. Fa politely declined. All right, she said. Fun, can you take a picture for us? Mona handed me her camera again, this time asking me to take a photo of her and P. Fa together. They stood on a small bridge, and from the way they posed, they looked like a couple. The picture isn't very clear, Mona said with a slight pout, clearly dissatisfied after seeing the photo I had taken. The focus had ended up on the background rather than on them. Sorry about that. I'm not very good at taking pictures of people, I admitted. It's okay, no worries. I'll just upload it to Facebook. Is it alright if I tag you, Pfa? Sure, he replied. On the way back, Mona asked for a ride. She took the passenger seat next to Pfa, while I moved to sit in the back. From the back seat, I watched the two of them chatting. Mona was charming, talkative, and full of energy. The other day, I ran into P. Joe, Mona said. Really? Where did you see him? At the mall. He was shopping with a woman. She was gorgeous. He was even carrying her bags for her. I didn't think someone like P. Joe, who's rumored to be quite the playboy, would have such a sweet moment like that. I thought he wouldn't be openly out with anyone like that. Carrying her bags? Fa repeated Mona's words. That's unusual. Doesn't that mean they're probably dating? She asked. Probably, he replied. I can't imagine Joe as the type to follow someone around and carry their stuff. But he really did. His hands were full, carrying clothes, makeup, shoes. And the woman was stunning. She and Joe looked so good together. What a shame, though. Why's that? He asked. Because my friend has a crush on P. Joe, Mona explained. She says he's exactly her type. She even came to study here because of him. Really? Yes. I've even been rooting for her. They say men who stop being players become really warm and caring. I wonder if that's true. I don't know, Pfa said with a small smile. And what about you, Pfa? Are you a player? Mona teased in a sweet, playful tone. No, I'm not, he replied calmly. Really? Yes, he affirmed. All right. Thank you for the ride. See you later, Fun. Bye-bye, Mona said as she stepped out of the car after we arrived at her destination. She turned to wave goodbye with a bright smile. You're welcome, Pfa replied with a smile, making her grin even wider. Oh, Pfa, are you free tonight? Mona suddenly asked. I am. Why? He replied. I wanted to ask you about something I didn't understand. Are you really studying first-year material in advance? He asked, sounding surprised. Of course. As a student of Pfa, I need to aim for honors, Mona said enthusiastically. So are you free? Yes, I'm free. Great. I'll call you later. Please answer okay. Sure. Typhoon, Pfa called out. Typhoon. Yes. You can move to the front seat now. Oh, all right. I got out of the car and moved to the passenger seat. Shall we head straight back? He asked. Yes, that's fine. Okay. On the way back to the dorm, I stared out the window. It was nearing dusk, and I felt a strange, heavy sensation in my chest. I didn't like it at all. Typhoon. Pfa broke the silence. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Since I saw you yesterday, Typhoon, you haven't seemed as cheerful as usual. Is something wrong? His voice carried genuine concern. I didn't look at him, unsure of the expression on his face. No, I'm really fine, I said, forcing a wide smile. Let's stop for a meal. Maybe I'll feel better after eating. We stopped at a roadside restaurant. As I ate, I thought about how keeping things to myself had become second nature. It wasn't healthy, I knew that. Torfun had told me before. But solitude had been my default for so long. Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Pfa asked as we ate. Why do you think that? It's not hard to tell. Just a bit. Make sure to rest well when you get back. Okay. The care and kindness you show to everyone. It's not always a good thing, you know? Pfa, do you realize how easily people fall for your kindness? I've known from the beginning that if I fall too deeply, it'll only lead to pain. You should draw clearer boundaries for the people you don't have feelings for. After we finished our meal, we walked back to the car. My eyes caught sight of a nearby plant shop. I've always liked plants because they bring me an inexplicable sense of calm. Do you want to take a look? Pfa asked. Can I? Just for a moment. I replied. Of course. Back home, I had filled the house with plants, but now, the housekeeper was likely the one taking care of them. My father had moved out to live with his new family, leaving only me and the house staff. Since moving into the dorm, my balcony had become cluttered with other items, leaving hardly any space for potted plants. Are you interested in any? Planning to place them on your dorm balcony? The shopkeeper asked as they approached. Not really. I'm just looking, I said, smiling sheepishly. I didn't have room to plant anything, but I enjoyed browsing. That was when I stopped in front of a small pot of flowers on a shelf. Hyacinths. Hyacinths are winter flowers and can thrive in air-conditioned rooms, so there's no need to worry about the lack of space on the balcony. Are you interested? Fa, who was standing behind me, asked. I turned to him with an excited look and quickly nodded. Then I'll buy it for you, he said. Are you sure? I asked hesitantly. Of course. Seeing you smile like that. How could I not? He replied. Thank you, I said, expressing my gratitude with a soft smile. Will you help me take care of it? I'd better not. I probably won't have the time to look after it, he said. That's such a shame, I muttered, slightly disappointed. If we planted it together, we'd have more things to talk about. Fa looked at me quietly, as if deep in thought. All right, he said finally, but I can't promise I'll take good care of it. That's fine, I said enthusiastically before turning to look at the shelf filled with hyacinths. It's better to buy one that's already blooming. Starting from scratch might be too difficult. In that case, can I buy one for you too? As an exchange. For me? Please. All right, Fa said with a small smile, raising an eyebrow slightly. I chose a purple hyacinth for him and handed it to the shopkeeper to wrap up. Can you choose a color for me too, Fa? I asked. Sure, he said, stepping closer. He glanced over the hyacinths on the shelf and picked a white one for me. White? What? I asked curiously. I think it suits you, Fa replied, making me pause for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, the white hyacinth symbolizes. No, it's probably not about the meaning. He likely just thought the color itself suited me. And what about you, Typhoon? Why did you pick a purple hyacinth? He asked. No particular reason, I replied, a bit flustered. I just wanted to give it to you, I said simply. Chapter 3. Typhoon's point of view. Those eyes, they were filled with disappointment. I lowered my gaze, avoiding the look directed at me. My chest ached so much it felt like I couldn't breathe. Both of my hands were trembling and numb. I pressed my lips tightly together, desperately trying to hold back the sobs threatening to escape. Please, don't look at me like that. I'm begging you. So, in the end, you lied, didn't you? That's not good at all, Typhoon. Neither what you did nor lying to me. Is there anything else you've lied to me about? I couldn't offer an answer. I had no words to say. The tears I tried to hold back spilled over, dripping onto my hands. The overwhelming fear crashed over me, too heavy for me to bear. Fa knows now. Going out to drink late at night? I don't recall you being a troublemaker like this when you were younger, Typhoon. I thought Tonfah and I raised you to be a good kid. To be honest, I'm disappointed. You hurt everyone, especially Tonfah. If you hadn't gone out that night, none of this would have happened. Do you realize you're at fault? Yes. And one more thing. I don't like liars. And I can't forgive anyone who hurt Tonfah. I'm sorry. I jolted awake in the middle of the night, my body drenched in sweat. My heart pounded so hard it scared me, and my breathing was ragged as if I had run a marathon. Tears still streamed down my face. Tonfah, another nightmare. I slowly raised my cold, trembling hands to hug myself, trying to stop the shaking, and wiped my tears roughly. But as the nightmare replayed in my mind, I couldn't hold back my sobs any longer. It's okay, Typhoon. It's just a bad dream. Fa didn't actually say those things. He didn't. Oh. Sob. I buried my face in the blanket, crying uncontrollably. This was the first time I had a dream like this. Before, it had always been recurring memories. But this time, it was about Fa telling me he was disappointed in me, saying he couldn't forgive me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. This always happens when a nightmare shocks me awake. My body becomes drenched in sweat, and it takes a long time to calm myself down. But I just realized that the darkness around me was complete. When I noticed I was entirely surrounded by darkness, my trembling intensified. I'm afraid of the dark. Ever since I was a child, I've always had to sleep with a nightlight on. Being alone in the dark makes me panic and lose control. No. Where's my phone? Why isn't the lamp working? And the AC too. A power outage. I groped for my phone on the bedside table and turned on the flashlight. At least it provided some light. Normally, I would keep candles or a flashlight in my room for situations like this. But since I had just moved into this dorm, I hadn't prepared anything yet. Because of the power outage, my phone had barely charged and the battery was almost dead. What should I do? I tried to get up but collapsed back down because my legs had no strength. Aunt Nguyen? I'm not at home. I'd forgotten. Usually, in emergencies like this, I would call for the housekeeper, but now I was alone with no one to help. It took me almost 3 minutes to steady myself and get up. I peeked out the door to find complete darkness outside. Initially, I thought about going down to the convenience store, but with the entire dorm building dark like this, I didn't dare. Maybe I should just use my phone's flashlight and make a run for it. No, I can't. It's too dark. I'm not afraid of ghosts or anything like that. I'm just afraid of the dark. It makes me feel suffocated and brings back bad memories. If it's dark and confined, I might even faint. That's how I feel right now. What should I do? I opened the window to let in some air, but didn't dare move too far because of the overwhelming darkness. What should I do in a situation like this? It was just past 10 p.m. After going to buy hyacinths with P.Fa, he had dropped me off at the dorm. We didn't talk or wish each other good night. Exhausted, I had fallen asleep around 8 p.m. P.Fa. Even though I didn't want to bother him, I didn't know what else to do. I opened the Line app and sent him a message. Typhoon, P.Fa. Typhoon, are you free to talk? No reply. He hadn't even read it. He might be busy. Oh, Mona had said she would call him. This was the perfect time for them to chat, so he was probably unavailable to talk to me. Should I ask my neighbors for candles or a flashlight? They might have some. While I was deliberating, a reply came. P.Fa. Is something wrong? Typhoon, the power's out at my dorm. P.Fa. Okay. What now? He didn't say anything further, as if waiting for me to elaborate. What could I ask him for? Typhoon, I don't have candles or a flashlight. Typhoon, my battery's about to die. Typhoon, I'm scared. P.Fa. Oh, still afraid of the dark? Typhoon, yes. P.Fa. How much battery do you have left? Typhoon, 15%. Incoming call from P.Fa. I was startled when P.Fa. suddenly called. Hello. I answered in a shaky voice. What room are you in? Huh? 302. All right. Stay on the line. I'll come get you. Okay. The line went quiet except for the sound of him walking, then running, followed by the sound of an engine starting. P.Fa. was coming to get me. While waiting alone in the pitch-black room, I was on the verge of losing my sanity. But seeing the call still connected, knowing someone was there on the other end, gave me a sense of reassurance. At least I still had P.Fa. Like it always was. No, Dad, no. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I can't remember how old I was, but I clearly remember that it was a Saturday when no one was home except Dad. Mom had taken Tonfah out since the morning, and I, feeling lonely without anyone to play with, secretly went into Dad's office and accidentally broke a vase. When Dad came in and saw what happened, he got angry. He grabbed my wrist roughly and dragged me outside the house. I tried to resist with all my might, my face covered in tears, feeling both guilty and terrified. Dad, it hurts. How many times have I told you not to go into the office? Dad shouted at me, and his hand reached out to pull my ear. Ow, it hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I said desperately, hoping he'd let go. But Dad dragged me to the storage room outside the house. No, I'm scared. I don't want to go in. Go in, so you can learn your lesson. Dad pushed me into the storage room. What I saw was his angry face, terrifying in its fury. The light slowly faded as the door closed, and I heard the sound of the lock, which made my heart sink even further. Dad, please no. I'm scared. Please let me out. I'm sorry. I cried, banging on the door desperately, but no answer came. No. I was really scared. Dad, sob. I started crying even harder, unable to stand the darkness inside. The storage room was pitch black, musty, and full of dust, so much so that I could hardly breathe. I've been afraid of the dark and confined spaces ever since I was locked in that room. That time I was locked in there for almost the whole day. The darkness was a terrifying part of my childhood memories. I didn't know what was hidden in the darkness, or if something would come out and harm me. It felt suffocating. I was scared. It was so small, with no light coming in except through a small gap at the bottom of the door. I was scared. I couldn't breathe. I quickly turned my back against the wall and looked into the darkness, terrified that something might be lurking there. I crouched down and curled myself as small as possible. Sob. Help. I cried in fear, my small voice barely audible. Was I really deserving of this punishment, to be locked in the storage room almost all day? I sobbed and shouted at the door. Sorry, Dad. Please let me out. I'm sorry. I won't go into the office again. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break the vase. Dad, please, help me. I shouted, but no response came. I hoped that the housekeeper or someone would come to help me, like before, but it was the weekend and no one would be around. No one would be around until Torfun came back. Torfun, can you come back soon? I don't want this anymore. I don't want this. I don't want it. Please. I'm scared. Help me. Why? Why did Mom take Torfun out to play and leave me behind? I wanted to go play too. But it's okay. Mom said I had to stay home with Dad. If not, Dad would be lonely. Torfun said she would bring me some snacks. I was just scared Dad would be lonely, so I wanted to play with him. But then I went and broke the vase. Sob? Sob. Typhoon. P-Fa. Are you inside? P-Fa, help me. I immediately pushed myself up when I heard P-Fa's voice from outside. P-Fa, I'm scared. I don't want to stay here. Please let me out. I was banging on the door, urging the person outside to hurry and open it. Calm down. Then I heard the sound of the door unlocking, but it only opened a little. There's a chain on the door, I can't open it. Yes, the storage room door had a lock on the outside, but for security, Dad had also chained it. Even when the lock was undone, the chain kept the door from opening completely. P-Fa, can you talk to Dad? Please let me out. I cried desperately. At least I could see a little light from the crack in the door. I saw your dad go outside a while ago, P-Fa said. But Mom had said that Dad would be lonely without me. P-Fa. Sob. Sob. I'm scared. Please take me out. I'll go find the key, okay? Please hurry back. Okay. I saw P-Fa run off. After almost 10 minutes, he came back, panting heavily. There's no one at the house. There's no key. Did your dad take it with him? Yes. I think Dad must have taken it. I cried harder when I realized it wouldn't be easy to get out. But, how did you know I was here? I heard you, so I came to check. There's a gate between my house and P-Fa's, so we could visit each other without going around the front door. The storage room was close to the wall, so P-Fa must have heard me. P-Fa, I'm scared. It's so dark. It's okay. I'm here. His soothing voice helped me feel a little better, but P-Fa was still outside. But you're outside. It's dark in here. Stretch out your hand. I held out my hand through the gap in the door as P-Fa had asked. He took my hand and sat down against the outside wall of the storage room. I sat down too. In the darkness of the room, with me alone amidst the silence and fear, there was one hand reaching out to comfort me. It was dark. It was scary, but I wasn't alone. We sat, holding hands through the door, talking about various things as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the darkness didn't seem scary at all. After that, I've always been afraid of that storage room because it wasn't just one time I was locked in there. It happened many times, and no one came to help. The fear of the dark grew so strong that I now always sleep with the lights on. When Fun found out what happened while she was away, she begged Dad not to punish me that way again. But Dad did it anyway. Maybe he didn't want to hit me like Mom did, so he locked me up instead. It was less annoying, and he didn't have to see me causing trouble. It was pretty cruel, those childhood memories. Knock knock. I quickly turned to the door when I heard a knock. Typhoon. P-Fa. I hurriedly went to open the door. P-Fa was waiting outside. The power was still out, so there was no light. Are you ready to go? Huh. To pack up. Pack up. Yeah, you can stay in my room for now. Or you could go outside and wait for the power to come back. But I might be a bit busy. Okay, I'll just pack up real quick. All right. I invited P-Fa to come in and wait, since it was too dark to see anything. I slowly turned on my phone's flashlight and started gathering my things. Staying in P-Fa's room. Is that really a good idea? Didn't you buy candles or flashlights to prepare? P-Fa asked. No, I haven't bought them yet. It's good to have some in the room, just in case. Okay. How long have you been living here? Just a few days. I replied as I packed my things into my backpack, finishing in just a moment. Then I remembered my room. Luckily, the power was out, or P-Fa would have seen all the pictures of Fun covering my walls. That would have been way too awkward. We slowly walked down the corridor and took the stairs. We didn't need to hold hands like when we were kids anymore. It seemed like the entire area was without power. I was glad I didn't come down here alone at first. Then we got in the car and headed to P-Fa's place. It was more accurate to call it a condo. I felt uneasy as we walked to the elevator since I'd never been there before, and we didn't have any conversation along the way. When we stopped in front of the door, P-Fa unlocked it. His condo was spacious, clean, and neatly decorated. There were a lot of bookshelves. Make yourself comfortable. Thank you. I nodded and sat on the sofa, unsure of what to do. This is Fast room. If you're sleepy, let me know. Or are you tired? Oh, not yet, I replied. I'd just woken up, so I wasn't tired. I glanced around the room briefly. Fast took a bottle of milk from the fridge and handed it to me. Thanks. You can watch TV if you like. The bathroom is over there. I'll step away for a bit. Okay. I nodded to show I understood as he disappeared into his bedroom. I noticed a desk inside his room and another one outside. It wasn't surprising. Fast liked reading. When I mentioned that the power in my dorm was out, he came to pick me up and brought me here. Brothers, is this how far they go for each other? If this is normal, I think I need to guard my heart more. I stared at the chocolate milk in my hand. I like chocolate milk, but it was probably just a coincidence. I pierced the carton and took a sip, hesitant to turn on the TV since it wasn't my room. The silence allowed me to overhear voices from the bedroom. Oh, I went to pick up my little brother. His dorm had a power outage. So where were we? Who's he talking to? It sounded like he was tutoring someone. Probably Mona. From what I overheard, he had to hang up to come and get me, then continued the call afterward. I felt a bit guilty but tried to shake it off. I sat on the sofa for almost half an hour until Fast came out of his room, likely finished with his call. I looked up at him. Ready to sleep? Sure. Then you can sleep in the bedroom. Oh, I can sleep on the sofa. No way. Fast said. Sleep in the bedroom. I'll take the sofa. Come on, he insisted. All right. I reluctantly got up and headed to the bedroom, unable to refuse. I never thought I'd end up sleeping in his room. As expected, he insisted on taking the sofa. Why is he so kind? If you need anything, just call me. Okay. I replied as he adjusted the bedding slightly and left, closing the door behind him. I looked around the room, bewildered. I never imagined sleeping here. Everything was neatly organized, without unnecessary clutter. I should have stayed on the sofa. I walked to the door, opened it, and saw Fast setting up his bedding on the sofa. Fast. Yes. He turned at the sound of my voice. I'll sleep on the sofa. I don't want to bother you. It's fine. The bed is more comfortable. I was at a loss for words. This wasn't right. He's the room owner. Well, we could share the bed. If that's okay, I suggested hesitantly. The bed was wide enough, and it felt wrong to let him sleep on the sofa. We're both guys. It shouldn't be a big deal. No, it's better this way. You sleep there. Okay. Good night. Good night. I closed the bedroom door and set my bag beside the desk. Letting me have the bed while he took the sofa. What a gentlemanly thing to do. It was clear he didn't want to give the wrong impression. Oh, Fast. I opened the door again. Yes. Thank you. He nodded and smiled slightly before I closed the door again. Sitting back on the bed, I noticed the plain light gray bedding. As I lay down, I caught a faint scent, his scent. Back when we were kids, I could remember the scents of both Fast and Fun. Now, I've forgotten them. Both of their scents. I used to cling to Fun's belongings, stationery, clothes, even her old phone, to keep memories alive. I turned on the bedside lamp and switched off the main light. Despite lying down, I couldn't sleep. The unfamiliar setting made it difficult. Half an hour passed, and I was still wide awake. Was tonight going to be another sleepless night? Suddenly, I heard the door open. I sat up to see Fast. Still awake. Yeah? I can't sleep. Is the bed uncomfortable? No. I shook my head. You sleep with the lights on? Yes. He raised his eyebrows slightly and walked over. I sat up straighter on the bed. I thought you'd be fine sleeping in the dark. I'm not. Sleeping with the lights on isn't good for you. I know, I nodded. I'd heard it before. Sleeping with lights on disrupts your rest. But I can't handle total darkness. How about trying to sleep with the lights off? I can't. Let's try it together. Maybe it'll help. He sat beside me on the bed. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. I hesitated, overwhelmed by his kindness. But when he offered his hand, I reached out to hold it. This isn't right. Not for brothers. Then, he turned off the lights. Darkness enveloped the room, but his gentle squeeze reassured me. I calmed down a bit and lay down again, closing my eyes as Fast sat beside me, holding my hand. Will you stay here until I fall asleep? I asked. Yes, I'll leave and sleep outside once you're asleep. Okay. Good night again. Good night. I held on to his warm hand, refusing to let go because of my fear. But before long, I drifted off easily, something that hadn't happened in years. Tonight was the first night in 2 years that I had a peaceful sleep. When I woke up groggily in fast bed, soft sunlight was streaming through the curtains. I grabbed my phone to check the time. Just past 8 a.m. Unplugging the charger, I walked out of the bedroom. Awake already? Fah asked as soon as he saw me. He was sitting at his desk outside, fully dressed and ready for the day. Yes. Sorry for waking up so late. It's fine. Go shower and get dressed, and then we'll grab breakfast. All right. I nodded and grabbed the clothes I had brought, heading to the bathroom. Once ready, I stepped out. This was my first time waking up at 8 a.m., late for me, considering I usually wake up around 4 or 5 a.m. to catch the sunrise every morning. But today, I missed the sunrise. Still, I felt well rested. No headaches, no nightmares. Just peaceful sleep. It felt amazing. Do you want anything special for breakfast? Fah asked. Not really. Okay. Oh, by the way, Fah added as if he just remembered something. Could you give me Torfin's line ID? We haven't talked in ages. I just want to check in and see how she's doing. I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. Refusing would be strange, and staying silent made it even stranger. And I guess I'll never forgive whoever hurt Torfan. Fah's voice from my dream echoed in my head. Sure, I'll send it to you, I finally replied. I had become a liar, and I would continue being one. I didn't want to lie, truly. I swear. But I was terrified of the possibility of Fah's anger or disappointment if he ever found out. I couldn't handle even a fleeting moment of that look. I'm sorry, but I just can't bear it. All right, Fah replied, and we headed out for breakfast. On the way, I sent him Fun's line ID, the one on Fun's phone, which I had kept with me. So Torfan is studying medicine in Pune? Fah asked. Yeah. It's strange that Torfan would let you come here alone. Well, I insisted on coming, I said with a forced smile. That's true. If Fun were still here, she'd never let me come alone. Now, I couldn't even look Fah in the eye because of the guilt weighing on me. Guilt, and something else, a mix of emotions stirred by my recurring nightmare. It made me more certain than ever. If Fah ever found out the truth and said to me what he did in my dream, I would break all over again. And this time, I wouldn't be able to put myself back together. We stopped at a small restaurant. As we walked in, I noticed people turning to look at Fah. He's always been someone who draws admiration. His face, his demeanor, everything about him. There are hundreds, maybe thousands of people for him to choose from. Why would someone like me ever have a chance? Especially someone like Typhoon. We sat at a table by the window, overlooking the street outside. After placing our order, Fah's phone rang. Excuse me, I'll take this call, he said. Sure. Hello. Fah, did you buy the gift yet? Not yet. I don't even know what to get. You. Same. They said they want to surprise him. A surprise? What kind of surprise? No idea. I can't think of anything that'd actually surprise him. Honestly, I don't think we need to bother, but I still have no clue what gift to buy. Yeah, seriously, what would someone like him even want? That's what makes it hard. What did Fitz say? Fitz in Moscow. He'll probably get something from there. Will he make it back in time for the birthday? Probably. Are you coming with me to shop? No, I'll go on my own. I'm free today anyway. All right. Let me know what you end up buying. I don't even know yet. I'll look around and find something suitable. How about a quit smoking program? You should join him in that, Hill. I'll buy it for both of you. Maybe quit drinking too. Too late for that. Might as well send me straight to liver cancer treatment. Fair point. Why not ask James? See if Joe wants anything specific. I already asked James. He said there's nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, but the one thing he really wants, no one can give him. What's that? I wish I knew. Then let me know, okay? Okay. So who was that person sitting with you? You saw me? I passed by earlier. Just someone I know. Everyone's someone you know, right? Yeah, why? Nothing. Were you together last night? Why do you think that? You had dinner together, right? If you were sleeping separately, you'd have had to wake up at 6 a.m. to pick them up. You sure know a lot. Your gnome? Did you sleep together? Yeah. The power went out in their dorm, and they're afraid of the dark, so I went and picked them up to stay with me. But you slept on the couch? Yeah. That's good. Why? It's the same thing we warned you about, Fah. I get it now. How long have you known each other? A long time, since I lived in Phuket. Are you close? Yeah. Our houses are next to each other. Were you close? Yeah. We haven't seen each other in a while. I'm okay, I'll hang up now. Okay. We'll talk later. Okay. After that, Fah drove me back to my dorm. He mentioned he had some errands to run. I didn't forget to thank him again and remind him to drive safely, even though he's already a good driver. Once I entered my room and closed the door, I couldn't help but let out a deep sigh before collapsing onto the bed. I had a full night's sleep last night, so why did I feel so tired now? I used to think Fah was someone with no boundaries when it came to relationships, but in reality, there were boundaries, like a thin, transparent glass. If you don't get close enough, you won't see it. But once you get close, you'll crash into it hard. It feels like I can only get this close to this one sibling. I got up and rummaged through the drawer under the table, finding a phone lying there. I picked it up and unlocked it. Fah had added funds line. I stared at the screen, feeling confused. The moment I decided to accept the request, my hands started shaking uncontrollably, and my heart was beating in an irregular rhythm. I accepted it. And the moment I hit accept, Fah sent a message. Fah. Torfun, this is Fah. Fah. How's everything? Torfun, I'm doing fine. Torfun, how about you, Fah? Chapter 4. Typhoon's Point of View. I spent the whole day today organizing my room. After committing something utterly unforgivable, I chose to forget about it for a while to regain my composure. Being busy helped distract me, even if only slightly. I wanted to use the balcony space for planting instead, so I decided to let go of some things. The reason I have more belongings than most people living in a dorm is because everything I own was sent here. That house will no longer exist. I overheard my dad mentioning there's still a lot to deal with, and once everything is settled, he'll sell it right away. It's no longer necessary, the place we used to call home. It may not have been the warmest home, but it was filled with memories and love, a true and profound love, the greatest I'll ever receive in my life. In just a few months, that house may be torn down or renovated. Another piece of evidence of my happiness will vanish, just like my secret base with Fah. I've decided that before my dad announces the sale of the property, I'll return to revisit the memories one last time and bid farewell before it's gone forever. I sat down on the bed and looked at Fun's phone in my hand. I hadn't replied to his line messages since this morning and hadn't told him where I'd gone. I don't think what I'm doing is right. It's wrong, selfish, and utterly inconsiderate. But for now, can I be selfish for just a little while? Can I just buy myself this small piece of remaining happiness? Lying is terrible, but telling the truth wouldn't necessarily be better if, in the end, I'd still lose him. Just for now, just for a brief moment. Can I hold on a little longer? Fah might not understand. I know he might not. I stopped expecting people to understand me a long time ago. I understand why everyone might hate or be angry with me, because even I hate myself. If I were someone else, I'd probably look at someone like me with the same disappointment. I'll tell the truth, I promise. I know lies can never last forever. How long can I even hide something like this from Fah? I just want a little more time. Just a little more time to be ready to break apart. I think it's good that I still feel fear and try to hold things together. It's far scarier to reach the point where I'm ready to let everything collapse when there's nothing left to lose. That would be even more terrifying. I decided to open the Line app on Torfin's phone. There were unread messages from him. Fah's message read, "How are you? Fah. Can I ask you something?" Seeing those messages made me feel uneasy. Torfun typed, "Sure, what's up?" Fah. "I'm just curious why Typhoon is studying here alone." Torfun, "Oh, it's not really a big deal." Fah, "It is." Fah. "Typhoon doesn't seem okay. Did something happen?" Torfun, "Nothing happened." "Why do you think that?" Fah. "No reason. I guess it's nothing." Fah. "Maybe I'm overthinking." Torfun, "Overthinking about what?" Fah. "Just worried. Typhoon is my known after all." Fah. "By the way, Typhoon is studying veterinary medicine, right?" Torfun, "Yep." Fah. "Was it Typhoon's own choice?" Torfun, "Yeah, why?" Fah. "No reason." I didn't know how to respond after that. I thought pretending to be Torfun would give me the courage to ask Fah more questions than I could as Typhoon. But at the same time, guilt weighed heavily on my chest. Torfun, "Do you think Typhoon isn't suited for veterinary medicine?" Haha. Fah. "No. I just think studying it might not make Typhoon happy." Fah. "Because Typhoon doesn't love it." Fah. "Typhoon deserves to be happy." Torfun, Is that what you think? Fa. Yeah, everyone deserves to be happy. Torfun. Haha, true. But Typhoon already chose this path. Torfun. Let Typhoon make their own choices, okay? Fa. Okay. Torfun. Fa. Fa, yes? Torfun. Can I ask you for something? Fa, what is it? Torfun. Please help me look at the sky with Typhoon. Fa. Look at the sky? Fa. What do you mean? Torfun. Just tell him what kind of sky you see today. Torfun. That's all. Fa. You want me to tell him what the sky looks like today? Torfun, yes. Fa, why? Torfun. I just want him to know what the sky looks like from your side every day. Torfun. Fa. Fa. Okay, I can do that. Fa. Then why didn't Typhoon ask me directly? Torfun. Typhoon might not be that brave. Fa. Oh, I thought Typhoon didn't want to talk to me anymore. Torfun. Not at all. He wants to talk to you. Torfun. So much. Fa, really? Fa. That's good to hear then. Torfun. Can you talk to Typhoon a lot more? Fa. Sure. Fa. I'd like to take Typhoon on a trip if I get the chance. Fa. Would Fun let me? Torfun. Definitely. Take Typhoon on lots of trips, okay? Fa. You trust me to take Typhoon out? Fa. You used to be so protective. Torfun. It's fine. Torfun. If it's you, Typhoon would want to go anywhere with you. Torfun. Even Mars, if you take Typhoon there. Fa. Mars might be a bit far, haha. Fa. Okay, I have to go now. Fa. Talk later. Torfun. Okay, talk later. I smiled at the messages on the screen. That's all I need, really. Being Torfun felt so much better than being Typhoon. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to ask Fa to take me on a trip or to talk more. I'm sorry, Fa. This might not be good for you, but Typhoon, please, just let me stay like this a little longer. A notification popped up on my phone. When I saw the name of the sender, my smile widened. It was a message from Fa. Fa sent a photo. Fa. The sky is clear today. Fa. What does the sky look like on your side? Typhoon sent a photo. Typhoon. The sky is brighter than ever today. I took the liberty of saving the photo that the other person sent me and posted it on my personal Instagram. Normally, I take a photo of the sky every day and upload it to Instagram as a way to document my daily skies. However, today was a bit different because the sky photo I posted was from Fa's perspective. I captioned it, under the same sky. Smiley face. Even if the perspectives differ, we're still under the same sky. I looked out the window. It was already evening. I wanted to talk to Fa again, but I didn't know what to say. My eyes fell on the hyacinth on the table, sparking an idea. Typhoon. How's the hyacinth doing? Fa. It's fine. Fa. Smells nice. Typhoon. Oh, I see. Typhoon. What are you up to? Fa. I have some errands to run. Excuse me. Typhoon. Okay. I replied briefly, and the chat ended as Fa went offline. I put my phone down and focused on something else instead. I needed to study. If I wanted to become a vet, I'd have to work harder and be more dedicated. But first, I went downstairs to grab something to eat. Not wanting to go far, I stopped by the 7-Eleven below my dorm. On the way out, I noticed a weighing scale. I hadn't checked my weight in a while, so I decided to give it a try. My weight had dropped again. Honestly, it wasn't a good sign. I hadn't been eating well or had much appetite, which left my weight significantly below normal. I'd fainted once before, and the doctor had advised me to eat more nutritious meals. Otherwise, I risked severe nutrient deficiencies. I was probably already lacking a lot now. I looked at the steamed bun and a carton of milk in the bag I was carrying. Was this all I'd eaten today? Breakfast with Fa and this? What could I do? I wasn't hungry. I ate little and slept even less. This was the epitome of ruining one's health. I went back to my room, ate the steamed bun, drank the milk, and studied for a few hours. When I felt I'd studied enough, I began writing a letter to Torfun. I wrote down everything that had happened, just like always. This was my daily routine. To be honest, I've thought many times about how things would be if Torfun were still alive. If Torfun knew that I wasn't really her younger brother, would she still love me? I couldn't answer that. Fa loved me because she thought I was her brother, right? If she knew the truth, that I was an illegitimate child, I couldn't imagine how she'd react. But I still wanted to believe that she'd stay by my side no matter what, just like she used to say. No matter what path I chose, she'd always support me. As bedtime approached, I checked my phone again. Would Fa message me once his errands were done? Probably not. It was almost 11 p.m., and there was no sign of him. After all, I wasn't someone he'd want to talk to. I decided to send him a message anyway. At the very least, I wanted to wish him a good night. Typhoon, are you free? Typhoon, I wanted to ask about the trip you mentioned. I started with a question. Fa had mentioned in Fun's chat that he'd take me on a trip. At the very least, I should know where or when. About 10 minutes after I sent the message, he replied, Fa. Oh, is there a specific place you want to go? Typhoon, not really. Fa. Then what kind of places do you like? Fa. I can look into it. Typhoon, how about a movie? Typhoon, is that okay? It took me a while to type that out. I actually wanted to suggest something nature-related, but I thought a movie outing would be a good start. It had been a long time since I'd gone to the cinema. Fa. Sure. Fa. How about tomorrow? Typhoon, okay. Fa. Check the movie schedule. Fa. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Fa. Good night. Typhoon, good night. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, but Fa seemed rushed. He wished me good night so quickly while we were still discussing movies. Maybe he was genuinely busy, or maybe he just didn't want to talk to me that much. I turned off the lights in my room, leaving only the bedside lamp on. Would I sleep as well as I did the other night? Probably not. Tonight wasn't like that night. If only I could hold his hand. No, that would be asking too much. Just hearing him say goodnight would be nice. After tossing and turning in bed for nearly an hour, I still couldn't sleep. I thought about messaging Fa again, but hesitated, afraid of bothering him. He'd already made it clear he was busy. Okay, it's fine. I already got a photo of the sky from him today. That's enough, Typhoon. Go to sleep. Still, I wished for a good night's sleep and hoped tomorrow would be just as bright as today. The next day, as I climbed into Fa's car, his first words to me were, "You look tired again." I gave him a faint smile. Really? Couldn't sleep again? Just a little. How about the night you stayed in my room? Did you sleep well then? Yes, I did. Then, if you can't sleep, you can come stay in my room again. I looked at him, bewildered. Was he serious, or just joking? Was he really suggesting I stay with him just because I couldn't sleep? That seemed way too kind. But Fa didn't look at me. His eyes remained on the road ahead. If you keep not sleeping like this, it's going to take a toll on you. Yeah, I guess. How long has this been going on? For a long time. Have you seen a doctor about it? Yes, I have. And it didn't help? Well, I trailed off, unsure of how to explain. I'd seen a doctor, and while the medication helped me sleep, it also gave me nightmares. Eventually, I stopped taking it. It helped, I guess. But you're still not sleeping well. Kind of. Have you ever talked to a doctor about your fear of darkness and confined spaces? I think it might be related. If you sleep with the lights on, it disrupts your rest. Didn't I mention this before? His voice was calm, like he was explaining a lesson. I haven't discussed that. Maybe you should. I can take you. No, not now. All right, he replied softly. Have you eaten? Yes. Really? I turned to look at him again as his tone suggested doubt. He glanced at me as well. What? Don't lie to me. You haven't eaten, have you? Well, not yet, I admitted. You ate so little when we last ate together. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Do you normally eat so little? Pretty much, I replied, glancing out the window to hide my nervousness. The fact that Fa could read me so easily, it made me feel a strange sense of fear. Before I knew it, the car stopped in front of a restaurant. I followed Fa into the restaurant, feeling a bit tense. I wasn't used to dining in such a fancy place. To be honest, this was the first time he'd taken me to such an upscale restaurant. Before, we only went to decent but modest places. Let's make a deal, Fa said suddenly. Huh. I looked at him in confusion as he rested his chin on his hand and smiled faintly. What deal? You have to eat everything I order for you in exchange for me taking you out. Deal. Eat. Yes. Why do I have to eat? To fix your bad habit of being picky and barely eating, he replied. But, no free trips, he said with a teasing smile. It's an exchange. I fell silent, unsure how to respond. Even though I agreed to the deal, it felt like Fa wasn't really getting anything out of it. Still, I couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Okay, I said reluctantly. Good, he said, smiling. Then start by finishing this. I looked at the dishes arranged in front of me. Since it was a fancy restaurant, every dish was expensive. Fa had ordered everything himself. It wasn't a lot by normal standards, but for me, it was overwhelming. I don't think I can finish this, I said. You can, he replied firmly. I had no choice but to start eating. Fa seemed serious about it. Halfway through the plate, I already felt full. This might have been the first time in years that I finished an entire meal. You're not picking out the vegetables anymore? He asked. Well, no, I replied awkwardly. That's good, he said. I nodded, surprised that he remembered I didn't like vegetables. I still didn't like them, but at least I could eat them now. By the time I finished, my stomach felt a bit tight. It had been a long time since I'd eaten this much. Did you check the movie schedule? He asked. Well, not yet, I admitted. Truthfully, I had checked, but I wasn't sure what time Fa would pick me up or which movie we should watch. I thought it'd be better to ask him. You invited me to a movie, but didn't choose one? Well, I murmured, embarrassed. Do you have any movie in mind? Nope. It's up to you. Then let's decide when we get there, I said. All right, he replied. We arrived at a large shopping mall. I'd never been there before, and I probably wouldn't have survived alone in such a big place. I followed Fa until we stopped at a bingsu shop. He asked if I wanted to try it. I said no, but he took me in anyway. I ordered the menu item I thought I'd enjoy most. After a while, the staff brought it to our table. Make sure to finish it, he said. He's even making me eat dessert now? Aren't you eating? I asked. He shook his head slightly. It's fine. Go ahead. Don't you like sweets? Not really, but it's better for you to eat. Let's share. I can't finish it alone, I said, handing him another spoon. Ever since we entered the shop, people kept glancing our way. Fa was probably used to being stared at wherever he went. He accepted the spoon, and we shared the dessert. This wasn't bad. I didn't love sweets, but sharing like this wasn't so bad. After deciding on a movie, we went to the cinema. I was excited to watch a movie with Fa. During the screening, I wasn't fully focused on the movie. When I started feeling cold, I rubbed my arms lightly. Are you cold? Fa whispered. I nodded, and he took off his jacket, handing it to me. Thank you, I said, wrapping it around myself. He was still the same, always offering me his jacket. You're just as sensitive to the cold as ever, he said softly, looking at me with his jacket draped over my shoulders. You should carry your own jacket, you know. I will, I replied. But if I carried my own jacket, maybe he wouldn't feel the need to offer his anymore. When the movie ended, I returned his jacket. He took it and put it back on. Are you hungry? He asked. Not really, I said, shaking my head. I still felt full from lunch. Do you want to head back or go somewhere else? Well, I hesitated. I didn't want to go back just yet. I wanted to spend more time with him. Can we go somewhere else for a bit? Sure, he replied. Where to? Let's take some photos. Photos? Anywhere is fine. I just want to take some pictures, I said. I hadn't taken a photo of the sky today, and if I went back, I'd end up with the same angles as always. I wanted something different. How about a temple? There's a nice viewpoint there, he suggested. Okay. We drove to the temple, and I stared out the window the whole way. We didn't talk much, but the awkwardness between us seemed to fade. Maybe I was starting to get used to being with Fa. The drive was long due to traffic. When we arrived, the unfamiliar surroundings fascinated me. I immediately started taking photos. I bought flowers to offer at the temple and prayed for just a few things, the same things I always prayed for. Fa's happiness, my happiness, and the happiness of the people I love. I glanced at Fa, who was also praying. I wonder, what did he wish for? At the viewpoint, we stood near a reclining Buddha statue. The view was breathtaking. The sun was setting, painting the sky in warm hues. Why do you like looking at the sky so much? He asked, leaning against the railing beside me. It's nothing special, I replied. Torfun said you wanted me to look at the sky with you. Why's that? I wasn't prepared for the question. Well, I just wanted you to see it, I said. He muttered, tilting his head slightly before gazing at the same sky I was looking at. In that moment, the sight of him captivated me more than the sky itself. No, how could anything be more captivating? After all, you've always been the one sky for me. Can I take a picture? I asked. Of me? Yes. Sure, he said. I stepped back, framing him against the backdrop of Chiang Mai city lights. Despite the strong wind, he looked perfect. I snapped a few shots. The moment was so beautiful it took my breath away. Thank you, I said, lowering the camera and walking back to stand beside him. Thank you for taking me out today. Thank you for finishing your meal, he teased with a soft laugh. Huh? I turned to him, puzzled, as he chuckled. Why is that surprising? He asked. It's just odd to thank someone for finishing their food, I replied. It's not odd. Eating well is good for your health. You used to be a chubby kid, remember? It's not good to be this skinny. Chubby kid. Come on, I said, pouting slightly. It was true, though. I used to be like that. I never thought I'd grow up to have such a poor appetite. Not like before, huh? He said with a faint smile. The conversation faded into a comfortable silence. P-Fa, I called softly. Yes. Let's play a game. What kind of game? Let's take turns asking each other one question at a time. What if it's a question I don't want to answer? P-Fa asked, catching me off guard. That's fine, I replied. Just answer what you feel comfortable sharing. All right. Who's going first? I will, I decided. Truthfully, I had so many questions I wanted to ask P-Fa about the time we hadn't seen each other. I also hoped that by playing this game, he might ask about me too. I wanted someone to care about my stories, not just write them in letters I'd never send. How were your high school days, P-Fa? That's more general than I expected, he said in his gentle tone. I went to school around here. Nothing special. I was just an average student. Really? Just average. Now it's my turn, he countered. How about you, Typhoon? How were your high school days? I was a bit rebellious, I admitted. But I tried my best. Then I added, what about your high school friends? We were close. Hung out together. Learned a lot from one another, he said. And you? How were your friends? I learned a lot too, I replied. I'd once been part of a group of not-so-great friends, and when I distanced myself, they started picking on me. It was a lesson of its own. What about your friends now? My question made P-Fa chuckle softly. They're chaotic, like a group I never thought I'd end up with. They can be a real headache sometimes, he said with a grin. Then he asked, you don't have friends here yet, do you? No, I admitted, nodding. But I hope to find good ones. I genuinely wished for friends who wouldn't abandon me. They didn't need to be overly kind, just dependable. You will, for sure, he said warmly. How's school going for you? I asked. Which part? All of it, from high school until now. How's it been? It's been fine. How about you? Pretty average, I guess. Passed some, failed some, I said, then added proudly. But I did top the class a few times. That's impressive, he said sincerely. Is med school tough? It is, he admitted. I'm still adjusting. You'll manage, P-Fa, I said softly. He seemed capable of anything. But if even he needed to adjust, could I handle my own path? How's Goldie? I asked, referring to the cat we once took in. Goldie passed away, he said quietly, looking down. I felt a pang of guilt since I'd been the one to insist on adopting it. Sorry about that, I muttered. It's all right. Goldie was old. You don't have to apologize, Typhoon. It wasn't your fault. Okay. I fell silent for a moment, trying to steady my emotions and think of my next question. P-Fa, do you like the sky? Not particularly. Do you? Yes, I answered. But some days the sky isn't beautiful, he said. Why do you think that? I asked. Some days it's dark, with rain clouds and storms, he explained. Even so, after the rain, the sky becomes clear again, I said. I like the rain. It made me feel that even the sky could cry sometimes. You see the sky in such a positive light, he remarked. But when it rains, there's thunder too. You're scared of thunder, aren't you? Yeah, I admitted. Thunder had frightened me since I was little, the loud noise and its danger. Is it my turn to ask? He inquired. Yes. I can't think of anything. You go ahead. I pouted slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Did that mean he wasn't curious about me anymore? Can I ask something personal? I ventured. Sure, he said, raising an eyebrow. Are you seeing someone right now? That's not too personal, he replied with a chuckle. No, I'm not seeing anyone. Not seeing anyone, right now. That's surprising, I said softly, almost to myself. I'd assumed someone as admired as P-Fa would have someone special. What about someone you're talking to? Nope, he said simply. I see. Do you think that's strange? He asked. I nodded in response. Not really. I just think love feels a bit distant. What do you mean? It's probably a boring story, he said. Do you really want to know? I do, I insisted. I dated someone in high school, he began. At first, it was fine. But over time, I realized love can be complicated. We eventually broke up because of differences. Since then, love hasn't been a priority for me. I see. I pressed my lips together to contain the emotions swelling in my chest. So Fa had been in a relationship before. And since then, he'd stopped seeking love altogether. Why did you break up? If you don't mind me asking. We just didn't understand each other, he said simply. Do you still love them? I don't know, he admitted. Looking at the sky like this makes me think, he said, gazing at the reddish sky. They once told me I was their sky. That whenever they looked at the sky, they'd think of me. But I've never thought of myself as a sky for anyone. I see. Not even for me, huh? Chapter 5. Typhoon's point of view. It's raining. I don't know when it started, but by the time I realized it, raindrops were already falling. I stared out the window, where water droplets clung to the glass. The overcast sky sometimes made me feel lonely, yet I still loved looking up at it. They say I look at the sky in a positive light, and they're right. How could I ever see you in a negative light? You said you can't be anyone's sky. Is that so? But even so, you'll always be my one and only sky. No matter what happens, you're the only person I'll always look for. That will never change, no matter how you feel. I won't change. We were stuck at a red light before turning into my dorm. After spending the day together, Fa had hurried to take me back when the rain began. I glanced at him briefly before turning back. Tonfah. I once asked him about the meaning of his name. He said his father wanted him to be a sky, vast and unreachable, a sky everyone would look up to. His mother, on the other hand, wanted him to be a tree, resilient to the wind, yet never breaking, a place for others to find shade and rest. Tonfah has always lived up to his parents' wishes, a sky above everyone else, a tree offering shade. Meanwhile, I'm just someone who happened to stumble upon this tree, choosing to stay under its shelter without moving on, even though I know I can't stay here forever. This traffic is awful, Fa said, breaking my thoughts. Yeah, I replied, snapping out of my daze. I looked ahead at the congested road. Rain always seemed to make traffic worse. The cars hadn't moved for a while. I was startled by a knock on the driver's side window. A black motorcycle had pulled up next to us. The rider, dressed in leather and wearing a black helmet, tapped the window with the back of his hand. Fa glanced over, frowning slightly before rolling the window down just a crack to avoid letting the rain in. This kept the rider from seeing me inside, and I couldn't see his face either, as he only lifted his visor slightly. Where were you? Fa asked. Had some errands. I'm here now, the rider replied. Riding in the rain without a raincoat? You'll catch a cold. I'll be fine, he retorted. Where are you headed? Back to my condo. Damn rain. His voice was muffled by the rain, but carried an annoyed tone. What about you? Heading back as well, Fa replied. Ride safe. Yeah, you too. See you. With that, he closed his visor and sped off as the light turned green. Meanwhile, the cars had to wait a bit longer for the queue to move forward. Was that a friend? I asked. Yeah. I watched the black motorcycle as it sped away. He was riding so fast in such heavy rain, it seemed dangerous. That's risky, I muttered, causing Fa to smile slightly. That's just how he is, Fa replied. I see. I nodded, trying to understand. But I couldn't help wondering what kind of person Fa's friend was. He seemed so different from Fa. What's his name? Johan. What? Nothing, he just seems, interested. Fa teased. And no, not at all. I stammered. If I were to introduce a friend, Johan would be the last person I'd recommend, Fa said casually, though with a slight smile. Actually, maybe second last. Introduce a friend to me? Why is that? He's a flirt, even though he's great in other ways. What if you did introduce someone? I asked softly, my heart inexplicably racing. Maybe he's the best option. Because he's a good person? Exactly. No, Fa. You're the best for me. Why do you think about introducing someone to me? I asked. I was just thinking it'd be good for you to have someone to look after you, he said. If anyone's going to take care of my little brother, I'd want them to be someone trustworthy. Oh, okay. If Typhoon dates someone, they'd have to pass Fa first, right? Probably. Then they'd have to pass me too. Okay. His little brother. I used to want clarity, even though everything was already clear. This is enough. It has to be. When his sleek car pulled into the front of my dorm, I noticed the odd darkness. None of the lights were on, even though the neighboring dorms were brightly lit. Power outage again. Looks like it, I said, glancing inside anxiously. I'd only been here a few days, and this was the second time already. Can you manage? Well, honestly, I hesitated. I wanted to say I'd be fine, but looking inside made me tremble. I'd have to walk through the dark building, climb the stairs, and endure the pitch darkness in my room. Then stay with me tonight, he offered. I am sorry for troubling you again. It's no trouble, he said with a warm smile as he turned the car around and drove back toward his condo. Typhoon. Yes. I replied quickly at the sound of my name. How long have you been staying here now? Not even a week. How's the room? It's okay. Do you hear noises from the neighbors often? Sometimes. What about the hot water and air conditioning? The hot water doesn't work, and the air conditioning isn't great. Thought so, he said calmly. Why? 2 power outages in less than a week, while the neighboring dorms are fine, he explained. Did you check the place out before moving in? No, my dad picked it for me. I see. Is something wrong? Your dad might not have done enough research. From what I've found, this dorm doesn't have a great reputation, despite the high rent. Oh, his words stung more than I expected. I'd felt a flicker of happiness knowing my dad had chosen this place, thinking it meant he cared. But now, you should consider moving, he suggested. I can't. I just moved in. Move out. I'll help you find a new place, Fourever said firmly. But my dad has already handled it. He's paid for everything. It's okay. I'll talk to him, Fourever reassured me. I fell silent, unsure how to respond to his seriousness. Shortly after, we arrived at Fourever's condo. As we entered his room, I noticed something new, a hanging chair near the window. You didn't have this last time, I remarked, staring at it. I just got it, he explained. The hanging chair was placed by the window, with a small table in front and a sofa on the other side. It looked like a cozy relaxation spot. Can I sit in it? Sure. With his permission, I sat in the chair, enjoying the rain outside the window. It was incredibly calming. I loved sitting there, letting my thoughts drift as I gazed out. Looking up, I saw the sky from this angle, and it was stunning. The last time I came, I hadn't noticed. The sky from this perspective was beautiful. It's a pity Fourever doesn't enjoy looking at the sky as much as I do, even though it's breathtaking from here. Can I have your dad's number? He asked. Huh. I want to talk to him about you moving out. Unless you don't want to move? If you're okay staying, that's fine too. Okay. I handed him my dad's number. If Fourever thought the dorm wasn't good, it probably wasn't. Still, I didn't like the idea of him talking to my dad much. Please don't let my dad be angry. Hello, uncle. It's Tonfah, Fourever began. Tonfah, how are you? It's been a while, my dad replied on the line. I'm good, uncle. How about you? I'm doing well. How are your parents? They're good too. That's great. So, what's the occasion for this call? It's about Typhoon. Typhoon? What about him? It's about his dorm, Fourever explained. Dorm 7, right? Wait, is he with you now? No, we just happened to meet because I'm studying here too. Oh, I didn't know you were studying there as well. Yes, but about the dorm. What's wrong with it? I think it's better if Typhoon moves out. That dorm isn't very good. There was a murder there 2 years ago, which led to most tenants leaving. With fewer residents, the management hasn't been taking care of it properly. Electrical and plumbing systems aren't reliable, and even the appliances don't work well. It would be better if Typhoon moved. A murder? Then why is the rent so high? Exactly. The rent doesn't match the quality. Can't you just negotiate the rent? Moving out would be such a hassle. I already paid the deposit. I don't think Typhoon can stay there comfortably, uncle. Just endure it. The murder happened 2 years ago. It's not a big deal anymore. All right, if that's what you prefer. Did Typhoon tell you anything about this? No, why? Just checking. Say hi to your parents for me. I'll visit when I have time. Sure. By the way, uncle, there's one more thing. What is it? Typhoon doesn't seem well. He's not eating, barely sleeping, and his mental state doesn't seem stable. I'm worried about him. Is that so? Yes. Is something going on with him? No, that's just how he is. Nothing to worry about. All right. Anything else? No, that's all. Take care, uncle. Typhoon. Fourever called as he approached me after his call. I'd been anxious about what he and my dad talked about, but his calm demeanor reassured me. What did my dad say? He agreed. Tomorrow, we'll start the process to move you to a new place. Oh, really? I muttered, surprised. My dad, agreeing so easily. Thank you for talking to him. No problem, Fast said with a small smile. Go take a shower and change. I've prepared clothes for you. Okay, thanks. I thanked him again before heading to the bathroom. Since I hadn't brought any clothes, I had to borrow some of his. As I was about to start my shower, my phone rang. It was my dad. Seeing his name on the screen made my hands tremble. He rarely called me, almost never. Hello. I answered hesitantly after debating whether to pick up. What did you tell Tonfah? Nothing. Are you planning to tell him about Fa? You're already a disappointment to me. Don't make me lose face as well. What if his parents find out? His harsh tone made tears well up in my eyes. I fought to keep my voice steady. I didn't tell him anything about Tonfah. Good. You know you'd only be hated if you did. Yes. You know why I've distanced myself from that family, right? Yes, to keep them from finding out about Tonfah. Dad had always been concerned about his reputation. When Tonfah passed away, he cut ties with Fast's family entirely to prevent them from learning the truth. And about you. Yet here you are, involving yourself with Tonfah again. I'm sorry. What's your purpose? My purpose? I don't have one. Then why did you tell Tonfah that Tonfah is still alive? Because it's easier that way. Fine. But don't get too close to them, or the truth will come out. If I told the truth. What? If I told the truth about Tonfah, do you think Fast would hate me? Are you going to admit you killed your own sibling? I didn't mean to. Enough. You're just a burden. Tonfah tried to take care of you, and this is how you repaid her, with her death. I hung up abruptly, unable to bear another word. His accusations, repeated so many times, cut deeper every time. I collapsed to my knees, covering my mouth to stifle my sobs. I couldn't take it anymore. I just wanted a little kindness. Just a little. A smile. Anything. It took a while for me to compose myself. My reflection in the mirror showed red, swollen eyes, and a tear-streaked face. I soaked in hot water for a long time, hoping it would make me feel better. When I finally stepped out, I noticed a set of oversized clothes Fast had left for me. I put them on, adjusting the waistband and rolling up the pant legs since they were too long. Let's eat, Fast called from the sofa, where a few dishes were laid out on the table. Okay. Did you make these, Fast? I asked. Not really. It's just frozen food, Fast said as I sat down on a small sofa beside him. I'm not very good at cooking. How about you, Typhoon? Can you cook? I can. A little, but I'm not great at it, I admitted. Perfect, then. You can handle breakfast tomorrow, he said with a grin. Maybe not, I replied softly, unsure. I used to help Tonfah cook occasionally, but I was never very good at it. If it turned out bad or made Fast sick, I'd feel terrible. Why not? I'm not confident it'll turn out well. Have some faith in yourself. I'll help, Fast said, giving me a warm smile. It was the kind of smile that somehow made me feel at ease. Okay. Thank you, I said. No need to thank me. Let's eat. All right. I nodded and started eating the meal in front of me. Outside, the rain was still pouring heavily. Fast mentioned that he preferred avoiding frozen food and would have taken me out to eat instead if the rain hadn't been so heavy. He was thoughtful like that, almost too kind. But since it was Fast, it didn't feel strange at all. Oh, Typhoon, he called suddenly. Yes. Tonfah hasn't replied to my line messages. I even sent her photos from today to update her. Photos? Yeah, the ones I took while we were out. I thought she'd be worried about you. Oh, it's odd. Normally, when it's about you, she'd respond immediately. Maybe she's busy, I said, pressing my lips together to hold back tears. I had just cried over Tonfah earlier, and hearing this brought a sharp pang to my chest. Typhoon. Why yes. I quickly lifted my head, realizing I'd been sitting in silence with my head down. After we sort out the dorm tomorrow, let's go buy some plants, he suggested. Buy plants? Yeah. You like plants, don't you? Yes. I do. You'll take me. Of course. And let's find a new place with enough space to plant as many as you want, he said as he walked to throw away the trash. I helped clear the empty dishes from the table. Okay, I agreed with a nod. Can I ask why you like plants? They make me feel calm, I guess, I answered. That's great. I'll buy you some then. You'll buy me plants? Yes, but you have to take good care of them. All of them. I will. I always do. I promise confidently. I've always taken good care of the plants I've grown. If I got a new place with lots of space for plants, It'd be amazing. Between the sky and plants, which do you like more? He asked suddenly. I hesitated. Why do you ask? Just curious. The sky, I replied. No matter what, I've always loved the sky the most. Because it's beautiful? Yes. Plants are tangible. They offer shelter and comfort, he noted. But the sky, you can't touch it, can you? That's true, I agreed. After finishing the dishes, Phi went to shower. I decided to sleep on the sofa, so I took the liberty of grabbing a blanket from the shelf. I didn't want to impose on him by taking the bed. Are you planning to sleep on the sofa? Phi asked as he stepped out of the bathroom, his hair still damp. Startled by the sight of him, I quickly averted my gaze. This is not good, Typhoon. Not good at all. My heart nearly stopped just now. Yes, I replied. You'd be more comfortable in the bed. No, it's your bed. You should sleep there. It's fine, he insisted. Please, let me sleep on the sofa, I said, feeling guilty and glancing at him nervously. Phi sighed lightly but agreed. If you need anything, just knock on the door, okay? Good night, I said. Good night, he replied. I gave him a faint smile as he went into his room, closing the door behind him. His gentle good night was enough to make me feel better. At least tonight, I thought I might sleep more peacefully. But the sound of the rain made me restless. I returned to the hanging chair by the window, gazing out at the rain. I hadn't written a letter to Tonfah yet tonight, and skipping it felt wrong, like something was missing. I sat curled up, hugging my knees, with Phi scent lingering faintly on the clothes I'd borrowed. It made me feel oddly comforted. If what my dad said is true, if I really am a burden, I don't want to be. Thinking about it, I've never done anything for Phi, only the other way around. Maybe I'm better when I'm with him, but is he better when he's with me? Or am I just making things harder for him? I feel so worthless. About an hour passed. The room was quiet, with only the soft glow of the lamp on the table. Phi was probably asleep by now. I wiped my tears and sighed. I hated being like this, but I didn't know how to pull myself out of it. I just want to smile more, laugh more, and be happy without having to pray for it. Tonfah, what should I do? Why can't I ever find my way? Suddenly, I heard the door to the bedroom open. I turned and saw Phi walking out, looking slightly surprised to see me. Still not asleep? No. It's just not my usual bedtime, I replied. What time do you usually sleep? Whenever I feel tired, I said, causing him to chuckle. Got it, he said, reaching out to ruffle my hair playfully before sitting on the sofa across from the hanging chair. I instinctively touched the spot on my head where his hand had been. Isn't this kind of thing something brothers shouldn't do? Are you sleepy now? He asked. No. What about you? Why are you up? I just came out to get some water, he replied. Oh, let me get it for you. Typhoon. Yes. I asked, raising an eyebrow at his sudden change in tone. The way you refer to yourself, he began. Sometimes you say I, and other times you use your name. Is that strange? Not really. It just reminds me of how you used to talk. Oh. I paused before adding. And you too, Phi. Me? Referring to yourself as Phi. It's like before. Yeah, that's true. Do you always talk like that? Not really. I only speak this way with you, Typhoon. Chapter 6. Typhoon's Point of View. I sat silently, staring at him with a mix of confusion and unease as my heart raced uncontrollably. This isn't good. My heart shouldn't be beating like this. Do you remember why? Phi asked. Typhoon. Why, yes. I snapped out of my thoughts and focused on what he was saying. What? When we were kids, if I only referred to myself as P, you'd get confused about which P it was because there were so many kids in the neighborhood. That's why I always used my name when talking to you. It made it easier. Oh, don't remember that, do you? No, I really don't, I admitted. I couldn't recall him ever calling himself just P before. So this habit came from something as simple as that? He's been speaking like this since childhood, just out of habit. It shouldn't have mattered, but my foolish heart had taken it differently, and now it hurt. It's what I deserved, though, for letting myself think otherwise. How pathetic. Why, yeah, but you don't need to call yourself that anymore, I said softly, struggling to breathe against the tightness in my chest. It's fine, he replied casually. It's just a habit now. Oh, okay. Unless you don't like it. If you don't, I won't refer to myself that way anymore. It's not that I don't like it. I said truthfully. Habit or not, the fact that he used it only with me made it feel special. It's fine. Then you should start referring to yourself with your name again, like you used to, he said with a gentle smile. All right. So, how's the neighborhood now? Has it changed much? I haven't been back since I moved away, he asked. It's changed a bit. The candy shop is gone, and the playground where we used to run around is now a row of buildings, I said, recalling the neighborhood from my childhood. Everything changes with time, and it always leaves me feeling a bit nostalgic. Even the storage shed, our secret base, has been torn down. That's such a shame, he said softly. Yeah, it really is. Well, P. Fast said, standing up from the sofa. Should I make some cocoa for you? It might help you sleep. Surprised by the sudden topic shift, I quickly nodded. Should I help? It's all right. Do you like it sweet? Not too sweet, I replied. Got it. He headed to the kitchen, and in no time, a cup of hot cocoa was placed in front of me. Thanks, I said, taking the cup in my hands. Aren't you having any? No. Have some. It might help you sleep better, I offered, holding the cup out to him. He shook his head gently. I fall asleep easily as it is. I barely have time to rest. Oh, I usually try to stay awake rather than fall asleep, he added with a chuckle. Busy studying? I asked, taking a sip of the cocoa. It was delicious, just like the Cocoa Tonfah used to make for me when I couldn't sleep. Yeah, veterinary studies are tough. You'll have to work hard too. I will, I said, nodding. The rain outside had grown heavier, showing no signs of stopping. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me, he offered. Ask you? Sure. First-year material isn't too hard. I can help. Thanks, I murmured. I'll ask if I need help. His smile widened slightly, and he said, Now, you should get some sleep. Do you need another blanket? No, I'm good. All right then. Good night again, he said. Good night again to you too, I replied. After drinking some water from the fridge, P. Fa disappeared into his room, leaving the apartment in silence again. I picked up my phone and snapped a photo of the empty cocoa cup on the table. It was one of the few photos on my Instagram that wasn't of the sky. I captioned it, Good night, again. Morning. P. Fast's familiar deep voice woke me up as he gently shook my shoulder. Okay. I mumbled, rubbing my eyes as the sunlight poured in through the window. Before I could finish, his hand caught my wrist. Don't rub your eyes, he said. I looked at his hand holding my wrist before he let go. Okay. Go wash up. We're making breakfast together, remember? Breakfast? Yeah, you promised to cook with me, he said with a playful smile. Oh, right. After getting dressed in my clothes from the day before, I stepped out to find P. Fa prepping ingredients at the kitchen counter. Come help chop the vegetables, he said. Sure, I replied, walking over. I wasn't particularly skilled, but I could manage simple tasks like this. As I worked, I glanced at him standing nearby. Something about seeing him like this made my heart feel warm. I never imagined I'd see this side of him. Careful not to cut yourself, he warned, snapping me out of my thoughts. Embarrassed, I quickly turned my focus back to chopping. You're doing fine, he said with a chuckle. Huh, you're good at this. I told you, you should have more confidence in yourself. Thanks, I said, smiling without realizing it. This feels nice. Even if it's only as his little brother, as long as it doesn't hurt too much, it's not so bad. While we were cooking, P. Fast's phone rang. He quickly wiped his hands and went to answer it, leaving me to continue with the meal. His voice grew tense, a rare tone for him. Are you okay? It's all right. I'll come to you. You're still at the same place? Wait 10 minutes. I'll be there. He hurriedly put on a jacket and shoes. Typhoon, I have to step out for a bit, he said. Oh, okay. Don't worry about cooking. Wait for me to come back. Okay. I watched as he left, leaving me standing in confusion. Who called him? What happened? Why did he seem so rushed? It must be something important. I sat on the sofa, tidying the blanket I had used the night before. My gaze wandered to the hyacinth we had bought together. It sat on a shelf by the bookcase. I wondered if P. Fa had been taking care of it as he promised. I waited for nearly 20 minutes, but there was still no sign of him returning. Glancing at the ingredients and half-prepared dishes, I sighed. We were supposed to cook together. It's fine. He probably just had something more important to do. Suddenly, I heard a phone ringing again. I knew it wasn't mine because the ringtone was different. Following the sound, I found P. Fast's phone left on the same table. In such a rush that he forgot his phone, I glanced at the screen, which displayed the caller's name, Hill. Hill, If I remembered correctly, this was one of Fast's friends, the one he mentioned wanting to introduce me to. I hesitated for a long moment. Should I answer? It wasn't my phone, so would answering be overstepping? But what if it was urgent? I could at least let them know Fast wasn't here. Hello, I answered hesitantly. A deep, cold voice on the other end made me shiver slightly. Where's Tonfah? He's not here. He forgot his phone. And who are you? His younger brother, I replied cautiously. Where do you leave it? At his place. His place? Where is he? Someone called, and he rushed out. I see. When he gets back, tell him to call me. Okay. The line went dead. That guy sounded so cold. Why would Fast want to introduce me to him? As the phone locked itself, I set it back down. A little while later, my phone started ringing instead. Incoming call, Uncle Kong. Uncle? Hello, Uncle, I answered. Typhoon, are you free today? I am. What's up? I'm in Chiang Mai today. How about having lunch with me? Oh, sure. What time? Half an hour from now? Where's your dorm? I'll come pick you up. It's near the back of the university. Call me when you get close. All right. See you soon. Okay. I ended the call and couldn't help but smile a little. Uncle Kong was my father's secretary, and like I'd mentioned before, I talked to him more than I did my dad. He'd been visiting me since I was a kid, always kind and understanding, even though he knew I wasn't really my father's son. I wanted to wait for Fast to return, but since I'd already agreed to meet Uncle Kong, I decided it would be fine to leave. Fast had said he'd be back soon, but it had been a while, and I couldn't even leave him a message since he'd left his phone behind. I left Fast's place, returned to my dorm to change, and headed out to meet Uncle Kong for lunch. How's it been since you got here? Uncle Kong asked as I got into his car. It's been good. How about you? I'm doing fine. You talk like we haven't seen each other in ages. I just saw you before you left Phuket, he teased. True, I said with a small laugh. Do you have business here? Yeah, just a little. But since I'm in Chiang Mai, I thought I'd visit you. I see. We stopped at a restaurant, and while we waited for the food, Uncle Kong kept the conversation flowing. I appreciated his efforts. Having someone to talk to, someone who didn't yell or criticize me, was a relief. How long until the semester starts? He asked while eating. About 2 months. That's good. Have you been exploring much? Do you know your way around yet? Not really, I admitted, shaking my head. I haven't been going out much. By the way, I just realized I haven't gotten you a gift for passing your exams yet. You still want that camera? It's okay. Dad already gave me the money for it, I said. Dad hadn't bought it himself. He'd just transferred the money after I asked. It was his way of keeping things distant and convenient. Typical Rit, Uncle Kong muttered. Rit was my father's name. Uncle Kong and Dad had been close friends for years, working together even now. Sigh? Typhoon, there's something I need to tell you, though I don't really want to. What is it? Rit spoke to me about wanting you to transfer to another university. His words made me freeze. I placed my spoon down, stunned. What? He's upset that you're here with Tonfah. At first, he didn't think much of it when you said you wanted to study here. But after learning that Tonfah is also here, he's convinced you're planning to tell him something you shouldn't. Something I shouldn't? I'm not. I know, but that's how he sees it. He's worried you'll reveal everything to Tonfah. I wasn't even thinking about that, I said quietly, lowering my head. I bit my lip nervously, trying to process the situation. Why would he think that? Uncle Kong sighed heavily, his face showing his discomfort. You know why Rit doesn't want Mr. Witch and Mrs. Fa to know about Torfun, don't you? Yes, I replied, gripping my hands tightly together. Uncle, can you explain it to me more clearly? Why is Dad so desperate to keep it a secret? Uncle Kong hesitated, looking even more uneasy, before taking a deep breath and starting. Rit really looks up to them. He's always been concerned about his image, and he even once hoped that his daughter would be with their son. Wait, Dad wanted Torfun to be with Fa? Yes, and he always tried to present himself well to them. Even your sister's name, Torfun, was inspired by Tonfah's name. Really, the initials T and F. They work for both names. Oh, I murmured. It was true. Rit lied to Mr. Witch and Mrs. Fa about you. When Tonfah was born, they were still in Germany. By the time they returned, Tonfah was already a toddler. It was easy for Rit to claim he had 2 children. I nodded, understanding. That was why I had been brought into this situation when they were abroad. If they find out about Torfin's death, They'll start questioning why Rit and PM left each other. And if they learn the truth, that your Uncle Kong trailed off, his expression filled with concern. That I'm the illegitimate child, I finished quietly. They'd be disappointed in my father, wouldn't they? Probably. Then why? Why abandon me? Wouldn't that make him look even worse in their eyes? I asked, struggling to hold back tears. Uncle Kong looked at me with pity, handing me a tissue. Typhoon, it's because he doesn't love me, isn't it? He doesn't even want to see me. I whispered, biting my lip so hard it bled. The physical pain was nothing compared to the storm inside me. I understood now. Dad didn't want to take care of me because it would force him to pretend he cared if Mr. Witch and Mrs. Fa ever found out. And he didn't want to do that. Uncle Kong tried to comfort me, but the pain of never being truly loved cut deep. And this plan to send me to another university? I asked, my voice trembling as I hung my head. Even now, my hands felt too weak to hold each other. It's to keep you away from them. No, I won't go, I said, tears welling up again. I couldn't bear it. Don't take P. Fa away from me. He's all I have left. Please, just let me have this. Please, I'm begging you. I whispered, my voice breaking as tears streamed down my face. My chest ached unbearably, and I could barely breathe. Typhoon, it's not my decision to make. I'm just here to tell you what he's thinking, Uncle Kong said gently, trying to soothe me. There are still universities accepting applications. Rit wants you to transfer. No. Please no, I muttered weakly. Typhoon. Uncle, you know. I let my tears fall freely, trying my best to suppress the sound of my sobbing. Grabbing tissues, I wiped my tears haphazardly to avoid drawing attention. Uncle, you know, don't you? Typhoon wants to stay with Tonfah, right? Yes. I'll try talking to Rit again. At least, maybe you won't have to transfer schools. But Typhoon, you might have to distance yourself from Tonfah a bit. Otherwise, Uncle, I interjected. If I don't get too close to P. Fa, will that be okay? Maybe. Then 1 month, I said firmly. Just 1 month. Let me stay with P. Fa for 1 more month. I won't tell him the truth about Torfan, and I won't let anyone find out. Just 1 month, and after that, I promise I won't bother him again. Typhoon, please. All right, I'll tell Rit that, Uncle said with a sigh. Thank you. I replied, my voice soft but filled with gratitude. Yes, that's all I'm asking for. I don't need to stay by your side. Just let me see you. Just let me catch a glimpse of you, my sky. If you need anything, Typhoon, call me. Okay. Thank you, Uncle, I said again as I stepped out of the car. After saying goodbye, I returned to my room and collapsed onto my bed, exhausted. It wasn't physical exhaustion. It was my heart that was worn out. Why does my love have to be so difficult? Maybe this is how it's meant to be. Someone like Typhoon isn't meant to stay by P. Fa's side, not from the start. I turned my gaze to the framed picture on the wall. Torfan, why? Why did things turn out this way? If it were you instead of me, wouldn't everything be better? If you were still here, none of this would have happened. You were perfect in every way. I've always wondered why it wasn't me who got hit by that car that day. If I could trade places with you, I would. I'd let you stay and be the dream and hope of our parents. You'd bring happiness to everyone, stay by P. Fa's side, and do all the things I never could. I'm so tired, Torfan. I'm so tired and hurt. It hurts so much just to keep living. But I don't want to be alone. I just want someone, anyone. I just don't want to sit here, hugging myself and crying like this anymore. With Dad and Mom, I used to beg for love, for attention. Now, I don't even expect love anymore. Just don't hurt me. Do I have the right to be happy? After sobbing into my pillow for nearly 10 minutes, the sound of my phone ringing broke through my thoughts. When I fall this deep into my emotions, it's hard to pull myself out. I've never been able to do it, not even once. I just sink deeper into the pain. P. Fa was calling. Hello. I answered, trying to steady my trembling voice. Typhoon, where are you? Why didn't you answer my calls? I called so many times. Sorry, I didn't hear it. I lied. Where are you right now? I'm at my room. Are you okay? Why did you suddenly leave? Oh, an uncle I know wanted to take me out for lunch, so I left earlier. Sorry about that. Oh, as long as you're okay. Hearing the concern in his voice made me think, even if just for a moment, that he cared. P. Fa. Yes? What is it? I want to go out again tomorrow. Can you take me somewhere? Sure, of course. Just 1 month. Just 1 month to be with you. I hope this month will be filled with memories of us, and that they'll become the most precious memories of my life. Chapter 7. Typhoon's Point of View. To Tonfah, I'm sorry I didn't write to you yesterday. I stayed over at P. Fast's place again because there was a power outage at my dorm. P. Fast said the dorm isn't very good and offered to help me find a new one. Isn't he kind? This afternoon, Uncle Kong came to see me. He told me some things about Dad. Tonfah, do you know how cruel Dad has been to me? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that about him. But honestly, I don't know. Saying I'm disappointed doesn't feel right because I didn't expect anything. And it's not exactly hurt feelings because I've felt broken for so long already. It's like, deep down, I always knew. Even if I never explicitly thought about it before, his actions don't surprise me anymore. Dad wants to transfer me to another school because he doesn't want me near P. Fast. So I asked Uncle Kong to talk to him for me. I just want 1 more month, 1 month to spend with P. Fast before I promise to stop bothering him. I've wanted to see him for so long, but now that I've finally seen him, I have to say goodbye again. Just the thought of it is heartbreaking, isn't it? But maybe it won't be so bad. At least I'll still be able to see him from afar. Tonfah, I've learned how awful it feels to be a liar these past few days. It's horrible. I've thought about telling P. Fast the truth, but after what Dad said on the phone, I don't think I can. Not when my time with him is already so limited. For the next month, I want every moment to matter. I want to spend as much time as I can with P. Fast, even if he finds me annoying. What else can I do? I only have 1 month. After that, P. Fast will truly become the unreachable sky for me. I'll just keep watching him from afar, hoping he's happy. Maybe, without me around, he'll feel lighter. Perhaps my absence will be better for him in the end. Please wish me well, Tonfah. With love and always thinking of you. Typhoon. I wanted to write more to you, but I wasn't in the best state. So I folded the letter and tucked it away in the drawer. Quickly, I wiped away my tears as they stained the paper. I glanced at your photo again, Tonfah. Your smile, it always comforts me. No matter how hard the day is, your smile makes everything feel a little better. I'll get through this. I will. Just like I always have. I was startled by my phone ringing. It was Uncle Kong calling this time. My chest tightened as I hesitated. Please, let it be good news. Yes, Uncle. I answered softly. Typhoon, I spoke to your dad about what you asked for. And what did he say? He refused. My heart sank, and my grip on the phone tightened. I tried my best, but I'll keep talking to him when I return, okay? Thank you, Uncle. Don't stress too much, all right? Yes. I hung up and let the tears I'd been holding back spill over. Why does crying so much always make my head ache like this? I pressed my fingers to my temples, hoping to ease the pain. I decided to call Dad. After a few rings, he picked up. What do you want? It's about school. I want to stay here. Do you realize who's paying for your education? Do you know how much it costs? The one footing the bill gets to decide where you study. If I transfer, you'll have to pay extra application fees. Please let me stay here. I promise I won't bother P. Fast. Just 1 month. Kong already told you. Even 1 month is too much. Please. 2 weeks. 1 month. I'm begging you. No. You're so cruel. I'm your child, aren't I? I'm your son, whether you like it or not. You might see me as a mistake, but I am your mistake. Look at me. You created this mistake because you. Typhoon. Yes. I'm Typhoon. I'm your son by law. I'm your responsibility by law. What do you want? Me. What do I want? I shouted, tears streaming down my face. What do you want from me? I want you to stay away from that family. Because you're ashamed, right? Embarrassed. You should be. This is all your fault. You. His voice was laced with anger, as it always was in these situations. But I felt a shred of relief. It was just a phone call. Otherwise, things might have gotten worse. You're blaming me? Why? What did I do? I was just born. I didn't even have a choice. You did. You're the one who made the decisions. If I had a choice, I'd want a normal family like everyone else. I ended the call before he could respond. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care what he had to say. I would stay here. I'd stay, no matter what. Please, please don't take everything away from me again. I sat hugging my knees, crying for nearly an hour. No calls back from my dad. No calls from anyone at all. I hate the times when I sink so deep into these negative feelings, unable to pull myself out. It feels like the tears will never end. They just keep falling, endlessly. I slumped against the backrest of the chair, drained of all strength, staring blankly at the white wall. This was one of the rare times I raised my voice at my dad. I had shouted that I just wanted a normal family, like other people. Yes, maybe that's what many are born with, parents or at least guardians. Someone to be a safe haven. Someone who doesn't need to cook delicious meals, prepare a perfect bed, or give extravagant gifts. I just wanted a regular family. No need for outings or meals together on holidays. Just someone who stays, who cares about me, listens to me, and asks how I'm doing. And the saddest part? I once had that someone. Slowly, I got up from the chair and sat down on my bed, hugging the teddy bear Torfun had given me. I held it tightly and cried all over again. Torfun was my family, the only family I had, and I couldn't hold on to her. We parted without ever resolving our misunderstandings. Back then, we were still fighting. I was still stubborn. I treated her poorly. I didn't even get the chance to say sorry. And Torfun, she didn't get the chance to hear it. When I lost her, I realized something. It doesn't matter how much I regret it. I will never get her forgiveness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Torfun. After crying until I was exhausted for nearly 2 hours, I finally dragged myself to wash my face and brew a cup of hot tea. I glanced at the teddy bear I had been hugging. It was stained now. I should wash it soon. My eyelids felt heavy. My head and eyes throbbed. But this wasn't anything new. It happens often. I've cried so much I started to wonder, will the tears ever stop? As I rested, I grabbed the used tea bag I had just put in the fridge earlier to place over my eyes. It worked well for reducing puffiness. That was another thing Torfun had taught me. I turned toward the door when I heard a knock. Peeking through the peephole, I saw it was P-Fa. P-Fa. W-Y is he? Why yes. I slowly opened the door, staring at him in confusion. P-Fa, is something wrong? Sorry for not telling you earlier, but would you like to stay over at my place for now? P-Fa said with a soft smile. Stay over. I raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his words. You still haven't found a new dorm, right? This place isn't great. What if there's another power outage? Oh, okay, I nodded. Let me pack my things really quickly, I said, turning back into my room. P-Fa was being overly kind again, but I suppose that was a good thing. Mind if I come in, he asked. Sure, I replied without thinking. I forgot about all the photos of Torfun on my wall. Turning around, I noticed P-Fa looking at them with a curious expression. Wow, Torfun, right? She hasn't changed much, he said with a gentle smile, the look of surprise fading from his face. Where was this taken? He asked, pointing to one of the pictures. Oh, probably in Rayong. I replied after glancing at the photo and trying to recall. I think so. Then I noticed the used tea bag I'd left on the table. Would it seem strange to have used tea bags lying around? I hurried to pack my things as quickly as possible. If P-Fa noticed too much about my belongings, it might lead to questions I didn't want to answer. Oh, P-Fa. Earlier this morning while you were out, someone named Hill called, I said, remembering the call as we walked to the car. He asked you to call him back. Oh, did you answer the call? P-Fa turned to ask. I nodded in response. Next time, you don't have to pick up, okay? Okay. I knew it. I shouldn't have meddled. P-Fa probably doesn't like people touching his phone. Speaking of which, what was the urgent matter that made him rush out this morning? I wanted to know, but I decided not to ask. It wasn't my place, it was personal. I heard my phone ring again. It was Uncle Kong. I let out a long sigh before excusing myself to take the call. P-Fa, you can wait in the car. I'll just take this call real quick, I said. All right, he replied, heading to the car. I walked a little further away and answered the phone. Yes, Uncle. Typhoon, did you say something? Rit is furious. Yes, I frowned, feeling tense immediately. Was I going to get scolded again? Never mind that. Anyway, Rit has agreed. At first, he only wanted to allow 2 weeks, but I talked to him, and he's agreed to 1 month. Really? Yes, 1 month. After that, you have to stay away from him. Okay. Strangely, part of me felt relieved. At least Dad was letting me stay near P-Fa for 1 more month. But another part of me felt hollow, like a piece of me was slipping away. I'm sorry, Typhoon. I wish I could do more. It's okay, Uncle. Thank you. Really, I said, managing a faint, sad smile. Hang in there, all right. Everything will get better, right? I echoed the words Uncle Kong had told me before. Yes. Okay. I'll hang up now. All right. Take care. I ended the call, and stared at the phone screen for a moment before slipping it back into my pocket. Hang in there. Everything will get better. I hate those words. It'll get better. How long have I been telling myself that? And yet, nothing has gotten better. It'll get better. When? Hang in there? How much longer do I have to endure this? I'm already at my limit. Do I really have to keep enduring? Are you okay? P. Fast's voice was the first thing I heard as I stepped into the car. His face showed a hint of concern, making me smile involuntarily. Why? You look a bit pale. Oh, maybe you should get a health checkup, now that we have some free time, P. Fast suggested. A checkup? I turned to him, puzzled. And no, that's okay. It's probably the same as always, I replied. Even if I went, they'd likely just say the usual, eating and sleeping too little. Are you sure? Yes, I nodded. All right then. Mind if we stop by to buy something first? What do you need to buy? A gift. A gift? Yes, for a friend's birthday tomorrow. I haven't gotten anything yet. Oh, sure. Would you help me pick something out? I'm not sure if I'll be much help though. That's all right. The sleek car pulled into the underground parking lot of a large mall. I followed P. Fah closely as we walked. I had no idea what kind of gift he was looking for, even after passing by several stores. The other day, I was browsing just like this, P. Fah said casually, hands in his pockets, looking a bit bored. I wondered if he realized how much attention he attracted from people walking by with that effortless pose. It was a shame I didn't have my camera with me. If I could take a picture of him right now, it would look like a shot from a fashion ad. But even if I had my camera, it'd probably feel strange to take his photo like this. Do you have any ideas for a gift? He asked. Not at all. What's your friend like? Maybe that'll help me think of something. Hold on. He's calling me right now. Wait here for a bit, P. Fast said, pulling out his phone. I nodded and sat down in a clothing store to wait. What's up, Tonfah? What? Annoyed. Why? Your ex called me this morning 15 times. What the hell? They called you directly? Yeah. Why'd they call so many times? Probably had a fight with their new partner. When they couldn't reach me, they started calling you guys instead. He got a call too and just ranted to me about it. Ridiculous. Sigh. They're probably just desperate, Joe. I don't care. I blocked their number already. Yeah, go ahead and block it. Hill already did. When are they going to stop bothering us? I'm not encouraging it. Not encouraging it? They call, and you're quick to go running. They're in trouble. What do you expect me to do? Do nothing. Joe, just stay out of it. Joe, don't do anything rash. When did I say I would? I'm just saying, even if they're untrustworthy. It's harassment at this point. I'll handle it. Don't let it bother you. Tonfah, I get it. I'll sort it out so you won't have to deal with it. Shall we check out another store? P. Fah asked as he returned to where I was waiting. I nodded, and we continued walking. It seemed like he still didn't have any solid ideas for a gift, even after browsing almost the entire floor. Sorry for dragging you around like this, he said with an apologetic smile. It's fine, really, I replied, shaking my head slightly. It wasn't tiring at all. How about a sweater? That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, but he already has so many sweaters. What kind of person is your friend? I asked again. It might help to narrow down a gift. Hard to describe. He's the kind of person who already has everything, which makes it tough to pick something. Pretty well off then. Very rich, actually. Oh, I fell silent, thinking. In that case, how about making something? That way, it'll be unique. I don't have time to make something for him, P. Fah replied. Then his eyes landed on a store. Let's check this one out. I followed him into a high-end clothing store. Just looking at the brand, I could tell the prices would be steep. Which one do you think? P. Fah asked, pointing to 2 jackets on display. Both were nice. I had never really had anyone to buy gifts for, so I wasn't sure which would suit his friend better. I can't decide, I said. Pick the one you like, he suggested. But, just choose one. Don't think too much about it. Then, the one on the left. Fah picked up the shirt on the left and went to pay. I caught a glimpse of the bill. It was roughly in the 5-figure range, though I couldn't clearly see the exact amount. Is it really that expensive? And yet, he still chose the one I liked. What if I liked it, but he didn't? What if I like it, but you don't? I asked as we got back to the car to return to the condo. It's fine. He said I could pick anything, and I couldn't decide, so having you choose was helpful, Fah replied casually, glancing at the mirror as he turned the wheel. The luxury car began to roll out of the parking lot. Today, I got to help Fa choose something. That felt great. Even small things like this make me happy. Another good thing is that my dad allowed me to stay here a little longer. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Tomorrow evening, I'm going to a friend's birthday party, Fa mentioned as we arrived at the room. I was rummaging through my bag and looked up at him as he spoke. Oh, okay. Should I head back to my dorm, or? You can stay here. I won't be out for long. All right. I nodded and couldn't help but smile a little. Don't drink too much, okay? I said as the thought crossed my mind. My words made Fa smile softly, a hint of fondness in his expression. I won't. I don't usually drink much anyway. Oh, okay. Don't forget to research new dorms too, Fa reminded me. The day after tomorrow, we'll go look at some. All right. We cooked dinner together to make up for the unfinished breakfast we had to toss earlier. Afterward, we sat on the sofa and watched a movie. Sharing these small moments with Fa reminded me just how happy I am being around him. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose you. Really? Fun? Huh? Yes. What are you zoning out about? Is the movie boring? Oh no. I was just lost in thought. I quickly turned my gaze back to the TV screen when I realized I'd been caught staring at him. We watched the movie to the end. I even thought about jotting down the title to remember what we watched together, so I could revisit it someday and think of him. Being with Fa isn't particularly eventful, but it brings me an inexplicable sense of warmth and security. Just having him within my sight gives me comfort. Good night, Fa said as he was about to close the bedroom door. Are you sure you'll sleep on the sofa tonight? Yes. Good night. Good night, he replied with a smile before closing the door. I lay down on the same large sofa, pulled a thin blanket over me, and tried to fall asleep. Surprisingly, I drifted off with ease that night. Typhoon. Sit down. Huh. The scene before me blurred, shifting between hues of pink and blue, before gradually coming into focus, a marble bench in the front yard of our house. Home. Why am I back home? I looked around in confusion and glanced down at myself to see that I was in my pajamas. Am I dreaming? If that's the case, then the person sitting in front of me must be the smiling face of the woman I'd missed so much. She was sitting there, beaming warmly. Fun was sitting on the marble bench across from me. I ran to her immediately. Fun. Sob. I stopped in front of her and broke down into tears. I'd been praying for this, wishing for this moment, just to see her, even in a dream. I wanted to see her. Fun. Fun. Don't cry, Typhoon. Sit down, her sweet, familiar voice gently urged. I sat across from her, noticing she was wearing the same outfit I'd last seen her in, the day she was hit by that car. Fun, why? Sob. Don't cry, please. Her small, warm hand reached out to wipe my tears, which only made me cry harder. I clasped her hand with mine. Fun. I missed you. I missed you so much, I said, holding her hand close and planting a kiss on it before looking up at her still gentle smile. Thank you. Thank you for still smiling at me. Fun. I've missed you so much. I've missed you all this time. I know. You tell me every day. Sob. In your letters. Sob sniff. I've missed you too, Typhoon. Sob. I sobbed uncontrollably at her words. Fun. Sob. Fun. Sob. Fun. You've been through so much, haven't you? Sob sniff. Sob. I had a million things I wanted to say, but at that moment, I couldn't utter even a single word. All I could do was cry so much it felt like my heart might break. Every emotion, every bit of longing, everything was choking my chest. It's okay. Sob sniff sob. You've been so strong. You've done so well, overcoming everything you've faced. Fun sob sob. I could barely see because my eyes were brimming with tears. Everything in front of me was blurry, but I could sense that Fun was crying too. Eek. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I gripped Torfin's hands even tighter, bowing my head and resting my forehead on her small, warm hands. Fun is sorry, sob. I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. Fun is sorry. Sniff, sob. It's okay. It's really okay. Because of Fun. Fun. The person in front of me gave a faint smile and shook her head gently. No, that's not it. Then her two hands slowly moved to cup my face. Her beautiful, tear-filled eyes gazed at me with warmth despite the sadness in them. It's not your fault, Typhoon. Not at all. But don't cry anymore, okay, my strong one. I bit my lip hard, nodding slightly, and clumsily wiped my tears. Thank you. Thank you so much. Always. Typhoon. Eat properly, okay? Her words brought tears back to my eyes. I slowly nodded as if to promise her. How are you, Tonfah? She didn't answer, but her tear-streaked eyes reflected a deep, indescribable sadness. Why is it only now that I get to see you, even though you've been dreaming about me all along? But it's always about that day. Yes. Her soft voice carried a faint melancholy. Her pale, tear-streaked face and sad smile were almost unbearable to see. This is just a dream. What you see in dreams depends on your emotions and feelings. Your sadness, Typhoon, it's overwhelming. Tonfah, you're still with me, aren't you? You haven't left, have you? You're still by my side, right? Sob. I don't know. Sniff. Sob. I'm sorry. It must have been so painful for you. Typhoon. Listen to me. Okay. It might be hard, but sometimes you have to be strong. In the end, everyone has to stand alone. You can't cling to someone else forever. But it's not easy right now, is it? 1 month from now, I'll send a wish to your heart. I hope you find only good things and create happy memories. After that, no matter how much it hurts, you must be strong, okay? Sniff? Sob. Her warm hands gently stroked my face. No matter what happens. Sob? Sob. Please love yourself the way I've always loved you. Sob? Sob. I woke up, my heart pounding and my face drenched with tears. Slowly, I pushed myself up and wiped my tears away haphazardly. But as the memories of the dream returned, I wanted to cry all over again. After taking a moment to compose myself, I got up, washed my face, and poured myself a glass of water to calm down. Leaning against the kitchen counter, I stared out the window, lost in a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts. Tonfah, why do I keep dreaming like this? I used to dream about Tonfah often, it's true. But those dreams were always about the past or the day she passed away. I've never had a dream like this before. I don't know what it means. Was that really a dream? Is Tonfah still by my side? Or is it all just in my head? There's nothing that can provide an answer. People often say that dreams happen because we think about someone too much, and the events in the dream are what we wish could happen. Because I want to see her. Because I want to say I'm sorry. Because I want to be forgiven. Reading the letters she mentioned, receiving my apology, granting forgiveness, the warmth of her hands, her smile, her voice, her comfort, her concern, her well wishes, her love. All of it, I don't know if it was real. But even if it's only in a dream, even if you're no longer here in reality, at the very least, you're still here, always healing me. Chapter 8. Typhoon's point of view. You're up early. I turned toward the voice to see Fah emerging from his bedroom, looking a bit surprised to find me awake first. He stood by the kitchen counter, preparing coffee. Good morning, I said with a smile. Would you like some coffee? I went ahead and used the coffee machine. I gestured toward the machine I had just used. I don't often make coffee since I don't really need it, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try this morning. Good morning, Fah replied with a smile before sitting down on the sofa. Make me a cup, too? Sure. I nodded and started making another cup of coffee. I glanced at the clock. It was 6:30 a.m. Even though it was a day off, Fah had woken up so early. Do you usually wake up this early? Yeah. You're up early too, Typhoon. Just a bit, I replied casually. The truth was, I hadn't slept at all. I had woken up startled in the middle of the night and couldn't go back to sleep after that dream. I spent most of the night researching how I could dream about something like that again. You seem to be in a good mood, Fah commented. Do I? I frowned slightly at his observation, even though my back was turned to him. Was I really showing that much of an improvement in mood? Or was it just that Fah was so good at reading people? Maybe I just had a good dream, I replied. That's good to hear. I walked over with the freshly brewed coffee and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa before sitting down on a smaller sofa nearby. Taking a sip of my own coffee, I looked at Fah as he took a sip of his. What did you dream about? Can you tell me? Fah asked again, lifting the coffee cup I had just handed him. You're pretty good at making coffee. Thank you, I said with a smile. Fah was probably right. I really did feel lighter today, brighter than I had in years. As for the dream, I don't think I can share it. That's a shame. I'm curious, he replied with a playful tone. All I can say is that it was a very good dream, I said, sneaking a glance at him before quickly looking away when he turned to meet my gaze. I thought I saw a faint smile when he caught me staring. Fa seemed to be in a good mood today, too. Somehow, he felt a bit different from usual. Have you looked into any places yet? He asked. Oh, yeah, I have, I said, pulling out my phone and opening the Notes app where I'd saved the information. I handed it to him. Here. Fa took the phone and scrolled through the details slowly. Should we go check them out today? He suggested. But don't you have your friend's birthday party to attend? I asked. I'll go in the evening. All right. If it's not too much trouble, I said. Fa nodded lightly. After finishing his coffee, he set the empty cup in the sink and excused himself to take a shower. I waited on the sofa. Based on my research about dreams, I learned that we dream about things we think about a lot. For instance, I've often blamed myself for the accident that took Torfin's life, and being consumed by that guilt led to recurring dreams about that event, and even about my parents. But if we feel at ease and don't dwell on things, we're less likely to have nightmares. So, if I want to dream about Torfun again, I need to make myself feel calm and worry-free. I've tried to do that for years, but it hasn't worked. I think what has made me feel at ease lately is being with Fa. Yes, ever since I started living with Fa, I've barely had nightmares. The only fear I've had was that Fa might find out the truth. But now, no matter whether he learns the truth or not, I'll have to lose him anyway. I have no other choice left. As I was deep in thought, my phone rang. It was Uncle Kong calling. I wondered what it was about so early in the morning. Hello. Sorry for calling so early. I was worried. What about? I asked. I heard from Rit that you two had a fight. Oh yeah? I got a bit angry yesterday. It's okay. Are you all right now? Yeah, I'm okay. How's Dad? He's angry, but I gave him a good talking to. What about? The same old stuff? Telling him he should take care of you better. You're his son, after all. It's all right, Uncle. Nothing's going to change anyway. Sigh? As long as you're okay. Oh, by the way, I've transferred the money. Thanks. This month's allowance is a bit less since Rit said there were a lot of expenses. All right. That's all for now. Take care. Okay, I said before the call ended. Uncle had mentioned that Dad had extra expenses. It was probably because of his daughter, my younger sister. Little kids can be expensive, and I don't mind. It helps Dad save money. After all, it's an older sibling's job to make sacrifices for their younger siblings, right? I've never met her, but she's still my sister. Just seeing her picture made me feel an unexplainable fondness for her. A while later, Fa came out of the bathroom, and we headed out. We stopped for food and went to check out the apartments I had researched. Do you have a motorbike to get around? Fa asked as we talked. No, I replied. That'll make getting around a bit tough. Yeah, I don't know how to ride a motorbike, I admitted. Really? Fa turned to look at me, almost in disbelief. His expression made me pout at him. Not entirely, but I'm not very good at it. Torfun didn't let me ride one, said it was dangerous. Plus, I tend to get lost easily, I said, reminiscing about how Torfun had always been so protective. She didn't trust me to drive myself, not only because of the risk of accidents, but also because I might get lost and not make it home. How about I take you to learn how to drive properly? Fa suggested. Learn to drive. Yes, even if you don't use a motorbike, you should at least know how to ride one, Fa said. That's true. I nodded in agreement. And about your habit of getting lost, I think it's time we address that, Fa added. I was a little surprised by how his tone had shifted to something more serious. Even if it's been like this since you were a child, I believe it can be fixed. Otherwise, navigating daily life could be difficult. If you got lost now, I wouldn't be able to come looking for you like before, he said. Why yeah, that's true. I replied with a dry smile, feeling an odd emptiness in my chest. Fa drove me to visit several apartments I had researched. After checking out 3 places, we finally found one I liked. The room wasn't very spacious, but it was comfortable enough for one person. Everything else about the place was good, so I decided to move there. Can he move in today? Fa asked the landlady who was showing us the room. Sure, as long as the deposit is paid first, she replied. Are you sure about this place? Fa turned to confirm with me. I nodded. All right, then let's go sign the lease. Follow me to the office downstairs, the landlady said. Once I had signed the lease, she mentioned the deposit amount. I realized I hadn't yet received the transfer for this expense. The money I had just received wasn't enough to cover it. 6,000 baht, the landlady said. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Should I ask her if I could pay later? Here, Fa said, handing over 6,000 baht in cash. I turned to him in surprise. Why was Fa paying the deposit for me? Your dad asked me to take care of it, he said. Really? Yes, Fa replied with a soft smile, making me hesitant to question him further. It felt strange. Why would my dad leave the money with Fa? It had been unusual from the start when Dad allowed me to move out. He had mentioned having a lot of expenses lately, so it didn't make sense for him to suddenly agree to pay for a new place. Unless. I glanced at Fa, frowning slightly. Is something wrong? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I shook my head, unwilling to voice my thoughts. Why would he do this? If Dad hadn't agreed to the move, could it have been Fa who suggested it? But why? Out of concern. He even paid the 6,000 baht deposit. It felt too kind. Or rather, excessively so. But maybe I was overthinking. I need to ask Dad directly. We still have plenty of time today. Should we start moving your stuff now? Fa asked. Today? I raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yes. All right then, I agreed. Fa arranged for a moving service to help transport my things from the old apartment to the new one. It only took one trip since I didn't have much left after discarding most of my belongings. Within an hour or so, everything was moved. You don't need to help. I can organize it myself, I said, trying to stop Fa from unpacking the boxes. It's fine. There isn't much, it won't take long. But don't you have your friend's birthday party to attend? I asked. Being a little late won't matter. Ah, thank you, I said. You have a lot of cameras, Fa remarked, noticing my collection. It was true. I had been collecting cameras for years. You should get a proper cabinet for them. I've thought about it, but never bought one, I admitted. Let's go find one together sometime, he suggested. Okay, I replied, slightly overwhelmed by his kindness. It was almost unnerving how willing he was to help with everything. I still think the same thing, Fa said suddenly. About what? That you'd be great at studying photography. Oh, I'm not trying to interfere with your decisions, he added, just sharing my thoughts. It's not interference, I said softly, looking at him as he organized my camera equipment. He was right. I'd love to study photography, but it wasn't practical right now. There were other priorities. Fa. Yes. I want to take the medical school entrance exam. Oh, really? Yes. Can you help tutor me? I can, he said. Then please help me. I replied. Fa nodded slightly, agreeing to tutor me. It wasn't unusual. He had probably helped others before. But for me, it was a big deal. Not just for the tutoring itself, but because it meant I'd get to talk to Fa often, even though I wouldn't be staying over at his place anymore. I'll head out now, Fa said. All right. Drive safely. See you later, he replied. See you, I said, watching him leave my new apartment. I wanted to ask him to text me when he arrived, not to stay out late, and not to drink too much. But I kept those thoughts to myself and went back inside to continue unpacking. This new place wasn't bad at all, better than the old one, in fact. I hadn't even gotten used to the old apartment before moving out. Oh, right, I needed to call Dad. After hesitating for a while, I finally made the call. I hoped I wasn't bothering him. Are you free? I asked. I am. What is it? I wanted to apologize for snapping at you, I said. It's fine. And about the new place. Did you send the money to Fa? Yeah. I didn't trust you not to lose it. Oh, okay. Thanks. Anything else? No, that's all. All right. Dad hung up. Our conversations were always like this. No asking if I'd eaten or how my day was. Just businesslike exchanges. He always spoke to me in a cold tone and ended the call quickly. So it was Dad who paid, after all. Damn it. How could I let myself believe something so naive? Still, I'm happy. I'm happy Dad allowed me to move and paid for it, even though money is tight these days. I don't know why, but thank you. Thank you for still caring about me, even a little. Yes, Uncle. Tonfah has told Typhoon. Oh, Typhoon actually asked. Yes. Why did you do that? It's better if Typhoon doesn't know it was me. I told you there was no need to move. But if you were that determined, you could have just told me. It's fine. If he gets clingy or annoying, let me know. He won't. All right, I'll hang up now. Okay. Typhoon typed. Let me know when you arrive. Out of worry, I decided to text after Fa had left about 15 minutes earlier. Nearly half an hour later, my message showed as read. Fa's message read, I've arrived. Fa, is something wrong? Typhoon, why did you take so long? Typhoon, was the place far away? Fa, not really. but the traffic was bad. Fah, why? Fah, is something wrong? Typhoon. Oh no. Nothing. Typhoon, just asking. Fast, straightforward responses left me unsure how to reply. It felt like my wanting to talk seemed odd, prompting him to ask, is something wrong? Twice. Nothing was wrong. I just wanted to talk, to make sure he'd arrived safely. Fah, is the new apartment okay? Typhoon, it's fine. Why? Fah, nothing, just thought you might have a problem since you messaged me. Fah, maybe I'm just overthinking. Fah sent a sticker. I smiled at the sticker he sent. It looked relieved. So cute. Typhoon sent a sticker. Fah, that sticker is cute. Haha. Fah, I'm heading to meet my friend now. Typhoon, have fun. Fah sent a sticker. I smiled widely at my phone screen. This was enough for me. Glancing around the room at the unpacked boxes, I quickly got to work. I made sure to arrange my desk nicely and put up Torfin's photo, just like before. Once everything was in place, I stepped out to the balcony. Now I could see the sky from a new angle. Come to think of it, today's sky was pretty clear. I hadn't noticed much earlier because I'd spent most of the day with Fah. Later, I sat on the bed to relax. Exhausted from moving, I dozed off without realizing it. I found myself looking at a familiar scene, my heart racing erratically. My legs felt stiff, almost unable to move. Torfun, just like before, she was sitting at the marble table in front of the house. I looked down to see I was wearing the same clothes. Torfun was seated across from me, and on the table were small stones we used to play checkers. I pressed my lips together tightly, feeling a lump in my chest. Her sweet smile and bright eyes only deepened my longing. Yet this time, I also felt as though the loneliness, pain, and yearning were being soothed. Have a seat, she said. I slowly stepped forward and sat across from her, just like before. But this time, I didn't feel like crying in front of her. I wanted to smile, to talk, to show her how happy I was to see her. Want to play? I smiled. Your turn first, she said. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. You go first. I'll let you win. If you lose, no pouting. I won't. Just make your move. Her words made me reach out to move one of the stones, just like when we were kids. The marble table's center had a grid where we used to play checkers, using stones or leaves as pieces. Neither of us spoke. I was surprised that I didn't feel the need to say anything. We quietly continued playing, moving the pieces. I glanced at Torfun, who was smiling softly the whole time. Her light brown eyes were no longer filled with the sadness I'd seen in the previous dream. That move doesn't work anymore, I teased. But I always fall for it, she replied. I told you, I'm letting you win. Letting me win, or just not good at this? I smirked. Such a smart mouth. She laughed lightly before moving her piece again. I quickly moved mine to capture hers. And I won. Want a rematch? I asked. No point. I'd lose anyway, she said, shaking her head gently and smiling faintly. How was your day? You haven't written me a letter yet, have you? I'll write one. I always do, I said, reaching out to hold her small hand as she extended it toward me. Our hands clasped tightly. I bowed my head, letting her small hand gently pat it. I'm so glad they reached you. Some of them were unreadable, though. They were smudged all over. Some days were rough, I admitted, recalling the letters I'd written through tears, leaving the paper crumpled and wet. But you got through it. Yeah, I did. Thank you for getting through it. I lifted my head, tears welling up in my eyes, and saw Torfun looking at me with a sorrowful gaze. Her warm hand gently wiped my tears away. But I don't know how I'll get through this, I said. You will. You have to, she replied. I don't know if I can, I muttered, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill again. I pressed my lips together tightly to suppress my emotions. What if? I don't want to endure anymore. Can I just stop trying? Just let everything end. No more struggling, no more effort, I said softly, my voice trembling. So I can finally be with you. Live for me, she said. Torfun, do you know that since the day I found out I had a little brother, you've been the person I love the most? Her sweet voice was gentle as she spoke, her warm hand wiping away my tears again and lightly caressing my face. I held her hand tightly. Can you do it for the person I love the most? Torfun, Since we were kids, I tried to take care of you as best as I could. So don't hurt the person I love, okay? Take care of yourself. Eat well, just like when I made sure you ate enough. Sob, okay. Eat delicious things, Just like how I always found good food for you. Take yourself to nice places, like when I used to take you out. Love yourself, just as I loved you. Sob. Tonfah. One day, things will get better. Until then, I'll be watching over you, she said, her tears streaking down her pale cheeks, her face still adorned with that familiar gentle smile. You're not just a speck of Typhoon that nobody notices. You're my Typhoon, Tonfah's Typhoon. Do you know how happy I am that our parents gave us matching names? Sob. Yeah, I know. No more crying, okay? But you're crying too, Tonfah. Don't cry. You started first, crybaby. I'm not a crybaby, I said, quickly wiping my tears away. See? I'm not crying anymore. Good job. Tonfah. Yes. I don't have much time left to be with Fa, I admitted, my worry evident as I furrowed my brows. What will I do when I have to leave him? It's hard, isn't it? Yes, it's hard to part with someone you want to stay with the most, I confessed. If you pull away, Fa will be angry, won't he? Yeah, probably. That made me remember something. Fa hated being ignored more than anything. No matter how harsh the words or how loud the shouting, nothing made him angrier than being ignored. Once, Tonfah and I ignored Fa as a prank for less than an hour, and he ended up truly mad, refusing to talk to us for an entire day. Tonfah also despised things that didn't make sense. If I suddenly distanced myself without a reason, I couldn't even imagine how angry he'd be. But how could I tell him? How could I bear his anger? Fa will understand. Trust me, Tonfah said. But it'll take time. How long? I don't know, she admitted. Her comforting words eased my worries a little. At least, I could hope that Fa would understand someday, just as I hoped Dad would finally understand me. Your dad, was he cruel to you? Tonfah asked gently. Yeah, doesn't he love me at all? I love him, though, even if he's like that, I whispered, holding Tonfah's hand with both of mine. I bowed my head and rested my forehead against her hand. Even if he's like that, it's okay. This just isn't your place yet. Somewhere out there in the world, there's a place for you. And someday, you'll find it. Really, have I ever lied to you? Never. Exactly. So believe me, okay? Thank you. I woke up in the middle of the night, not startled, like when waking from a nightmare, but peacefully. It had been such a good dream. Maybe I woke up because it wasn't my usual sleeping time. I hadn't even turned off the light before falling asleep. I glanced at the clock, just past 10 p.m. That dream left me feeling inexplicably better. Like I'd said before, I wasn't sure if it was real or just my imagination. But it was good, truly good. It was everything I'd ever wanted. Comfort, the presence of someone I missed deeply. Could I dream like this every night? Please, let me dream like this forever. I went downstairs to grab a snack from the convenience store, then took a shower. I planned to read a book, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the late hour. Before that, though, I wrote a letter to Tonfah. Speaking of which, it was already 10 p.m. Had Fa come back yet? I checked our chat, but saw no new messages since the evening. Should I text him? There was something from earlier that I didn't fully understand, and I'd asked him to clarify before. Typhoon typed, "Have you made it back yet, Fa?" It took nearly 15 minutes before the message showed as read. Fa, not yet. Fa, but I'll probably head back soon. Fa, is something wrong? Asking if something's wrong again. Never mind, it's only natural to ask. Typhoon, I was reading and didn't quite understand something. Fa-ho? What subject? Typhoon, math. Fa, is it the content or the problem you don't understand? Typhoon, the problem. I'm confused and can't solve it. Fa, can you send me a picture? Typhoon sent an image. Fa, hold on. In less than 5 minutes, Fa replied. Fa sent an image. Fa, this is an easy method. If anything is unclear, just ask me. The picture showed a solution written on a napkin, probably because Fa was still at the restaurant and didn't have paper. His method was concise and easy to follow. I didn't even know it could be done this way. Typhoon, thank you so much. Typhoon, sorry for bothering you. Fa, it's no problem. Fa, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. Typhoon, how's the birthday party? Fa, nothing much, really. Fa, it's just like any regular drinking gathering. Typhoon, did the birthday person like the gift? Fa, they said it was fine. Typhoon, that's good, then. Typhoon, I wasn't sure if it'd suit them. The message was read, but Fa didn't reply for almost 5 minutes. Then he sent a picture. Fa sent an image. Fa. It suits them well, doesn't it? The image showed the birthday person wearing the sweater I picked. They smiled smugly at the camera, and honestly, it looked great on them. Actually, it seemed like anything they wore would suit them. They had this effortlessly cool, sharp handsomeness. Typhoon, it really does. Fa. All right, I'm heading off now. Typhoon. Okay. Typhoon. When you get back, can I ask you something else? Fa, of course. I waited nearly half an hour before Fa sent a message saying he was back. I wasn't sure if it was normal for tutors to do this, but Fa called me and said he'd tutor me. My heart skipped a beat when I saw his name pop up on the screen. Hello. Fa's voice came through. Hey, do you have another question? Yeah, it's about trigonometry. You're taking the medical entrance exam again, right? Yes. Trigonometry is tricky, and it comes up a lot. How about I reteach it to you from the beginning? Sure. I don't really understand it anyway. How was math for you in school? Not great. I didn't really get it. So you've been struggling with it since then, huh? Yeah. Let's start fresh, then. When are you usually free? I'm pretty much free most of the time. All right. Let's study together until it's close to the exam. I'll help you review. That sounds great. Thank you. Every day, okay? Don't give up midway. I won't. You can't suddenly say you don't want to study anymore. I won't. Let's make a promise. Then, to study together until the exam. Typhoon, are you still there? Yeah. Do you promise? Yes, I promise. A promise, to stay together, even if it's only until then. Chapter 9. Typhoon's point of view. I sat looking at the photograph on the table and found myself smiling unintentionally. It was a picture of my family when I was 6 years old. I usually kept it in a drawer. I'm not sure why. I just know that every time I looked at it, it brought a strange, tight feeling in my chest. There were smiles from Mom and Dad, and me in fun wearing matching shirts, holding hands, and beaming at the camera. Would our family have been warmer if I were truly their child? Such thoughts shouldn't cross my mind. But it wasn't all bad. We used to eat together, travel, talk, and act like a father, mother, son, daughter, siblings, and a family. Half of it was a family once. It's been over a week since I made that promise to P. Fa. I had asked why the promise was necessary, and P. Fa said he had all the students he tutored make such promises. Some would quit halfway through out of frustration or discouragement, and he didn't want me to do the same. It wasn't surprising. P. Fa was always like that. Nothing has changed between us, and I like it that way. Just siblings, chatting occasionally, tutoring at coffee shops, or sometimes on calls at night. Not every night, though, because P. Fa has other students. It does sting a little, but it's okay. Nothing hurts more than having to say goodbye again. It feels like a countdown to loneliness once more. I've started to hate the dawn. No, I hate how the days keep passing. I used to look forward to mornings because they marked another day survived. But this is the first time I've ever hated tomorrow. I don't want time to move forward. I don't want tomorrow to come. But there's nothing I can do. I can't stop time. I can't change my father's mind. Even if I want to stay, I can't. There's nothing I can do. My simple, ordinary days are about to change. There won't be someone named Tonfah anymore. Just when I was getting used to it. Will it be as silent as before, or even more painful if I have to live alone again? I loved every peaceful day. The happiness that came from simple things. Asking in the morning if he was awake yet, talking about the sky that day, or asking what he had for lunch. The deep, calm voice explaining lessons to me patiently. The one who ordered me hot cocoa every time. The left-handed person who wrote with his right hand because he said it wouldn't bother others. Someone who always thought of others before himself. I often wondered if he ever got tired of taking care of everyone else. Someone with a faint, comforting scent I couldn't identify. Just being near it made me feel at ease. How could you have that kind of smile? A smile that always heals others. Those warm, radiant eyes that melt hearts with a single glance. Whoever sent you into my life, I want to thank them so much and apologize for not being able to keep you. I walked out onto the balcony to find the sky growing darker. The air was getting cooler. It would rain soon. They say the sky is always beautiful after the rain. But what if the rain never stops? What happens when it just keeps pouring endlessly? Every time you look up, all you see is dark clouds. I like that phrase, about the beauty after rain. But I'm terrified. Terrified that my rain will never stop. Too bad there's no sunshine today, I said to the plants I'd grown, moving the pots to shelter them from the rain. Plants need water, but too much of it can make them rot and die. I have so many plants on my balcony, they almost spill into the room. Fa helped me buy them. He even bought me a camera cabinet, saying he'd get me a camera as a special gift someday. If there's ever such a chance. I hope there is. I really do. The rain has started. I stood on the balcony, letting the rain splash on me. Even though it was cold, I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to stare at the sky and cry like this forever. Because the sky is crying as rain. I need to take a picture. Remembering that, I rushed to grab my camera. Unfortunately, today's sky wasn't very bright, but at least it was crying for me. I hardly have any tears left to shed. My phone buzzed with a message notification. Fast message read, "You haven't sent me today's sky yet." Fast sent a picture. The weather's bad today. Don't get caught in the rain. Such a simple message could make me smile. The person who shares the sky with me, will he start looking at it more often? Will he notice how it changes every day? Or is he just sending it to me? And does he know he's becoming the sky for someone else? Typhoon sent a picture. Typhoon, you too. Don't get caught in the rain. Too late. Got caught in the rain. Fast sent a picture. It was a picture of a road in heavy rain, with a motorcycle parked nearby. So he was out on his bike and got caught in the rain. And the rain is getting heavier. Typhoon, that's unfortunate. Sad face. Typhoon, take care not to get sick. I'll be fine. Are you at your dorm? Typhoon, yeah. I didn't go out at all today. Didn't want to get caught in the rain. So it's my fault then. Should have stayed in like you. Typhoon, where are you stuck? Fast sent a picture. Not too far from your dorm. I frowned at the photo, trying to figure out where it was. He said it wasn't far from my place. I want to go to him. At least to bring a jacket or towel. Otherwise, he'll definitely catch a cold. Typhoon, wait there. Huh? You're coming? No need. What if you get lost? Typhoon, I won't. Typhoon, I'm good at this. Typhoon sent a sticker. No, really. If you come, will be mad. I locked my phone screen, ignoring fast message. It's not that I wanted to make him mad. I just wanted to see him more. often came looking for me, didn't he? Especially when I was caught in the rain. So I wanted to go find him too, to do something for him, before I lost the chance to do so again. I quickly grabbed an unused towel and a large shirt, took an umbrella, and ran out of my dorm. I didn't know if it would help much, but at the very least, would have company in the rain. Typhoon, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have rushed out. Which turn was it again? While I was standing there, confused, a hand suddenly landed on my shoulder and turned me around. Startled, I quickly looked up to see who it was. Who? Wearing a helmet like that? How was I supposed to know? The person in front of me raised the helmet's visor. It was looking less than pleased. He stared at me, and I noticed he was drenched from head to toe. Typhoon. Yes. What did say? Huh? Didn't I say I'd be mad if you came? Yes. And where did you go? I called, but you didn't pick up. I got lost. And I forgot my phone, I exclaimed as suddenly grabbed my wrist and pulled me along. I felt awful. He really seemed angry. I was holding the umbrella with one hand, clutching the towel and shirt with my other arm, while held my wrist tightly. It was hard to see through the curtain of rain, but as we got closer, I spotted a black big bike parked nearby. Let go of my wrist and climbed onto the motorcycle immediately. Get on, he said firmly. Oh, okay. I stammered, closing the umbrella and climbing onto the back of the big bike. I'd never been on one before. As he started the engine and drove off quickly, I instinctively wrapped my arms around his waist. The heavy rain and strong wind forced me to huddle behind him. I just hoped the towel I brought wouldn't get wet. Not long after, we arrived at a sheltered area. quickly led me under cover. He removed his helmet, revealing his hair, which was soaked and clinging to his head. He ran his hand through his hair to shake off the water. Ow! For a moment there, it felt like my heart stopped. Not too wet, right? He asked in a concerned voice, though his expression still showed some irritation. I'm fine. Here's the towel, I said, handing it to him. He took it and immediately used it to dry my hair. I stood there, dumbfounded, as he dried my hair. I bit my lip to suppress the feelings welling up inside, but it didn't help much. My heart was racing because of this man again. When he finally stopped, I took the towel from him and looked up. Fa. He looked so intimidating. I quickly lowered my gaze. Why don't you ever listen? I said I'd be mad, didn't I? Yes. I'm sorry, I said, biting my lip and furrowing my brow, overwhelmed with guilt. I had meant to bring him the towel and shirt, but instead, I got lost and made him come looking for me, getting even wetter in the process. Never mind, he sighed, leaning against the wall. The rain is so heavy that even with an umbrella, you'd still get wet. Why were you standing there like that? I didn't know where to go. My answer made him raise an eyebrow before giving me a knowing look. Yeah, I figured. Sorry for troubling you. It's fine, he said. I moved to stand beside him, leaning against the wall. He reached out and gently patted my head. If you'd stayed in your dorm, you wouldn't have gotten wet. Ah, this is bad. That head pat. It's too much. I stepped away slightly. Fa looked surprised by my reaction, but lowered his hand. Fa, why don't you dry your hair first? I offered, holding out the towel again. He shook his head. Then your shirt, you should change. Staying in wet clothes like that will make you sick. The shirt. Will it even fit me? It will, I insisted, holding up the large shirt. I'm sure it will. Should I change here? He teased with a faint smile. There's no one around, I replied quickly. That's not the issue, he said with a soft chuckle. All right, let me borrow the shirt. He took it, removed his soaked shirt, dried himself briefly with the towel, and put on the new one. But I didn't watch. I only caught glimpses from the corner of my eye. I shouldn't look, definitely not. Thanks, he said. You're welcome. Even if it made things harder for him. I was happy to help. So now you're stuck in the rain with me. Yeah, looks like it, I replied. The umbrella was useless now. The rain was too heavy, and the wind was too strong. But it's okay. I came to keep him company in the rain. Fa. Yeah. Nothing. I often called out to him like this, only to realize I had nothing to say. Why were you around here? Just some errands. I didn't know you rode a motorcycle. Is that strange? No, I said. I just thought you'd suit a car more. But riding a big bike is pretty cool too. Scary. A little. No, I shook my head. Despite the rain, riding on Fa's motorcycle wasn't scary at all. Getting stuck in the rain like this is unfortunate. Yeah, it is. But that friend of yours rode his bike through the rain too, right? I asked, recalling Fa's friend who braved the rain on his big bike that day. Fa doesn't really like riding motorcycles in the rain, especially when it's this heavy. Ah, I see. I nodded slightly in understanding. Silence fell between us, broken only by the sound of the rain pouring down. We stood side by side, but didn't speak. I wasn't sure whether I should say something, or if the quiet was better this way. Fa, I eventually said. Yeah. What would happen if the rain never stopped? There'd be flooding. Right. I replied, letting out a small laugh. If there's a place where it rains all the time, would the people living there ever see a clear sky? Why would they need to see a clear sky? Well, some people learn to find happiness in the rain. Fa's words left me quiet. Learn to find happiness in the rain. Could I learn to find happiness in the perpetual rain of pain I felt? That's true, I finally said. I never thought I could smile amidst the storms of my struggles. But as Fa said, sometimes you have to learn to live with it when you can't avoid it. I couldn't make the rain stop. I used to pray for the sky to clear, but it never did. There was nothing I could do, but I had to keep living with it. Typhoon. Yes. I turned to look at him as he called my name. You're smiling. Did you know that? Oh, no, I didn't. Was I? Yes, he said with a smile of his own. Did you know something else? What? That your smile suits you the best. Keep smiling often, okay? Okay. Thank you. I replied, lowering my head as my heart started pounding faster. Unable to help myself, I smiled softly. I'll smile often. Good, he said. I couldn't see his face because I kept my head down, but his deep voice gave me the same comforting warmth it always did. Rainy days like this didn't seem so bad. At least we were together. We waited until the rain stopped before Fa took me back to my dorm. We said a quick goodbye before he left, and I returned to my room. That night, we video called to study, as had become our routine. Fa wished me good night, and I did the same. It might have been just words, but I didn't know if Fa truly meant for me to have a good night, or if he was just saying it. Either way, it was important to me. I took it as a blessing before bed, and I wished the same for him. I wanted him to have sweet dreams every night. Later, I wrote a letter to Fun, just as I always did. At some point, my letters started including more drawings. I wasn't great at drawing, but I could manage. I drew little cartoon versions of myself and Fa standing together in the rain, decorating the picture with colorful markers. My letters were no longer stained with tears. Instead, they were adorned with illustrations. They might not have been pretty, but they were better than tear-streaked pages, don't you think? I hoped to dream of Fun every night, but that was impossible. Dreams aren't something we can control. And dreams aren't real people. Fun couldn't stay with me, and I couldn't go to her. All I could do was pray to see her again. It had become my nightly ritual. I got up to turn off the lights, leaving only the soft glow of the bedside lamp. My fear of the dark hadn't entirely gone away, but it wasn't so bad anymore. I was used to it. Returning to bed, I lay down and closed my eyes. Today was another good day. Thank you. May tomorrow bring me smiles like today. Typhoon. 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 Huh? Yes. What are you daydreaming about? Fa asked, raising an eyebrow with a curious expression as he sat across from me. Oh, just thinking about something, I replied, forcing a small smile. Strange. It's not like you to treat me to a meal. My dad transferred some money today, I said, still smiling faintly. I wanted to thank you for tutoring me. Oh, he sent it at the end of the month. Yes. I nodded slightly, and then returned to eating. The end of the month. They say time flies when you're happy, and it's true. I barely realized how little time I had left. Every day had been so ordinary, yet so wonderfully happy. And now, it was coming to an end. In just a few hours, I had spoken with my dad. I begged, pleaded, and tried everything, but I couldn't even buy a little more time. Every phone call ended in tears and arguments. I didn't want to fight with him. I hated the conflict. Once, I thought, I don't have to listen to him. He doesn't care about me anymore. But then my eyes fell on the family photo sitting on the table. Our family photo. Fun was gone. Mom had left. All I had was Dad. I couldn't lose him too. No matter what. I still loved and respected him. I'd always known ours wasn't the perfect family, but it was the only family I had. I knew Fa would be angry and not understand, but I had already done what I never wanted to do. Fa thought Typhoon would still be mad at Fa. No, not anymore. Good then. Fa won't do it again. I stepped back and built a wall between us. I pretended to be annoyed by many things Fa did, like patting my head, holding my hand, or even silly things like, I told Fa I didn't like cocoa and to stop ordering it for me. At the time, Fa must have felt really hurt. If I suddenly disappeared, Fa would surely wonder. Since Dad didn't want Fa to know, I had to make sure Fa wouldn't suspect anything by ruining our relationship. As a result, lately, it's been awkward when we're together. Dad told me to do it. Just in case one day I disappeared, it wouldn't be surprising. But believe me, I didn't want to do this at all. I'm sorry. I don't dislike it when you pat my head. I like it when you hold my hand. I like the cocoa you order for me. I'm not mad when you're busy and miss an appointment. I'm not annoyed by the noises when we're on a call. I don't hate your scent. I like it when you force me to eat. I like when you wish me good night every night. I like how you always care about me. I cherish every second spent with you. I love you. So, is there anywhere else Typhoon wants to go? Wait a moment. I need to take this call. Okay. Fa smiled faintly and nodded slowly. I quickly left the table and answered the phone. Yes, Uncle. It's the last day. How's it going? Bad. I see. I understand. Rit. Well, how should I say it? He doesn't listen. Yes. Dad is like that. Lately, as I started distancing myself from Fa, I've had to force myself a lot. Many times, I've hurt Fa's feelings, which made me feel an indescribable sense of guilt. I had to call my uncle often, and he kept reassuring me that this was the best way for us. So how's it going? Does Tonfah suspect anything? Probably not. Good. Make him think Typhoon doesn't want to be with him. That'll be best. That way he won't. Uncle. Yes. I don't want it to be this way. It's too late now, Typhoon. We've come this far. Okay. Trust me, this is the best. The other day, Tonfah called Rit, you know. Really? He asked if Typhoon seemed strange, like something was wrong. And what did Dad say? He said, it's probably because Typhoon doesn't like many things and might be dissatisfied. Oh. Rit seemed more at ease, though, since the two of you are drifting apart. Okay. Is everything under control? Yes. Good. I'll hang up now. Okay. The line went dead, and I let out a big sigh. Dad wanted me to distance myself from P-Fa. He didn't want P-Fa's family to know I was an illegitimate child. He didn't want the shame. I understood. I had to understand. I tried to hold back my tears again. My heart raced, and my hands began to go numb. I spent about 5 minutes standing outside the shop, trying to pull myself together before going back inside. P-Fa. Yes. Could you help tutor me in chemistry tonight? But P-Fa isn't sure if he can tutor you in a way you'd understand. P-Fa forced a smile because I had once said I didn't understand his teaching methods. But in truth, I did. I understood a lot. Saying that probably hurt P-Fa deeply. He had put so much effort into teaching me. I bit my lip tightly and unknowingly dug my nails into my palm until it hurt. It's okay. Okay. Are you ready to head back now? P-Fa started to get up, but I quickly spoke. Can I go back with you? But Typhoon said he didn't like the way P-Fa drives, right? It's fine. Please, let me go back with you. All right then. After paying for the meal, we walked out of the shop. As I followed behind P-Fa, I reflected on everything I had done. I hated myself. I hated Typhoon, the one who kept hurting P-Fa like this. I said I wanted to see P-Fa. I came all this way because I wanted to be with him. But I ended up being the one who made everything worse. If I hadn't come, P-Fa wouldn't have had to deal with this. Even if we were just acquaintances, if I did this, anyone would be hurt. I became the one who ruined everything. Everything went wrong. Whatever I do, it's never good enough, Typhoon. You're just someone who hurts others, who makes everything worse. Nobody can be happy around you. Why does it always have to be this way? Why are you still here, Typhoon? Typhoon. Typhoon. Yes. You look pale. Are you okay? I'm okay. I replied faintly, but it wasn't true. My head hurt. It hurt so much. The migraines were back. Lately, my migraines have been more frequent. I went to the clinic to get medication, but it didn't seem to help much. When I was angry and frustrated at myself for being unable to do anything, I blamed myself even more. I looked at the mirror and hated the reflection staring back at me. The harsh words I used against myself were because I despised the person I was. For crying out loud, I once told myself I'd find happiness amidst the rain. I can't take it. Right now, I really can't take it anymore. I rested my head against the car window, utterly drained. The throbbing pain intensified as if someone was squeezing my head. I closed my eyes helplessly. I brought medicine with me, but I couldn't let P-Fa know about my migraines. Eventually, I fell asleep just like that, as if my body could no longer bear it. When I woke up, I found myself lying on P-Fa's bed. Slowly, I propped myself up and saw P-Fa sitting at a desk with his back turned to me. As soon as he heard movement, he turned to me. You're awake? How are you feeling? Did I fall asleep? Yes, it seemed like you weren't feeling well. You even had a fever. Oh, that's bad. I murmured softly to myself. The stress must have caused the fever again. It happens every so often, but at least the headache has eased up a bit. Do you want to get up and eat something? Then you can take your medicine. Yes. I took the liberty of bringing you to my room since your place needs a key, and I didn't want to go through your things. Oh, it's fine, I said. Thank you. But my voice softened when I said the thanks, though I wasn't sure why. I followed P-Fa out of the room, glancing at the desk. It looked like he had been reading, likely chemistry books for the tutoring session he'd planned for me. He had prepared, too, to teach me. And yet, oh, for heaven's sake, the headache is starting again. I ate the rice porridge he had prepared and took my medicine. At first, P-Fa said he would wait to see if I was up for the tutoring session. In the end, he decided it was better to postpone it. It's fine. Let's do it. You should rest. Don't push yourself. No, let's do it. Typhoon. P-Fa frowned, clearly confused. Of course, he didn't know that there wouldn't be moments like this again. Please, I want to do this. All right, he sighed lightly. After I finished eating and taking my medicine, he placed the books on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Then, as usual, he started tutoring me in chemistry. I listened attentively as always, but this time, I tried to commit to memory his voice, his scent, and everything about the person beside me. I wanted to remember it all, for as long as I could. Is this explanation okay? Yes, it's fine. All right, let's continue. I nodded. We spent nearly 2 hours on the sofa going through the material until P. Fast said that was enough for today. That was about how long we usually studied. Then he suggested I get some rest to recover quickly. It's already 9 p.m. Time flies so fast. Tomorrow morning, when the new day begins, everything will change. Do you want to go back to your room? I'll take you. No, it's fine. Can I stay here? Sure. Do you want to sleep on the bed? No, I'm fine on the sofa. All right, good night then. Good night. I wished him good night, watching as he walked into his bedroom. I sat alone on the sofa, and silence enveloped the room. I leaned against the sofa, feeling exhausted. I took out my phone and discreetly took pictures of the room. The sofa where we sat, watched TV, and chatted while sipping coffee. The hanging chair by the window that was always my favorite spot. The kitchen corner where we cooked together. The bookshelf filled with academic and nonfiction books, each showing signs of being well-read. The view of the sky from the balcony. The hyacinth plant we had picked out together. It was still being well cared for. I won't come to this room again. I won't see him sitting here, at the desk where he often reads. I used to secretly watch him. It was so captivating seeing him engrossed in something. I walked over to the hanging chair and stared out the window. There were no stars tonight, just an empty sky. Dear sky, do you ever feel lonely? Even on nights without stars, don't be sad. The stars haven't left you. They're always beside you, even if you can't see them, like stars wishing to shine alongside you. But I'm just a planet without its own light, waiting only for reflected light. Still, I'll keep waiting, and I'll always be here, beside you. I'm not the beautiful moon or the warm sun, just a small planet destined to one day crumble into mere dust. But no matter where in the universe I am, no matter how much time passes, no matter what happens from now on, if you turn around, you'll find that I'm still here. I wiped away the tears that softly fell. It was almost midnight now. Time had passed so quickly while I was lost in thought. I couldn't sleep. I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to sleep again, or if the nightmares would return. But I hope you have sweet dreams. That's all I wish for. I don't know what possessed me to walk to P. Fast's bedroom door. I slowly opened it and found the room shrouded in darkness. He must already be asleep. I closed the door quietly and stepped into the room, where the only sound was the hum of the air conditioner. The air was cool, and the person on the bed was sound asleep. I carefully moved closer, making as little noise as possible. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I'm afraid of the dark, you know. My hands were trembling slightly, but knowing P. Fa was here made it less scary. I sat down on the floor next to the bed, watching him sleep. His breathing was steady. I hadn't seen him asleep often, and this was the first time up close. The sight held me captive. I couldn't look away. This was my first time watching him sleep. I wanted to hold on to this moment forever. Even as my body signaled exhaustion, even as I desperately needed rest, I didn't want to sleep. I wanted to sit here like this. It might seem wrong, but believe me, if there were no chance to see him like this again, anyone would want to linger in the moment. I rested my arms on the bed, laying my chin down, and quietly gazed at him. I reached out to gently brush aside the hair on his face and adjusted the blanket to keep him warm. The faint scent of him, the one that comforted me the most, lingered in the air, a scent I once said I didn't like. I'm sorry. Time passed, but I didn't know how long. I often sit like this, lost in thought until morning, unable to sleep. Just lost. I drifted into thoughts about all the moments we've shared, since we were kids, since we drifted apart, since we met again, and now, as we prepare to part once more. I don't know what's going to happen next. How much will P. Fa be hurt? But I feel like I'm already falling apart. I don't know when, or if, I'll have the chance to return. A year, 2 years, 10 years, or maybe never again. I have no idea. Are you awake yet? What time did you go to bed? What will you eat today? Are you doing okay? How was your sky that day? I'll never know these things again. But believe me, I'll eat on time, eat plenty, just like you always told me to. I'll try to find happiness amidst the rain. I'll become stronger, even though you're no longer here. And if one day I become strong enough, I want to come back to you, because every moment spent with you has been so incredibly joyful. I never wanted to leave. I've never wanted to leave you. Before I knew it, the morning light had arrived. I let the tears flow freely. Slowly, I reached out and held the hand of the person before me. Gently, I pressed my lips to the back of their hand, pouring all the emotions welling up inside me into that single moment. I love you. I love you. Chapter 10. Typhoon's point of view. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3, 2, 1. Half a meter from me, to someone standing outside, separated from me by only a wooden door. I reach out my hand to touch the doorknob, but then let it fall. I can't open this door. Ever since the day I decided to leave, the same phone number, his number, kept calling me the most. He called repeatedly, sent messages asking over and over, "Are you okay? Is something wrong? Why did you suddenly leave without saying anything?" Eventually, those messages turned into questions like, "Where did you go? Why won't you respond? Are you angry? Can you come see me?" I didn't open those messages, but I kept waiting to read them through the notifications. Pha didn't just send messages to me. He also sent them to Fun. Of course, I didn't open them on Fun's phone either. 2 days have passed since that day. And now, Typhoon, please come out and see Pha. Typhoon, can we talk, please? Please. The sound of knocking on the door and the familiar voice echoed periodically. I stood in front of the door, just a step away from Pha. Yet, in reality, we were worlds apart. I couldn't open this door. I just couldn't. I bit my lip tightly and let the tears flow again. I don't know how long it's been, but my tears just won't stop since I walked out of your room that day. It's like I'm the darkness that disappears when the sunlight shines. When you open your eyes, you find that the darkness has vanished. I haven't eaten anything except for some leftover snacks in my room. I haven't gone anywhere, nor do I want to. I've been in my room all day and night, consumed by guilt, loneliness, despair, and a shattered heart. From the window of my corner room, I can see that the clouds are growing darker and heavier. The sky is about to cry. Please don't cry today. I've already cried for you. Are you not going to answer? Do you hate Pha now, Typhoon? I raised my hand to cover my mouth, crying even harder. I collapsed to the floor, utterly drained, biting my lip so hard I didn't care about the pain, just to keep my sobs in. No way. There's no way I could hate you. Even if I die, I will always love you. Typhoon, are you listening? I don't know what I did wrong. Is it because you don't like something about me? When I first met you here, I made up my mind to take good care of you, to make up for the years we were apart. Was it because I didn't take good care of you? Pha, please don't blame yourself. I beg you, please blame me instead. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Please, you've done nothing wrong. I don't even deserve to be by your side. I'm sorry. My hands trembled as I gripped my hair tightly without realizing it. I deserve this pain. I deserve more than this. Before long, the rain began to fall, muffling the sound from the other side of the door. Please go back. Pha, please go back. Please, you shouldn't be here. Please, go back to where you belong. Stop wasting your time on me. Go back. Typhoon, how long are you planning to stand here and bother me? Just go back. Typhoon, go back. I don't want to talk anymore. Are you that mad at me? Can you at least tell me why? Can we talk about this? Please. Annoying. Stop pretending like you care. Please, leave my door. Okay, fine. All right, I'll leave now. Before the sound from the other side of the door faded away, it was replaced by the loud rain, drowning out everything else, including my faint sobs. I don't even have the strength to cry anymore. This is better. It's better this way. Pha has left. I hope you don't get caught in the rain. Have a safe journey. 1 hour. 2 hours. 1 day, 1 week. 2 weeks. Time has passed without you by my side anymore. Whether the sky is clear or overcast, the sun continues to rise and set every day. My favorite thing to do is watch time pass and see that everything remains unchanged. Except you're not here. It's back to being a sky I can't reach again. Or perhaps it has always been a sky I could never reach. I haven't contacted anyone since that day. Each day feels difficult. I haven't even wanted to talk to Uncle, and I haven't spoken to my father either, even though he must be anxious to know if I've done what he instructed. He's called me countless times. At the very least, I've managed to eat enough to feel full, though not every meal. I've started watering the plants I'd neglected, which were beginning to wilt. I've also gone out to take photos of the sky, like I always used to. Some nights, I can't sleep, haunted by nightmares and tears. But I get through it, just like I always have. As I've said, it's not great, but it's not unbearably bad either. I've always tried to make sure that each day has at least one good thing in it. Back then, I used to feed stray dogs near the school, buy fruit from the elderly vendor, or help teachers carry things, small acts that made me feel worthwhile. Even just those little things were enough to make me want to keep going. It's still like that now. I buy food for the stray cats near my dorm every day, but I don't know if there's anything else I can do. Does planting trees count as a good deed? At the very least, it helps produce oxygen. Maybe I'm helping someone breathe easier. Time has helped me feel a bit better, though not much. At least I'm no longer crying myself to sleep like I did during the first 3 days after PFAH left. I followed the university's page and saw that the medical faculty is currently organizing a volunteer camp. It seems like PFAH and his friends are participating too. Watching from afar like this and seeing that you're doing well, it's enough for me. I blocked PFAH online, both on my phone and phones. Of course, this was something my father had emphasized, one final thing I needed to do. After watering the plants, I walked back into my room. A song had been playing on loop for nearly an hour. I don't think it's a sad song, but it's one that makes me feel lonely. And I like it. I don't want to stop it or change the track. You're the light. I'm the shadow on the wall when you sleep. Everything that I need is right here with me. Come to me. All that I can say is already said. I come to you. There is one word that I can't forget. You are the light, and I am the shadow cast on the wall as you sleep. Everything I need is right here with me. Come to me. Everything I could say, I've already said. I've come to you. But there is one word I can never forget. Goodbye. Goodbye. Little time, not a moment wasted with you. I realized, to stay, we had to break away. The short time I spent with you was never wasted, I know that. Even if I remain here, no matter what, we were always bound to part ways. My phone rang, and when I looked at the screen, I saw it was Aunt Nwan, the housekeeper who has cared for Tonfah and me since we were children. Yes. Typhoon, how are you? I'm doing fine. How about you, Aunt Nwan? I'm doing well. How are things over there? Since you moved, we haven't talked much. Why haven't you called me? I'm sorry, I've just been busy. That's all right. Have you gotten used to the dormitory? I'm starting to. Where do you go to eat? Are there any good places around there? I talked with Aunt Nwan for a while. She asked about my well-being in a way my father never did. It made me inexplicably happy. I hadn't called her much because I didn't want to bother her. After my family home was listed for sale, all the housekeepers, including Aunt Nwan, were let go. Even though we're close, we're not relatives, and I didn't want to impose on her. Are you planning to come back to the house? I've been sorting through the belongings. I think I'll come back. When is father planning to sell the house? He said as soon as possible. Then I'll hurry back before the semester starts. Good. Let me know when you're coming. Aunt Nwan, are you going to the house today? I am. Then I'll come today. Today? Right now? Yes. Should I pick you up at the airport? No need. Let me pick you up. When will you arrive? Not long. I'll call you after booking my ticket. All right. When I stepped out of the bustling airport, I saw Aunt Nwan waiting. The sight made me smile unintentionally. I walked up to her and hugged her immediately. Have you been waiting long? Just a little while. Thank you. It's nothing. I followed her to an old pickup truck. The truck's a bit old. Are you okay with it? Yes, no problem. I replied with a soft smile, climbing into the passenger seat. If only my father or mother were as kind as Aunt Nwan. Once the house is sold, I probably won't see her again. Not only will the house filled with my memories disappear, but so will the people who were part of those memories. What will you do after the house is sold, Aunt Nwan? Me? I'll probably go back to the countryside. I don't think I'll work anymore. I'm too old for that. That's good. You deserve to rest. Do you want to stop by and see Tonfah first? If it's not a bother, could we stop by? I asked. She turned the truck into the parking lot of a temple. We bought flowers and went inside together. I used to come here often. If I told someone that a cemetery was my favorite place, it would probably sound strange. But what can I do? The person I love is here. Aunt Nwan. Yes. Do you think it's possible that fun is still here? My question made her pause slightly. I don't know. Why do you ask? It's nothing. All right. After placing the flowers in front of Tonfah's photo, I wanted to stay a little longer. Aunt Nwan told me she'd wait in the car, thinking I'd want some time alone with Tonfah. I sat down without worrying about getting dirty, gazing at my sister's photo. I'm back, I said softly, smiling faintly. Did you miss me? I'm sorry I couldn't bring you flowers every day like before. It must be lonely without someone to talk to, huh? It's lonely for me too, being over there. I always do this, talking as if Torfun is sitting right in front of me. Hardly anyone comes here, so it doesn't feel strange. To others, this might be scary, but not to me. You said you read my letter. I'm glad you did. Honestly, I'm not sure if that was real or just my imagination. Thank you for staying by my side. Are you really still here, Fun? Does that mean you haven't gone anywhere? Are you still worried about me? Am I the reason you can't leave? Hey there, young man. Long time no see. A hoarse voice greeted me, making me turn around. It was Uncle Yat, a volunteer caretaker at the temple. His house was nearby. I greeted him politely with a "Why?" Yes, I've started university now. Oh, that's right. How's it going? It's fine, but I'm still getting used to it. I smiled. Since I come here often, I've met Uncle Yat many times. He once told me that, in all his years of cleaning this cemetery, he's never seen anyone visit as frequently as I do. How about you, Uncle? How are you doing? Same old, same old. Nothing much going on. He sat down on a bench, looking tired. He's quite old now. He helps at the temple because, after finishing odd jobs, he doesn't have much else to do. His wife left with their child many years ago. The stories Uncle Yat shared made me realize that life isn't always beautiful, but we still have to keep going. Uncle Yat finds small joys in helping to clean the temple, sweeping leaves, picking up trash, and tending to the graves of people who mean so much to others. It may not be much, but it's enough for someone to keep on living. It's not so different from what I do every day to get by, holding myself together, waiting for the sun to rise again in the morning. I have to go now. All right, take care. Thank you. I bowed in farewell before walking back to Aunt Nguyen, who was standing near the car. Then we headed back to the house. The familiar neighborhood, the streets, houses, and people looked almost unchanged, but the thought of it all was still bittersweet. If this house is sold, I won't have a home to return to anymore. The marble bench where we used to sit together, the lawn, the walkway, the front steps, the wooden door, the walls we once scribbled on, the living room where we always hung out, every corner of the house is filled with memories. Can't we just keep it? This house of ours. I walked upstairs and opened the door to Torfin's bedroom. It was disheartening to see it now. Everything was gone, leaving only an empty room. Because the owner of this room is gone, everything else in this house feels gone too. What about Torfin's remaining belongings? You can donate the usable ones. Are you sure? Yes. Fun would be happy knowing her things could be useful to others, I said, a faint smile forming on my face. Typhoon. Yes. Actually, Aunt Nguyen stepped closer, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. I'm not sure if I should say this. Torfun knew from the very beginning that you weren't the biological child of this family. Fun knew? I asked in shock, my heart pounding erratically and a queasy feeling rising in my stomach. Yes, it happened when you were probably asleep. Fun and I overheard the mistress and master arguing. We were both so shocked. I thought Fun would be angry, but instead, she smiled and said, "What did she say? Don't tell Typhoon." I pressed my lips tightly to contain the emotions swelling in my chest. I had always wondered, if Torfun knew I wasn't her biological sibling, would she still love me the same? And now I realized, Torfun knew all along, and she still loved me the same. Ever since Fun passed away, everything has gone downhill. I didn't know what to do except take care of you as best as I could. You've always taken good care of me, Aunt Nguyen. Typhoon, you're not the one who caused this family to fall apart. Even Torfun never thought that. So please, don't blame yourself anymore. Heck, I've always worried because I didn't know how to comfort you. The person you've always needed is the master. I'm sorry for saying this, but I've seen it since you were a child. Yes, Hick, I said, biting my lip and letting the tears stream down uncontrollably. I love you too, Typhoon. It may not be the love you're looking for, but I want you to know that there's someone who loves you. It doesn't matter whose child you are. I was the one who changed your diapers, made your milk, walked you to preschool, taught you how to wear socks, treated your scrapes, and held your hand to buy snacks. Don't hold it against me, but to me, you're like my own child. Hick, don't spend your life chasing after those who've turned their backs on you and forget about this old woman. Aunt. I threw myself into her arms and sobbed loudly, unashamed. Thank you, Hick, thank you. I love you, Aunt. I love you. Thank you for always taking care of me. Thank you. Aunt Nguyen hugged me back, holding me even tighter. Why? Why did I never realize it? I kept chasing love from someone who never cared for me and overlooked everything else. She held me until I stopped crying, wiping the tears from my face. Thank you so much. It's nothing. I may not be able to do much, but you can talk to me about anything. If there's anything I can help with, I will. I smiled, feeling a warmth inside my heart that I couldn't quite explain. As long as Aunt Juan doesn't leave me, that's all I need. If there is no rain, the flowers won't bloom. For this flower that has always lived amidst the rain, it only needs a little bit of light, and it will slowly bloom. We walked around the house for a while. I spent all my time trying to remember everything that had happened here, replaying old memories because I didn't want any of them to fade. This was the place we had shared. As I've said before, it may not have been the warmest home, but it was ours. When I thought everything was settled and didn't want to take up more of Aunt Juan's time, I prepared to leave. But then she seemed to remember something. Oh right, I have something else to tell you. What is it? I followed her to the storage room beside the house. I didn't have the best memories of this place, and even now, it still made me uneasy being here. You don't need to go inside. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get it. All right. I watched Aunt Juan disappear into the storage room and come out holding 4 cardboard boxes. She placed them in front of me. These are things I secretly kept hidden. I didn't tell anyone because the master forbade it, but I think it's okay to tell you now. What are they? I raised an eyebrow, curious. I don't know either. Wait, what? They've been sent here every year since you were 1 year old. Always around March. Every year? In March. March is your birth month, isn't it? My eyes widened in shock at what she said. That meant these items were sent to the house every year around my birthday. But there are only 4 boxes here. Yes, many times, the mistress threw them away. These 4 boxes are the ones I managed to save. Aunt Juan's expression grew more worried as she explained. There's no sender's name or return address on them. But there is a recipient's name. My hands started trembling, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest. I struggled to steady myself, kneeling down and slowly reaching for the boxes in front of me. Could it be? Is this what I think it is? I picked up one of the boxes and carefully looked for a name. I found the recipient's name written on it. 2. Run. Chapter 11. Typhoon's point of view. I scanned the bustling airport, crowded with people. Today was the parents' meeting for my faculty, and Aunt Juan volunteered to attend in my father's place. Naturally, he wouldn't come. In truth, the seniors said it was okay if the parents couldn't make it. The professors and the dean just wanted to discuss the curriculum and career pathways after graduation. But Aunt Juan said she wanted to come. The last time we met was the day I returned home. After coming back here, I had to report in. I didn't attend the freshman orientation activities because I wasn't ready yet. I decided to wait until the semester officially started. Honestly, I was very anxious, worried that I wouldn't get along with anyone. What if my classmates didn't like me? What would I do? As for the items sent from home, I brought them back to the dorm. When I opened them, I found they were like gifts. The first box contained a robot model. The second box had a toy car. The third box was a notebook. The last box held a Lego set. Aunt Juan couldn't recall which year each box had arrived, but based on my guess, if these were indeed birthday gifts sent each year for me, then the Lego set and toy car were likely sent during my elementary school years, as kids that age usually play with such toys. The robot model was harder to place. It could be a collectible, as it looked expensive, so perhaps it was sent during my middle school years when I was old enough to take care of valuable items. The notebook, with the newest looking box, was clearly the most recent. Whoever sent these gifts each year had thought carefully about what was appropriate for a child of my age at the time. At first, I considered the possibility of a mix-up in delivery. But if that were the case, why would my mother throw them away? If they realized it was a mistake, they should have returned the items, or at least not discarded someone else's belongings. Aunt Juan said she never saw anyone delivering them. She was always the earliest to wake in the house and would find the boxes placed in front of the house. In the early years, she showed them to my parents, but they threw them away. Some years, she managed to save a few because the situation seemed suspicious. Like me, Aunt Juan also found it strange. But the reason she didn't tell me earlier was simple. Tonfah had forbidden her from telling me that I wasn't a biological child of this family. I only recently learned that I was born out of wedlock. If Aunt Juan had suddenly told me or Tonfah about gifts arriving every year during my birthday month, I would have definitely started questioning things. Plus, my father had strictly prohibited it. She could only tell me now because I already knew everything. Right now, my head is filled with hope. Even though the recipient's name isn't mine, the gifts always arrived in March, my birth month, and the items themselves resembled birthday gifts. As for the recipient's name, Ren, it could mean many things, but the simplest guess is that it's the name my mother gave me before my father changed it to Typhoon. I've always wondered who my mother was, where she is, whether she's doing well. Why did she leave me? Why didn't she love me? Why didn't she even give me a name? I want to believe there's a better reason than just not loving me. My mother is someone I quietly pray for, wishing her happiness and good health every day, no matter where in the world she is now. There's no concrete evidence that my assumptions are correct. Also, Aunt Nguyen said that for the past 2 years, no gifts have arrived. It's possible that no more will ever come. These gifts are like something without an origin, no sender's name, no return address, nothing. I don't think they were delivered by mail because the boxes were placed early in the morning, before postal services typically operate, around 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The postal service wouldn't simply leave items at the door. Without a sender's name or address, the packages wouldn't have gone through the postal system. This means someone personally delivered them. But how can I find out who? There weren't any security cameras in the area. If what I've guessed is true, it would mean so much to me. Growing up, my parents didn't buy me many toys, unlike Torfun, who had a room full of them. I used to feel resentful about not having toys to show off at school. But in reality, I might have had some after all. Typhoon. Yes. I quickly looked up at the person standing in front of me. It was Aunt Nguyen, wearing an outfit I wasn't used to seeing, something more formal. How do I look? You look beautiful. Shall we go? What time is the meeting? My faculty scheduled it for 1 p.m., I said, standing up. Let's head out. All right. Show me around Chiang Mai a bit, will you? I'm not that confident about the directions. Still getting lost often? No, I'm better now. Phi-Fa. I trailed off, realizing I had mentioned his name. He used to take me around the city often, so I remember some routes. Oh, Master Tonfah, Aunt Nguyen said, as if recalling something. As we stepped outside to flag down transportation, she added, he seems to be doing well. Yes, as far as I can tell, he's doing well. He must be even more handsome now. Even as a kid, everyone liked him. It still seems that way, I replied quietly. Aunt Nguyen, I called out as we got into a shared taxi heading to the university. Yes, I won't be with Phi-Fa anymore. I decided to tell her everything. Her expression grew somber as she listened, but she didn't seem particularly surprised. I'm not too surprised, she said. Your father? Well, I guess he's not really your father anymore since he let me go. Mr. Ritt is, to put it bluntly, rather selfish. Yes, I nodded slowly. It felt a bit harsh to think this way about my own father, but sometimes I just couldn't help it. It must have been a difficult decision to make, right? Yes, the hardest of my life. But Typhoon, you've never turned your back on family. I understand that. Aunt Nguyen's voice was gentle as she reached out to pat my head lightly. Master Tonfah will understand too. Do you think he'll understand? Even though I was so cruel to him, he'll understand. Even now, he understands. I've been with you too since you were kids, and I often helped look after Fa when he visited your house. I think someone like Fa isn't the type to pry into other people's lives, no matter how curious he might be. He respects and honors people's decisions. So, I think it's possible that Fa doesn't know what happened. The matter of Fun's passing isn't something that could be kept a secret for long. Even if he knows, he probably doesn't understand why you had to distance yourself from him. That's true. We got off the Songthaw and walked toward my faculty. I had been here the day before for the registration process. Once I finished, I left immediately without greeting my classmates, even though the seniors had encouraged us to get to know each other. I can't go in with you, I said, frowning with concern. A senior standing outside the meeting room explained that students weren't allowed inside. It was for parents only. It's fine, Aunt Nguyen said, holding up her bag with a smile. I brought paper to take notes so I can learn how this faculty works and whether it suits you. Thank you, I said, smiling widely as I watched her enter the meeting room. Meanwhile, I sat on a bench outside to wait. Maybe Aunt Nguyen was right. Fa was the type to respect people's decisions, never interfering too much or crossing boundaries. He always treated others with respect. Fa once told me, I believe that every decision you make is something you've thought through carefully, and I'll respect that. It must have been the best choice for you at the time. But I can't remember what we were talking about when he said that. It would be better if Fa didn't know more than what I wanted him to know. If he did, my father would undoubtedly blame me for everything. I don't expect Fa to understand, but I hope that someday I'll have the chance to go back, apologize, and explain everything. And on that day, I hope Fa will forgive me. Forgive someone as cruel as me. Hey. I turned to see a young man walking toward me. He seemed to be a first-year student like me. With a friendly demeanor and a broad smile, he sat on the bench beside me. Waiting for your parent? Yeah, you too? I replied, feeling a bit nervous. Yeah, there don't seem to be many other first-years around. They're probably waiting somewhere else. Want to go wait at the coffee shop instead? Sure. I stood up and followed him, feeling a little confused. What's your name? I forgot to ask, he said with a cheerful smile. Typhoon. Oh, I'm Easter. You can just call me Tur. Nice to meet you, Tur. Oh yeah? Nice to meet you too. What? I asked, noticing him pause for a moment. Nothing. I just thought you were going to make a joke about my name. Like, nice to meet you, Tur. Was I supposed to? No. It's just that someone else did that recently. They've been calling me Tur for days now, he said, laughing softly. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity as we sat down in the faculty's coffee shop. He seems so cheerful. Seriously? Someone still makes jokes like that? And for days? Yeah, it's my roommate. You're staying in a dorm? No, it's off campus, but the dorm assigns random roommates. Oh, we kept talking and getting to know each other. It had been a long time since I chatted casually with someone. Back at my old school, I used to distance myself from troublesome classmates, which often made me a target for bullying. Could Easter be the kind of friend Fa once told me I'd meet someday? The kind of friend who's truly good? I love photography too, Tur said enthusiastically when our conversation shifted to hobbies. I'm not very good yet, though. I just started. How long have you been taking photos? Years. So that's why you carry a camera everywhere. Yeah, it's a habit, I said, lifting the camera hanging around my neck. Wow, that's so cool. I'm not at the point where I can carry a camera around yet. If you have it with you, you can take pictures whenever you see something interesting. Can I see your photos? Sure. I handed him my camera. He started scrolling through my pictures while finishing his second cup of cocoa, even though we'd only been sitting for a few minutes. You like cocoa, huh? Yeah. What about you? Do you like tea? I do, I said, sipping my herbal tea. Tea's just okay for me. Why? It's not sweet enough. Is it wrong for something not to be sweet? Of course. Sweet drinks have to be sweet. Anyone who drinks less sweet should be executed. But this is tea. Tea should be sweet too. So he just likes sweets, doesn't he? Your photos are amazing, Tur said, looking genuinely impressed. His expression made me smile unintentionally. Why is it so easy to smile when I'm around him? What lens are you using? Let me see. And with that, we dove into an animated conversation about cameras. I'd never had anyone to talk to about cameras like this, nor had I enjoyed such a light-hearted chat in a long time. So why did you decide to join the veterinary faculty? I asked. Because I like animals. Oh, well, I think you're like an animal too. Are you insulting me? No, I think you're like a hamster. Funny. No, I'm serious. Then you're like a cat. A cat? Yeah, a cat. No way, I argued. Then I'm not a hamster either. Okay. So why did you join this faculty? I don't know. I passed the exam, I guess. I said, which was true. Suddenly, Tur's phone rang. He picked it up and answered. Yeah, what's up? I'm at the coffee shop near my faculty. I'm here with a friend. You coming? Should I order something for you? All right, hurry up. My friend's coming, Tur said after hanging up. Oh, should I leave then? Hey, no, why would you? Stay. But your friend's coming, right? It's fine. Are you uncomfortable? No. But won't your friend feel awkward? No way. All right. We waited about 10 minutes before someone walked into the shop holding a motorcycle key. His hair was slightly messy, probably from riding his bike. He scanned the room until he saw Tur waving, then walked over to sit next to him. Typhoon, this is North, my roommate. North, this is Typhoon, my friend. Why do you introduce people like that? North asked before noticing the green tea Tur had ordered. Did you get it with less sugar? Nope, regular. Tur, I don't like overly sweet drinks. Not my problem. Hey, but it's my drink. But I ordered it. Then you drink it. North, stop being so picky. I don't want diabetes like you. So what? You'll end up with gout someday anyway. I'm never getting gout, North replied, exasperated, before taking the green tea. Oh right, sorry. I'm North. Uffed. What's so funny, Ter? You're being overly formal. What? You want me to start swearing at your friend? Do you dare? Of course not. We just met. What would he think of me? I couldn't help laughing at their banter. It was so pointless and over the top, yet somehow I enjoyed it. Okay, let me try again. I'm North. Just call me North. North the jerk. Why? North, Ter, Fun. We're all using nicknames. I laughed even harder at North's words, shaking with laughter. I couldn't remember the last time I laughed this much. All right, I'm Typhoon. Just call me Fun. Okay, Fun, North said with a grin. Ugh, Ter sighed. What's wrong, Ter? Fun, don't listen to him. North is just full of nonsense, Ter said, sighing again. Oh, by the way, he studies electrical engineering. Engineering? I asked, not too surprised. It seemed to suit him. Yeah. So, you're studying veterinary medicine? Yeah, I nodded. Where are you from? Phuket. Whoa, say something in your dialect. I can't just do it on command, I said, laughing. Ter's from Rayong, North chimed in. Rayong hi. Don't tease me. And you? Where are you from? I asked North. Lampong. I've never visited Lampong, only passed through. I've never been to Phuket either, just passed through. Passed through to where? Good question, I said, echoing Ter, which made North pause. Wait, can't you pass through Phuket? No, it's the end of the road, I replied. Of course you can. I'll show you. I'll pass right through and swim across the sea, North said, feigning annoyance. Give it up, North, Ter said, shaking his head. Pointless argument. Looking for backup? No, Fun agrees with me, right? North, don't steal my cocoa. Give it here, North said, grabbing the cocoa and drinking it all in one go. There, cry about it, Ter. North, I just ordered that. Ter protested, looking genuinely upset. You're the worst. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Why is our friendship so fragile? You're not even going to order me another one. Enough, Ter. No, order me another one, and you're paying. I watched them argue with amusement. Ter was bright and cheerful, while North was funny and a little mischievous, with a tendency to mess around. If these two were roommates, I could see why they'd get along so well. We exchanged line contacts and phone numbers before parting ways after the meeting. I took Aunt Nwan back to the airport and returned to my dorm. Today was such a good day for me, too. Tor fun. Today was the parents' meeting. Aunt Nwan came to represent Dad, which made me really happy. Even though I felt a bit guilty about inconveniencing her, I'm truly thankful she came. Aunt Nwan has always been so kind, ever since we were kids. She took such good care of us, and even now, though Dad no longer employs her, she still worries about me. I truly feel grateful from the bottom of my heart. Also, I've made some friends. The first one is named Easter. He said I can just call him Ter. He's really nice, full of energy, with chubby cheeks and big eyes, always smiling and friendly. He's so easy to talk to, kind, and even in the same faculty as me. If we end up staying close, I'd probably tease him a lot. The other one is North. He also told me to just call him North. He's hilarious, laid back, and seems like someone who's okay with just about anything. Even just sitting still, he has this playful vibe. But when he smiles, he's really cute. I like these two so much, but I don't know if they like me back. Maybe they don't like how quiet I am or don't know what to talk about with me. But at least Ter and I had a lot of fun talking about cameras. Since he likes photography too, it'd be great if we could go shooting together someday. The new semester is about to start in a few days. I hope more good things will come because there have already been so many lately. But the issue with Fourever still makes me feel terrible. The more I think about it, the worse I feel. I don't even know how to fix it or how long it'll stay like this. If I accidentally run into him after the semester starts, it'll be bad. I wouldn't know how to act. I just hope we don't meet often. I don't want to keep pretending to ignore him. It feels awful. Anyway, have sweet dreams tonight. P.S. Do you think sweet tea would taste good? I guess I'll have to try it because drinking unsweetened tea is apparently punishable by death. With love and care always. Typhoon. I folded the letter and placed it in the drawer as I always did. Thinking about Tonfah reminded me that it's been about 2 years since her passing. Coincidentally, the boxes of gifts that used to come every year stopped arriving 2 years ago as well. 2 years. Could there be a connection? Or is it just a coincidence? After meeting Tur, I also got to know Foam, another classmate. We became close surprisingly quickly, and North too. I've visited North and Tur's place a couple of times now. Things seem to be getting better ever since I started making friends. At least I have people to talk to, laugh with, and hang out with. But many times, when I return to my room and collapse onto my bed, I find myself thinking about Fourever. I keep wondering how he's doing, what he's up to, whether he's eaten. The same questions replay over and over in my mind. I've been talking to Aunt One more often too. Usually, it's just her asking me how my day was. We don't talk much since she's busy taking care of her kids and grandkids. Even just a few minutes of chatting each day is enough for me. That's enough. I've never asked for much. If only I still had Fourever with me, I wouldn't ask for anything else. The period before the semester starts has been the hardest for me. And something surprising happened. Tur is dating Fourever. Yes, that Fourever, the one who used to call Fourever. The two of them are a couple. I was surprised when I found out they knew each other. Then, when I learned Fourever was courting Tur, I was even more shocked, not because he was courting him, but because it felt so coincidental. The first time I saw Fourever again, I couldn't even look at him. I couldn't stop my eyes from betraying the sadness I felt. I don't know what he was thinking. Is he still angry at me? To be honest, when I got lost with Foam and Fourever volunteered to come pick us up, I felt happy. But the moment I remembered what I had done, I couldn't bring myself to look at him anymore. It felt like we had never known each other. And isn't that how it's supposed to be? Isn't that what we wanted? Even though my friends and his friends are now connected, it doesn't mean we see each other often. Tur seems much happier now, and I'm genuinely glad that Fourever is taking such good care of my friend. Tur deserves to be loved. A semester has passed, and I'm still the same. On days I see Fourever, my heart aches in ways I can't describe. I still come back to cry and write letters like I always do. I've made another friend named Dayatok. North often teases him about his name sounding like a girl's, and Dayatok always responds with an exasperated sigh. Dayatok is a member of the art club, like me. Apparently, Fourever initially wanted all his friends to join the art club too, but fortunately, the professor didn't allow med students to join. It's awkward when we run into each other, but even so, sometimes I still want to see him. Yes, no matter what, I still want to be near him. Chapter 12. Typhoon's point of view. Are you going or not? What? Can you hear me? What did you say, Hill? Are you going to the dinner party? I don't think so. Why? I'd rather not go. Is it because of Typhoon? No, I just feel like I shouldn't. I think he'd be more comfortable if I didn't go. You're overthinking. Not at all, it's true. If I go, he won't enjoy his meal. Sigh? You two should just talk already. It's awkward for everyone. Does he even want to talk to me? He won't even look at me. What? Okay, I won't ask anymore. It's fine. It always ends up like this when it's about I'm fine, Hill. I'll just tell them you're unavailable. Thanks. Blue or black? I stood looking at my shirts hanging in the closet, unsure which color to wear. I'm not someone who dresses up much. I don't have many clothes, and I often repeat the same tones. I don't usually care about my appearance. But I'm going to see Fourever. Am I getting too excited, Typhoon? It's just a dinner with friends. It's not like Fourever would even notice. A year has passed. It's not as though Fourever hasn't tried to talk to me. He has tried, approached me, greeted me. But it's me who had to avoid him. Fourever found out my friend is dating his friend. My dad blew up about it, accusing me of getting involved with him. Of course, I wasn't, but Dad was still angry. He doesn't believe me at all. He calls me a liar, probably afraid I'll tell Fourever the truth, that he's not the good man everyone thinks he is. The image he projects in society, as a perfect family man, is just a facade. He's scared of the truth, but truth remains truth, even if I can't speak it. After changing clothes, I sat waiting for Tur and Hill to pick me up. While I was passing time in my room, my phone rang. I thought it might be Tur letting me know they'd arrived, but the screen showed the name of the last person I wanted to talk to. Dad. It couldn't be good if he was calling. I tried to take a deep breath and gather myself before answering. Yes. You're transferring universities. Huh. What do you mean? I've decided. Since you didn't get into med school, there's no point in you staying there anymore. What? How? You said if I stayed away from Fourever, I could stay here. How do I know you're not getting involved with him? I haven't gone near Fourever at all. Your friend is dating fast friend. How can I trust you? What more do you want from me? I'm already hurting so much. Are you talking back to me now? No, sir. Transfer universities. Please, no. I'm begging you. Go and withdraw. Where am I supposed to live then? I can't go back home. I'd still have to stay in a dorm somewhere. Or are you going to find me a new dorm? And what university am I supposed to apply to? What if I fail the exams again? I'd have to start over as a freshman. You didn't plan this out, did you? You just want me as far away from PFA as possible. I wouldn't say anything anyway. If I was going to, I would have done it a long time ago. I wouldn't have distanced myself from PFA like this. No matter what, I won't leave here. I've already made friends. So, you're not going to talk? Yes. Smirk. Then my dad hung up, clearly irritated. Just as I thought, he hadn't planned anything. He only wanted to push me away from PFA as quickly as possible. I let out a deep sigh, exhausted, not physically, but emotionally. I hate that our conversations always end up like this. Uncle Kong told me it's a good thing I seem stronger now, at least brave enough to say something back. I've gotten that from North. North always speaks his mind, never keeping things bottled up if they don't need to be. If he likes something, he says so. If he doesn't, he says that too. North taught me that life is simpler than I used to think. He looks at the world as it is, understanding that everything has its ups and downs. It's normal. I've had my share of good and bad moments. North says everyone is like that. No one experiences only good things forever, and no one goes through only bad things forever either. Tur, on the other hand, is like sunshine to me. He's bright, kind, always trying to help others, and compassionate toward everyone. He's sensitive yet strong at the same time. The sound of knocking on my door interrupted my thoughts. I walked over to check and saw it was Tur standing outside, so I immediately opened the door. Why didn't you pick up when I called? Huh? Oh, sorry, I probably didn't hear it. Are you okay? Tur asked, frowning as he looked at my face. Yeah, I'm fine. What? You look like you're about to cry. Really? I'm not crying, I said, rubbing my eyes and finding a little bit of moisture there. You ready? Let's go to the dinner. Yeah, I'm ready, I said as I stepped out of my room, locked the door, and followed Tur downstairs. Tur. Yeah. I didn't pass. Didn't pass what? Med school. Oh, and then you argued with your dad? Yeah, a bit earlier. Want a hug? No way. I'd be embarrassed. Why? Come on, give me a hug. Trust me, you'll feel better. You're ridiculous. Even North likes hugging me. That's a lie, Tur. It's true. Come on, let's hug. How about just holding hands? You're so shy. Hill's gonna kill me if he sees, I said with a small shake of my head. Like I said, Tur is someone who cares a lot about others. Sometimes that makes him overthink, but I guess that's one of his good traits. I reached out to hold Tur's hand as we walked down the stairs. North once told me, what? Sometimes just being there is enough. I might not be able to help you, but I'm not going anywhere. Tur. There. Are you touched now? Don't cry, okay? Tur said teasingly, patting my head lightly. It was touching, but I couldn't cry because I felt so embarrassed. Thanks. If you cry, I'll tease you. When you cried, I didn't tease you. I shot back, trying to hold back my tears and laughing as I looked at Tur's face. By the way, when are you going to stop calling me Cat? Cat. Stop it. Meow meow. Sigh. I don't even know when they started teasing me by calling me Cat. It probably started because I often got sleepy during class, since I couldn't sleep well at night. I guess it's cat-like behavior, but it still bothers me being called that. I let go of Tur's hand when we reached the ground floor and saw Hill waiting by the car. I didn't forget to give P. Hill a polite bow. P. Hill and P. Joe always seemed unapproachable, but after they started dating my friends, I realized they're actually nicer than I thought, except for P. Joe, who can be intimidating when North isn't around. As for P. Fa, I haven't talked to him at all. I climbed into the back seat, and the fancy car began to move. This reminds me of the old days, Tur said. What do you mean? I asked, frowning in confusion. Back then, North used to sit where you're sitting, Tur said. Now he rides with P. Joe instead. Oh, I nodded in understanding. Back when they were roommates, Tur and North went everywhere together. I liked it when they were roommates because I could hang out in their room often. But now, they both live with their partners. We stopped to pick up foam as well. It didn't take long before the car arrived at the restaurant. The place was spacious with a beautiful view. My heart started pounding as I thought about meeting the med students. I hadn't seen P. Fah in months since it was the summer break. What's he been up to? He hasn't posted anything on Instagram or Facebook about where he's been or what he's doing. I let out a small sigh to steady myself. When we reached the table, it was already crowded. P. Art Hit, P. Joe, and North were already there, along with 3 of North's friends. I only knew their names, Dewey and Now, Q, and Skate, but I didn't know them well. P. Fah wasn't there. You're late, P. Joe said, greeting Hill with a smirk and nodding at me, and Foam. This is early. Where's Fah? P. Joe asked. He's busy. P. Hill replied, sitting next to P. Joe. Busy with what? Staying far away from Typhoon. Cut it out, Hill. I don't know. He's just busy. Fine, busy is busy, P. Joe said dismissively. I sat down next to taking the seat at the end because I'm left-handed, and it's less likely to bother others. The seating arrangement was other side, P. Art Hit, P. Hill, P. Joe, North, Skate. Our side, me, Foam, Dewey and Now Q. Why are you sitting so far away, North? Asked. Miss me? North replied. Nope. Stay far away. It's better. All right, but don't come crying to me later, okay? North said loudly, so we could all hear. Wow, where's North? Misses North so much. Shut up. North, retorted. Typhoon, still haven't been sleeping well since last semester? North teased. Who goes without sleeping for an entire semester, North? I replied, shaking my head in exasperation. These guys were always telling me to get more sleep. After that, we started ordering food and eating while chatting and joking around. By the way, did you invite Dao yet? North asked after a while. I invited him already, said. But Dao isn't free. Why not? He's probably working. Said his deadline is coming up. Freelance work. I turned to ask since Dayatak, a friend from our art club, does freelance work of various kinds. Yep. We continued chatting and joking around. It was lively but fun. I even got to talk to some of North's friends. They have personalities similar to his, especially Dewey and Now. He's so cool. P. Joe also got along well with North's friends. They seemed to have a lot of fun chatting. I was sitting across from P. Art Hit, but we didn't talk much. Hey, Dow's calling, said in surprise, holding up his phone and answering the video call. What's up? Raised the camera so Dayatak could see everyone. What are you guys up to? Dayatak asked. He was wearing glasses and hugging a pillow on his lap, looking like he was working. Having dinner. We invited you, but you didn't come, said before I leaned into the camera. Cat. Dayatak called me by the nickname he uses the most, probably because he loves cats. Haven't seen you in a while. Are you working? I asked, still chewing my food. Yeah. Ugh, I'm stuck. No ideas. What's the project this time? A book cover. Drawing. Yeah, the brief was super vague. They want me to come up with something on my own, Dayatak replied, sounding frustrated. Looks lively over there. There are a lot of people, said, panning the camera around. North waved at the camera. Who's that? Who? The one sitting across from the cat. Who? Oh, that's P. Art Hit. What? Raised an eyebrow, confused. He's P. Hill and P. Joe's friend. No, not him. The woman behind him. Huh. The woman standing behind that guy. Wait a minute. And I both stopped smiling and looked at Dayatak seriously. There's no one there. Just kidding. Why do you both look so pale? Dayatak burst into laughter, leaving us both annoyed. Why does Dayatak always play pranks like this? He looked so serious, which made us fall for it every time. But Dayatak is really good at fortune-telling. North says he's spot on and believes in him completely. Unlike me, I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. After finishing the call with Dayatak, we continued chatting and eating. Still, there was no sign of P. Fah. Is P. Fah really not coming? P. Hill said he was busy. Or maybe, because I'm here, P. Fah didn't want to come. I let out a small sigh unconsciously. Maybe this is for the best. It would probably be too awkward otherwise. And P. Fah, it's probably better for him not to see me. Oh, didn't you say you were busy? P. Joe's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and I looked up. P. Fah. For a moment, it felt like my heart stopped as I saw his familiar face. My heart started pounding harder as he walked closer. Why is my heart racing so much? Is it because I haven't seen him in a while? No, it's because it's P. Fah. It's P. Fah, so my heart races, no matter what. On second thought, I figured I had time. P. Fa replied to P. Joe before stopping in front of me. I immediately lowered my head without realizing it. What does had time mean? P. Art had asked. Move over a bit, Fit. Why don't you sit on the other side? There's plenty of space. I'm left-handed. It's inconvenient. So are you. But I can use my right hand too. P. Fast said. Fit, move. What's with you? Fine, whatever. P. Art had said grudgingly as he moved. Then P. Fast sat down directly across from me. Hi there. I slowly looked up, and the person sitting across from me went quiet. P. Tonfah was looking at me, propping his chin on one hand and smiling softly. That smile? Damn it. I haven't seen it up close like this in almost a year. Did he just greet me? P. Fa never greeted me in front of our friends before. Why now? Haven't seen you in a while, P. Fast said. Oh. I bit my lips slightly and looked down. My heart started pounding harder and harder, so much that it scared me. But I stayed quiet, too nervous to respond. What do I do? What should I do? If I don't answer, it'll seem weird. Hi. I replied softly, so quietly that I could barely hear myself. I didn't look to see his reaction either. I could hear the others talking, but Tur, who was sitting next to me, had gone quiet. I figured he must be starting to get suspicious. The others probably didn't even know that P. Fa and I were acquainted. His greeting out of the blue must have seemed strange. Typhoon, want some shrimp? Tur asked. I turned to him. Why was he asking? He already knew I liked shrimp and always served me some. Maybe he was just trying to distract me because I seemed too uncomfortable. Yeah. Can you grab some for me? Okay. Tur said as he stood to reach for some shrimp, but North swatted his hand away. Don't touch my shrimp. North, you stingy jerk. Order your own. Come on, share some, Tur pouted. I've never been stingy with you. You're such a liar, Tur. You've never shared your chocolate with me. That's why you always stole it, right? Stealing chocolate from my fridge all the time back when we lived together, Tur said, pretending to be upset, which made me laugh. That's why I don't want to live with you anymore. Are you really going to hold a grudge over a few chocolates? Chocolate is priceless in my life. So you chose it over me, huh? Fine, we're done. Fine by me. I'm going to tell everyone that you broke up with me. Yeah, I broke up with you, North. Go wherever you want. How cruel of you, Tur, to leave me even though I love you this much. Yet you stole my chocolate. See, Hill? Just for stealing chocolate, I got dumped, P. Joe said, causing the whole table to burst into laughter, including Hill. Couldn't share some with me either? P. Hill said playfully, looking at Tur. Tur was taken aback, and I laughed even harder, while North laughed out loud too. I glanced at P. Fa, who was smiling softly at the conversation. The atmosphere lightened up a lot. Thank you, Tur. Soon, a large plate of shrimp was placed in front of me. I reached out to take one and started peeling it. While I was focused on peeling my shrimp, another shrimp, already peeled, was placed on my plate. Thank you, I murmured softly, realizing that it was P. Fa who had peeled it for me. P. Fa didn't reply, simply taking another shrimp to peel. I placed the shrimp I had peeled onto Fa's plate. He seemed a little surprised, but smiled in return. Thank you, he said. I couldn't help but smile when I heard that. We didn't talk much after that, just peeled shrimp for each other, handed things to each other, and refilled each other's drinks. I wasn't sure what any of it meant, but it felt comforting without needing words. As long as P. Fa was here, it was better, truly. Yet, the promise I had made to my dad weighed heavily on me. He already thought I was a liar, and if I broke the promise, I really would become one. At first, I thought Fa might start a conversation, but he didn't. Maybe he could sense my discomfort. I'm not good at hiding my feelings. Not at all. But the fact that P. Fa greeted me first might mean he's not angry anymore. Or at least, not as much. If that's the case, I want to thank him. Thank him for speaking to me first. Honestly, there's something I want to say. North. I didn't pass the med school exam. What I said made the whole table fall silent. He looked a bit shocked that I suddenly brought it up. Since I couldn't say it directly to P. Fa, I decided to say it like this. Oh, really? North looked a bit confused, then furrowed his brows with a regretful expression. Hey, it's okay. Yeah, sorry. I apologized while looking at North, but deep down, I wanted to apologize to P. Fa for failing, for letting him down, for wasting his time even after he helped tutor me. Why are you apologizing to me? I just want to. For what? Maybe because you're disappointed. I'm not, though. What's up with you, Typhoon? Oh, North. I'm sorry. You must be so confused. North and Foam tried to comfort me, which made me feel a bit better. Eventually, the conversation shifted to other topics, and I continued eating. At least I had said it. I hope Fah understands. Suddenly, a piece of paper was placed next to my hand. It said, "It's okay." I looked at the note, then up at the person who had written it. Fah smiled kindly at me. The gesture made my chest tighten with emotion. I pressed my lips together to hold back my feelings. Thank you. Thank you so much. The dinner ended when it got quite late. I followed her outside to the parking lot. The med students said they'd cover the bill, so we waited outside. "See you later, bye-bye." Dewey and now waved goodbye, and we waved back. I hadn't talked much with North's friends, but I could tell they were kind and approachable. Eventually, only North, Foam, and I were left. "Typhoon." Called my name softly. I had a feeling I knew what was coming. "You?" "I'm ready." "Ready for what?" "I think I'm ready to tell you guys everything," I said, clutching the small note Fah had written for me tightly. The others turned to me attentively. "Can you listen to me?" "Of course. I've been dying to know," Foam said, earning a light smack on the head from "We've been waiting for you to talk all along." I smiled. "Thanks. How about tomorrow?" "We'll come to you," North suggested. "I can't tomorrow," Foam said. "Where are you going?" asked. "I've got some errands. Tell me later, okay? Don't leave me out." "All right," I nodded. "So, you'll come to see me tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, we'll be there," confirmed. Before long, the med students came out of the restaurant. My heart raced, and I avoided looking at Fah. We parted ways to get into our cars. I climbed into Hill's car and stole a glance at Fah, who seemed to be looking in this direction too. As the car drove away, I turned to sit properly, no longer able to see him. When Hill dropped Foam off and continued driving me back to my dorm, I took out the folded piece of paper again. It was just an ordinary piece of paper with Fah's handwriting on it. But the words, "It's okay," though simple, felt incredibly special. When the car stopped in front of my dorm, I said goodbye to and Hill before stepping out. "Typhoon," Hill called, making me pause and look back at him. "Yes. Don't forget to thank Fah. WY. Oh, I forgot I'm not supposed to say anything." Never mind. Chapter 13. Typhoon's Point of View. I barely slept at all because I kept thinking about what Hill said the entire night. Now, I'm sitting absent-mindedly on a chair, my mind completely blank. I'm used to being sleep-deprived, so this state doesn't bother me much anymore. It feels like my brain is running several times slower than usual. It's a bright and pleasant morning, not too hot. I didn't forget to take a picture of the sky as usual. The note that Fah wrote yesterday. I stuck it on the wall to serve as daily encouragement. If I ever face something bad, I can remind myself that it's going to be okay. I decided to tell my friends everything today. It's time, and I think I'm ready. If I don't, they'll keep wondering. There have been plenty of times when I avoided Fah, and I'm sure and North must have noticed by now. Last night, our art club group was chatting online. I decided to tell Dayatak as well. Over time, Dayatak and I have become closer. Although Dayatak struggles to get along with others, he's actually playful and friendly. He once shared with us how he had been betrayed by his school friends and even his ex, which made him hesitant to trust anyone. But he trusts us and shares everything with us now. When I first learned about Dayatak's past, I realized that everyone goes through different struggles. When Dayatak was left alone, it couldn't have been easy, but he got through it. Therese faced tough times too, misunderstandings with Hill and arguments with his family. In the end, things got better for them. I once thought I had moved on after meeting everyone, but deep down, the issues with my family still linger. It's like a wound that continues to hurt and eat away at me. I hope that by sharing everything, as said, even if they can't help, at least they'll stay by my side. As for what Hill said yesterday about thanking Fah, I still don't understand what he meant. Someone like Hill wouldn't forget something like that. He must have said it intentionally to make me think. Was it a hint? Why should I thank Fah? What really happened? These questions kept circling in my head all night until I was too tired to think anymore. Then I heard a knock on the door. Peeking out, I saw and North standing outside. "Hey," I greeted them. "What's with all that stuff?" North was carrying a bunch of bags. "Snacks from Joe's mom. She sent way too much, so I brought some to share," North said, placing the bags on the table. "Wow, really? Thanks," I said, excitedly opening the bags to see what was inside. Where's Dao? He's on his way, taking a shared pickup truck. Ter replied, joining me to check out the snacks, while North flopped onto the bed. Greedy folks, North teased. So you're not eating then? Ter shot back. Of course I am. North replied, glancing around the room. How about we sit on the floor and eat together? On the floor? I asked. Yep. The three of us moved the snacks to the center of the room, sat in a circle, and started chatting. Not long after, Dayatak arrived and joined us. We were so engrossed in talking that we forgot the reason we had gathered in the first place. So, what's the purpose of today's meeting? North asked. My story, I replied. Oh, right, your story, North said while munching on a snack. If you don't want us involved, just say so. Wait, that's not what I meant, I said, laughing a little. I mean, it's about me. Yeah, I know it's about you. Fine, I won't butt in, you jerk. Why are you so angry? I laughed at North's exaggerated reaction. We're here to talk about my story, so how should I explain it? Just get on with it, North said. Is it that simple? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, why not? We're waiting, North replied. Why are you so impatient, North? Ter said. It's probably hard for him to share. So what should we do? North asked. Is it a secret? It is, I nodded. How big of a secret? How good are you at keeping secrets, North? Come on, you're joking, right? I'm so good at keeping secrets, even the president trusts me with the nuclear codes, North said casually. Really? I asked, widening my eyes in mock amazement. Yeah, I'm amazing at keeping secrets. Are you sure about that? Ter asked, clearly skeptical. Of course. I've kept a friend's crush on another friend a secret for over a year. That's your idea of being good at keeping secrets? I smiled and said, actually, I don't want anyone else to know. It's a serious secret. Don't tell anyone, especially the med students. Everyone looked serious, except for North, who seemed unbothered. North. What? Promise. You think I'm loose-lipped or something? Absolutely. Don't be ridiculous, Fun. I know when to be serious, North said, pouting. Okay, it might not seem like a big deal to you guys, but it's my whole life before I met you. Just one thing, don't hate me for it, I said, clasping my hands tightly. My hands turned cold as the room grew quiet, and I could hear my own heartbeat. Do we seem like the type to hate you? Ter asked. Right, Dao. We wouldn't hate a cat, even if it scratched us, Dayatak joked, making me smile. We'd just take it to get a shot. All right, here goes. I started sharing everything with them, all of it. From my childhood to my family issues, the punishments, and everything about PFA. It took nearly half an hour. Ter and Dao listened with serious expressions, while North looked more furious than anything. What the hell? Calm down, North. What's wrong with your dad? North. Ter tried to calm him. North was always hot-headed, and I understood why he was upset. It was infuriating. It's okay, I said. I'm angry too. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that, North muttered, sighing. It's okay, North. Say what you need to. All right. I just think not everyone is fit to be a parent. Yeah. I nodded, looking down at my tightly clasped hands. But he's still my dad. Sigh? You're so strong, Typhoon, North said. Me? Yeah, you're incredibly strong, you know that? Really? Yeah. Thanks for enduring all of this, Ter said, sitting on his knees and spreading his arms wide. Come here, let's hug. Ter. I softly called his name as tears I didn't know where there started falling. I moved to hug Ter, resting my head on his shoulder. Hikwa. You're such a crybaby, North said, gently patting my back to comfort me. There, kitty, Dayatak said, joining the hug. I reached out to hug Dayatak too. Thank you so much, guys. After crying in their arms, I went to the bathroom to wash my face. When I came back out, I found the mischievous trio messing around with my desk. What are you doing? Is this pee fun? Yeah, why? I thought you were a fan of some celebrity, and this was your bias. I was wondering why you had so many pictures, North said, now lounging in my chair. You must miss her a lot, huh? Yeah. I replied softly, sitting down on the bed. Should I put up a picture of myself so you can miss me too? Probably not. North is trying to steal your longing for someone else, Fun, Ter said, sitting beside me, while Dayatak stood next to North, scanning the desk with his eyes. Do you write letters every day, Fun? Yeah. Wow. If it were me, I'd die from laziness. I thought you liked drawing and writing, I said. That's work, Dayatak replied. I like working. No work, no money. People need to eat and live, right, Dao? North chimed in, pulling out his wallet and placing a photo of himself as a student ID on the table. Do you have scissors? North, what are you doing? Putting up a picture of me. Your student ID photo? Seriously? Yep, no other pictures. Here's scissors. North rummaged through my drawer without asking and cut out the blue background from his ID photo. Where's the glue? Am I supposed to study while looking at your picture? Seriously, I frowned. He was definitely going through with it. Here's the glue, he said, finding it. I shouldn't have kept it in the drawer. Fun, want a picture of Tur and Dao too? No thanks. Why not? Tu interjected. Why do you have a picture of North, but not me? I won't stand for this, Fun. I'm hurt. Right, Dao? Dao smiled. Why did the kitty do this? You don't love your friends equally, he said, frowning as seriously as Tur, who pretended to sulk next to me. What even is this? Fun loves me, don't you guys know? North said, shrugging as he spread glue on his cutout photo. The loser takes care of themselves, okay? Takes care of themselves? What's that even mean? Why so harsh, Tur? North laughed loudly. What's your decision, Fun? Choose, me, Dao, or North. Why do I have to choose sides? I asked. Pick one. If you choose North, you lose me. This is getting ridiculous, I said, laughing. Can't I choose both sides? Fun, you two timer. Tur stood up and pointed at me. Didn't you say we'd love each other forever? Oh, so you dumped me to be for Fun. North chimed in. I remembered they'd just broken up yesterday. How could you do this, Tur? You're old news. Get out. That hurts. Typhoon, come here. What? You stole Tur from me. Wait. Let's settle this like men. Sigh. Dao, can you stop them? I turned to Dayatak for help as Tur and North spiraled further into their nonsense. At first, they were fighting over me, but now they were arguing about their breakup. Meanwhile, Dayatak was laughing silently while recording the whole thing. So, it's a love triangle, Dayatak explained. First, North and Terrace were together. Then Terrace dumped North over some chocolate and fell for Fun. But Fun chose North instead. Now, Fun has to decide who to pick. I don't want to pick anyone. Life is about choices. I choose Dao. Ugh. North dragged out his voice dramatically. Fine, Tur and I will get back together. Okay, but you can't steal my chocolate anymore, Tur warned. Anything for you, babe. So, you're back together now? You just broke up yesterday, I said, sighing. North is such a troublemaker, and Tur always goes along with it. Dao is no better. Fun, can I print something? Sure, why? I need to print something. North's words made me stand up to see what he was up to. Why are you printing Naruto pictures? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm going to stick my face on it, North said, cutting out Naruto's body and attaching his student ID headshot to it. Done. No, absolutely not. Too late. Oh my god. Now, on the wall next to my desk was a picture of Naruto, North's head on Naruto's body. What the hell? Seriously, what the hell? The worst part is I have to sit at this desk every day, staring at Naruto. This is a nightmare. That's ridiculous, Tur said, laughing loudly. And his head is bigger than the body. The proportions are all wrong. Why Naruto, though? I asked. I want to be Hokage. North, I called his name in a low voice, but it was already too late. He started printing a picture of Doraemon, intentionally scaling it down to make space for my face. And there it was, I became Doraemon. My head was even bigger than usual, turning me into a robotic 21st century cat. At first, the wall had nice pictures of Tonfah on it. Now it's filled with ridiculous cartoon characters. I'm sorry, Fun. Your picture had to end up next to all this nonsense. Come on, when you're stressed from studying, just looking at these will make you feel better, North said. It's going to make me more stressed. Look at your face, your student ID photo. No less, I shot back. Why is your face so puffy, North? Tur asked, squinting at North's student photo. The lighting was too bright. And you, your eyes are cross-eyed. What? Cross-eyed? I was looking straight at the camera. Tur exclaimed. But Dao's photo turned out great, he added, making Dao smile shyly at the compliment. We returned to sitting in a circle as before. North suggested playing cards, which reminded me of last time when Dayatak gave me a fortune-telling reading about love. I'd completely forgotten about it until now. How about a fortune reading? North proposed. He's really into astrology and fortune-telling. to the point where even he admits he's superstitious. Not today, Dayatok said. Why not? It's closed. You can't read fortunes today. Oh, we nodded in understanding. Hey Dao, I said. What's up? You're so good at fortune telling. Do you have any special senses or something? My question made Tur and North turn to look at Dao, who fell silent for a moment. What if I said I do? Then I'd want to ask. Typhoon. North called my name nervously. For someone who isn't afraid of anything, North's only fear is ghosts. He's terrified of them. I don't, Dao said. Really, I don't have any special senses. I let out a sigh of relief without knowing why. Dayatok smiled slightly, and we went back to playing cards. By the way, about that gift you mentioned, North suddenly brought up. The one you said was from someone named Ren. Do you still have it? Yeah, I kept it. Can I see it? Sure, I said, standing up and bringing out 4 boxes, placing them in the center of the room. Everyone immediately focused on them. Who do you think sent these? North asked, turning one of the boxes over and opening it. You think it's your mom, right? Tur asked, opening another box. Yeah, I'd like to think so, I said with a small smile. So, is Rin supposed to be you? I don't know. I shook my head. Maybe it's a name your mom gave you before your dad changed it to Typhoon, North suggested. I don't know. I don't even know where to start looking for evidence or information, I said, feeling frustrated. All I had was the name Rin written on the boxes. What am I supposed to do with that? What if it was sent to the wrong address? North joked. Yeah, what if it was sent to the wrong address? I nodded in agreement. If it really was your mom, what would you do? North asked, his question making me freeze. Yeah, what would I do? If it was her, would I go see her? I don't know. I'd want to ask her everything. But I'm also scared, for some reason. You should go. North's words made me turn to look at him. Go meet her. At least you'll get to see her. Yeah, I nodded. Hey, this. Dayatok's voice made us all look at him. He held up a robot model from one of the boxes. This is a limited edition. Really? I asked, crawling closer in disbelief. Yes, it was only produced in early 2008. Wow, I said, staring at it in awe. So it's really rare? Yes, I've seen people searching for it. It was only produced in small numbers. Seriously? Tur asked, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely. I've been into collecting stuff like this since I was a kid. I'd love to have one, Dao said, his eyes sparkling as he admired the model. He must really like it. Where was it made? I asked. Japan. Then we've got a clue, don't we? North said. This gift was sent in 2008. It could have been sent from Japan, or it might have been purchased there and brought over. Yeah, like North said, there are many possibilities. Maybe the sender was in Japan, or they were a tourist who bought it there. I think it's probably someone Japanese, Dayatok added. Why do you think that? I asked. Foreigners likely wouldn't have known about it. There weren't many made, and the company wasn't that famous back then. It was mostly Japanese people who bought them. So, you're saying it's more likely a Japanese person bought it? Yes, that's what I think. But it's also possible they asked someone else to buy it for them. True, Dayatok nodded. But the item probably came straight from Japan to Thailand. Models like this are fragile. They wouldn't risk multiple shipments. Just one trip from Japan to Thailand would make sense. Got it. I nodded in understanding. If we can figure out who shipped models from Japan to Thailand in 2008, we might be able to find the sender, North said. But how would we do that? Exactly, I replied. Would there really only be one person who shipped models? Tur asked. Good point. The 4 of us sat pondering for a while, but couldn't come up with a way to trace the sender. We stored the boxes back where they belonged and continued talking about my story. When we moved to discussing my family, all 3 of them agreed it was a difficult situation since he's still my dad. As for P. Fa. So, you like P. Tonfah, right? North asked. I nodded shyly, feeling embarrassed by the direct question. What a coincidence. He's friends with P. Hill and P. Joe too, Dao remarked. It's got to be fate. Too much of a coincidence, I said. So what should we do? Is it okay to keep it like this? Tur asked. It's not okay. It's so suffocating. Yeah, we've noticed. To even mention to me that something feels off between you and P. Fa, North said. Do you think P. Fa might be upset? I don't know. But he did talk to me yesterday, I replied. And what about you, North? What if someone told you Fun was annoying? What the hell? If they're annoyed, they can just get lost. Calm down, I said, laughing softly. You guys are dating fast friends, and that makes my dad even more suspicious of me. Suspicious of what? He's afraid I'll try to get close to fa, I guess. Then just go for it, North said. No way. I shook my head slightly at North. If Dad finds out, he might actually make me transfer schools. Plus, he's always accusing me of being a liar. I don't want to be what he accuses me of. I lied to fa once, and I've felt guilty about it ever since. Yeah, so what's the plan? North asked in frustration. I don't know how to advise you. If someone asked me what to do if they secretly liked someone, I'd just tell them to confess. Of course you would, Ter said. There's got to be another way. You want to talk to fa, right? Yeah, I do. Just to talk, that's all. I just want to know how he's doing. That doesn't sound hard, Dao said calmly. What do you mean? The cat promised not to bother Tonfah, right? Yeah. Then just make sure Tonfah doesn't know it's the cat. Problem solved. What does that even mean? North frowned, clearly confused. Do you mean Fun should wear a mask and talk to fa? North, you idiot, Ter said. So what do you mean, Dao? Write a letter. Doesn't the cat like writing letters? Oh, that's right. Writing a letter. Chapter 14. Typhoon's point of view. Will this even work? Why not? How could fa not know it's you, Fun? North raised an eyebrow. We've been discussing my letter for about 5 minutes now. Your handwriting is probably recognizable. And how do you even expect to keep up a conversation? Do people even respond to letters from strangers? That's pretty unlikely. North has a point, Dao agreed. But I really want them to talk. If our condition is to keep fa from finding out it's Fun, North fell silent, frowning as if deep in thought. What about chatting instead? No way. fa wouldn't chat with someone he doesn't know. Worse, you might get blocked. That'd make you look like a creep, Ter said. I still want to write a letter, I confessed. I think I just enjoy writing letters. It feels kind of vintage, you know? Then write a letter, North concluded. It all depends on how it's delivered. All right, I nodded. Let's figure out the next step then. How to make fa reply to the letter, Ter suggested. Like back in high school, when people would send letters and gifts to their crushes or seniors they admired. But I think it'll work, Dao chimed in. Even if fa doesn't respond to the letter, at least he'll know that someone admires him this much. True, North nodded. The conversation had turned into a serious brainstorming session. I'm the type who believes that if you love someone, you should let them know. If you like fa, you've got to do something. It's pointless to just like someone silently. Pointless to like someone silently. Okay, I like that phrase. Pointless to like someone silently, Ter repeated with a chuckle. Exactly. If you can't act, fine, but if you can, why not? Let them know how much you care, that you're ready to support and listen to them, and stand by them, even from afar. Otherwise, they'll never know. Feelings only matter when they reach the person they're meant for. I fell silent, contemplating. Feelings only matter when they reach the person. North had a point. If they never know, how can those feelings make any difference? The desire to convey my feelings. This was the same reason I started writing letters when Tonfah first inspired me. What did you do when you realized you liked Joe? I asked. I made it obvious. I told him directly. I even gave him my engineering pin. You gave it to him before you even started dating? Ter exclaimed. So what? My heart was already with him. Why deny it? I really admire you, North, Ter said, laughing. You're so straightforward. I couldn't do what you do, I admitted softly. I could never be as bold and direct as North. You don't have to be like me, North said, raising an eyebrow. Express yourself in your own way. Yeah, that's true. I nodded, understanding. All right then, let's start with sending the first letter, Dayatok said after a moment of thought. Maybe include something small, like a bottle of water. Don't write too much at first. We all fell silent, listening intently as Dayatok continued. That way, it won't seem too forward. At first, don't send letters too often. Observe fast reaction. If he seems okay with it, you can increase the frequency. But if he's not, then you'll have to stop. Stop? Ter asked. Yeah, it'd mean they're not interested. Being too persistent might make you look like a stalker. Oh right, Ter nodded quickly. I remember Hill mentioning that Fa had a stalker once. At first, they sent normal gifts, and Fa accepted them out of politeness. But it escalated to something creepy. It was scary. What happened? I asked, frowning in concern. Joe dealt with it, North replied. He told me about it too. Yeah. P. Hill said it wasn't hard to track the person down. P. Joe was furious. Ter added, making me feel even more uneasy. Would P. Joe come after me too? Typhoon. Oh, what? Don't ask things like that. North sighed. If P. Joe finds out it's you, he probably won't do anything. But he'll definitely know it's you. Then we have to make sure not to get caught. Ter said. Let's just send it normally, like any junior who admires their senior. It shouldn't seem strange. P. Fa probably gets gifts from admirers all the time. Yeah, that's true, I agreed. P. Fa probably receives a lot. But will they even read my letter? Don't worry. Our strength lies in consistency, North encouraged. Keep sending them. Eventually, he'll soften. We've got 4 years until P. Fa graduates. 4 years. Are you giving up, Fun? How long have you liked P. Fa? Since I learned what love is. So your whole life? Yeah, my whole life. Then can you love him for 4 more years? I can love him for the rest of my life. I said it with a smile I couldn't hold back, and the others smiled along with me. I began writing my first letter. Though the semester hadn't officially started yet, the med students had already begun makeup classes. That meant P. Fa was in class, giving North and Terrace the chance to hang out at my place. Otherwise, it would have been hard to leave the room. Dayatok taught me a new handwriting style. It was challenging, but I managed. North suggested that we find someone unrelated to deliver the letter or sneak it into P. Fa's classroom. The first rule, no one should see us. The second, ensure P. Fa receives it. They've got lab in the afternoon, Ter said, glancing at P. Hill's schedule on his phone. Are we sneaking it in there? Isn't that risky? Dayatok asked, frowning with concern. It's 11 a.m. now, and they're probably in another building. But the issue is whether the lab room will be empty, Ter replied. This is such a hassle. Do we really have to be this sneaky? North grumbled. We'll have to, at least at first. If things progress later, we might be able to arrange a specific drop-off spot, Dow suggested. Maybe leave it somewhere a friend of P. Fast can see it, and they'll pass it along. Have you finished writing the letter, Fun? Can I just draw a smiley face? Typhoon. Then why did Dow bother teaching you how to write? North groaned, clutching his head. Write something already. Enjoy your meal. That's too plain. North, what's with the high standards? I turned to him. I'd written so much, but wasn't confident in any of it. The trash bin was overflowing with crumpled paper. How about study hard? That's still too plain, Fun. We need to stand out, to be different. It has to grab attention immediately, like, wow, this is amazing. Something memorable, North said, crossing his arms with a serious expression. P. Fa, I really freaking like you. I said it jokingly. Damn, that works, North said. Holy crap, that really works, Ter added, laughing loudly. It's bold and unforgettable. Hey, I was joking. I sighed deeply. Why does it have to be such an intense confession? I actually agree too, Dayatok said. Dow. It's kind of funny. P. Fa would probably laugh, Dayatok replied. Really? Go for it, Fun. Trust me. I'm like Cupid. Every ship I board sinks. I looked at him, baffled. What does that even mean? But with everyone pressuring me, and me being someone who's easily convinced. All right, I'll write it. Let's see. It's like this. P. Fa, I really freaking like you. Wow, is your love really this intense? North burst into laughter. But calling them P still makes it obvious you're a junior. Yeah, won't that make it too easy to guess it's me? I asked. Not really. That's not something Fun would usually say, Ter said. If it were me, I wouldn't suspect you. Okay then, I guess it works. Yeah, it works, everyone agreed. Does it really though? While everyone else seemed confident, I felt like my heart had dropped to my stomach. Especially North. He seemed to be enjoying this way too much. We made our way to the medical school, where it was pretty empty downstairs since most people had classes. We probably looked suspicious, a group of 4 guys sneaking around. Did you bring snacks, Typhoon? Yeah, just a small snack. I don't know if P. Fa will like it, but I wanted to give it anyway, I said, holding up a brown paper bag. On the front, I'd written, P. Tonfah. Inside were snacks, a bottle of water, and the note. Isn't this a bit much? Dow said we should be careful. Plus, the message is kind of intense. I whispered nervously, staring at the bag. What are you worried about, Fun? Make an impression. I told you, don't be ordinary. Trust me, P. Fa will notice you. Notice in a bad way, maybe? No way. P. Fa will like it, trust me. I really don't trust North's, trust me. Hey. Look, isn't that P. Art Hit? Ter nudged me, peeking around the corner. Sure enough, P. Art Hit was heading to the bathroom. Leave it outside the bathroom. P. Art Hit will take it to P. Fa, North suggested, snatching the bag from me. He placed it near the bathroom and quickly ran back. We waited anxiously, watching to see if P. Art Hit would pick up the bag. He did. But then, he opened it. North stifled a laugh as P. Art Hit pulled out the note and read it. He laughed, put the note back, and took out the snacks. Don't eat my snacks. Wait, he's eating it. North exclaimed. P. Art Hit was eating the snack I bought for P. Fa. I think we gave it to the wrong person. Yeah, seems like it, Ter said. Seriously, it's fine. It's just snacks. The note should still make it to P. Fa. Dao reassured me. Are you sure? Why did it have to be P. Art Hit who went to the bathroom? I sighed deeply. It wasn't an expensive snack, but I'd bought it for P. Fa. Well, I guess I can think of it as treating P. Art Hit. Maybe he skipped breakfast and was hungry. Later, we sat at a cafe near the university. P. Art Hit sat at another table, sipping milk. P. Art Hit. Dayatak murmured. What? Nothing, just thinking. Thinking about what? Never mind, Dayatak said, falling silent. I raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Dayatak was always like this, keeping things to himself. He was the complete opposite of North, who never shut up. Your love is going to waste, fun, North teased. Shut up, North. I groaned, clutching my head. It's just snacks. He didn't eat my love. Let's just hope the note reaches P. Fa, North said, changing the subject. And let's pray that the message works. Why do we need to pray? Weren't you confident? I asked, frowning. To be honest, fun? Yeah. I wasn't confident at all. I was just messing with you. North, you jerk. Tonfah's point of view. Fa. Someone left this for you, Art Hit said as he sat down next to me, placing a brown paper bag on the table. I didn't look up, too engrossed in the work I was writing. What is it? An empty bag. An empty bag? Just kidding. There were snacks inside. And you ate them? Yeah. Okay. I shrugged nonchalantly. Art Hit always did stuff like this, and I was used to it. Besides, I don't like snacks much anyway. Take a look inside, he said. You just said it's only snacks. There's something else too. Curious, I reached for the bag and opened it. Inside, I found a small bottle of water and a piece of paper. What's this? I asked. It didn't seem particularly unusual. Read it first instead of asking questions, he replied. Art Hit, the way you're talking makes it sound like you've given up on finishing assignments this semester. Joe, who was sitting across from us, quipped while scribbling away at his own work. I pulled out the piece of paper and read it, feeling a little surprised by the bold message written on it. P. Fa. I really freaking like you. Why are you smiling, Fa? Nothing. It's cute. Typhoon's point of view. About a week passed, and the new semester had started. Since that note was sent to P. Fa, nothing else had happened. And after North admitted he was just messing with me, I felt even more unsure about everything. Hey, I might have been joking, but it could still work. Ow. Messing with me, huh? Ter, help me. Dao, why is fun so violent? Serves you right, North. It's good for you to get a taste of your own medicine. It's just a pillow, Dayatak said calmly as I smacked North with a pillow from the sofa. Sigh. It's not so bad, fun. Maybe this is a good start, just like North said. If you ignore the fact that the snacks got eaten. Now it was past 10 p.m. I'd finished studying, though I wasn't sure if I'd retake the med school exam or not. It was better to prepare just in case. If I did retake it, I'd have to leave these guys behind, not something I was eager about. The group chat notification went off. It was from our group of 4, named Take the Cat for Vaccination, a name North had changed after I'd smacked him with the pillow. Shooting Star's message read, Semester's starting soon. It was Dayatak who had messaged. The SS stood for Shooting Star. Typhoon typed, True. Are you excited, Dao? 555. Shooting Star. No, but you should be, fun. Typhoon, why? Shooting Star mentioned North. North's message came through. What? North, I'm trying to sleep. Easter, wrong group? North? Oh, my bad. 555. North, I meant P. Fast letter. North, have you started writing it? The semester starts tomorrow. Typhoon, all right. You're sure this time? North, yeah, not joking anymore. 555. North, just write something normal. Add snacks or something if you want. Typhoon, okay. I sent a sticker and sat back at my desk, thinking about the letter again. Initially, I thought I wouldn't write anything, still unsure of what to say. But after that chat, it seemed like I had no choice but to move forward. Everyone had put so much effort into helping me already. Another notification popped up. This time it was Dayatak messaging me directly. Shooting star, fun. Shooting star, I've been meaning to say this for a while. Shooting star, but I was too scared. Typhoon, what is it? Shooting star, about the note that said, I really like you. Typhoon, yeah, what about it? Typhoon, was it not okay? Crying face. Shooting star, no, it's just, writing that way makes it obvious you're a sophomore. Shooting star, at that time, first years hadn't even started yet. Shooting star, but you mentioned Tonfah had a junior they tutored, right? Shooting star, so maybe it's not that easy to figure out. Oh no. Typhoon, it's probably pretty obvious. Using P and polite forms clearly shows I'm a sophomore. A first year wouldn't know these details, like that med students started classes early. Why didn't I think of this before? Typhoon, what should I do? Shooting star, if Tonfah hasn't received the note yet, it's fine. Shooting star, but if they have, you could say it was a mistake or just a joke. Shooting star, just a suggestion. Do whatever feels right for you. Typhoon, okay, thanks for letting me know. Typhoon, I'll probably say it was just a joke, then. Shooting star, that's fine. Shooting star, I hope tomorrow is a good day for you, fun. Typhoon, I hope it's a good day for you too, Dao. Why chocolate milk? Because I like it, I replied. Today, I dragged North out early to deliver the letter. We were at a 7-Eleven near his engineering department, picking up snacks for Fa. Just one carton? Or the whole pack? Wow, big spender today? Yeah, sure. One carton of milk and some bread should be enough, though. Good point. What about the letter? I don't know. I mumbled, frowning slightly in frustration. I haven't written it yet. I don't know what to write. We already made such a dramatic start. We have to keep up the grand theme. Cut it out with the drama every day. I retorted as we left the store, having bought everything. I packed the items into a prepared paper bag. I'd chosen chocolate milk and a tuna sandwich, both my personal favorites. You even brought a bag? Using a plain 7-Eleven bag would seem too lazy. Hurry up and write it. I have class soon. Yeah, I know. I muttered, sitting down on a bench. I pulled out a pen and paper, ready to write. Any ideas? North thought for a moment, looking contemplative. Fa, I really freaking like you. You're nuts. Why would I write the same thing again? I don't know, fun. I'm not delicate enough to figure this out. Clearly, I fell silent, thinking for a while before deciding on what to write. 2. Tonfah, I'm guessing you might not have had breakfast yet. This sandwich is really good. I can confirm because I eat it often. The chocolate milk is delicious too, and milk is good for your health. Make sure to drink it. Hope you don't feel sleepy in class today. Why mention not feeling sleepy in class? Doctors always look sleepy when they're in class. And why did you use I and you instead of I and P? Dao said using I and P makes it obvious I'm a sophomore, I explained. North's eyes widened in surprise, clearly something he hadn't considered either. We parted ways after that. I didn't know who North gave the bag to, but he told me to trust him, so I did. That evening after classes, I called North immediately. How did it go? Fa took it, he replied casually. That's it. Yeah. Fa smiled and took it. Nothing else. Okay. Don't lose hope. I told you consistency wins. Nobody can resist someone consistent. Got it. That's it, then. Bye. Maybe I'd overlooked one key point. How many people were being consistent with Fa? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Nobody has loved Fa as long as I have. At least, I'm sure of that. I kept sending snacks and letters, but not every day. North said Cupid was busy and couldn't always help. I didn't know who North passed the items to, but I assumed it was inconvenient for them too. Dayatak also advised against sending things daily, so I sent them every 2 or 3 days instead. A month had passed. It's been a month now, Ter said, frowning in concern. We'd all gathered again to discuss the situation, this time with Foam joining us. Still no progress. Nope, North admitted. Cupid here says Fa just smiles and accepts them. Out of politeness, Foam said dryly. Doesn't Fa's friend ever mention it? Nope. North and Terrace answered simultaneously. What kind of letters have you been writing, fun? Just simple stuff. Wishing a good day, enjoy the snacks, I said, slouching a little. I knew it was plain, but that's just who I am. If you asked me what I wanted to do for someone I loved, this is it. Too plain, Foam commented. I'm just an ordinary person. Anything more would be too much for me. That's okay, North interjected. It's that ordinariness that stays with us the longest, he said with a smile. I smiled too. When P. Joe said he fell for North's smile, he wasn't kidding. Keep going. Just like this? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, just be yourself, fun. Thanks, North. Some days, when P. Fah looked tired, I'd send more snacks, or even coffee, along with letters full of encouragement. Feelings only matter when they reach the person, right? Well, at least my feelings have reached P. Fah. At the very least, P. Fah eats the snacks I buy and reads my little letters. It might not mean much to P. Fah, but my encouragement has been delivered. This isn't so bad, I mused. Yeah, you seem okay with it, North said, raising an eyebrow as he took the bag from me. Okay with being just someone who admires from afar? It's not terrible. Of course, I'd like to talk, but if this is all I can do, then so be it. I shrugged and smiled at him. North smiled back, a small one this time. You don't seem sad. I think that's good. Yeah, at least my feelings are reaching them. Good. As long as you're at ease, that's what matters. Uh-huh. Watching North walk off toward the shop front, I realized it's been 2 months now. This routine of buying snacks early in the morning, meeting North, and handing him the bag had become second nature. Dayatok seemed worried the plan wasn't working, but I reassured him. There's no better plan than this. It's the best we've got. Mr. Typhoon. What's with you? Creepy. Received, Fun. Are you free right now? What's wrong with you, North? Just joking. Talking politely makes my tongue itch. Idiot. So what do you want? I came to see you. Why? Come down for a bit. I'm downstairs at your faculty. I'm in class. Sneak out for a moment. I need to rush back to my faculty before P. Joe notices. Fine. I asked the professor for a quick bathroom break and headed downstairs to meet North. I had no idea why he was here, but since he asked, I went anyway. What's up? I asked as I approached him, sitting there waiting. Here, he said, handing me a bag. What's this? Just open it. I took the bag and peeked inside. It was a carton of chocolate milk, a tuna sandwich, and a small piece of paper. The note read, chocolate milk and tuna sandwiches really are delicious. Make sure to finish them. Smiley face. Chapter 15. Tonfah's point of view. I sat and glanced at the bag of snacks on the table. They sent it again today. I'm not much of a snack person, but I often feel compelled to accept them because I don't want to hurt the giver's feelings. Some I eat, but if it's something I don't really like, I won't touch it. The thing is, I have no idea who's been sending them. It's been about a month now, delivered by a second-year medical student I somewhat recognize, but don't actually know. Another one? Art had asked, still fixated on his phone screen. Yep. Persistent. Yeah. If it were me, I'd have given up by now. True, I shrugged indifferently. The handwriting on the letters is unfamiliar, but I'm certain it's the same person who sent them during the break, the one who confessed, I really like you. Back then, I thought it must have been a second-year student. But once the semester started, they sent letters addressing themselves differently, switching from I to you. It's strange. It doesn't seem like a mistake. It has to be a second year. When I first read the letter, I found it endearing. I've gotten plenty of letters before, but no one has ever expressed themselves so candidly. I thought it was cute, that's all. Hey, Fah. What? I looked up at Hill, who had called my name. I told Typhoon. Told what? To thank you for the snacks. You slipped up? I did it on purpose. Fine, I nodded. I had already expected Hill to bring it up. He's always been one to encourage me to talk to Typhoon. It's no big deal. It's just treating someone to a meal. Why are you treating him, though? Joe, lying on the bench, chimed in. Because he's my junior. Junior? Yes, why? I raised an eyebrow at him. Joe sat up straight. Nothing, he shrugged. Why are you only taking an interest now? It's been a year, and it hasn't mattered before. I've already said I hate being ignored. And Typhoon doesn't ignore you now. We talk, just a little. So Typhoon probably knows what's going on. North and Terrace went to Typhoon's room that day. Joe added, glancing at Hill. They were determined to go, so it must have been something important. Yeah, Hill nodded. What do you think it was about? You, Fah. And then another letter came, along with snacks that Art had ate. I said, The words in the letter reminded me of something North might say. Maybe North suggested it. I don't know the junior named Dayatok, but they're probably the mastermind. North and Terrace wouldn't come up with a plan like this. Or maybe someone else was involved. You know it's Typhoon. How can you be so sure? I asked Hill. There's no evidence. But the chances are high, aren't they? Hill replied flatly. Let me ask again. What do you think about it? I don't like Typhoon that way. Harsh, Joe muttered, exhaling. You've only ever seen Typhoon as a brother, huh? Yeah. I know Typhoon likes me. No, it's more than that. But Typhoon tries to hide it, as if there's a wall between us. The pain in Typhoon's eyes tells me he's been through something awful. I've been trying to make up for those 4 years because I feel like it's partly my fault. I left without a word and never contacted them. Typhoon has always been an important younger brother I feel the need to take care of. But suddenly, Typhoon changed. He became someone else, no longer his old self. His words, actions, and demeanor weren't the same. At first, I didn't understand, but I tried to adapt. Then one day, I woke up to find the room completely empty. He was gone without a trace. Really gone. I chose to respect Typhoon's decision, whatever the reason. If Typhoon decided to leave, then at that time, it must have been the best choice. And so, I chose to stop, to preserve my own feelings. I recently learned about Torfan. Torfan has passed away. So why did Typhoon lie? And about the messages from Torfan, at first, I was a bit surprised, but I didn't think much of it. Why would Typhoon go to such lengths? To be honest, I was furious. Really furious. But I believe there must be a reason, and I know Typhoon is someone who needs help. When I saw Typhoon looking happier, I realized that Typhoon has become stronger. Whatever challenges he faced, he has endured and fought through the storm. I want to tell Typhoon, you've done so well. Typhoon sees me as the sky. I think so. He wants me to be everything, but I can't. Typhoon once had Torfan as his entire world. When Torfan disappeared, Typhoon couldn't cope. So what if I disappear too? Torfan's accident had no warning signs. The same could happen to me. I could get hit by a car crossing the street. I don't want to be someone's entire world. I'm not Typhoon's whole life. I hope Typhoon loves himself more than ever. That's why I try to show Typhoon his own worth, complimenting him often. Honestly, Typhoon is already amazing. Everything he has become is wonderful. I'm glad Typhoon has grown stronger without me. I decided to visit Typhoon at the shop during a gathering because I thought it was time we talked. But as soon as I arrived, Typhoon's expression made it clear he wasn't ready. He was ready to disappear again. So, I won't approach Typhoon recklessly anymore. Typhoon is cute, isn't he? Joe raised an eyebrow. Yeah, cute. But do you get it? We've known each other since we were kids. To me, Typhoon is special, more than anyone else. But still just a brother. We haven't seen each other in a long time, anyway. Then shouldn't you make things clear? Hill said seriously. I told you to be careful. I am. How? Fat treats everyone like this, right, Hill? Joe interjected. If someone likes him, they like him. But if Fat doesn't like them back, it's not his fault. But Fat, if you do like Typhoon and you don't realize it, I'll yell at you on Typhoon's behalf, you idiot. Fine, I said, chuckling softly at Joe's comment. If I like someone, I like them. Okay. But right now, I don't see Typhoon that way. We're not going to interfere, Joe said. It wouldn't be fair to you if we sided with Typhoon just because he is friends with our boyfriends. You can date someone else, and we wouldn't stand in the way. Not angry. I turned to Hill, who let out a small sigh and shook his head in response. I'm glad you guys understand. Just don't block Typhoon because he's like a younger brother, Joe said, picking up the bag of snacks to examine. This time it's grape juice. I shook my head slightly at Joe's comment. Hill and Joe thought it was Typhoon. Honestly, we all did, but we weren't entirely sure since there was no evidence, and anything was possible. Joe handed the snack bag back to me. I opened it to see what the note said this time. This morning is a bit hot, so I thought grape juice might help you feel refreshed. Not sure if you've had breakfast yet, so I got you some sausages too. They're filling enough. P.S. Good luck with your lab today. I still wasn't sure who this was from. The items they sent were almost never the same. They'd probably bought me everything available at 7-Eleven by now. But they were thoughtful. On hot days, they'd send juice. On cooler days, milk. Sometimes even hot milk. The snacks were always different. They even seemed to know my class schedule and would send more during exam weeks. Big bags filled with snacks perfect for study sessions. One thing was clear, They paid a lot of attention to me, in a way no one ever had before. Not familiar with the handwriting? Joe raised an eyebrow. No, it's not Typhoon's. But it's just handwriting. It could be written by anyone, I replied. Why are you guys so interested? Why aren't you? Hill asked. Not much. But you're a little curious now, aren't you? Considering you've been eating everything they've sent. Yeah, it's cute. Whoever it is? Joe asked. Yeah, whoever it is, it's cute. It was clear that whoever it was didn't want me to know their identity. For whatever reason, they wanted to remain anonymous. If they didn't want me to know, I wouldn't pry. I've always respected other people's decisions. You said you don't like Typhoon, Hill reiterated. Yeah, but you're starting to like the person behind the letters. Maybe, just a little curious. What if Typhoon is the one sending them? Then I'd probably like Typhoon. But you said you didn't like him, right? I've always seen Typhoon as a younger brother. I've never looked at him any other way. But if Typhoon is the one behind the letters, I'd be seeing a side of him I've never seen before. Why not try talking to them? Write a reply, Hill suggested. Not yet. I'm not curious enough right now, I said with a small smile. For now, it was just mild interest. I'd have to wait and see. Why don't you figure out why Typhoon drifted away from you? Why should I? Isn't it clear that Typhoon doesn't want me to know? Isn't that a bit dismissive? Art teased. I immediately turned to look at him. Nope, I'm not that kind of person, I said. I smiled at the second-year medical student who delivered the latest package. Taking it from him, I handed back another bag. For them, I said. Sure. He nodded before walking off. I was starting to recognize his face more, but I always forgot to ask for his name. Honestly, it wouldn't be hard to figure out who it was if I tried. But, like I said, I didn't want to. This was fine the way it was. You're still smiling, Joe teased. Well, I think chocolate milk and a tuna sandwich might make someone else smile too. Even though I'd never seen their face or knew their name, it was sweet, no matter who they were. Typhoon's point of view. He is really thinking about it, isn't he? North asked. Give him some time, replied. Foam, I glanced at them and bit my lip, still holding the bag I'd just received. I placed it on the table and stared at the neat handwriting on the note for a while. I've given you an hour to stop blushing, Foam sighed, pinching my cheeks hard enough to make me wince. I feel like my face is getting bigger. What do you mean, bigger? Raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Puffy. My face feels puffy. My heart feels puffy. Everything feels puffy. You mean you're blushing so much your face looks swollen? No, just puffy. Whatever you say, said with a grin. Since North delivered the bag from PFA, I'd been blushing for almost an hour. My heart was still racing. It's worth it, I smiled broadly. These past 2 months have been so worth it. Right? That has to be the best sandwich ever, said. Yeah. I nodded enthusiastically, still smiling. The best sandwich in the world. Good for you, Foam said. It's like when we used to cheer you on when you liked your senior in high school. You've taken another step, haven't you? Maybe, if that's what you want to call it. Another step forward, huh? I never expected anything, though. Just being able to look out for PFA, knowing he eats what I send him, that's enough. I never thought. He has to be interested, Foam cut in. Come on, sending stuff for 2 months? He has to be softening up by now. If so, that'd be great. It'd be amazing. If PFA notices me because of the letters, that's incredible. The person who can take care of him is the one behind the letters. The real Typhoon can't even muster up the courage to talk to him. I smiled wider, not caring if anyone thought I was crazy. I was truly happy, unable to describe the joy I felt in this moment. My feelings had reached you, and you accepted them. When I was with PFA, I never dared to show how much I loved him. But I made the right decision in following North's advice to show him my love and my willingness to take care of him. I would never have had this chance without the letters. Fun, can I ask you something? If, hypothetically, there was no issue with your father, would you still approach PFA? Ter's question made me raise an eyebrow in surprise before nodding in response. I think I'd take care of PFA better than this, I answered with a small smile. Not just through letters, not just looking after him from a distance, but completely. If it were North's words, he'd say to just go for it. That's good because PFA likes people who care, Ter said with a grin. Oh, really? Yeah. He doesn't know who you are, hasn't seen your face, but he cares because of the thoughtfulness in your actions. So, even if there were no letters, as long as you continue caring for him like this, he'd still like you. He'd still like me? Tur, stop it. Fun's about to explode, someone teased. Fun, take a deep breath, another chimed in. Tur, I think my system just short-circuited, I said, reaching out to hold his hand as my heart raced. Fa, liking me? Really? Your hand's shaking. Tur teased with a mock-serious expression. Yes, Fa. That one. The evidence is right here. At first, I thought he might do this for everyone, I said, glancing at the notes and snacks. No way. Tur sighed. From what I know about Fa, I don't think anyone has cared for him like you have. He's definitely paying attention to you. You're biased. Maybe a little. Tur, seriously. Well, you're my friend, so of course I'm on your side, Tur said, making me frown slightly before we both burst out laughing. It's like North, he's ridiculously good at hyping up his friends. Who knows, he might have cast some spell on Fa for you. Such dedication, I said, still chuckling. You look so bright today, Fun, Easter chimed in. It's like there's a happy glow surrounding you. Maybe, I replied softly. I cry because of you. I smile because of you. My heart races like this because of you. Each letter is a piece of my unremarkable self, every word filled with genuine care and emotion. They are feelings I've poured into the letters because I couldn't express them directly to Fa. I've never dared to cross the line of our sibling-like relationship before, but now, I'm ready to take that step. I hope you'll turn around and notice me too. Yes, because I once promised myself that when I became strong enough, I'd come back for you. And today, I'm strong enough to stand by your side. Not as the weak typhoon who relied on Fa, but as the typhoon who can be a source of strength for you. We can only love someone else when we love ourselves enough. North's words from that day have echoed in my mind for so long. He was right. How could I love someone else when I couldn't even love myself? What are you thinking about? Tur asked. Where did you find North? I asked, digging around in the dirt, and he just popped up. What? Damn. I was going to say North is like pure positive energy. Why haven't we cloned him yet? I joked. Although, we probably couldn't. Joe would have bought them all up. Honestly, one North is enough, Tur replied. If there were more, the world would collapse. I wish I could be fast positive energy, even if I'm not as strong as North. You don't have to be strong, someone chimed in. What do we always tell you? Just be yourself. Exactly. Don't try to be like North. I told you it would work. Why didn't anyone believe me? North's voice cut in, filled with mock seriousness. We were all hanging out in my room on a day off. By the way, Typhoon, did you eat the snacks Fast sent? I did. Oh, I thought you'd save them. I was hungry. Damn, just kidding. Fast told me to eat them all, so I did, I said, smiling at the memory of the chocolate milk and tuna sandwich, which were surprisingly delicious. I'd even saved the handwritten note. Good thing the plan worked. I was so worried, Dayatok said. He had been genuinely anxious lately, but when I told him Fast responded, he was ecstatic. It's gotta be good, right? Who's Cupid here? You're getting carried away. Why do I have to be both handsome and talented? Damn it, I wish I were ugly. That's enough. Tur cut in sharply, making the rest of us burst into laughter. What's up with you, North? Why are you so hyper today? Hee, it's a holiday. I finally get a break from that annoying now. What's wrong with Duyan now? I asked. He's been taking Chinese classes. He's been saying "inai hao" to me all day. Every day feels like it's draining my energy. I swear, I'm one step away from lion dancing. You idiot, I said, still laughing. Don't badmouth now. Are you taking his side? "Inai hao, you traitor. I've been running errands for you all this time, and now you're siding with now? Go "inai hao" with him then. No, don't kick me out to "inai hao." Tur, don't say "inai hao" in front of me again. Can we get back to the letter about the cat? Finally, Dayatok redirected the conversation, pulling us back to the original topic. Even I got derailed by North. What does everyone think about it? I'm interested, Foam said. Yeah, I think I'm starting to be, Tur added. Same here. What about you, North? No idea. Probably getting the wedding procession ready. North replied casually. Have you picked your wedding outfit yet? I've already tailored a suit for the occasion since the day Sky sent you that letter. Wow, you're rushing things, huh? Tur said, shaking his head lightly at North. I made a black suit. I'm expecting your wedding not to clash with my suit theme. So the wedding theme has to match your suit? Exactly. I'm the big shot here. Don't embarrass me by choosing another color theme. Ugh, you're thinking way too far ahead. Well, of course, you've got to plan ahead. Come on, show your determination. You've liked him for years. Show your power. I was convinced that North was overly hyped. How does being away from Duyan now make you this unhinged? See? I told you not to give up. It's only been 2 months of sending letters. Look at me. I've been buying lottery tickets for 10 years and only won twice. I'm still not giving up. Just yesterday, I lost again, and Joe teased me about it. Man, if North ever wins the lottery, Joe won't be able to say a word. So all this grouchiness was because Joe teased him? You two are cute, you know? I commented, thinking how adorable they were as a couple. You even refer to yourself as North. Why do you seem like a different person with us and with Joe? Would it make sense to act the same around you guys? Can we get back to the letter? Dayatak reminded us again. Seriously, I got sidetracked by North once more. Let's continue. Sure, let's hear it, ghostwriter. Cat, hit North for me. I grabbed a pillow from the bed and hit North with it. North raised his arms to shield himself, protesting loudly. All right, let's get back to it. I'll share my thoughts. Dayatak looked at me. I nodded slightly. He seemed to be asking for permission to speak. I think the plan of sending letters consistently for 2 months is working. Tonfah is starting to show interest in the person behind the letters. But we're still unsure if Tonfah knows it's Cat. Actually, the likelihood of Tonfah figuring it out is pretty high. I guess Tonfah might know. There's more than a 40% chance. Based on the initial plan, one thing I'm sure of is that Cat's father won't know. There's no way. It's just letters, right? But I'm not sure if Tonfah would realize because they're close. The real issue is, if Tonfah has figured it out, why does Tonfah keep replying? That means Tonfah doesn't care who it is. The 4 of us were like students listening to a teacher summarize a lesson. North frowned, looking serious, clearly uncomfortable with the heavy topic. Tonfah is interested in the person sending the letters. Maybe Tonfah already liked Typhoon before all this? Foam suggested. No way, I said, shaking my head lightly at Foam. I already know. Really? Ter asked. Yeah, I could tell it's more like siblings. Tonfah doesn't like me romantically. I know that, and I've never deluded myself about it. Saying it so plainly stung a little, but it was the truth. If someone doesn't like you, they just don't. I feel bad for Typhoon, Foam said with a worried expression. Should you step back? Tonfah really doesn't like you that way. That's all in the past, North chimed in. Focus on the present and the future, Typhoon. Are you still crying over the past? No, not anymore. Are you happy now? Very. Do you enjoy delivering things to Tonfah? That's what matters. Whether Tonfah likes you or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you love Sky, and no one can replace that. Joe once told me that when he liked me, but I was with someone else, he drank himself silly for years. It was painful, I know, but in the end, now I'm the one who can't live without Joe. You love Tonfah this much, let Tonfah know. There's no way Tonfah wouldn't love you back when your love is this strong. If not, then he is not human. Maybe Tonfah will come around someday, Typhoon. Just wait for Tonfah to make a move. I think you're amazing. Foam, North called out loudly, startling Foam. A well doesn't come to a cat. Isn't it a well doesn't come to a buffalo? Foam raised an eyebrow. Typhoon is a cat. Tonfah doesn't like Typhoon, so it's Typhoon who has to make the move. That's only fair, right? Typhoon has come this far. Don't ruin his efforts. I'm sorry. I should have realized how much effort you've put into this, Foam said, turning to look at me. I shook my head lightly, signaling that it was okay. North's right. If you like someone, you've got to make the move. You're so strong, Typhoon. Look at you. Are you really going to give up just because Tonfah doesn't like you? Not at all. I smiled back at North, giving the widest smile I could manage. I'll make him like me. Just me, Typhoon, the ordinary guy. That's the spirit. All my teaching didn't go to waste. If Tonfah starts liking you back, I'm sure someone like him will make it clear. Look, he's already started by sending letters back, hasn't he? Wow, thank you, teacher. Yeah, treat me to some chocolate milk, will you? I've been craving it. Sure, I'll buy 3 packs. There you go. Let everyone know my friend is loaded. Does Tonfah know my friend here is rich? Ready to splurge on chocolate milk for life. Go ahead, shower him with money. We all burst out laughing at North's cheerful antics. No matter what, I'm always grateful for North. I'm so glad to have you guys. And as for Tonfah, you'll see the depth of my love soon enough. Watch out. Chapter 16. Typhoon's point of view. Why did you do this to me? You think just because I'm your younger brother, you can do whatever you want. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? I'm human too. You know, you didn't need to go this far. Joe, control your wife. He's getting too hot-headed. I told you he's a hot-headed gamer. Art hit. I'm your younger brother. Do you even see me as your brother? Yeah, you're my little brother. Or do you want to be my wife instead? Art hit. Relax, Joe. I was just teasing. Can you take it seriously, please? Fine, I'm focused. In front of me, North and Art hit were playing a mobile game together. North really is the definition of a hot-headed gamer, just like Joe said. I've never seen him this upset about anything other than games. He takes them so seriously. But what's even cuter is that North is sitting on Joe's lap. It's such a familiar sight now because they've been like this forever, even before they started dating, probably. Tur was sitting next to Hill, leaning against his arm. Meanwhile, I was sitting next to Foam, directly across from Tonfah. These kinds of gatherings happen a lot because my friends are dating my older brother's friends. But we rarely talk or even look at each other. I usually just hang out with Foam instead. Tonfah was focusing on his work, with a carton of chocolate milk I bought for him this morning sitting beside him. I couldn't help but smile to myself. Why does it make me so happy just to see him drinking the milk I bought? The gift he sent back to me is still in my bag. I haven't opened it yet. I'll do it when I get back to my room. I just pressed to engage. Why did you back off? Look at my health. If I went in, we'd all be dead. Just say you're bad at this. Bad, my ass. You're such a noob. North. What Art it? What are you going to do? You're so cheeky. Let's settle this one-on-one. Sure thing. What makes you think I'm scared? I think we're getting too familiar with each other. Everyone burst out laughing at these two getting worked up over the game. I've never seen Art hit like this before, probably because I've never talked to him much. But watching him with North is hilarious. I'm just teasing I still respect you. If you respected me, you'd have kicked me in the face already. Well, you didn't say I couldn't. You little brat. The two of them laughed while arguing. It's genuinely entertaining to watch North and Art hit play games together. North acts the same when playing with his engineering friends, but says he avoids gaming with me because he doesn't want to accidentally curse me out, claims it makes him feel inexplicably guilty. But still, why is Art hit gaming while Tonfah is working? Where's Fa? He went to the bathroom. Hill replied as Tonfah left the table. North momentarily looked away from his phone to glance at Tonfah. Art hit, do you think Fa might be annoyed with us? No way. But we're so loud. I completely forgot Fa was working. It's fine. Fa can read in the middle of a concert. Come on, focus. The top lane is about to clash again. Wait, how's that happening already? At first, I was secretly worried Tonfah might be annoyed with me for hanging out at the table. But it's been almost a year like this, so it should be fine, right? Even if it feels a bit awkward, I still want to see him, like I said before. Art hit, what are you doing? I'm hungry. Fa will get mad at you. Hill warned as Art hit reached for Tonfah's bag. Relax. It'll be fine. Art hit. It's fine, I promise. Ugh, whatever. I tried to warn you. Hill sighed as Art hit rummaged through Tonfah's bag. My confusion turned to understanding when Art hit pulled out the snack I bought for Tonfah this morning. Wait, don't tell me. Hey, North exclaimed upon seeing Arthit's bold move. Is that okay? Fa doesn't usually care. Are you saying stealing is normal for you? You make me sound like a villain. It's not just sounding like one anymore, North muttered, but everyone still heard him. I wasn't going to eat it. I was just messing around. Excuse me. Art hit. Tonfah's voice came from behind as Art hit was about to open the snack. I was worried Art hit might actually eat it, but Tonfah returned just in time. What are you doing? Tonfah asked, pulling the snack back. Just one bite? I'm hungry. No. Tonfah took the snack back and put it in his bag. Art hit shrugged nonchalantly. So stingy. It's just a snack. I told you. Fa's going to be mad, Hill said. Are you mad at me, Fa? It's just a little thing. I'm not mad. Tonfah replied, sitting down and tucking the snack back into his bag. See? I told you Fa wouldn't be mad. But I'm not helping you with your assignments this term, P. Tonfah added. Fa really treasures the snack you gave him, Foam teased. Foam, stop teasing already. You've been at it since we got here. Is it something precious that no one's allowed to touch? Foam, fine, I'll stop. I'm heading out. Drive safe. Okay, see you. See you. I stood watching Foam drop me off at my dorm, smiling uncontrollably. I'd been trying to suppress my grin all evening since we left the cafe. P. Tonfah, he treasures the snack I gave him. I quickly ran up to my room and sat there blushing alone at my desk. For heaven's sake, why is my heart racing like this? Am I going to have a heart attack? My face feels so hot already. Without wasting any time, I hurriedly opened my bag, pulled out the package that P. Fast sent me, and opened it immediately. Ever since the first time P. Fast sent me something, we've been exchanging little gifts and notes for nearly a month now. It's like we've become pen pals. Before, it was always simple snacks with a note that said something like, "Enjoy your treat," or "Hope you have a great day." Just simple, ordinary messages that have never felt ordinary to me. This time, it was a box of chocolates I'd never seen before. It looked expensive. There was also a piece of paper with a note that read, "Is this chocolate sweet like you?" Smiley face. What the heck? Hey, look up. Am I supposed to talk to the back of your head? North. Your voice cracked. North. You idiot. North's laughter echoed loudly through the video call. I'd nearly had a heart attack after reading P. Fast's note. It took me almost 10 minutes to calm down, and as soon as I did, I immediately called someone. North happened to be the last chat I'd opened. North, yeah. My hands are shaking. Is my heart going to burst out of my chest? Take a deep breath, Fun. I kept my head down, hiding my face with my hands because I knew my cheeks were probably redder than ever. When I finally glanced up, North was lounging on a sofa, eating snacks without a care. Want some chocolate? It might help. No more chocolate, I muttered under my breath. I'm not eating anyone else's chocolate anymore. Only P. Fast chocolate, huh? You're annoying. The chocolate that's sweet like you, huh? North, are you ever going to stop teasing me? Sorry. I couldn't help it. I haven't teased anyone in a while. So, that message was flirting, right? Or was it something else? I asked again, even though I'd already asked 100 times. North sighed dramatically on the other end of the call. Yeah, Fun. You've asked me this 100 times already. So, we're not just pen pals or siblings, right? What do you want from me, Fun? Yeah, P. Fa is flirting with you. Happy now. North. See? Now you're all flustered because I said it straight. North chuckled. Want some chocolate? I've got some. I shook my head. He just kept trying to push chocolates on me. I could already tell I'd be teased about this chocolate thing for the next week. North, I've never seen anyone blush so hard they can't even speak like you do. You've never felt this way? Nope. Ter hasn't either, I think. Oh, I buried my face into the chubby cat plushie that Dayatok bought me 6 months ago, hiding so much that I'd almost flattened the poor cat's face. At first, I thought we were just going to stay pen pals, chatting casually like this forever. So you're more of a talker, huh? Yeah, not really someone who takes action. I told you to make a move sometimes. Otherwise, the fishbones will stay with the dogs. Fishbones aren't just for you, you know. Are you calling P. Fa a fishbone? Am I? I was making an analogy. North snapped back, clearly annoyed. Don't stay in your comfort zone forever, or you'll be stuck there for life. Got it. Just give me time, okay? But P. Fa already stepped out of his comfort zone for you, North added. You said you wanted to flirt with P. Fa, but it's P. Fa who's making the first move. So, what are you going to do now that they're already showing they like you? I buried my face even deeper into the cat plushie, so embarrassed by North's words that I nearly bit the plushie's ear off. I had no idea how to let out my feelings. Calm down. You're going to rip poor Supaporn's ear off. I hate that name. Dayatok named it, didn't he? I hate the name Dayatok too. Well, it's called Supaporn. Deal with it, North said nonchalantly. This chubby cat plushie was named Supaporn by Dayatok, but whatever. Supaporn it is. I still think the name doesn't suit its face. So what about P. Joe? I asked. Still not back. Work? Yeah. North frowned slightly, as he always did whenever P. Joe wasn't around. It's an urgent project, so he went to help out. Impressive. P. Fa's impressive too, you know. How so? I overheard P. Fa talking to P. Joe about some hospital project or something. Fast involved in their family's hospital business and seems to have ideas for improving medical equipment. I think they brought the idea to Joe for advice. Whoa, like repairing or upgrading equipment. I asked amazed. Something like that. They're brainstorming first, and if it works out, they'll probably pitch it to their dads, Fast dad and Joe's dad. It could turn into a collaborative project between their companies and the hospital. Wow, that's incredible. My eyes widened in disbelief. It sounded so big and important. Does Joe like Fast's idea? Anything that makes money, Joe is interested in, North said with a laugh. Seriously, in business, if there's potential profit, you've got to be willing to take risks. Wow, that's so cool. I could never do that. North and I kept chatting aimlessly for about 15 minutes before I realized he'd completely derailed our conversation. I almost forgot what we were originally talking about. So what are you going to do next? North raised an eyebrow, pretending to look serious in an annoyingly smug way. I frowned at him. I don't know. Just keep talking, I guess. You're really going to ignore the sweet like you line? What do you want me to do? Reply back with, I'm sweeter than your chocolate, North joked, bursting into laughter at his own humor. Just kidding. Don't actually say that. I won't. I shook my head. If things between Fa and me get better, I think that'd be great. But I'm kind of scared. Scared of what? It's like, it's me, okay? I'm the person in the letters. If Fa finds out, will he be disappointed? Why would he be disappointed? Because it's me. And what's wrong with it being you? North raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Don't put yourself down. Honestly, what's more worrying is your dad. If Fa finds out, everything might blow up. Right? That's true. I admitted as the thought hit me. My dad. I haven't been in contact with him for almost a month now. Most of the time, it's Uncle Kong who calls occasionally to ask about the money he transfers to me. I haven't talked to my dad in so long. You've been distant for a while now. Maybe it's not as scary anymore. No, I can't. I shook my head. It's still? I just can't. He might move me, you know? He wouldn't care if I have friends or anything. Sigh. I don't even know where our relationship is headed. And then there's the whole thing with Dad. I can't reveal that I'm the one behind the letters. So, you're just going to make them like you and then disappear? That's cruel. I didn't say I'd disappear. But you already disappeared on Fa once, didn't you? Are you going to do it again? North asked with a serious expression. When you left before, I thought you were really cruel. I know. I nodded, acknowledging everything I'd done that hurt Fa. Leaving without an explanation, no matter how justified my reasons felt to me. Even if I had reasons, Fa didn't know them. Besides, you can't justify hurting someone just because you think you have a reason, can you? Exactly, because you're you, North said, leaving the sentence hanging. I'm like a living lesson, huh? I joked. It was something North said to me often, especially whenever I started blaming myself. Just don't do it again, that's all. Yeah, this time, it'll definitely be better than the last. I smiled faintly. I need to do something about it. Exactly. If Fast making moves like this, sooner or later, you'll have to reveal yourself. You can't let things with your dad stay like this forever. But I have no good ideas. Talking never works either. Maybe go all out, play hardball? How? What does your dad do for work? He works at a real estate company. Should I ask Joe to buy that company? If he owns it, he could totally pressure your dad to back off. What's your heart made of? I laughed, shaking my head. North wasn't spoiled by Joe's wealth, but he'd always joked like this, even before, about buying the world or moving people to Mars, or buying a university to give himself straight A's. That's a bit much. I was kidding. Forget about your dad for now. Thinking about it just gives me a headache. Let's survive the present first. Hey, you were the one who brought up my dad. Yeah, whatever. I forgot already. Just like that, he switched topics. It was so easy for him to drop the subject when he didn't want to think about it. So what's the plan now? Back to the same question. I sighed, glancing at the letter from Fa on my desk. I wondered how I should keep it, but I probably wouldn't pin it next to the photo of the two plushies and Dayatok. I guess I'll just keep talking for now. No big moves. Do I have to make big moves? I'm impatient. Well, I think taking it slow is cute. I just got a Polaroid camera too, I said, lifting the Polaroid I'd just bought yesterday to show North. Maybe I'll take some pictures to send to Fa. Yeah, that's pretty cute. Right? Polaroids are so cool. I began to ramble about the perks of Polaroid cameras. Since I'm into photography, I got carried away explaining it until North looked bored. The colors are so pretty when they develop. Yeah, just don't accidentally send a selfie. Are you crazy? I bet PFA is romantic. Just look at the line they sent you. How could you not blush? I raised an eyebrow at North's comment. Romantic, huh? Yep. You lost, didn't you? Lost to what? To him. Falling for a romantic, huh? Falling for PFA. You're good, you know that. North smirked slightly. We kept chatting for a long time, much longer than usual. I didn't often video call with friends like this, but I did with Dayatok sometimes since he doesn't have many people to talk to. As for Tur and North, they're always with their partners. Even Foam mentioned they're talking to someone new now. Hey Fun, can I ask you something? Why? Why do you want PFA to be your sky? I don't want him to be. He already is my sky. But didn't PFA say they couldn't be anyone's sky? Yeah, I nodded slightly. But I made them my sky anyway. Even if they don't acknowledge it, it doesn't matter. I'm not forcing it on them. It's more like, me liking them is my own business. Wow, you're stubborn. I kind of like that about you. PFA once said I look at the sky too positively. But honestly, I just can't see it negatively. Even if I'm afraid of thunderstorms or the night sky, I still love it. It's like saying, no matter what you're like, I'll still love you for who you are. The sky is beautiful no matter what, whether it's during sunrise or sunset, cloudy with rain, or starry or starless nights. It's always beautiful to me. So even if PFA says the sky isn't always perfect, I think it is. Always. PFA might have sides I've never seen. Like you said, people always have multiple layers. But if I keep inching closer bit by bit, I hope we'll come to understand more about each other's hidden sides. Tonfah's point of view. What's up? You look way too comfortable. Just normal. How long have you been awake? Not long. Head hurting? Terribly. Eat and take some medicine, I said, placing the food bag on the table in front of the sofa where Arthit lay in a miserable state. Last night, he got drunk and came knocking on my door. I didn't ask why. I guessed he didn't want to go home. He'd been lying hungover on my sofa all day, skipping class. Not only did I have to clean up after him, but I also had to buy him food and let him use my space. Thanks. A savior has come to my rescue, Arthit joked as he pushed himself up and opened the food container. Sorry for the trouble. It's fine. So what got you so wasted? He shrugged nonchalantly, still chewing. I turned my eyes away from him. It was probably the same old reasons, and I didn't feel like asking again. Instead, I sat on the small sofa beside him, feeling utterly drained. Today was just another exhausting day. You look tired. Yeah, I am. Being Tonfah must be exhausting. It is. Being Tonfah is so damn tiring. I muttered, a faint smirk creeping onto my lips. What about being Arthit? Is it exhausting? Ugh. Being me is the worst. What's so bad about it? Everything. Hill once said Arthit and I were complete opposites. Arthit was free-spirited, caring about no one and nothing, going wherever he pleased. In contrast, I cared too much about others, so much that I didn't even realize it had become my nature since childhood. Do you remember? Remember what? What Hill said, if you combine the two of us, you'd get the perfect person. I don't want to be combined with you. Me neither. It's just a comparison, I said with a hint of annoyance. Arthit. What? Got a cigarette? Yeah, why? Let me have one. Gonna smoke. Yeah. I wasn't a heavy smoker. I only smoked occasionally, usually when I couldn't handle my feelings, like now. We stepped out onto the balcony, standing together with cigarettes in hand. Still able to smoke? I thought you were hungover. Of course I can. Why wouldn't I? I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with gray smoke before exhaling. The view before me was one I was familiar with, now hazy with the faint smoke wafting around. Doesn't suit you. What doesn't? Smoking. And in your student uniform, no less. It's fine. No one can see me. I can. You don't count. I glanced at him. He ran a hand through his messy hair, dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, his face worn out. It doesn't look like me, does it? Do you want me to answer as someone else? Yeah, as someone else. Then no, it's not you at all. Just the smoking is already not you. Ugh. I stared blankly into the distance, feeling empty. Tonfah was the sky my father hoped for, a sky higher than anyone else. Tonfah was also the tree my mother wanted me to be, a constant shelter for others. But what about me? Do I really want to be all that? I've always been expected to be a certain way, ever since I was born and my parents gave me this name. Everyone has expectations of me, for me to be a good person, a smart person, a kind person. This and that. I was raised with these expectations since I was a child. My parents taught me to sacrifice, to be patient, to prioritize others before myself. It's become a habit so deeply ingrained that I don't even realize I'm doing it sometimes. Tonfah has to be this, Tonfah has to be that. I've always fulfilled those expectations. Until one day, I started asking myself a question. Who am I, really? I studied hard, and when the results turned out well, people weren't disappointed. But so what? Why didn't I feel happy about it? My parents even chose the name Tonfah for me before I was born. They already had plans for what Tonfah should be. It wasn't coercion, it's just that I've grown used to meeting everyone's expectations. It's not all bad. I can do it, and I think I do it well. But sometimes, it's exhausting. Just exhausting. It's become that I only feel happy when the people around me are happy. Seeing my mom happy about my grades is far more rewarding than seeing the grades alone. Joe once told me that this trait of mine can't be fixed, that caring about everyone and everything will always be exhausting. He told me that on days I feel tired, I should try to let go a little. You can't care about everyone. If two people come crying to you at the same time, you can only comfort one, right? Prioritize. Not everyone has to be important to you. That's something Joe once told me. But aside from my close friends and family, everyone else is equally important to me. Maybe because I've never felt that deeply about anyone before. You lump everyone into the same zone the first time you meet them. That's why it's hard for you to open up to anyone. It's true. If you look closely, I always have walls up the first time I meet someone. If they get close enough, they'll see those walls. But not everyone gets that close. I can't respond to anyone's feelings. I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. Like now, as I smoke this cigarette, if someone saw me, they'd be disappointed too. Because Tonfah is supposed to be perfect. But to me, I'm not. If this version of me is the real me, why does it feel so empty? The sky or the tree my parents wanted me to be? Is that really me? Because in truth, I'm not perfect. I've never been perfect. I'm just an ordinary guy. Everyone who comes into my life expects me to be what they want. I'm not interesting like Joe or Hill. Honestly, I'm quite boring. Someone once said I was mysterious. But honestly, even if you tried to figure me out, there's nothing to find. A woman I once dated, our relationship ended because we weren't compatible, told me I was the perfect guy in every way. But I wasn't. She expected me to be something I wasn't. And I realized I didn't feel the same way about her. It was more like we were just friends. Back then, I didn't understand my feelings. Now I know that wasn't love. Fa. I heard mine confess to you the other day. How'd you know? So, what happened? Ardhit cut off my question abruptly. Mind, or then Mind, is the star of our faculty. She used to like Hill, but after Hill got with Tur, it seemed like she fell apart and couldn't pick herself up. She came to me for advice, and I did my best to help. Then, the other day, she told me I was her light in the darkness and ended it with a confession. I turned her down. Oh, how'd she take it? She called me a jerk. Really? Mine called you a jerk? I nodded. Why? Maybe she thought I gave her false hope. Did you? No. I shook my head. I treated her like anyone else who needed help. Are you sure? Yeah. I nodded again. Why? If you didn't get involved in the first place, it wouldn't have gone this far. If I'd left her alone from the start, people would have called me cruel. But if I helped without loving her, I'm still cruel. In the end, just not loving her makes me cruel. Fair enough. I shouldn't have asked. Too complicated, Ardhit said dismissively. Next time, just tell people up front, I don't like you. Don't get the wrong idea. Really? Yeah, just like that. I don't like you. Don't flatter yourself. You idiot, I said, laughing loudly. What if they snap back? I didn't like you either. That'd be embarrassing. Doesn't matter. At least it sets clear boundaries. Honestly, you. I shook my head lightly. Joe told me to find clarity first. Set priorities so not everyone feels equally important. Good advice. Go find it. I don't know. I've never had someone truly important to me. Not counting friends and family. You're asking me for advice? Fast, seriously? Worth a shot. Easy. Just open your heart to someone. If you have a partner, they'll be your priority, and you'll naturally care less about others. Can you even give advice about relationships? Arthit shook his head, looking exasperated. Right. Arthit was probably the furthest person from the concept of love. What about the letter person? What about them? Didn't you say you're opening your heart to them? Yeah, they're exactly my type. I like that they're uniquely ordinary. Even though our conversations are simple, they've never tried to change them. Everything remains the same. Eat well, get plenty of rest, or casual talks about the weather. These turned into feelings of adorable, and increasingly adorable. Joe said that when it reaches the point of adorable as hell, that's when it becomes dangerous. Plenty of people have sent letters to me before, but I've never responded to anyone. This person is the first I've replied to, because they've shown a kind of care no one else ever has. Normally, if I didn't reply, people would get anxious and send follow-up messages like, "Don't you like the snacks?" or "Do you like them? Please let me know." But this person just sticks to the same simple weather-like conversations, as if they're willing to continue caring for me without expecting anything in return. Everyone else approaches me like I'm someone special, even though I'm just an ordinary person. What I truly want is this kind of simplicity. And so, I like it. Fa. How much for the chocolate? How much did you say? $550. 17,400 baht. I calculated the amount and repeated it out loud before pulling out my phone to transfer the money to Arthit. I had asked him to buy the chocolate for me while he was abroad. It's a brand I consider the best, and I wondered if it could be as sweet as someone. My friends are all big spenders, Arthit remarked after seeing the money hit his account. And you? Why would I spend on anyone? My money's mine. So touching. Are you heading out now? I asked as we walked back into the room. Yeah, I'll head back. Lend me a shirt to change into, though. I reek of alcohol. In the closet, I replied. As he headed for my wardrobe, I suddenly remembered that I'd also received a package today. I'd been so busy all day, I hadn't had a chance to see what was inside. I pulled a light blue paper bag out of my backpack, curious about what they'd sent this time. Inside, I found some chocolate, a bottle of syrup, and a Polaroid photo. They sent me a picture? I raised an eyebrow in surprise and took out the photo. It was a picture of the chocolate I'd sent them. The box was empty, with only the wrapping paper and the container left. On the back of the Polaroid was a note. I wouldn't know, because I've never tasted myself before. But this box of chocolate was just the right sweetness and very delicious. Thank you. Happy face. I couldn't help but smile widely at the message. If it's like Joe says, this is dangerous. Seriously, you're exactly the kind of person I like. Chapter 17. Tonfah's point of view. What was that? Chocolate for 17,000 baht. Hey, that's not weird at all, is it? What's so strange about 17,000 baht for chocolate? This is something I'd rather not have happened, but it had to. I had already anticipated that they'd figure it out. Most importantly, the one who's been waiting to pick on me specifically is Johan. Isn't it weird, though? 17,000 baht. Who would buy that? Well, my friend said they didn't like them, so they don't like them. Why are you grilling the heavens for answers? I already told you, they don't like them. The 17,000 baht I spent on French chocolate was just a gesture of kindness. Johan said teasingly, with a mischievous glint in his eye, clearly enjoying mocking me. Johan, back then, I don't recall you ever teasing me like this. I sighed softly. Such overwhelming kindness. Fa? Hill, you're just as bad. Was it too much, though? The chocolate, I mean, I asked, frowning. I've never courted anyone before. When I asked it to buy it for me, he didn't say anything at all. Not really. It's normal, Johan shrugged. If you like them. Oh, be honest, Fa. How do you feel about them? I like them. That's simple. Yeah, why? How much do you like them? I like them. I don't know. I don't know how to measure it. I muttered softly, keeping my eyes fixed on the pile of work in front of me. In the end, I had to help Fit with his work because I couldn't say no. If I didn't help, he'd probably end up studying with the juniors for sure. The answer to how much do you like them is 17,000 baht, Hill said with a slight raise of his eyebrows. If it were Johan, I wouldn't be surprised. But since it's you, I am. I just wanted to buy it for them. That's all. You like them that much, Fa. How much? I asked back. They went silent, so I looked up. All three of them were looking at me with a mixture of exasperation. Where did you get the 17,000 baht from? Hill asked. My savings. I don't spend it on anything else anyway. Did you regret it when you bought it? No. Do you normally buy chocolate this expensive? No, I said, shaking my head before falling silent. Are you saying I like them enough to give something I wouldn't even get for myself? Is that it? Exactly, something like that. Well, it's good that they get to enjoy something nice, right? And they seem to like it too. You like them that much, Johan said. To the point where you put them before yourself. Have you ever thought about what you'd do if that letter went missing? Why ask something like that, Hill? Just look at him. He's already so down. There hasn't been a letter for over a week now. Johan retorted. Yes, no letter from them for a week now. They usually arrive every 2 or 3 days. I don't know what's going on, but it's affecting me more than I'd like. It feels like something's missing. I used to wonder what I'd do if they suddenly disappeared, but now that it's happening, I have no idea. Everything depends on them, whether they'll send me a letter or not. At the very least, it would be nice to know something about them. Can you really like someone you've never met? Fit, who had been silent, finally spoke up, raising an eyebrow. I've never thought about it like that, I replied. I don't care about their appearance or their name. Just being who they are in the letters is enough. So you talk to them and feel like you click? Yeah, exactly. You don't even know their name? Aren't you going to ask? I shook my head. You know, there's nothing solid between you and them, Johan said, propping his head up with one hand and glancing at me. If they wanted to disappear, they could easily do so, couldn't they? He wasn't wrong. You said they're sweet. Do you really think you're the only one who sees that? Johan's words made me stop writing immediately. They're that charming just through letters. Imagine how many people would like them in real life. If one day they realize someone close to them is more tangible than someone they exchange letters with, they could leave you, and you wouldn't have any right to go after them. I don't know how much they like you, because I don't know them. But you already like them this much. Are you okay with leaving things like this? Johan was trying to mess with my head, and he succeeded. Tonfah, someone's here to see you. A female voice called from the classroom, making me turn around. Hearing that, I quickly got up and left the room. My friends exchanged glances as I hurried out. I must have looked really flustered. Oh well. I froze slightly when I saw who was waiting outside, and disappointment washed over me before I even realized it. Someone asked me to give this to you. Who sent it? They didn't want me to say. They just said, enjoy it. Oh, I can't accept it. Please apologize to them for me. Oh, but please, just take it. My friend really likes you. I really can't. I'm sorry. All right. I turned my eyes away and walked back into the room. I'm still not used to seeing people's disappointed faces. The best choice is to just not look. Then I sat back down in the room as usual. Not them? Johan asked. I shook my head. Disappointed much? He teased again. It's been over a week with no letters. What are you going to do now? Usually, you'd accept things people leave for you. Why didn't you take it this time? I'm starving, Fitz said, looking annoyed. I thought I shouldn't take it, I replied. Waiting for snacks from just one person, huh? Hill teased again. What if they've changed their mind about you? What will you do? Fit asked. I didn't respond. I don't know why, but something in me says that wouldn't happen, just as it hasn't happened with me. Maybe something urgent came up, Hill said in a calm tone. Maybe they're not feeling well. Typhoon's point of view. How are you feeling? Getting better. That's good. Make sure to rest well. We brought you some fruit. Thanks. We talked for a while before excusing ourselves. North, Dow, Foam, and I walked out of the patient's room together. As we strolled down the corridor, we kept chatting. Bobby, man, what were you doing getting hit by a car right before exams? North said, looking worried. The person lying in the hospital room we just visited was Bobby. Bobby is a friend of North's, and more importantly, Bobby is one of the cupids responsible for delivering things to PFA. Bobby had been hospitalized after an accident several days ago, and today was the first day the doctor allowed visitors. As soon as I heard, I rushed over because, after all, I'd asked him for a favor. Bobby wasn't the one delivering the items to PFA directly, but one of the links in the chain. North's delivery system had many layers. Our cupid's out of action. What do we do now? North muttered, frustrated. It's been over a week since we last sent anything to PFA. Yeah, true. Do we have to wait for Bobby to recover? Ter asked. That could take months. Exactly. We need a new plan, Dow said. Otherwise, we're going to lose our momentum. This is our golden period. PFA seems to love cats now, and if we suddenly stop, our score's bound to drop. You're right, North agreed. But finding another Cupid is impossible. Do you even understand the delivery process? It's like a chain. Now the chain's broken. What was your last conversation about? Tur asked, turning to me. Nothing special, I replied honestly. But since finals are coming up, I've stocked up on snacks to send. I just haven't been able to give any. I wonder if Fa will feel anything. Isn't this like a test? Foam said. If they start getting anxious, isn't that a good thing? I'm not trying to test anyone, I replied, frowning slightly. Even if Fa doesn't notice my absence, I still feel uneasy for not being there to take care of them, especially with exams coming up. That's good, North said plainly, sipping his green tea frappuccino. Forget the tests. Let's brainstorm what to do next. Is Fa a curious person? Dayatok suddenly asked. We all shook our heads. Then why not leave the items at a specific place and take turns picking them up? Oh, but where? Somewhere no one will notice. Where would that be? North said. People walk around everywhere, and if we leave it in a building, the cleaning staff will definitely take it. But if we can manage it, wouldn't it be good? Like, in the morning, we leave it there, and in the evening, Fa picks it up. What if they accidentally run into each other? Isn't that risky? Foam raised an eyebrow. No, it wouldn't be. Fa isn't the curious type, right? If we agree that they have to come at a specific time, they won't sneak around. Besides, if they wanted to know who we are, they'd have figured it out by now. Fa respects the boundaries we set in the letters. I nodded slightly in agreement. I'd thought about it many times. If Fa really wanted to know who was behind the letters, it wouldn't be hard. But he chose not to investigate because he respects the writer's wishes. If we said not to pry, he wouldn't. That could work. But would it inconvenience Fa too much to have to pick it up? You care about Fa too much, Foam said, raising an eyebrow. Well, it's true. Then pick somewhere close, Dao suggested, pausing as if deep in thought. Is there anywhere near the medical building where we can leave things unnoticed? We fell silent. How could there be? What about the coffee shop in the medical building? North, are you kidding? How would that even work? I know the owner. We can ask them to be part of the plan. Really? Yeah. Do you have a better idea? North's question made Tur fall silent. The owner's really kind. They'd definitely help us. Plus, your stuff would be safe there. If you leave it somewhere random, someone might take it. That might actually work, I said, still unsure. Otherwise, I can't think of anything else. Since leaving it with Bobby isn't an option anymore, this might be the only way. Leaving it somewhere random would be risky. It could get lost, seen by someone else, or taken. Besides, the cleaning staff in the medical building are thorough and clean everything daily. We went to the coffee shop North mentioned. At first, I was surprised to see a coffee shop inside a building, but it seemed pretty popular. North, there are so many people here. Won't it be a problem? That's the point. A busy place is less suspicious. You can just act like you're buying coffee or casually chatting with the owner. North introduced us to the owner of the cafe, P. Gibb. She was as kind as North had described and seemed to know him quite well. When North started explaining the plan to her, her eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Yes, I replied with a sheepish smile. Wow, not bad. So you're Typhoon, huh? P. Gibb said as she pinched my cheek playfully. I wasn't used to people pinching my cheek, so I felt a bit awkward. You really do look like a sleepy cat. So, the plan is for me to hold on to your stuff and wait for Dr. Fa to pick it up. And if Dr. Fa leaves something behind, I'll keep it here until you come to get it, right? Yes. Will that be too much trouble? Not at all. It's actually exciting. I get to play matchmaker. And besides, it's Dr. Fa we're talking about. I'll get to see him often now. She's a fan of Fa, North whispered. I'm a fan of every handsome guy, P. Gibbs said, giving North's cheek a light pinch as well. So what's the story? Do you like him? Why send letters? It's complicated, I said with a dry smile. P. Gibb pouted slightly, but didn't press further. All right, fine, I won't ask. But I'll help you. Oh, I'm so jealous. Tur is with Dr. Hill, North's with Dr. Joe, and now Typhoon will be with Dr. Fa too. My heart skipped several beats at her words. Boyfriend? Boyfriend. And what about Dr. Thit? Well, it must be fate, right? So, one of you has to be with Dr. Thit, P. Gibb teased, pointing between Dao and Foam. Foam frowned in surprise, but Dao remained indifferent, as if the comment didn't bother him. I think Dr. Fa should come in the morning since he studies nearby, right? If he comes early, fewer people will see him. Actually, Dr. Fa already stops by my shop for coffee in the mornings. Then in the evening, Typhoon can come by, hang out, and buy some coffee to make it look natural. Honestly, no one would suspect anything like this. Who pays attention to stuff like this? That's true. Who would suspect anything? Just act like you're coming here every day. People from other faculties visit here all the time anyway. Let's just say P. Gibbs' coffee is so good it's worth the trip. It's not just a saying, it is that good. P. Gibb retorted, making me chuckle. By the way, have you talked to Dr. Fa about this yet? Ah, that's right. We were planning everything, but we hadn't even talked to P. Fa about it yet. And who knows if he'd agree. It feels like we're starting from square one, Dao said as he put down his cup of hot coffee. We were still sitting in P. Gibbs' cafe, regrouping to figure out what to do. Ugh, such a hassle, North groaned. The main issue is how to tell P. Fa, right? That we're changing the way we send letters. Smile and just tell him once, Foam said. Can't we just leave it here? I suggested. P. Gibbs said P. Fa stops by often. Oh yeah. North narrowed his eyes at me and smirked slyly. Write a letter and leave it here, just in case P. Fa comes tomorrow. So, we're gambling on whether he'll show up or not. Her commented. Make sure to coordinate with P. Gibb. Got it. I coughed lightly after sipping a sweet drink. Are you sick? A little. Just a sore throat. Tonfah's point of view. To you. I'm sorry for not contacting you for so long. The person who used to help me deliver things is unavailable now, so I've asked P. Gibb to help. Would it be inconvenient for you to pick things up from the cafe in the mornings? If it's not possible, that's okay. But I still want to talk to you as always. It's close to exam season now, so please take care of your health. The weather's been a bit unpredictable, and I'm not feeling so great myself. I've also ordered you a hot coffee, since P. Gibb said you usually come in the mornings. Morning seems like the perfect time for hot coffee. But please don't order more, 1 cup is enough. Did they leave anything else? I asked. Nope, just the hot coffee. Here you go. P. Gibb handed me a cup of hot coffee. I smiled faintly and accepted it. I folded the letter carefully and put it in my bag. What's this warm feeling in my heart? Oh, I see. It's because of them. Because they're back. Smiley face. Doctor. Yes. Do you ever think about finding out who they are? No, I said, shaking my head. Good. That way I won't feel guilty. If you ever pressured me to tell, I'd be in big trouble, P. Gibbs said cheerfully. But I can give you a little spoiler. What's that? They're a very sweet person. Oh, why are you smiling like that? Because I already know that. If you want to meet them, just wait for them in the evening, Johann commented, his eyes still fixed on the white paper in front of him. I won't. Why not? Aren't you curious? He doesn't want me to know. Why should I push it? I said. Shouldn't I prioritize his comfort? If he finds out I'm trying to uncover his identity, he'd definitely feel uneasy. You could at least ask a little about him. Are you really okay not knowing anything at all? I have asked, I said. I had tried asking him a few things about himself because I wanted to know him better, but he didn't answer any of my questions, completely ignoring them. That made it clear he didn't want me to know anything about him. And he didn't respond? Yeah, but it's fine. I'm okay with things staying like this. All right then, whatever you want. And what's all that? Did you buy it to fill a land plot or something? No. Then what is it? He's not feeling well. Well, with all that, he'll probably stay healthy for the next century. Typhoon's point of view. I stared at the white bag with a pharmacy logo in disbelief. After leaving my first letter through the cafe, I'd been anxiously waiting to see if P. Fa would respond. Not only did he reply, but he also sent me something in return. I'm so glad. We can talk like before. Are you sick? P. Gibb asked when she saw me wearing a face mask. Just a little, I replied. Take care of your health. Thank you. I reached out to take the white bag and chatted with P. Gibb for a bit before heading back to my dorm. The bag was surprisingly heavy. When I opened it, I found it full of medicine, various types, along with a folded piece of paper. To the sick one. I wasn't sure what your symptoms were, so I bought medicine for every possible condition. Take care of your health. Smiley face. I laid out all the medicine and found a handwritten guide from P. Fa explaining what each one was for, when to take it, and how to identify your symptoms. It was incredibly detailed, so much so that I wouldn't have to worry about taking the wrong one. I realized I might have taken the wrong medicine in the past when I was sick, but not this time. It was like having a clinic at home. As long as the medicine didn't expire, I could probably keep using it for a long time. At the end of the note, he'd written a little extra. Don't worry, I consulted my aunt, who's a pharmacist, about what to buy. I also double-checked how to use each one. If your symptoms don't improve within a week, I recommend seeing a doctor. If there's an emergency, you can call me. Pha had even asked his aunt for advice. I didn't question why he sent me medicine, but knowing this made me think he was even sweeter. And he gave me his phone number. So sweet. So sweet. If it weren't medicine, I'd want to eat it all right now. Already recovered? Ter asked. That was fast. Yeah, great medicine. What kind? Not telling. Come on, Ter. If someone gives you their number, what does that mean? I don't know. Maybe they want you to call them. Really? Why are you smiling so much? Did Pha give you his number? Yeah, I nodded slightly. Seriously? Through the letter? Yeah. I told him I wasn't feeling well, and he left his number in case of an emergency. He really knows how to take care of someone. Flynn, are you okay? I don't know, I muttered, my voice muffled. I couldn't let North find out about this, or he'd tease me endlessly. I pressed my face into the bag on the table. He must want to look after you, even through letters, the person beside me said. I glanced at them while still resting my face on the bag. He's confident enough to give you his number. It means that, no matter what, he'll find a way to be there for you. He doesn't know who you are or where you are, but if you ever need him, he'll come. Tonfah's point of view. To you, I'm feeling better now. Thank you so much for your care and attention to detail. There's plenty of medicine left, so I'll keep it for the future. I hope you're not tired of sandwiches because this time, I made them myself. I tasted them, and I think they're decent. I hope it'll make a good breakfast for you. Smiley face. This time, he came in the morning instead, P. Gibb commented, catching my attention. Maybe he was afraid the sandwich would spoil, so he didn't want to leave it overnight. How early was he here? Right when I opened the shop, around 7 in the morning. So he must have woken up even earlier to make the sandwiches. Please take care of this for me, I said, handing her the bag along with some cash. Use it to get him something he likes. Got it. Typhoon's point of view. What do you like? Me? Probably herbal tea. Okay. Why? Dr. Pha wanted me to get you something you like. Oh, I said, waiting at the counter until the herbal tea was served. He doesn't know what you like? P. Gibb asked. I shook my head. What a shame. You know everything about what Dr. Pha likes, but he knows nothing about you. Well, I've never told him, I replied. I'd rarely mention my likes or dislikes in my letters. That's why I say it's a shame. It seems like he really wants to get to know you. Does he? I don't know why you don't want him to know who you are, but in a relationship where one person knows everything and the other knows nothing, the one left in the dark seems so lonely. It takes a lot of trust. You know everything about him, but he knows nothing about you. If he likes you that much, how do you think he feels not knowing anything about you? You're right. Sorry, I might have overstepped. If I did, I apologize. Not at all, I replied, smiling softly as I left. What P. Gibb said was true. If I liked someone but knew nothing about them, I'd feel lost, never knowing when they might disappear. I was confident I wouldn't disappear, but Pha, he didn't know that. Pha had once asked me a few things about myself, but I hadn't answered. After that, he never asked again. But thinking about it now, my heart feels so warm. I spoke as if Pha already liked me, but can I think that way? After all, the relationship between us has already become what it is. I struggled with this for a long time. What P. Gibb said was true. Pha doesn't know anything about the person behind the letters. That person could disappear at any moment. There's no information, no way for Pha to contact them unless they reach out first. Doesn't that make the relationship feel unstable for Pha? Suddenly, my phone rang. Lost in thought, I jumped at the sound and quickly picked it up. It was a number I didn't recognize. I hesitated but answered. Hello. Is this Typhoon? Yes. Who is this? Are you Rit's kid? Oh well. I'm your auntie, Rit's new wife. Do you have time to talk? I'd like to meet you. Chapter 18. Typhoon's point of view. I looked up at the sky once again, unsure how many times I had done so today. Then I shifted my gaze back to the front and pulled up the zipper of my jacket as the air grew colder. Rain was coming. After answering the call from an unfamiliar number, I found out it was my father's new wife. She introduced herself as Pei. Since she referred to herself as Aunt, I decided to call her Aunt Pei. To be honest, I already knew her name. I used to secretly check her Facebook to see what my dad's new family was like. Aunt Pei said she wanted to talk to me. I hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It felt like something I couldn't avoid. I should meet her. Initially, I was worried that something had happened to my dad, so I immediately called Uncle Kong. But he reassured me that my dad was fine. I hadn't told my friends either, thinking it would just make them worry unnecessarily. I figured it was better to talk to Aunt Pei first, find out what this was about, and then decide whether to tell them. If I told them now, they'd definitely insist on coming with me. But this was my problem, and I had to deal with it myself. I just wanted to try handling it on my own. Whatever it was, I'd get through it. At a small coffee shop not far from my dorm, I arrived just before the rain began. Looking outside, it was almost impossible to see through the heavy downpour. I walked into the shop slowly, scanning the room. A woman in a white dress with short brown hair sat with a small child sleeping on her lap. I approached her and sat across from her. "Hello, Typhoon." I nodded, mustering a bit of courage to meet her gaze. I don't know why, but I could sense warmth, sadness, and a faint smile in her expression. "Would you like to order something?" Sure." After a brief pause, I looked at the menu and ordered a hot cocoa, as the weather was quite chilly. While waiting for my drink, my eyes lingered on the small child peacefully asleep in her arms. Her name is Fai. Things have been hectic lately, and we don't have a nanny, so I brought her with me, Aunt Pei explained. "Oh, I see." Amidst the silence between us, I was surprised by how little discomfort I felt. The sound of the heavy rain outside even made me feel slightly relaxed. I sipped my hot cocoa, which had just been served. "Typhoon." "Yes." "Are you okay with meeting me?" "Yes, it's fine." "I don't even know where to start," Aunt Pei said, her youthful face showing more worry. She seemed to be in her 30s, though she looked younger. "I know it's awful to have to talk to you about this. You already know, right? About Rit. I mean, your dad remarrying." "Yes. But he never told me he had a family before." Her voice was soft but tinged with sorrow, her eyes so full of sadness that it pained me to see. "I only found out a few days ago." "Aunt Pei, are you upset that my dad had a family before?" She gave a faint smile and shook her head slightly. Why does she seem so gentle and kind? Was I imagining things, or did she remind me of what I imagined Tonfah would look like at 30? "I'm fine, as long as he didn't lie and didn't leave you like this." "Am I right, that he abandoned you?" I couldn't answer. I pressed my lips together tightly, feeling uneasy. What should I do? I never expected to be asked this. If I told the truth, my dad would look bad in her eyes. But if I lied, "Can you tell me the truth? Did he take care of you? Why do you want to know?" "I'm going to divorce him." Even though our child is still so young, Aunt Pei bit her lip as tears began streaming down her face. I panicked, quickly handing her a tissue. She took it to wipe her tears, causing the little one in her arms to wake up. There. Did mommy wake you?" "I'm sorry," she cooed. At this age, most kids would cry loudly when woken up, but Fai remained quiet, looking at her mother with innocent eyes. "What happened?" "I found out he's seeing someone else." Her words felt like a punch to the chest. Her sorrowful expression and tearful eyes only deepened the ache in my heart. "Dad, why?" Even though our baby is just learning to walk." It took a while for Aunt Pei to calm down. I noticed how exhausted and pale she looked, which only made me more concerned. "Sorry, I didn't mean to cry," she said. "It's okay," I quickly replied. I understood that discovering your partner's infidelity, especially with such a young child, must be one of the hardest things a woman could go through. I found out he was seeing someone else. And after digging deeper, I discovered he has another child, which is you. I hired someone to investigate everything. And that's how I learned he abandoned you, didn't he? He sold the house in Phuket, didn't he? And you don't have any other family left, right? Please tell me everything. I'm trying to make one of the most important decisions of my life. Excuse me. I don't want my child to have a bad father. I want to know the truth about him. If you tell me he's a good father, that means he could be a good father to my child too. Don't lie to me. But if he's a bad father, tell me. I don't want my child to grow up with someone like that. I glanced at the little one who had no understanding of what was happening. Her large, innocent eyes looked back at me. In the end, I decided to tell Aunt Pei the truth. I couldn't lie to her. I couldn't bring myself to hurt this child. I couldn't let someone so innocent face something like this. So, I told her everything. Absolutely everything. from as far back as I could remember. I told her about the punishments I endured from my father, about fun, about my mother, and about the truth, that I wasn't their biological child. I also confessed about the lie my father asked me to tell regarding PFAS family. Aunt Pei fell silent. She raised a hand to rub her temple gently, her face growing even paler. I've made my decision. I'm going to divorce him. She turned to her daughter and gently kissed her cheek. FAI, from now on, it's just going to be the two of us. Don't worry, sweetie. Mommy will take good care of you. You don't need to be afraid of not having a father. But doesn't a child need a father? I asked hesitantly. I grew up in a family with a terrible father. When he was around, everything fell apart. Many times, I've thought that if it had been just my mom and me, things might have been better. That made me realize. Not being a parent is better than being a bad parent. Her words sounded like they came from someone strong, but the tears streaming down her face and the pain etched on her features showed a heart that was breaking. How many more people had to break like this? But that's in the past. Maybe my dad has changed, I said softly. Aunt Pei smiled faintly and shook her head, wiping her tears with shaky hands. No matter what, he lied, and what I truly can't accept is that he had someone else. That's true. Cheating is something very hard to forgive. How can I trust that man again? If he can do this, it means he's never truly loved anyone but himself. And what about FAI? Will he love her? Will he take care of her? Or one day, will he leave us just like he left you? How could he do that to his own child? If he could do it to you, what's to stop him from doing it to FAI? How can I trust him? How could he be such a shaky pillar for a family? That man, he can't be a father to anyone. We talked for a long time. Aunt Pei had already decided to divorce my father. I think she had made up her mind before meeting me, but wanted to hear the truth from me directly. I couldn't help but think about how angry my dad would be when he found out about this meeting. But honestly, the person he should be angriest with is himself. From the moment Aunt Pei decided to leave him, her life and her child's life would change completely. But I believe she made the choice she thought was best for her child. Her smile was tinged with sadness, but carried a sense of resolve. It's never easy for someone to face this kind of decision. But love always makes people stronger. We never know how strong we can be until being strong is the only choice we have. And watching her cradle her child in her arms filled my heart with warmth. Would you like to hold her? Pardon, can FAI be your little sister? Aunt Pei asked with a gentle smile. You might not like me since I was your dad's new partner. But now, I feel like we're on the same boat. We've both dealt with someone awful. If I had known about you earlier, I would have wanted you to live with us. You'd want me to live with you? Of course. How could I leave a child to live alone like that? I couldn't help but smile at her genuine kindness. Can I hold her? I asked. I love kids a lot. I gently took FAI into my arms, hugging her tightly as if I couldn't resist her cuteness. Aunt Pei chuckled softly. My little sister. FAI. Fun. FAI. We're siblings now. Fun loved me even though she knew I wasn't her biological brother. I'll love FAI just as much as Fun loved me. Little FAI of her big brother Fun. Ah. FAI cooed, unable to talk yet, making small sounds from her throat. She hadn't cried once since we started playing together. Such a good baby. What's that, little one? What am I even saying, Fun? Oh, FAI is adorable. Looks like FAI really likes you, Aunt Pei said with a light laugh. I couldn't help but grin widely. Usually, she cries her lungs out when someone else holds her. Big brother Fun loves little FAI too. We played for a while until it was time to part ways. Though the rain had eased to a drizzle, Aunt Pei had to hurry home. We exchanged line contacts before leaving. I walked them to their car, which was parked a bit far from the shop. You don't have to walk us, you know. I couldn't let you two get soaked, I said, taking off my jacket and draping it over Aunt Pei. She held FAI close as we made our way to the car. Thank you for meeting me and for telling me the truth. Take care, okay? Let's meet again sometime, she said before leaving. Of course. Take care too. See you next time, I replied with a smile. As I turned to leave, Aunt Pei called out again, as if something had just come to mind. Typhoon, you told me that your dad always wanted you to follow his instructions, right? I nodded. Well, I believe your sister would want you to have faith in yourself instead. Choose your own path. Because the person who will live with you for the rest of your life isn't him, it's you. Her words echoed in my mind for nearly 10 minutes after we parted. I had returned to the coffee shop, unwilling to head back just yet, as the rain continued to fall. I sat there, staring at the empty coffee cup on the table, a reminder of who had just been sitting there. Choose your own path. I realized those words weren't just about my father. Taking out my phone, I started searching for university programs related to photography and information on applying for new admissions. The path I was on wasn't mine. I had been struggling just to stay afloat. I didn't want to be a veterinarian or a doctor, which is why I hadn't been doing well academically during my first year in veterinary school. But if I left this path, I'd be separated from my friends. No, I was confident they'd encourage me to pursue my dreams. Lost in thought for almost half an hour, I gazed at the endless rain outside, surrounded by the hum of activity in the coffee shop. I've never hesitated to express what I like. I've always known what I wanted to be, but I chose to ignore it. Looking back, I've been pretty cruel to my own dreams. It's a day off today, and it's raining too. It's around 10 a.m., and I figure none of my friends are awake yet. It's too early to wake up on a rainy day off like this. I'm itching to tell them about my meeting with Aunt Pei. I typed a message in the group chat, saying I had something good to share. As soon as I sent it, one person read it. Typhoon typed, "Who's awake? Why are you up so early?" Shooting Star replied, "It's me." Shooting Star, "I haven't slept yet." Shooting Star, "It's almost 10 a.m. Typhoon, go to sleep." Shooting Star, "What's the good news, cat?" Typhoon, "I'll tell you all at once later." Typhoon, "Go get some rest first." Shooting Star, "No." Shooting Star, "Tell me now." Shooting Star, "I want to know first." Then Dayatok called me. Surprised, I answered. His voice sounded tired, but we were used to it by now. North once said that Dao was just like P. Joe, always overworking. Even when work wasn't urgent, Dao had a habit of diving into it obsessively. I'd seen him looking exhausted many times. Lately, he probably hadn't rested much at all. Why push himself so hard? He's so small. I wouldn't be surprised if he collapsed while walking. Shouldn't you rest first? I still have work to do. And yet, you're calling me? I'm taking a break. My eyes are too strained. Oh, don't drink any more coffee. Okay, cat. What? No one's ever told me not to drink coffee before. That makes me happy. Well, I'm telling you now. Don't overdo it. You're so kind, cat. Kind? Me? This is normal. It's not normal. You're very kind. You know that, right? Am I? I raised my eyebrows, almost in disbelief. Nobody had really told me that before. We talked for a bit before Dao brought up the good news I wanted to share. I told him excitedly, "You really are kind, cat." Why do you think so? Think about it. How many people love stepchildren or half-siblings? Most people hate it when their parents have another family. Oh, that's true. But I never felt that way. You're such a gentle cat. Gentle? I said shyly. Dao always struck me as a gentle person himself. Everything he said sounded so kind. He once told me that his family taught him to speak politely, and if he used bad language, they'd hit his hand. North was the first person he ever cursed at, but over time, Dao found teasing North with polite speech to be more amusing. North, being so used to rough talk, became awkward when treated politely. It was hilarious. But Dao wasn't exactly friendly by nature, not at all. If it weren't for outgoing friends like Tur and North, Dao probably wouldn't have ended up with our group. Once he did, he focused only on us and rarely spoke to anyone else. North once said Dao was his complete opposite, and everyone agreed. How North had the nerve to compare himself to Dao, I'll never know. But Dao seemed to like North a lot. He said that he was naturally quiet, but with North around, he barely spoke because North talked too much. It's good that Aunt Pei is a kind person, and it's even better that she got out of that situation. Yeah, I hope things get better for her, I said. I'm thinking about transferring schools. You want to study photography? Probably. I've hesitated my whole life, but now I've decided. Though I'll miss being with my friends. What are you saying? We'll still be friends no matter where you go. Yeah. I smiled softly, feeling warmth swell in my chest. You've grown stronger, cat. Why do you think so? When we first met, you were so attached to Tur, Foam, and North. It was like your friends were your happiness. You needed them to be happy. But now, you're choosing your own path. You're not putting others before yourself anymore. Yeah, I've finally chosen my own way. But I still want to have everyone in my life. You already do. Everyone loves you, cat. I love you too. I love you too. I don't know why, but tears started falling. Maybe it was the warmth I'd been feeling since my conversation with Aunt Pei and now with Dao. But these weren't tears of pain like before. For the first time, I wanted to thank myself sincerely. Thank you for being strong. Thank you for choosing to keep going that day. Thank you for not giving up, no matter what. Thank you, Typhoon. Start preparing a portfolio. Add your best photos, and you'll ace the interview. You're right. The thought of showcasing my work excites me. Applications open in December. That's not too far away. Nationwide exams, right? Then submit it after that. Yeah, make it your top choice. You'll get in for sure. The scores from previous years weren't very high. Awesome. I'd better start reviewing high school material. We kept chatting about studying photography and related programs. My university offered a program in photography. By the way, what about Fa? What about him? What will you do? With your dad and all. I think things are fine as they are, I said honestly. I don't think it's because of my dad's orders. It's because I love him. That's why I chose to do this. And suddenly walking up to Fa to tell him would be impossible, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be pretty strange. Exactly. I can't just go up and say, Fa, I'm the one behind the letters. I did it because my dad told me to. By the way, my dad is this and that. That would be a disaster. Yeah, I've chosen my path. I want to study photography. As for my father and Fa, I think it's better to let things progress naturally for everyone's sake. We're getting closer little by little as the person behind the letters. If someday the truth has to come out, by then, I won't be afraid anymore. Got it. Taking things slow is better. Some things need time. There's no need to rush. Exactly. Let our relationship grow gradually, step by step. Tonfah's point of view. I glanced at the Polaroid photo in my hand. A blooming pink flower in a pot, with a caption written in black ink underneath. The flower I planted bloomed beautifully. I couldn't help but smile at the caption. This was the first time he had sent me a photo of something other than the desserts I had bought him. I'd always been curious about him, even asking some questions before, but he never answered. At least now I know he grows flowers and might enjoy gardening. Judging by the fact that this flower is hard to cultivate, and yet he managed to make it bloom so beautifully, he must be dedicated. Why did he send me this photo, though? I thought he'd stick to dessert photos. This feels more personal, something close to his everyday life. He didn't need to share this, but he did. Could this mean he's letting me get a little closer to his true self? One thing I noticed is that he's quite skilled at photography. Previously, his dessert photos were simple, not requiring much thought about angles. But this flower photo? It shows talent. He might even be a photographer. While Polaroid cameras are common, capturing such a beautiful shot on one requires skill. This makes me think he'd be even better with other types of cameras. And since Polaroids don't adjust lighting or colors, this flower must have been photographed outdoors in bright sunlight, possibly in the early morning or late afternoon. Planted himself? But not on a balcony? In one of his earlier letters, he mentioned that his dorm was very hot lately and that he stayed in a dormitory. But he didn't grow plants on his balcony. Could it be on a rooftop? If someone who clearly loves gardening as much as he does has access to a rooftop, it must be full of plants. Then again, rooftops are usually used for storage. Why would the dorm owner allow it? I stared at the photo, lost in thought. I wasn't trying to investigate him, just analyzing the information he shared. The light and shadow in the photo. It looks like it was taken early in the morning. Considering how well the flower bloomed, he might be an early riser who wakes up to care for his plants before preparing for school. Typhoon's point of view. I moved the flower pots around and watered them with a cheerful heart. I woke up early again today, heading up to the rooftop to tend to my plants. Since my balcony no longer had enough space, I had asked the dorm owner if I could use the rooftop. Thankfully, she was kind enough to agree. I glanced at the array of flower pots and plants in front of me. It felt like my own little garden oasis, a personal sanctuary. After my conversation with Aunt Pei and Dao, I decided something. If Fa ever wants to know more about me, I won't hide it anymore. In the past, he'd asked a few questions, but I never answered. Now, I feel confident. If the truth must come out one day, I'll face it myself. But I won't rush things by revealing everything now. That would only create problems for my father. Despite everything, I still love and respect him. I'll let things unfold naturally. As for my decision to transfer to study photography, I've already applied. Now I need to revisit my high school material to prepare for the exams. The finals for my current program are coming up too, but I'll likely skip them to focus on transferring. Studying both would be overwhelming, and there are only a few months left until the exams. It reminded me of something P. Fah once told me, that I should study something I love and believe in myself. Those words still echo in my mind. P. Fah is one of the reasons I dared to pursue what I truly love. I also talked to Aunt Pei, who's adjusting to being a single mom. She mentioned that she wasn't well off, just an ordinary office worker. I started thinking about how I could help my little sister. I want her to go to a good school, meet good friends, and have a positive environment. But Aunt Pei might not be able to handle all the expenses alone. I need to work. Maybe it's time to seriously consider taking photography jobs. Or should I join North in gambling? No, Typhoon, no. Don't let North corrupt you. Living with North has made me sillier every day. I pulled out my Polaroid camera, wondering what to photograph for P. Fah today. I'd been sending him a photo a day lately. It used to just be dessert photos, but now it's more varied. I'm not sure if he even likes them since he never mentions my photos. Suddenly, a bird landed on the rooftop. I crouched down carefully to snap a picture, but it flew away quickly. With a Polaroid, you can't capture rapid movements like a digital camera, so the image came out a bit blurry. Still, I managed to take it before the bird flew off. The bird seemed to be in a hurry. Maybe it hadn't had its breakfast yet. That means it's no match for you, because you've already eaten. I'm not sure if you like the photos I take. If you don't, feel free to tell me. Haha. I recently made an important life decision. I can't share the details yet, but thinking of you gave me the courage. So, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you. Smiley face. I couldn't help but smile to myself, thinking about the letter I had just sent. There's no way P. Fah could guess what it was about. After all, there are so many important decisions in life. But as I mentioned, thinking of him gave me more courage, and I wanted to thank him for that. Fun, did you hear? Hear what? The chocolate P. Fah sent you. Do you know it costs 17,000 baht? Huh? Seriously? I stared at Tur in disbelief. 17,000 baht. Yeah, look. Tur showed me his phone screen. It was a picture of the same chocolate box P. Fah had given me, with a price tag of $550 underneath. Wow. How on earth could I ever repay this? Crying face. I thought you knew, North chimed in. The chocolate's been with you for ages. I was wondering why you didn't seem surprised. How would I have known? 17,000 baht. Why did he spend so much on me? No wonder it tasted so amazing. Crying face. You know there's this thing called Google, Tur said, rolling his eyes. You didn't think to search it up? How would Fun even know about Google, Tur? North teased. The guy's still writing letters. Did you know we have Line now? I shot North a look of pure annoyance. His teasing knew no bounds. Listen, Fun, North began, opening the Line app. Line lets you send messages instantly. No waiting till morning or evening to talk. You can send pictures too. No need for Polaroids. Oh, and you can call. Even video call, so you can see each other's faces. Phones have cameras, you know. I know. I growled, my voice low. North burst into laughter. You make it sound like I've never used Line in my life. Well, I figured you didn't know. I mean, you're still writing letters. Why not try carrier pigeons next? You could sit by the window and wait for a pigeon to deliver your messages. North. I shook him in frustration. How was he so infuriating yet so entertaining? Why so violent? You know we have laws in this country, right? North grumbled, pretending to sulk. I have 2 younger brothers to take care of, you know. Treat me better. Speaking of siblings, check this out, I said, pulling out my phone. You guys and Dow, look at this. What do you mean by you guys and Dow? North raised an eyebrow. I mean you too. I pointed at Tur and North, and Dow, pointing at him. North dramatically widened his eyes and pointed back at me. You're so discriminatory, North said. Why not include me with everyone else? Because you're in a separate group. Why? North stood up and playfully ruffled Dow's hair, making him jump in surprise. Take this. I'm messing with your precious Dow. You're like a troubled kid, taking out your frustration on others, I said, laughing. Dayatok pouted but let North continue messing with his hair until he stopped. Then Dayatok quietly smoothed his hair back into place. Anyway, look at this. I showed them a picture of Fai. My little sister. Isn't she cute? She's all right. My niece is cuter, North said, pulling up a picture of his niece, Nan. This guy was just as proud of his family as I was. What's her name again? Tur asked. Fai, I replied. Oh, pure cotton, North quipped. 100% cotton. I burst out laughing at North's comment. He wasn't wrong. Pure cotton, indeed. Why's her name Fai? It matches yours and your sister's so well, Ter said. Her mom's name is Pei, so her daughter's name is Fai, I explained. Having a little sister makes me anxious, though. What if someone tries to date her? Calm down. She can't even walk yet, North said, exasperated. Still, I need to plan ahead. Someone might try to woo her in kindergarten. I won't allow it. What if someone hurts her feelings? Fai, this big brother will protect you. Sigh, my friend's turned into a slave to his little sister, Ter muttered. Later, I went to the cafe at a time I knew would be quiet. P. Gibb greeted me warmly as always and handed me a large paper bag. Why is it so big? I thanked her and quickly returned to my dorm to open it. Inside was a white sweater, neatly folded and wrapped. I didn't recognize the brand, but it looked expensive. Did P. Fa buy me a sweater? I placed the folded sweater on my bed and rummaged through the bag further. There was another smaller bag filled with snacks and 2 pieces of paper. The first note read, I don't know what your good news is, but congratulations. This sweater is a gift to celebrate it. I couldn't help but smile even wider. I'd only told P. Fa about it yesterday, and he must have sent this right after reading my message. The second note read, Don't worry about whether I like your photos or not. I love every photo you take. Because your photos feel like a gift to me every single morning. Smiley face. Chapter 19. Typhoon's point of view. I quickly picked up the sweater to inspect it, only to find that it was way too big for me. And just as I suspected, it was huge, super loose. When I put it on, the hem reached down to my thighs, nowhere near my knees, and the sleeves extended far beyond my arms. That's right. I wondered how P. Fa would have known my size. He must have bought it with some wiggle room in mind. Oh well, it's better than being too tight, I suppose. I walked to the mirror and caught a glimpse of myself. I looked like a kid trying on an adult's clothes. Ugh, why am I so small? I felt a pang of frustration. Why didn't I drink more milk as a kid? Wait, no, I did drink a lot. I even stole Torfin's share, but I still didn't grow tall. Who said milk makes you tall? Even my kindergarten teacher tricked me. Crying face. I raised my arm and snapped a photo to show P. Fa how oversized the sweater was. My fingers didn't even peek out from the sleeves. But despite that, I liked it. I liked anything P. Fa bought for me, even if I couldn't wear it to university. I sat down and wrote him a letter, attaching the picture as evidence. Thank you so much for the sweater. It's beautiful, but it's a bit too big. Sad face. I'm sorry, I should have drunk more milk as a kid. Even though it's oversized, I'll still wear it. I love it so much. Thank you again. You're so kind. Tonfah's point of view. Buying him the sweater as a gift wasn't something I planned ahead of time. After reading his letter about his good news, I felt like I should give him something to celebrate. In the end, I chose a sweater. I don't know why, but the thought of him wearing something I bought made me sure it would be adorable. I didn't know his size, so I bought the largest one in the collection, just in case. If it turned out to be too big, it might be even cuter. I chose white because I thought it suited him, but I didn't expect it to be this big. I looked at the Polaroid photo he had sent me. It was a picture of him wearing the sweater, focusing on the sleeves. His hands were completely hidden inside. He's really this small? If the sleeves are that long, the sweater must practically be a dress for him. I learned something new about him today. He's probably shorter than 170 centimeters. Fa. I called you 3 times, Joe said, looking annoyed. What's up? I asked where you're celebrating your birthday. No idea. Whatever you guys want. But it's your birthday. Still, I'll leave it to you. All right. Then we'll leave it to your little one, Joe teased. I nodded in agreement. Tomorrow was my birthday. I hadn't even realized until my friends brought up where to celebrate. I usually didn't accept gifts from anyone except my 4 close friends because it was too much. People often wanted to give me things, but it was overwhelming, so I decided to decline them all. What do you want for your birthday? Hill asked. It's always a dilemma. Yeah, it's so hard to figure out what to get, Joe added. But if you ask me what I want for my birthday, I don't know either. I don't want anything, I said, raising an eyebrow. You don't have to buy me anything. Just celebrating together is enough. Come on, at least let us get something, Hill said. Fine, anything is okay, I replied casually. But now, I started wondering, does the little one even know it's my birthday? Little one. It's a cute nickname. Better than saying that person or them. Hey. Fit called from beside me, looking bored. Do you realize how weird you've been acting? Me? People in love, Joe teased. So, how far have you two gotten? Nothing much, I said. We're just talking. Aren't you afraid they might disappear? I am, I admitted honestly. But I don't think they want to disappear either. You can't be sure, Hill said. There's no guarantee they won't. His words made me sigh. Honestly, this was a concern that weighed on me a lot. As I've mentioned before, there's no certainty between us. At the very least, for your peace of mind, they should let you get closer, Joe said. Because right now, my friend here isn't acting like himself. He grinned at Hill, who nodded in agreement. I stared at them, not entirely understanding. Have you ever felt like this before? Felt like what? Like your heart doesn't entirely belong to you anymore. Typhoon's point of view. Today is Fast's birthday. I've already prepared a gift for the person behind the letters. I bought a Polaroid camera, hoping we could take pictures together and share them daily. But I'm not sure if Fast will use it. Even if he doesn't, it's fine. Polaroid cameras take beautiful pictures anyway, so he'll use it eventually. Fun, are you coming to the party? Huh. I turned to Tur, surprised. Me? Yes, it's Fast's birthday. Are you coming? Am I allowed? Of course. I hesitated. Who else is going? The senior doctors, me, North. Oh, I fell silent, deep in thought. Should I go? Would it be awkward? But I wanted to go. Ever since we started writing to each other, and recently, well, it feels like Fast might, like me. I haven't been able to look him in the eye because I get so shy. Thinking about our conversations, the chocolates Fast bought, the messages he sent with them, and the white sweater I just received. Knowing it all came from Fast, the person I talk to every day, makes me feel even more nervous. Fast doesn't know, but I do, and I can't stop myself from feeling this way. Do I need to buy a gift? Fast said it's not necessary, Tur replied. Hill and I pooled together for our gift. North and Joe are doing the same. The seniors usually don't expect gifts, but the friends always end up buying them anyway. Oh, and me? Do I need to buy one? Just something small if you want. Didn't you already prepare a gift? That's from the person behind the letters, I said. I'd wrapped the gift nicely and written a card, but Gibbs' shop was closed today, so I couldn't exchange gifts with Fast. By the way, where's the party? Just a regular seafood place. Last night, Hill asked me where I wanted to go, and I was confused why he was asking me when it's Fast's birthday. Turns out, Fast said to let everyone decide. Hill deferred to me, and North deferred to Hill. So everyone deferred to you? Yeah, and I wanted seafood, so we're going to a seafood place. All right, I said with a nod. Today, Foam wasn't in class because he had errands with his family. Is it just us going? Yeah. Who else would there be? North's friends. North said it's better not to invite them. They're not very close to Fast, and it might feel awkward. Besides, the birthday boy doesn't want anything elaborate, just a quiet dinner together. And me? Well, you've met Fast often enough. But actually I trailed off, realizing it didn't matter. I wanted to go anyway. I had already decided not to run away from things. Good. But after dinner, we're hitting the books again around 10 p.m. Why? Fun, it's exam season. Oh right. But like I said, I'm transferring. Still, you need to review high school material, right? Come study with us. Studying alone is lonely. I nodded slightly at Tur's reasoning. Birthday dinner, then studying after. What a sad combo. Yeah, true. Where are we studying? The same cafe where you got soaked that day. And hey, it's raining again, just like that day, Tur said, glancing out the window. The rain was pouring heavily outside. Of all days, it had to rain on Fast's birthday. How inconsiderate of the weather. Do I need to buy a birthday gift? Up to you. And you? Already got one, a book. Ugh, but I'm out of money, I said, feeling a bit down. I just bought a Polaroid camera, which was a big hit to my budget. Even though I had savings, I tried to limit my spending each month, and I'd already exceeded this month's limit. Just something small is fine. How about a notebook? I suggested. Sounds good. Let's pick one up on the way. Okay. After class, Hill picked us up. I asked to stop by a store to buy a notebook before heading to the restaurant. Thankfully, they offered gift wrapping services. It would have felt a bit odd to give an unwrapped notebook. As for the Polaroid camera I had prepared as a gift for Fast, I had wrapped it myself, planning to drop it off at Gibbs' cafe. But since the cafe was closed today, the camera was still in my bag. I noticed Hill glancing at me through the rearview mirror, his expression somewhat curious, as if he were pondering something. But the look quickly faded. We pulled up to a large restaurant, one that looked like it served high-quality seafood. Fortunately, the parking area had a roof, so we didn't get wet as we walked in. Once inside, I scanned the room and spotted Joe, North, P. Fa, and P. Art hit seated together. "You're late," P. Joe teased as P. Hill joined them. "Had to stop somewhere," Hill replied nonchalantly. I took a seat on the far left, as usual, because I'm left-handed. Conveniently, it was also directly across from P. Fa. Ever since we started writing letters to each other, and as things recently seemed to suggest that P. Fa might like me, I couldn't bring myself to look at him directly anymore. I was too shy. The thought of our conversations, the photos I sent, the chocolates he gave me, and the white sweater he recently sent, it all made me feel so flustered. Just like at our previous gathering, everyone chatted except me. I've never been much of a talker unless it's with close friends. Sitting at this table, I just quietly listened to the conversations and ate. Occasionally, I laughed at the jokes. The person across from me was similarly reserved. P. Fa didn't talk much, making this side of the table feel like the quiet zone. "Art hit, pass me the shrimp," P. Fa said, and Art hit handed him a plate of grilled shrimp. P. Fa peeled one carefully and placed it on my plate, just like last time. Exactly the same as before. I nodded in thanks, then started peeling some shrimp and crab to return the favor. Looking around, I noticed that everyone else seemed to notice but said nothing. They acted as if nothing had happened and continued chatting. Only Terrace and North knew about the letters, but everyone else was likely aware of the estrangement between P. Fa and me over the past year. It seemed they had collectively decided not to bring it up. It's probably better this way. Better because it means P. Fa doesn't hate or resent me, despite how cruel I'd been to him in the past. I'd ignored him, said hurtful things, and treated him terribly. Yet, I'm sorry for everything that happened before. I decided it was finally time to apologize. Let's set aside the letters for now. All that was left was the relationship between P. Tonfah and Typhoon, the sibling bond that had been severed. Typhoon, who had hurt P. Fa, who had been so unkind, even though P. Fa had always been kind to me. As for my father, that's another story. I've realized there's no need to rush anything. Let everything unfold naturally. But this apology couldn't wait any longer. It was time for me to say sorry. Enough of the guilt I've carried for the past year. Enough of all the pain. Yeah, it's okay. I pressed my lips together and slowly looked up at him. P. Fa gave me a gentle smile, one that made me instinctively smile back. My heart fluttered, just like it always did when it came to him. As we left the restaurant, everyone decided it'd be better to give birthday gifts at the cafe later. So, we headed there instead. Upstairs at the cafe, it looked just like before, nothing much had changed. The med students started pulling out their books to read, and so did we. We sat in the Japanese table zone, sitting on the floor and leaning against cushions. Everyone handed P. Fa their gifts, myself included. I silently passed him the notebook I'd bought. It was a simple notebook, wrapped by the shop, with "Happy Birthday" written on it in my handwriting. P. Fa accepted it, smiled, and thanked me. That was it. But my heart was already soaring all the way to Pluto. A little while later, North suggested we go downstairs to grab something to eat. While waiting for our food, we decided to hang out on the first floor. That's when North seized the moment to ask me something. "Typhoon, earlier, when you apologized to P. Fa." North started. "Yeah? What about it?" "I didn't think." "You didn't think what?" "That it was too soon." "Too soon, my ass. You let it drag on for a year. I just didn't think you'd choose now to apologize." "Well," I said with a small smile, "I've thought about it for a while. I wanted to separate my relationship with P. Fa as siblings from the letters first." I began explaining, using my hands to emphasize my point, to make it clear I was drawing a line between the two. P. Fa and I have always been siblings, right? Let's set aside the fact that I like him for now. Okay. And then, when the issue with Dad came up, I had to cut ties with P. Fa as a sibling. But now that I've decided I've had enough of the guilt, I just wanted to apologize. "I see. What about your dad? What if he finds out you've been talking to P. Fa?" "Well, in that case," I sighed. "I've decided I'm not living my life for him anymore." My words made Tur and North raise their eyebrows simultaneously. I had to apologize to P. Fa. That's something I owed him. But I'm not going to tell the truth. Do you understand? The truth about you not being his biological child? Exactly. I won't tell him that. It'd only make my dad look bad. But I'll go back to being close to P-Fa, like before. Dad didn't want me talking to him because he was afraid I'd tell him about the affair. So I won't. Whether Dad trusts me or not is up to him. And what about your fear that he'll make you transfer schools? If I don't sign the withdrawal papers, he can't make me, I said with a sigh. Besides, I'm starting to take photography gigs seriously now. I won't need to rely on him for money. If the work goes well, I can pay for tuition myself. Honestly, you don't have to worry about money, North said, raising an eyebrow. We could lend you some if needed. I'd rather not trouble you guys, I replied. But if photography doesn't work out, there are other part-time jobs you've done before that I could try. They're enough to cover tuition and other expenses, right? Yeah, but it's tough. I'll manage, I said, smiling. This is how it should be. Apologizing was the right thing to do. I see. So, as fun, you just want to be part of P-Fast life again, like before. Exactly. At least we can talk like we used to instead of avoiding each other. What if P-Fa asks why you disappeared back then? Ter asked, looking concerned. I'll just say it was my fault, I said firmly. I won't bring up Dad at all because he doesn't want me to. I see. And as the letter sender, have you ever seen someone who secretly likes someone they already know, sending them sweets or letters while acting normal in person? I asked. North nodded immediately. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Well, if P-Fa and I can be siblings again, I'd probably do the same. Ah, I get it now, Ter said. What about the romantic relationship as the letter sender? Just let it grow naturally, I answered. But if P-Fa ever finds out it's me, I just hope he'll be okay with it. Why wouldn't he be? It's you, North said. I don't know, I said, shaking my head lightly. I can't read his mind. Apologizing was a good move, North added. P-Fa will probably feel better about you now. Yeah, I agreed. You're on the right track. You've made peace with your dad, right? Even if he, North made a dismissive gesture, cuts ties with you? I haven't done anything wrong, I said. And I'm not planning to say anything to him. If he chooses to walk away, there's nothing I can do. I've come a long way from where I started. My relationship with my dad has grown distant, and now that I no longer rely on his financial support, we've had even less contact. But the truth is, the person I should fear losing the most is myself. My dad may never understand my worth, but I know I am valuable in my own right. I still love and respect him, but we're on separate paths now. After all, the one who will be with me for life is me. Man, I'm about to cry. Watching you grow up is beautiful, North joked, pretending to wipe away tears as we climbed the stairs with our snacks and drinks. Back when I first met you, your eyes always looked like a sad little deer. Really? I asked skeptically. Totally. Seeing you in veterinary school was so frustrating. You looked so unhappy. I'm glad you found your path. Yeah, and call me if you need a photographer for anything, I said, grinning. Sure, I'll hire you. Good to see you stronger now, Cat, Ter chimed in. I snapped my head toward him at the nickname. Cat. Yeah, seeing you now, it's clear how important it is to be yourself. Look at North, he's been too much himself for ages, Ter teased. What the heck? I'm just me. Yeah, you are. And that's good, Ter said with a small chuckle. But the people who make us feel like we can be ourselves around them are important too. Yeah, that's true. And with those words, the first person who came to mind was P-Fa. North. What's this about again? You're still stuck on this problem? I was working through high school physics content, and since North is an engineering student, he's obviously good at physics. So, I asked him to tutor me. This should be easy for an engineering major, right? Let me see that again. You calculate the average here before substituting into the formula, right? No, not yet. Find this value first. Which value? What kind of teaching is this? Could the student calm down, please? North rolled up his notebook and lightly tapped me on the head. Raising your voice at your teacher? Huh? Wow. And the teacher's hitting the student. I rubbed my head and tried to focus on North's explanation again. He's really good at physics. He might say he's not a great student, but I think he's just selective. He's good at the subjects he likes and ignores the rest. That's probably why his overall grades are low, making him think he's not good at studying. But come on, you can't get into engineering without solid basics. It takes effort. If you fail this exam, I'll curse you. Don't embarrass your teacher, North teased, pointing his pen at me. Yes, sir, I drawled, trying to sound cheeky. I glanced over at the med students, who were deep in their work. I felt a little bad for P. His birthday, and he wasn't even getting a break. On top of that, he didn't get my usual snack delivery today. Otherwise, at least he'd have something to nibble on. Maybe someone else brought him something. Or maybe not. Looks like no snacks today, P. Joe teased after the atmosphere at their table lightened a bit. The cafe's closed, huh? And Fa didn't have breakfast today either, P. Hill added. I froze slightly at the comment. Why didn't P. Fa eat breakfast? Why not, someone asked. He usually grabs his morning snack from the cafe, but with it closed today, no breakfast for him. Didn't you used to eat at the cafeteria near our faculty? P. Joe asked. Maybe I'm just not used to it anymore. P. Fa replied without even glancing up. Go grab something from 7-Eleven. Milk and snacks are practically the same thing, P. Arthit suggested. It's not the same, P. Fa said. And why are you all talking about me? Because you're the most interesting topic right now, P. Joe teased with a grin. Listening to this from a distance, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. But with the rain pouring down outside, I couldn't hear everything clearly. The rain's not letting up, Ter remarked. It'll probably keep going until tomorrow. Yeah, where's Dao? I asked, realizing I hadn't seen him in days. I meant to ask earlier. I haven't been able to reach him for a while. Dao's in the hospital. What? Overworked, I think. Skipped meals and passed out, Ter explained. I was planning to visit him tomorrow and thought I'd ask you guys to come along. Wow, that's weak. I'm definitely going to tease him tomorrow, North said, smirking mischievously. Dao's going to get so embarrassed that he'll never skip meals again. Honestly, that might be for the best. I'm going to the bathroom real quick, I said as I got up. The upstairs restroom was occupied, so I had to go downstairs. At first, I thought about asking someone to come with me since I'm scared of the dark, but the hallway was brightly lit, so I figured I'd be fine. The restroom downstairs had only one stall, located outside the cafe against the wall. It was unisex, with both a urinal and a toilet inside. I went in, locked the door, and did my business. As I washed my hands and reached for a paper towel, the lights started flickering. Panic set in. The rain outside was heavy, and the flickering lights made my heart race. No, please don't go out. I quickly moved toward the door and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. Why was the lock stuck? The lights flickered more frequently, and I felt a wave of dread. Please don't go out. But then the lights went off completely. I shouted without thinking. Surrounded by darkness, I began losing control of myself, tears spilling down my face. No. I can't handle this. It's too dark. Please, open the door. I can't get out. I screamed until my throat hurt, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. My chest felt tight, my breath short and shallow. Help, please. I can't take it anymore. I slumped against the door, my legs giving out. My hands and feet went numb, and when the sound of thunder cracked outside, I collapsed fully onto the floor. Please help me. I hugged my knees and covered my ears, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. My mind spiraled into chaos. No more thunder. No more darkness. Please, no more. Please, someone, open the door. Anybody. The sound of relentless rain and crashing thunder outside combined with the oppressive darkness overwhelmed me. I couldn't take it. Help me. P. Fa, please, help me. I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore. Please help me. It's too dark. I can't breathe. I kept muttering apologies between sobs, not knowing if anyone could hear me. I'm sorry, P. Fa. I'm so sorry. Please, come and get me out of here. You used to save me from the dark, didn't you? Please, come back and save me now. Typhoon. I heard a knocking sound at the door, one I recognized immediately. P. Fa. Stay calm, okay? P. Fa. Please help me. Help. I cried out, my voice shaking with desperation. Tears streamed down my face as I pounded on the door. The sheer relief of hearing his voice made me feel a glimmer of safety in the midst of my fear. Try to unlock the latch, okay? I can't. The lock won't budge. Damn it. I heard him mutter on the other side. Typhoon, step away from the door for a moment. Okay. I didn't respond verbally but shuffled back, following his instructions. Moments later, loud thuds echoed twice, followed by the sound of the door being forced open. As soon as the door swung open, I rushed forward and clung to him. P. Fa. I'm scared. I sobbed uncontrollably, my words spilling out in between cries. It's okay now. You're okay, he said, wrapping me in a firm embrace and gently stroking my head. I buried my face in his shoulder, unable to stop crying. Hick. I'm sorry, P-Fa. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's all right now. P-Fa's here, okay? Hick, hick. P-Fa. I'm so sorry for everything. I never wanted to hurt you. I didn't mean to say those things. Hick. I'm sorry. The words tumbled out incoherently, driven by guilt and regret. My tears wouldn't stop, and my voice cracked under the weight of emotions I couldn't fully express. It's okay. I understand now. You don't need to cry anymore, he said softly, his voice steady and reassuring. Hick. Everything I've done, everything in the past. P-Fa. I've always felt guilty for what I did to you. I wasn't good to you. Hick. I'm sorry. My words came out broken, interspersed with sobs. I felt like a child again, unable to control my tears, unable to do anything but cling to the one person who always made me feel safe. Even now, no matter how much I tried to grow stronger, deep down I still needed him. I still needed P-Fa by my side, whether I was weak and vulnerable or brave and resilient. In the moments when I felt worthless, when I could finally find my own value and stand tall, whether it was in the stormiest weather or the brightest skies, I realized one constant truth. I still needed you. Hick. P-Fa, please don't be angry with me anymore. I promise. I won't do it again, I said through tears. I'm not angry, he said, reaching out to gently wipe away my tears. His touch was so tender. Though my vision was blurred, I could feel his care. Outside, the lights were still out, leaving the area dimly lit. Slowly, I loosened my grip on him, feeling a little steadier. Are you okay now? He asked. Yes, I replied softly. Let's head back upstairs then. Okay. He reached out and took my hand in his. Surprised, I flinched slightly, but I didn't pull away. I let him lead me back upstairs in silence. That warm embrace, that hand holding mine so gently, these feelings, I would never forget them. Because if it wasn't you, I don't think anyone else could have a touch as warm as yours. Thank you, I said again, my voice trembling with gratitude amidst the sound of the rain. Thank you too, he replied. He didn't turn to look at me as he spoke, but his words made me pause. His gratitude, expressed so earnestly, left me with a strange and inexplicable feeling. Chapter 20. Tonfah's point of view. The rain outside continued relentlessly, even though it was nearly 3 a.m. now. I glanced out the window from where I sat on the hanging chair in my room. Leaning back in the chair, I took a deep breath. It seemed this matter truly had a deep effect on me, just as Joe had said. Rising from the chair, I walked to my cupboard and rummaged through it, finding a notebook from when Typhoon and I had studied together. I brought the notebook to my desk, along with the daily letters I received and the birthday gift Typhoon had just given me. It wasn't the same. The handwriting in Typhoon's notes and the letters from that person were different. But Typhoon's handwriting had changed. He probably didn't even realize it himself. When you write in two distinct styles every day, it's likely they start to blend together. The words, "Happy Birthday," written on the gift seemed like a mix of Typhoon's natural handwriting and that of the person in the letters. At first, when I received the gift, I didn't think much of it. But while studying with my friends, something suddenly struck me. Looking at it again later, I felt even more surprised. Though I had no concrete evidence, more than 90% of me believed that the person in the letters was Typhoon. Shortly after, the lights in the cafe went out. Amid the sudden commotion, my first thought was, what about Typhoon? I wasn't too surprised by the blackout. Heavy rains often caused outages in this area. Everyone turned on their phone flashlights to illuminate the room. But I didn't see Typhoon anywhere. Tess said he had gone to the bathroom. Before I realized it, I was already running out to look for him. There were 2 restrooms in the cafe. At first, I thought Typhoon would be in the nearer one. But when I checked, it was empty. That's when I ran downstairs. Amid the pounding rain and booming thunder, I heard crying and shouting from inside the restroom. The voice said the door latch was stuck, so without a second thought, I forced the door open. Typhoon threw himself into my arms, trembling with fear. His body was shaking so much that I grew deeply worried. I could only hold him and reassure him that everything was okay. He clung to me, crying uncontrollably, mumbling words of apology over and over again, his voice breaking with raw emotion. At first, when Typhoon apologized, I hadn't been upset anymore. I had only wanted an apology. But now, hearing his tearful, guilt-ridden words, I realized how deeply he must have felt about what had happened. And it made me strangely happy to know that Typhoon still cared about my feelings. As I'd mentioned before, I'm someone whose feelings often get overlooked, maybe because I'm too kind to others. People assume a simple apology is enough. Or worse, they think I can't get angry or that I don't even have the right to. Hick. P-Fa, please don't be mad at me anymore. I won't do it again, Typhoon pleaded. P-Fa's not mad anymore. I replied gently, meaning every word. I wanted him to feel at ease as I wiped away the tears streaming down his face. No matter the situation, Typhoon is the only person I ever refer to myself by name when speaking with. Are you okay now? I asked. Yes, he replied softly. Then let's go back upstairs. Okay. I extended my hand to him. Without hesitation, he took it, following me silently. Thank you, he said suddenly. Amid the sound of the rain drowning out everything else, his voice reached me. I wasn't entirely sure what he was thanking me for. But still, thank you too, I replied. It was my gratitude for his return, for his care, for the letters, and for the photographs, and for the love he had shown me. I used to think of Typhoon only as my little brother, and he had always acted as though he was just that. But if he had let me know from the start just how deeply he loved me, I wouldn't have let so much time slip away. Now, with everything the way it is, how could I not fall for you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, he wrote. I'm sure many people have already wished you well today, but I'm confident I'm one of the few who have prayed for you. Tonight, I prayed that you'll always find happiness because your smile is one of the wonders of the world. Whether it's studying or working, I know you're already amazing at it. So, I prayed instead for you to feel rested, to have sweet dreams every night, and to wake up feeling as bright as the morning sun. If I say, thank you for being born, would it sound too cheesy? Haha, but I really want to say that. Thank you for being who you are today because you, just as you are the most special thing in this world. It's as if, over 20 years ago, the world received a blessing from the heavens, and that blessing is you. I bought you a Polaroid camera for your birthday. If it's not too much trouble, I'd love to invite you to take pictures together. You might not enjoy photography much, but give it a try. It's a wonderful hobby. We can share pictures with each other every day. And if you don't like it, please hold on to it for now. I think it'll come in handy someday. Smiley face. I couldn't help but smile as I read the letter. Why is it that when writing a letter, his words are so plentiful, yet when giving a gift in person, he writes only a few? This year, it seems I've received 2 gifts from the same person. Reaching into the bag, I pulled out the box containing the Polaroid camera he had bought me. I opened it and glanced at the Polaroid camera I had recently purchased for myself, intending to use it to send him photos. Now that he had given me this camera, I supposed, I carefully placed my own Polaroid camera into storage. It couldn't be helped. Also in the bag was a Polaroid photo of a clear, cloudless sky, with the caption written below. My prayers are with you. Smiley face. I smiled widely again when I saw the message. Yes, your prayers have reached me. Hill. Take a look at this for me. Hill looked up at me. I placed my phone in front of him. The first image I showed him was a picture of Typhoon's handwriting. Then, I swiped to another image. The second one was a picture of the handwriting from the letter. What do you think? Think about what? Do you think it's the same person? No, Hill shook his head. They don't look alike at all. But people can change their handwriting, right? Not similar? Yeah, not similar. Then look at this. I swiped to another image. The third one was Typhoon's handwriting on a gift, saying, Happy birthday. I asked, which handwriting do you think this resembles more, the first or the second? Hill was silent for a moment. Both. I waited for him to explain further. No. Hill swiped between the 3 images. It's more similar to the first one, but it also has some resemblance to the second. Analyze it for me. What? I just want to know if you think the same as I do. Hill furrowed his brow slightly, looking genuinely focused as he swiped between the images. After a moment, he spoke. These 3 styles of handwriting are from the same person. The first one is how they normally write. The second one is recent, but I'm not sure why they'd combine the 2 styles to create the third. Maybe because They've been alternating between the two styles for so long that when they write normally, it happens without realizing it. Exactly. Like they subconsciously picked up the second style, Hill said as he propped his chin on his hand. If the first is their natural style, they must have put a lot of effort into the second one. So when they go back to writing naturally, some of the second style carries over. Right. I nodded. Hill's thinking mirrored mine exactly. I had been confident in my theory before, but hearing Hill say it reinforced my certainty. I think the first style is their natural one because the strokes feel a bit more fluid. Yeah, the second one feels stiff, like they were trying hard. Exactly. So what's the point of this analysis? I found the person who sent the letter. Huh? You found them? Not exactly. They came to me. Because of the handwriting? Honestly, who else would notice something like this? If you hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have tried to figure it out. Hill raised an eyebrow. So it's Typhoon, right? Yeah, I replied as I took my phone back. If it were anyone else, I might have been slightly surprised that they guessed it was Typhoon without me saying anything. But this was Hill. Just from the content and the handwriting, he could piece it together. Do you see Typhoon differently now? I nodded in response to his question. Do you like Typhoon the way you like the person from the letter? I only like one person. If Typhoon is the one who wrote the letter, then I like Typhoon. There's no one else. It's a pity Typhoon never showed it before, Hill said calmly. Right now, it was just the two of us at the table. Joe and Arthit had wandered off somewhere. Back when you were together, there wasn't anything? Typhoon liked you from the beginning, didn't he? Hill, I didn't see Typhoon for almost 4 years. The next time we met was in university. How could there have been anything? I said, I might think Typhoon liked me, but how could I be sure just by looking? Typhoon never acted beyond the bounds of being like a sibling. Sometimes, I even thought I was imagining it. So Typhoon never showed it, Hill concluded. Right? And back then, Typhoon wasn't very nice to me and then disappeared. I thought Typhoon didn't like me anymore. And then the letter came. You liked how thoughtful the person in the letter was, right? Yeah, in a way no one else has ever been. And they're also the kind of person I like. Honestly, I never thought Typhoon could have this side, the side that wrote to me, with those words and everything else. I'd never seen Typhoon do anything like that before. How do you feel now that you know? I feel like I can't see Typhoon as just a younger brother anymore. Chapter 21. Typhoon's point of view. Thanks for what? What do you think Fa was thanking me for? Or was it just my imagination? I don't know either, Fun. You've been asking me since this morning. It's just bugging me. Well, I don't know. I'm not Fa, am I? Ter sighed deeply, looking visibly exhausted. Because of Fa's mysterious, thank you. I couldn't sleep at all last night. And now I had to pester Ter about it to ease my mind. Anyway, isn't the thing you should focus on the fact that Fa helped you? About that, I muttered under my breath and buried my face in Ter's arm. Hoo, Ter. Fun, get off me. It's hot. It's too much. There you go, overreacting again. Oh, Fa is so kind to remember I'm scared of the dark. I ignored Ter's attempts to push me away and leaned in even more. Eventually, Ter sighed in resignation and patted me on the head. Fine, go all in if you must. Night? I placed a hand dramatically on my chest, my face beaming. You remind me of that meme, Ter said, smirking at my expression. You know, the one with the chubby cat clutching its chest. Really? I thought about it for a moment. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Do it again. I'm making a meme out of you. No way. That's embarrassing. Come on, I'll pay you 20. All right. I struck the pose again, clutching my chest with a delighted look on my face. Ter snapped a photo with his phone. Okay, where's my 20? Here. Ter handed me a green bill, and I grinned, accepting it immediately. It felt like royalty fees for being turned into a meme. I don't need to look for a meme anymore. I'll just use you. Wow, I said with mock annoyance. Anyway, back to my issue. Sigh. Ter sighed heavily again, clearly worn out from my persistence all morning. What do you think Fa was thanking you for? I don't know. Ter shook me in frustration. He thanked you, not me. You're the one who should know. Why are you asking me for answers? Ouch, ouch. Stop, I'm getting dizzy. I protested, and Ter finally let go of me. Or, do you think it's possible Fa knows about the person in the letter? How would he know? I don't know either. Did you accidentally write something similar to the letter for Fa? Nope. I shook my head firmly. I was sure I had written something normal in the gift I gave him. No way. Then maybe he was thanking you for apologizing? Would people usually thank someone for apologizing? I don't know, but I don't think so, Ter said, looking annoyed. Why don't you just ask him directly? No way. I started whining when Ter suggested I ask Fourever again. No, I won't ask. I don't want to know. I'm not going. Not seeing him. No. You're such a shy one. I don't even know how to act when I see Fourever again. I've been practicing smiling since last night because we're going to study together this evening. I explained honestly. Since we hadn't talked for years, I felt awkward and didn't know how to behave. Knowing we'd meet again today, I was trying hard to act natural. Let me see that smile. I forced a wide grin. It's so stiff it reaches your eyebrows. Really? Yeah, just act normal. But how can I act normal? We haven't talked in years. I don't know what to do. You'll be fine. Ter patted me lightly on the head. Let's grab dinner after school. All right. I nodded, agreeing. Ter and I were in class now, waiting for Foam, who still hadn't returned from some family errand. By the way, we still haven't visited Dao. Dao's out of the hospital already. Didn't you read the group chat? Really? That's fast. He wasn't seriously ill to begin with. Is he better now? I think so. The doctor wouldn't have discharged him otherwise. That's good. He barely ate before. You didn't eat much either, Fun, so don't criticize others, Ter said with an exasperated look. He wasn't wrong. I used to skip meals and barely sleep. Now I have to eat. You guys basically forced me to, I said, pouting. I remembered how North once threatened to punch me if I didn't eat. He even raised his fist for real. Deep down, he cared, but his methods were a bit extreme. North should try that with Dao now. Just wait and see. North might just shove food down his throat. Honestly, it's a bit much, but also kinda sweet. Yeah, that's North's unique brand of sweetness. Hard to notice at first. Haha. Since we had plans to eat and study together today, I usually waited until 5 or 6 p.m. to head to P. Gibbs Cafe and drop off some stuff. But by 4 p.m., P. Hill had already come to pick me up. What should I do? Exactly. Why don't you run your errand first and join us later? Should I? Yeah. Or do you want us to wait? No, it's fine. You go ahead. I'll drop my stuff at the cafe and catch a ride to meet you. Which restaurant are we eating at? I can't remember the name. I'll send you the location. Okay. Don't get lost. I'll just hop in a car. I won't get lost. As I watched her walk away, I stayed around my faculty building for a bit before heading to the medical building. It was around 5:30 p.m., and people were starting to head home. I quickly ran to P. Gibbs Cafe. How did it go this morning? I asked P. Gibb, referring to when P. Fah came to pick up his gift, a Polaroid camera I had given him for his birthday. The doctor just smiled. Did he seem happy? Yep. P. Gibb nodded, smiling back at me, and handed me a bag P. Fah had left in the morning. I quickly put it in my bag. Thanks for this, I said, handing over something for P. Gibb to keep for me. She took it and placed it in a drawer. Thank you. No problem. So how's it going? Where's your relationship at now? Well, I went quiet for a moment, trying to suppress my smile, but in the end, I couldn't help but let it show. I'm good. By the way, the doctor left Coco in your care, P. Gibbs said. I nodded, signaling that I understood. P. Fah and I often had this dynamic, entrusting things to one another. I sat in a chair in front of the counter. The shop was empty now since it was close to closing time. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone walk into the shop. P. Fah. It felt like my heart stopped for a moment before it started racing, startling me with its intensity. I looked up and saw a familiar figure standing right next to me. Why? P. Fah glanced at me with a slightly surprised expression before smiling. I slowly smiled back, but I was sure my smile looked incredibly awkward. Here we go, cocoa for someone special, P. Gibbs said, turning to us with a cup of cocoa in her hand. She froze when she saw P. Fah standing next to me. I glanced at P. Gibb nervously. She gave me a faint, apologetic smile before setting the cocoa in front of me. Someone special? P. Fah asked. My heart pounded, and my hands started trembling uncontrollably. I didn't dare look at his face, but his voice, teasing and mischievous, made my entire body freeze. What was that tone? Oh well, Fun is a special customer of mine, P. Gibb explained. Oh, I see, P. Fah replied. I'm here to pick something up. You usually come in the morning. What brings you here at this time? I happen to have some free time, he said. I lowered my head and took a sip of the cocoa in my hands to mask my nervousness. P. Gib bent down to grab the bag I had just dropped off earlier. Thank you, P. Fast said as he accepted it. No problem. And did you take care of his cocoa for him? He asked. Of course. I wouldn't forget, P. Gib replied. How long has he been here? For a while. All right, I'll head off now. Okay, take care, P. Gib said with a smile. I sat quietly, unable to process my feelings. The cocoa P. Fa had just referred to, the one he asked if I'd been taken care of, was the very cup in my hands. I tried to calm my racing heart, but it was no use. I was practically panting at this point. Are you going to the study session later? P. Fa asked. Yeah. How are you getting there? I'll grab a ride. Want to come with me? I didn't answer immediately. Turning him down would seem rude since we were heading in the same direction. So, I gave a small nod instead and quietly followed him out. Do you like the shop? P. Fa asked as we walked toward his car. I didn't walk beside him, trailing a step behind instead. Yeah, I like it. I thought your faculty had a cafe. Is this one better? Yes. Why is this so awkward? It wasn't like I could explain that I had to come here instead. Crying face. I got into P. Fa's car, feeling tense. It had been so long since I last sat in his car. And come to think of it, this wasn't the same car, he must have changed it. The bag P. Fa had given me was in my bag now. The cool air conditioning in the car didn't help me relax at all. Neither did the cold cocoa in my hand. My face and ears felt like they were burning. I stared out of the car window as the luxurious vehicle slowly pulled out of the medical faculty parking lot. P. Fa still drove as smoothly as ever. It was comforting, though. He was one of the few people who drove without making me feel nauseous. Fun, he called out. Yes. How are you? I'm doing well. What about you? I'm good. Okay. If there's anything, you can tell me, he said softly. All right. I pressed my lips together tightly, feeling a lump in my chest. Of course, it was natural to feel this way. He disappeared, then suddenly came back. Anyone would feel a little thrown off. The rest of the ride was quiet until we arrived at the restaurant where we were meeting everyone for dinner. I followed P. Fast silently inside. North, P. Hill, P. Joe, and P. Art Hit were already seated. North and Terrace looked visibly surprised to see me walking in with P. Fa. I took a seat next to Ter. P. Fa didn't say anything, likely understanding that now wasn't the right time. We ordered our food and started eating. The atmosphere at the table wasn't much different from usual, though the med students all seemed a bit tired, probably because of their exams. Want some beer? P. Joe asked P. Art Hit, who nodded in agreement. P. Joe turned to order. Not too much, P. Fa cautioned. Just enough to unwind, P. Art Hit replied. All right. I'd heard people say that drinking beer after work helped with exhaustion. I wasn't sure if it was true. It probably depended on the person. North didn't seem to mind as long as P. Joe didn't overdo it. The wind's strong, like it's going to rain, Ter commented as a breeze swept through. Hope it doesn't rain again. I glanced around uneasily, noticing the wind was picking up. I started to feel nervous, remembering how the power went out when it rained yesterday. And just as expected, it started raining. Damn, someone muttered as the rain poured down. After finishing our meal, we stepped outside to find shelter under a nearby awning. Hill, where's your car? P. Joe asked. It seemed this restaurant had multiple parking areas. Out back. What about you? Next to Arthit's. What now? P. Hill asked. Should we head to the cafe? Yeah, we'd better, or we won't have time to study. P. Joe replied. Where's your car, Fa? Out front. All right. See you at the cafe. All right. P. Fa replied before P. Joe, North, and P. Art Hit headed off to their cars. P. Hill then turned to me. Fun, are you coming with us or going with Fa? I'll go with P. Fa, I answered. I couldn't let P. Fa walk to his car alone in the rain, especially since I came with him. P. Hill and Ter headed off in the opposite direction. Wouldn't it be better to go with Hill? It might be less wet over there, P. Fa suggested when it was just the two of us left under the awning. I shook my head slightly. It's fine. All right. We stood there in silence, surrounded by the sound of pouring rain. It reminded me of yesterday when P. Fa came to help me when I got stuck in the bathroom. It was strange. We should have been hurrying to his car, but instead, we just stayed there as if there were things left unsaid between us. Yesterday, thank you for helping me. It's nothing, really. Fa even remembered that I'm afraid of the dark. Of course, Fa remembers. And then silence, again. Fa. Yes. This past year, I've grown a lot. I've seen that. You're doing great, fun. I couldn't help but smile a little at those words, but I didn't turn to see what expression he had. Aren't you curious why? Do you want to tell me? No. Then it's okay. I trust that it must be something very difficult for you. Yeah. I wanted to say thank you for understanding, but I'd already said it too many times to him lately. Maybe it's because, for me, there are hundreds of things to thank Fa for. At first, I was so scared you'd be angry with me. I turned to look at him, but fell silent when his large hand reached out and gently patted my head. I looked up at Fa, feeling like I might stop breathing for a moment when he smiled warmly at me. I told you, didn't I? I'm not angry. Don't overthink it, okay? Oh, okay. I smiled faintly, my face flushing red, feeling warmth spreading through my chest. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. Fa chuckled softly, prompting me to glance at him again. What is it? Nothing. But I do think you're really small. Chapter 22. Typhoon's point of view. North. Am I small? Nope. You're huge, like a bear. What? I stared at him until he looked away from his drawing and turned to me. Yesterday, Fa patted my head and said I'm really small. North furrowed his brow at me. Honestly, during our art club meetings, North suffered the most. He always said he was terrible at anything artistic, and I had to agree, art was definitely not his thing. Why so focused? I teased, now that I had finished my drawing and decided to bother him. Hey, can't I have some time to focus on myself? Want me to ask Dao to help? Dao, who was painting on the opposite side, glanced up briefly at the mention of his name. Why is your face turning green? I'm concentrating so hard I'm holding my breath while drawing. My friend's about to pass out. North, just stop forcing yourself, Ter said, leaning over to look at North, who wore a strained expression. You might die at this rate. Sigh. North let out a loud sigh. Dao, can you help me? You called for me so casually, Dao grumbled. Shooting star falls. North whispered to me with a mock dramatic gesture as Dao came over, replaced his paper, and started drawing a new one. So what was that about being small again? Yeah, small. Is that a polite way of saying short? Is Fa saying I'm short? I asked, looking stunned. No, probably not. North, enough already. Ter interjected, not even looking up from his own drawing. It's just a cute way of calling someone small. Oh, really? North furrowed his brows, deep in thought. And what exactly did Fa say? He said I'm really small. Why did he have to emphasize the really? I don't know. I shook my head slightly. Hey, Ter, he wasn't calling me short, right? No, he wasn't. Don't listen to North too much, Ter replied, looking exasperated at North, who raised an eyebrow mockingly at Ter. It's actually pretty cute. Really, at first, I wasn't sure how to feel. But hearing Fa say that made me feel shy, in a way I couldn't quite explain. After that, we didn't talk much until we went to study together and then went our separate ways. You know, you should also focus on the fact that he patted your head. Yeah, I fell silent, but thinking about it made me smile. The warmth I felt in my heart from yesterday was still there, even hours later. Do you text each other online? Huh. I mean with Fa. Remember, you blocked him online after you distanced yourself? North's words made me realize I hadn't thought about that yet. The past couple of days had been so hectic. I quickly grabbed my phone and opened Line. Should I unblock him and message him first? I asked, unsure. Sure. Then he'll know you've unblocked him. About Line. I blocked him on Torfin's line too. I admitted, remembering that I hadn't told Fa about Torfun yet. Sigh, what a mess. Do you think he'll be mad if I admit I lied about Torfun? Well, if you tell him about your sister, it might. North paused, looking serious. Honestly, you lied by accident at first, didn't you? But when you wanted to tell the truth, your dad wouldn't let you, right? Yeah. I nodded. That's exactly it. At first, I was going to apologize for letting it slip like that. I really didn't think it through. I was just scared. But in the end, my dad wouldn't let me say anything. Then just tell him the truth and apologize again. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll have to do, I said, feeling inexplicably down. It felt like we'd only just started patching things up yesterday, and now I'd have to confess and apologize again. It would be nice if I could take Fourever to meet Tonfah though. Then invite him, Ter suggested. You could do it during the break after finals. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll explain everything to him then, I said, and everyone nodded in agreement. During the break, I try inviting Fourever to visit our hometown. That way, I could take him to meet Tonfah and confess the truth about lying that she was still alive. I unblocked Fourever online and decided to send him a sticker, but he hadn't read it yet. I wondered if he still used this line account. Do you guys study every day? I asked. Yeah, the med students have to study every day, so we do too. Are you coming today? Yeah. Dao, want to join us? Study? Nah, I've got work to do. Work again? You're still taking jobs during exam season. North said, ruffling Dao's hair playfully. Dao pouted, but let North mess with him. When he finally let go, he quietly fixed his hair. By the way, have you eaten yet? I've eaten, Dao said quickly, startling all of us. Why did he look so flustered? I've eaten a lot too. Don't look at me anymore. What did you eat? Ter asked. Grilled pork and sticky rice. How much of each? 1 skewer of pork and half a pack of sticky rice. The three of us went silent and exchanged glances. That's only half of what a normal person eats, right? Usually, it's 2 skewers of pork and 1 pack of sticky rice, isn't it? That's not a normal amount, Ter. How many skewers of pork do you usually eat? 2. 5. And I'm still not full, damn it. See? Dao, look at Ter as an example. Tu eats a lot. I can't compete with that. After finishing up in the club, we hung out for a while. As usual, Dao left first to go work on his assignments, while the three of us waited to meet up with the med students. Dao's so diligent. Is he saving up for his car? North asked as we sat in P. Gibbs' cafe. I took the chance to pick up something Fourever had dropped off earlier and left my own package with P. Gibb. We chose a table at the very back. You're so nosy, I said. Hey, I'm just a curious guy. So what did Fourever leave for you? There you go, being curious again, I teased, and North pouted, furrowing his brows at me. Come on, let me see. North, stop crowding me. Move over. I pushed him back as he leaned closer, trying to peek into the bag in my hands. Don't be so stingy. Let me see too. You're such a... Whoa, what is it? I'm so excited. North exclaimed dramatically, making Ter laugh. I pulled out the contents of the bag. It was a Polaroid photo of a sunrise. Fourever had taken it, dated it, and sent it to me. It felt like it was his way of sharing today's sky with me. When I glanced back, North had returned to his seat next to Ter, across from me. He must have given up on teasing me. Despite his curiosity, North wasn't the type to dig too deeply into other people's business. I put the photo back into the bag. I didn't take out the letter yet, realizing it wasn't the right time. If the med students arrived, it'd be awkward. So I tucked the bag into my backpack. As expected, it wasn't even 15 minutes before the med students started coming in, except for Fourever, who was still at the counter. I noticed him picking up the package I had just dropped off with P. Gibb. Tonfah's point of view. Thank you, I said, receiving the package and thanking P. Gibb, who smiled at me. If you looked closely, her expression seemed slightly uneasy. Probably because I had come to pick up something in the evening for 2 days straight now, something I usually did in the morning, and happened to run into Typhoon both days. Has he been gone long? I asked. For a while now. Did he know I'd be coming to pick this up in the evening? No, I didn't tell him, P. Gibb replied with a smile. So, why did the doctor come in the evening? Was he waiting for Typhoon? No, I replied honestly. Yesterday, I didn't intend to wait for Typhoon when I came to drop something off. But when Hill mentioned that Typhoon wouldn't be going with him, I had a feeling I knew what he was busy with. I didn't want Typhoon to have to go out of his way to drop something off for me, and then flag a ride to the shop. So, I timed my visit to when I thought Typhoon would have finished with P. Gibb, and it just so happened to be perfect, right when P. Gibb was making cocoa. Today, though, I came here because everyone had agreed to meet up. Doctor. Yes. I was about to leave when P. Gibb called me back. Can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? How long have you been talking to the person in the letters? I paused to calculate. Almost 2 months, I think. The letters had started arriving at the beginning of the term, about 2 months ago. I hadn't written back until midterms, and now it was finals. That's quite a while. Yeah, I guess. So, what happens after finals when you're on break? I haven't figured that out yet. I thought about it. If we kept exchanging letters like this, We wouldn't be able to talk during the break. The cafe would be closed, and most people would go home for the holidays. Typhoon probably wouldn't stay at the dorms either. Fah, what do you want to eat? I don't know, I replied as I sat on the sofa near Art Hit. The group was discussing dinner plans. You never have an opinion, Joe said with mock annoyance. Let's just go with Ter's choice again. Me? Again? Ter asked, frowning. Ever since my birthday, it had always been Ter deciding for the group. I feel like sushi. Which restaurant? Hill asked. I saw a review recently. There's one that looks good, Ter said, his eyes lighting up. And so we ended up going to the sushi place Ter had found. Fun, are you coming too? Ter asked. Typhoon seemed hesitant. Usually, he would catch a ride with Hill. Typhoon can come with me, I said, causing him to freeze for a moment. His face turned faintly red before he slowly walked toward me. I'll go with Fah, Typhoon said. Ter nodded and left with Hill. I couldn't help but smile, satisfied with his decision to come with me. We got in the car together. Fah, Typhoon called, making me turn toward him. Why is it that I've never felt my name sound so nice before? Yes. I sent you a message online. Ah, he's unblocked me now, has he? Oh, is there something you need? No, just saying hi. I'll reply when I get back. Okay. The person beside me went quiet. I handed him a paper bag I just picked up. He looked startled when he saw it. Can you hold this for me? I need to drive. Sure. I started the car and drove off, glancing at him now and then. He seemed incredibly tense, not even daring to properly hold the paper bag, instead gazing out the window. From my angle, I could see the side of his face, which was red, as were his ears. It made me wonder, how could someone be so endearing? Typhoon, could you help me with something? What is it? I asked. Could you take out the items from the bag for me? I kept my eyes on the road ahead and didn't glance over, but I could guess Typhoon must be very nervous. What's in the bag? A Polaroid photo, a letter, and snacks. Hearing his slightly trembling voice made me smile to myself. So adorable. What's the photo of? A flower. Could you read the letter for me? Is that okay? Of course. I really want to know what it says, but I'm driving, so can you read it for me? Typhoon was silent for a moment. I saw from the corner of my eye that he was slowly taking the letter out of the bag and unfolding it. To you. I stayed quiet, waiting for him to read, trying not to let a smile show. His sweet voice softly read out the letter's content, stumbling over some sentences. The content wasn't very different from what we usually talked about in the letters. I couldn't help but wonder how shy Typhoon must feel, reading aloud something he had written to me. Judging by his flushed face and cheeks that looked ready to burst, I already had a pretty good idea. Are you done? Yes. Thank you. No problem, Typhoon replied with a sigh of relief, putting the letter back into the paper bag. The reason I wanted him to read it wasn't just to tease him, though that was part of it. The main reason was that I wanted to hear the voice of the person who wrote it, his voice sharing the story directly, not just through words on paper. Now I knew for sure. The writer of the letters was even more adorable than I had imagined. Typhoon's point of view. I couldn't even bring myself to look at the paper bag now sitting on my lap. My heart was pounding so hard it felt out of control. I kept my eyes on the road and the scenery outside the car window, avoiding looking at the person next to me. Fah. Why did he ask me to read the letter? Oh God. Without realizing it, I bit my lower lip tightly. My hands were trembling slightly. I didn't know how to feel about having to read a letter I wrote for someone I liked, especially when the content of the letter was so embarrassing. So embarrassing that I wanted to shove my face into the car's air vent. I bet my face was bright red. I turned away, hoping Fah wouldn't notice. We didn't talk again during the drive, and before I knew it, the car pulled up in front of a place I didn't recognize. This restaurant. I squinted at the sign out front. It wasn't the sushi place Ter mentioned. Did Fah get lost? No, that didn't seem likely. Why wasn't he heading to the same place as the others? This place is good. Give it a try, he said with a smile, unbuckling his seatbelt and stepping out of the car. Just as I was about to open my door, I noticed him walking around to open it for me. He opened the door for me? Thank you. I murmured softly, still surprised by his gesture, before following him into the restaurant. So, it's just the two of us eating together? Oh no. I was afraid I'd be too flustered to act normal. Just like earlier when I read the letter, my face was a mess, my voice was shaky, and I nearly tripped over my words. We entered the beautifully decorated restaurant and were led to a table in the back. I felt a bit tense. I wasn't used to eating in fancy places like this, except for the occasional meal with Uncle Kong. Speaking of Uncle Kong, I realized I hadn't talked to him in a while. After placing our orders, silence crept over the table again. It made me feel even more uneasy. Maybe it was because we hadn't talked for over a year, and I wasn't sure how to act now that we were reconnecting. When are your finals? Fah asked. Oh, the 26th, I replied. Finals were at the end of November through early December, and my entrance exams were in March. There wasn't much time left. People usually spend a year preparing for university entrance exams. I'd read about it before, but had already forgotten most of it. What about you? Mine start on the 20th and go until mid-month. Oh, how many exams do you have? Just 3 finals. We've been taking block exams throughout the semester, Fah explained. I nodded in understanding. It seemed that while med school finals and midterms were intense, they weren't as numerous because exams were spread out. In other words, it was exhausting because there were exams all the time. We talked about finals, how tough each exam was. I hadn't yet told Fah I was planning to transfer programs. I was debating whether I should. He was one of the people who encouraged me to pursue what I liked from the beginning. After a while, our food arrived. Fah. Yes. I'm planning to transfer programs. To start over next year? I nodded in response. Won't that delay things too much? I'm already in my 2nd year. If I transfer, I'll be starting as a freshman again while my friends are in their 3rd year. I asked hesitantly. This was one of the things that worried me. It felt bad to think about graduating after everyone else. No, it's worth it. 2 years in exchange for a lifetime of doing what you love is a good trade. Yeah, you're right. Where are you transferring to? I want to study photography. He drew out the sound, looking intrigued. Photography? Yes. That's great. You've always liked it, he said with a small smile that seemed to hide something deeper. But isn't that program under the arts track? Yes, it uses arts scores, I replied. That meant I wouldn't have to take tough science exams in physics, chemistry, and biology. I'd only need to cover the basics. Then the content won't be too overwhelming. Have you been preparing for long? I shook my head slightly. Not really. I only started recently. I'm worried I won't be ready in time. You'll make it, Fah said with a smile. Do you want me to help tutor you? I stared at the person sitting across from me, stunned. The memories of the times I'd asked him to tutor me came flooding back, especially the times I'd been awful to him. Fah, what are you even explaining? I don't understand a thing. Forget it. If I explain, you still won't get it. Let's just skip this part. You don't need to teach me anymore. I'm done with this. Even though I had acted so poorly, Fah was still offering to tutor me. Yes, please help me, I said after pressing my lips together tightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Thank you, I added with determination. Deep down, I wanted to apologize again. It's no problem, but can we start after I finish my finals? Yes, of course. I nodded quickly, smiling widely. Why is Fah so kind? And, selfishly, I wished he would be this kind only to me. Fah. Yes. About the letters. I decided to bring up the letters. Since Fah had me read one aloud, it seemed he wasn't trying to hide the letters from me. I had no idea how he felt about the person writing to him, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask casually. The letters, I hesitated, unsure of what to say. Fah raised his eyebrows, looking curious. You can ask. What is it? Well, if I were someone unfamiliar with the letters, what would I ask upon seeing one for the first time? Who are they? Fah paused before shaking his head slightly. I don't know. But you're talking to them. Yes. But you don't know who they are? I don't. You're talking to someone you don't know? I furrowed my brows, pretending to be confused. Yes. They haven't told me who they are. Oh, so like pen pals. Something like that, Fah replied. Oh, what should I ask next? Don't panic, Typhoon. Stay calm and look natural. You barely know anything about them? I asked, glancing up at him. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at me with an expression that seemed oddly mischievous. Or maybe I was imagining it. We continued chatting for a while until the food we'd ordered was cleared away, and the staff informed us dessert was on its way. But why was Fah looking at me like that? What did that gaze mean? I couldn't even meet his eyes. They haven't told you anything about themselves? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Barely anything. When I ask, they don't answer. Oh, that's a shame. Exactly. I raised an eyebrow at him. His expression didn't change much, but I had a feeling he wasn't okay with it. Just as I thought. How could someone like Fourever, who barely knew anything about the other person, find stability in this kind of relationship? Even though I was getting closer to him, it didn't seem close enough to make him feel secure. But it's fine. This is okay. When you say okay, I asked, do you mean it's okay to keep talking to someone without even knowing their name? If that's what makes them comfortable, then I'm okay with it. Getting this close is enough. Ah, that phrase hurt. How long have you been talking? For quite a few months now. How long do you think it can last? As long as it lasts. It sounded like Fourever really liked the person in the letters, so much that he didn't need to question it. My heart was pounding, swelling with warmth I couldn't put into words. I was falling for him all over again. And this must be the millionth time I've fallen for him. Are you okay, Typhoon? Fourever asked, probably noticing my silence. I gave him a faint smile and shook my head slightly. I'm fine. I was just thinking about how nice this is. What's nice? That you and that person are exchanging letters. Why do you think it's nice? Well, I fumbled over my words, not really sure what I was trying to say. It's kind of cute, I guess. Not many people write letters to each other anymore. Right? I like it. That's why it's nice. Yeah, but it has its downsides. Like what? For example, I can't meet them if I want to. I can't hear their voice either. Fourever said, making me freeze. And if they disappeared, I wouldn't know what to do. Ah yeah? If they disappeared. I found myself repeating his words, feeling uneasy. Seeing Fourever resting his chin on his hand, looking at me like that, made me feel flustered, like I was being watched too closely. Exactly. If they disappeared, they'd have to be pretty heartless. Heartless. Making me love them this much, and then disappearing, wouldn't that be too cruel? If they're going to be that cute, they should take responsibility for my feelings. Chapter 23. Typhoon's point of view. What? Love? Making me love them? So cute that they need to take responsibility for feelings? What does that even mean? Typhoon. Why yes. Are you okay? Fourever asked with a worried expression. The moment I snapped back to reality, my heart began pounding uncontrollably. The rhythm quickened, louder and stronger, to the point where I could almost hear it thudding, and I just hoped Fourever couldn't hear it too. A flush of warmth spread through my chest and face, so intense that I was certain my whole face and ears were bright red. I felt like I'd just exploded and died once. Fourever's words, spoken in his soft, low voice, echoed in my head as if someone was replaying a tape on loop. Even though I had completely lost control internally, I had to try my best not to show it. Inside, I felt joy, happiness, shyness, and warmth. All these emotions were colliding within me. I tried to keep myself from visibly gasping, but it was difficult. My racing heart made it hard to control my breathing. I clasped my hands tightly together. Feeling shy to the point of wanting to cry was real. Feeling so shy you thought you might die of a heart attack? Also real. Typhoon. Fourever's voice softened. Yes, Fourever. I'm fine. Typhoon is, I fumbled nervously, struggling to regain control of myself. But instead of acting normal, I ended up doing something ridiculous, which only left Fourever looking more confused. Of course. He said he loves the person in the letters. Fourever doesn't even know it's me. Why am I getting flustered? I shouldn't be acting like this. Typhoon. I'll order cocoa. I blurted out, grabbing the menu in front of me and holding it up to hide my face. Not natural at all, Typhoon. Not even remotely smooth. Okay, Fourever said, glancing toward the staff to indicate he was ready to order. A staff member came over. One iced cocoa, please, I said. All right. The staff left, and I put the menu down, trying to gather myself again. Was what I just did suspicious? The answer was 108,000,000% yes. And the worst part, it was Fourever. Oh, Typhoon. I just wanted to crawl under the table and disappear. Are you sure you're okay? Fourever asked, raising an eyebrow. I still couldn't meet his gaze, but at this point, there was no avoiding it. And just as I thought, the moment our eyes met, those sharp, piercing eyes froze me in place. Then his earlier words echoed in my head again, making me love them this much. Love. I wasn't dreaming, was I? You look like someone who's blushing. Huh? Me? Blushing? Yes, it really seems like it. Or maybe I'm imagining it. Oh, I fell silent, once again sensing a mischievous air about P-Fa. Or maybe I was just imagining things. Oh, I'm just blushing on their behalf. Blushing for someone else? Is that even possible? Oh, come on. That smile of his could kill someone. Has anyone ever told him that? Yes, blushing for them. If they heard what you said, they'd definitely be blushing. You think so? Yes, I said confidently. But I don't think so, P-Fa replied. Huh? Why not? I don't know. Maybe because I've never met them, so I can't really guess, he said, glancing at me as the staff brought my cocoa. Honestly, I was already full. I couldn't even think about drinking it. Who orders cocoa just to mask their embarrassment like I do? Guessing isn't that hard for someone like you. P-Fa? I teased lightly, taking a sip of the cocoa. Why do you think I'd be able to guess? Just a hunch, I replied with a wide grin. Then why don't you help me guess? How? Help me figure out what kind of person they are, he said with a faint smirk that made me feel uneasy. I wanted to refuse, but it didn't seem like I could easily avoid it. Why do I have to help P-Fa figure out myself? Can you tell me about them from the beginning? I asked, pretending to gather information first. P-Fa then started recounting everything from the first letter I'd sent. Incredible. He remembered every detail, even the dates. I had to write those down to keep track myself. But how was I supposed to help him figure this out? Well, I don't really know, I said evasively, unsure of how to respond. I'm probably not very good at this kind of thing. Are you trying to figure out who they are? I asked. No, P-Fa said with a slight shake of his head. Like I said, I'm fine with staying where they're comfortable. Oh, so, does P-Fa know anything else about them? I'm confident they're in their second year of university. Oh, they like photography, enjoy nature, and might be a morning person. Their height is probably under 170 centimeters. They're left-handed. As for their major, I'm not too sure, but since they love photography, they might be studying something related to it. Wow. That's just my guess, P-Fa said. I wanted to ask, how do you know that? But decided it was better not to. After all, it was P-Fa we were talking about. But how could he be right about everything? Is it even possible for someone to guess so accurately? Wow. That's already a lot of information, I said. Not really. There's still so much I don't know. Like what? For instance, whether they actually like me or not. I might have been imagining it, but the way P-Fa looked at me made me feel uneasy. I quickly shook off the strange thought. What does he mean by whether they like me or not? Well, if they didn't like you, why would they send you letters? That's not necessarily true. After all, I don't know them. They might be sending letters to multiple people. No way. Besides P-Fa, who else would I send letters to? I don't think so, I said. How can you be so sure, Typhoon? I just know, I said, unconsciously pouting. I don't think they'd be talking to anyone else. His deep voice sent a strange flutter through my heart, though I didn't know why. Do you think they only like me? I fell silent, lowering my head. Yes. And do you think they only love me, too? I slowly lifted my gaze to meet his. My heart started racing again, and my face felt like it was burning up. Well, his second question, combined with his faint smile and the glimmer in his eyes, made it clear he wanted an answer. I decided to give him one. Both as the person in the letters and as Typhoon, since they were the same person, I only had one answer to give. Yes. They only love P-Fa. I'm sure. Tonfah's point of view. I couldn't help but smile widely at those words. Bringing my hand up to cover my mouth slightly, I realized I had never felt this way before. Had my heart ever beaten this fast before? As far as I could remember, no? Not like this. Not with anyone else. They only love P-Fa. I'm sure. That confidence is just so adorable. The little one sitting across from me kept his head down, but I could still see his flushed cheeks, red all the way to his ears. He must be incredibly embarrassed, but for some reason, I didn't feel like stopping my teasing. He's so unbearably cute. Couldn't he just be this adorable with me and no one else? I'd known the truth all along, though Typhoon didn't know I knew. That knowledge made me want to tease him even more. Watching his flustered actions was too entertaining. I could barely hold back my smile. I wanted to keep looking at him like this, whether it was when he awkwardly ordered cocoa despite already being full or when he kept his head down, avoiding my gaze. And that last question I asked, It was because I wanted to hear those words. His confession of love, letting me know. And my confession of love, which he heard for the first time. It might not have been a direct confession, but we understood each other. Typhoon knew how I felt. And I didn't want to keep things like this anymore. While it wasn't terrible, staying this way wouldn't let me pull the little one into my arms. I didn't want to just be someone he exchanged letters with anymore. I'd never felt this fond of anyone before, so much that I wanted to squeeze them tight. If I could do that now, I would. I used to wonder why Joe always wanted to hug his gnome so openly, even in front of everyone. I didn't think I'd ever feel or act like that. But now I understood, it's hard to hold back. If someone were to hear my thoughts right now, they'd probably think I wasn't myself. And honestly, I'd never been like this before. It must be because of Typhoon's overwhelming adorableness that I feel this way, wanting to tease and hold him. After that, we didn't have much of a conversation. Typhoon probably didn't suspect much, too preoccupied with his thoughts. But from my perspective, it was so strange. To tell me that person loves me alone, then sit there blushing and silent? Does he think that's not odd? Seeing him trying so hard not to let me notice only made him more endearing. What's he thinking now? Is he blushing because he confessed his love, or is he regretting saying it so confidently? I'd only pretended to doubt whether the person in the letters loved me, and Typhoon immediately got flustered, almost as if he was worried I'd misunderstand. Then, after a bit more prompting, he rushed to answer without even thinking. That confession, I'd love to hear it again. Not the they love me alone part, but Typhoon loves me alone. Typhoon's point of view. I followed Fourever up to our usual cafe after talking about the person in the letters. I could barely keep myself steady, worried that Fourever might misunderstand and think the person in the letters had someone else. That's why I blurted out those words. Only later did I realize it was almost like a confession. Even if Fourever didn't realize it, it felt like he confessed to me, and I confessed to him too. I rushed toward to the moment I arrived upstairs at the cafe, crashing into him so hard he yelped. I buried my face into him while he groaned in pain from my sudden charge. Now we were upstairs, and Fourever had joined his friends at another table. Ah, Fun, let me go. Ow, you little. North, help. Help me. Tur struggled, reaching out to North for help, but North just sat there laughing. Tur, where do you think you're going? You're not leaving. Wah. I cried out dramatically, squeezing Tur even tighter. Erg, my insides are going to burst. They're going to burst. Tear. Help. North. Tur reached for North's hand while still laughing hysterically, as North tried to pull him free. Let me go? Ow, Fun. What did I ever do to you? Tur, you're not going anywhere. No way. I insisted, tightening my grip on him, which only made things worse. Now, not only was Tur being squeezed by me, but North was pulling his arm too. Arg, this is worse. North, let me go. Hey, I'm trying to help, okay? All right, on three. Ow, what did I do to deserve this? Let go. Tur wriggled and twisted, his face turning bright red as he rolled over, pinning me beneath him. Ugh, Tur, don't crush me. Get squished, you crazy cat. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I loosened my grip, and Tur immediately grabbed my arm instead. The scene now looked like a full-on wrestling match. Are you attacking me? Take this. And this. Tur pulled my arm from behind, causing North to burst out laughing even louder. That terrible friend didn't even try to help. Huh. You messed with the wrong guy, kid. Think the animal protection law can save you? How much is the fine for harming a cat? Ow, ow. I give up, Tur. 1, 2, 3. The winner is Easter, the strongest boy from Rayon. North declared triumphantly. Tur finally let me go, standing up and raising his hands in victory. I sat up, panting. I'd been trying to burn off my embarrassment by picking on Tur, but somehow I ended up losing instead. Here's a consolation prize for the weakling from Phuket, North said, handing me a snack. I accepted it while still catching my breath. Everyone in Phuket must be so disappointed in you. I really feel bad for letting everyone down, I said with mock defeat. Tur, you're too rough. You started it. Tur retorted, still chewing his snack. You just came charging at me out of nowhere. What's wrong with you? Yeah. Tur. North, listen. I suddenly remembered what I wanted to say and began rambling. But since I was still out of breath, my words were completely incoherent. Calm down. Fun. Take it easy, North said, massaging his temples like he was dealing with a lunatic. Tur, get some water. I'm going to hydrate the fighter. No, don't. Stop. I protested immediately. Last time, he spat the water all over me. What kind of crazy way to hydrate a fighter is that? I'm fine now. Really. We were just talking about why you and Fa went out to eat alone, Ter said casually. It seemed like our wrestling match had caught the attention of the med students, who were now glancing over at us. I thought I even heard a few chuckles. So we decided to switch to having a normal conversation instead. What's the deal? North asked. Well, it's like, I don't even know where to start. Totally flustered, huh? How do you know I'm flustered? You charged at me like that. You little fool, Ter said, pouting. Now my stomach hurts. Sorry, I guess I got a bit too excited. You need to stop this habit of hurting people when you're shy. Okay, fine. What do you want to know? Tell us everything. No, I'm not telling you. Come on, you said you would. Not now? Give me some time, and I'll tell you later. For now, let's focus on studying. Ter, where's the book? Get it out. North, hurry up. I want to start reviewing basic physics. North, I think our friend has lost it. Yeah, no kidding. This looks serious. After we finished studying, I ended up going back with Fa. Normally, I'd go back with P. Hill, but for some reason, this time P. Hill left without me. Ter got in his car, and P. Hill drove off without waiting. Meanwhile, Fa had been waiting for me by his car. On the way back, we didn't talk about anything in particular, just general topics. I was nervous the entire ride, though. Once we arrived at my dorm, we said goodnight, and I watched as Fa's car drove away. That night, I spent over an hour on a video call with Ter, North, and Dow, recounting everything. Naturally, they teased me relentlessly. So, you know Fa likes you, but he doesn't know the person in the letters is you? Yeah, I guess I have to keep pretending I don't know and keep sending letters? Exactly. But your relationship has already progressed so much. Fa even used the word love, you know? North's voice came through the speaker, and I rolled around in my blanket, not knowing how to handle it. Ugh. Not just like fun. Love. Isn't that amazing? Dayatok said, his voice filled with joy. I'm so glad I suggested sending those letters. In the end, our little cat finally got what he wanted. Got what I wanted? Me. Of course. At this rate, you'll be a couple in no time. Ter, you idiot. What are you even saying? You're such a violent little thing when you're shy, North teased. Fast got some game, huh? Pretty straightforward. That night, after the call ended, I looked at the clock. It was nearly 1 a.m. I sat at my desk, gazing at a photo of Tonfah smiling brightly. Without realizing it, I found myself smiling wider. Tonfah, I'm so happy I've made it to this day. I used to think my life had no meaning without you, but now I've met so many people, learned so much, and realized that life is worth living. I used to think the rain would never stop, but once it does, the sky is beautiful. It's worth waiting for. Wait for the bright sky. As always, I wrote a letter to Tonfah, sharing everything that had happened that day. On my desk, a new box sat next to my letter shelf, filled with letters and photos from Fa. I clipped the Polaroid photos he'd sent onto a string hanging on my wall. No matter what, photos remain the best way to preserve memories. That evening, I went to P. Gibbs Cafe to pick up a package Fa had left for me. As usual, I rushed back to my dorm to open it. Inside, there was no snack, just a photo and a letter. The Polaroid showed a reddish-orange sky. I couldn't tell if it was sunrise or sunset. The letter read, "Is it possible? If I could meet you just once? Because if I don't, I might go crazy." Chapter 24. Tonfah's point of view. You think Typhoon will come to meet you? He'll come. You sound so confident. What do you think? I asked back. Johan raised an eyebrow slightly at my expression before smirking. Knew it, Fa. You've got this all figured out, huh? He exhaled softly, looking amused. Been messing with him a lot, haven't you? Just a little. Oh, really? Yeah, just a little, I said truthfully. To be honest, I took Typhoon to that restaurant partly because I wanted to tease him a bit, but mostly to plant a seed of doubt. Typhoon now knows that I'm not entirely confident in my relationship with the letter writer. That doubt will push him to take some action, and in his moment of hesitation, I can step closer. It's the perfect time to emphasize that I want us to meet in person. So, what's your next move? Johan asked. After finals, I replied, sharing my thoughts. Since it's exam season, Typhoon will likely use that as an excuse to delay making a decision. That's a while away. Not really, I said. It's only about 2 weeks. What do you think Typhoon will do? I asked Johan and glanced at Hill, who was sitting nearby, while Fit was slumped over the table, asleep. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Johan said, looking slightly exasperated. I want to know your opinions. And if they don't match yours? Why wouldn't they? We're just discussing, Hill interjected. North is the type who's confident Typhoon will come to meet you. Ter will go along with whatever Typhoon wants, though he might secretly hope Typhoon will come too. As for Dao, I'm not sure. You mean Dayatok? I asked. Yeah, I don't know him well. He's probably all for it, Johan said. Honestly, he's probably the mastermind behind all of this. Agreed, I nodded. That's what I thought too. At first, the chances of success weren't that high. But with North's involvement, I'm confident Typhoon will come. You should thank me, Johan said. Why? Because it's my boyfriend, he replied. Yeah, you always take credit for whatever your boyfriend does well, Hill said, shaking his head slightly. North is the kind of person who charges straight ahead. I think he probably told Typhoon to meet you directly. Initially, North probably wanted Typhoon to just confront you outright, Johan added. If he didn't manage to persuade him, there must have been something else at play. Yeah, that's probably the key to everything, I said. Honestly, I feel like I already know. I might not be entirely sure, but I think it's the main reason why everything turned out this way, going back a whole year. Aren't you going to investigate? Maybe there's more to it than you think. Typhoon said he's glad I don't know, I explained. That made me feel like I shouldn't dig into it. But that big problem of his seems to have eased up, hasn't it? Otherwise, he wouldn't have apologized to you, Johan pointed out. Maybe, maybe not, I said. The only thing stopping me from uncovering the truth is Typhoon's reluctance. It's as if knowing would make everything worse, especially for Typhoon's feelings. He seems so scared of me finding out. But if it's what I think, the issue isn't small at all. Annoying, Johan muttered, leaning back in his chair with a bored expression. So, how will you handle it, Fa? Hill asked. Well, if it's as I suspect and Typhoon wants my help, it'll depend more on his decision about what he wants me to do, I replied. Family matters are delicate, and outsiders have no right to interfere. If my guess is correct, I'll respect Typhoon's wishes about how to proceed. And if you can't come to an agreement with Typhoon's dad, is that when you'll step in? Hill asked. Yeah, I've already prepared for that, I said, glancing at Joe, who smirked with satisfaction. But I hope it doesn't come to that. If it does, you'll definitely feel bad. I nodded. It's okay. I'll get used to it. What kind of person says, do something awful, and you'll get used to it? Fitz said, lifting his head after waking up and joining the conversation. What are you even planning to do? Oh, acting like you know what we're talking about, huh? Johan teased. If it involves guilt, it's probably something bad, Fitz said, slumping back against his chair with a tired look. I told you not to talk to Johan so much. If Fact turns out like Joe, then what? You're one to talk, Johan retorted, chuckling slightly. What are we even discussing? Fit asked. Typhoon's problems, I replied. I've only made guesses, but they might not be right since I haven't investigated. Your guesses are always spot on, Fitz said, looking bored. You're already planning solutions even though it's just a guess. I'm confident I'm right. This approach takes time, so I need to be ready. If I'm wrong, then fine. It's better if the situation isn't as bad as I thought. Fa analyzes everything based on the info he has, Johan said. He's not snooping, just making informed guesses. So, are you meeting soon? Yes. Through a letter? You were asleep while we were talking, and now you're full of questions, Johan teased. Knowing about it won't do you any good. And what good are you? Fit shot back. Enough, I interrupted before things got out of hand. If those two are awake at the same time, the whole table turns chaotic. It's only peaceful when one of them is asleep. Fit, go back to sleep. Ugh, you ass. If you weren't Fa's favorite. Fit muttered, slumping back down. That's why Fa always uses Johan for the dirty work. He's practically a pro at it now, Fit said, smirking. Someone who borrows money from me shouldn't be talking, Johan shot back. I've paid it back already. With interest. How much? 10,000%. What the hell, Joe? Go charge your dad instead. Fit groaned. If you can't come back to Thailand next time, don't call me. Go let the piranhas eat you. Geez, calm down. Always so serious. You're impossible, Johan said, shaking his head and laughing lightly. But seriously, Fa, if you want me to handle it, I can. No, it's fine. You've never done it, but I've done it plenty of times, even though it only makes me uncomfortable for no reason. I'm not that good of a person anyway, I said truthfully, because I only act good to people who are good to me. As a friend, I've always treated them well. And since I'm a pretty patient person, I rarely act poorly toward anyone. But honestly, bad behavior doesn't deserve kindness, does it? Joe, are you talking about Fa? What the hell did I say? He said he's not a good person. I just said I already know. I heard a sigh from Hill, sitting next to me. He's as patient as I am. If it weren't for us, no one would be able to deal with Joe and Arthit. And what do you mean by you know? If he was that good, why would he hang out with you? True. Hey, wait. Why does it feel like I'm the one being insulted? You're overthinking. You too, huh? So are you saying all of us here are bad people? No, just one bad person. Don't overthink it. All right, I feel a little better now. Sigh. I didn't mean to sigh, but I just couldn't help it. Should we get back to the original topic? Hill, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly interrupted. It was a good thing, too, finally stopping the other two. What's the plan if we meet after exams? We'll probably meet somewhere not too crowded. I don't think Typhoon would want to meet me directly. Why not? I don't know. I can't explain it. I just feel like it'll be that way. I really want to know, too, whether the little one would want to meet me as much as I want to meet them. Fa, are you even aware of yourself? You've got a mischievous smile, just like Joe now. Really? I responded, feigning surprise, and turned to look at the person next to me. Fa is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Didn't you know? Joe said, giving me a sly look like he always does. Someone must have woken something inside my friend. When you face that much cuteness, you can't help but give in. Typhoon's point of view. I stood in the middle of my room, locking eyes with North, who was sitting on a chair, looking at me with that infuriatingly smug expression. I've never wanted to pinch someone's eyelids so badly in my life. Typhoon, this is getting ridiculous. What do you want me to do, huh? Just go meet him directly. What's the big deal? I'm too scared. Ugh, Fa has no idea, North drawled in an exaggerated tone, thoroughly enjoying himself. I glanced at Tur and Dayatak, who were sitting on my bed. We'd gathered here to figure out what to do. I want to go. I really do. But I'm worried. What if Fa finds out it's me and isn't okay with it? Plus, I'm embarrassed, especially after Fa said he loved me. What he said during our meal, about being unsure, combined with the latest letter where he wrote that he might go crazy if we didn't meet, it kept me up all night. And deep down, I know it. This man is dangerous, for my heart. If I have to meet him, there's no way I can do it directly. No way. That's why we're here, brainstorming a plan. North is all about going direct. Sure, that's easy for him. But this is me we're talking about. Where am I supposed to get that kind of courage? What if Fa finds out it's me and he's disappointed? I said softly, flopping down on the bed. That's my biggest worry. Imagine me walking up to him, only to see disappointment on his face. What would I even do then? Stop overthinking it, and just go. It's way better than your ridiculous disguise plan, North said firmly. Fun's too shy to meet him directly, Dayatak countered. Since I didn't want to face him outright, we'd come up with the idea of going in disguise, so Fa wouldn't know it was me. I'd just see him briefly and leave. But that idea feels so weird. Just imagining it is awkward. I glanced at the mask, glasses, and hat piled beside the bed. If Fa doesn't figure out it's you, his eyesight must be terrible. North. I dragged out his name accusingly. What do you want me to do? Not go at all. You have to go, Fun, North said firmly. Here, try on your disguise. I grabbed the items and put them on, a mask, glasses, and a hat. Tu got up and stepped back to get a better look at me. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, it works, I guess. North, check this out. North came over to join Tur. Want to add a fake mustache? Terrible idea, Dayatak interjected. Honestly, with this outfit, no one walking by would recognize it's Fun. Really? North said, his eyes wide in mock disbelief. You're underestimating Fa, aren't you? North, you jerk, I shouted, smacking him with a pillow. I mean, sure, he might figure it out, but not for sure, right? I said, walking over to check myself in the mirror. Add a hoodie and pull the hat lower to cover your eyes, Tur suggested. Ditch the glasses so you can pull the hat down more. Good idea, I said, rummaging through my closet for a hoodie. I'd seen K-pop idols dressed like this at airports. Sometimes even their fans couldn't recognize them. Yeah, this works, North said, stroking his chin dramatically. Just don't faint in front of P-Fa, or I'll laugh my head off. I won't faint. I can handle it, I insisted. I'm thinking of meeting him after finals. What do you guys think? That way, I'll have time and can use exams as an excuse. Sounds good, Dayatok said with a nod. Where will you meet? Somewhere not too crowded. If I show up like this, people might get suspicious. But you won't be able to talk to P-Fa, Dayatok pointed out. He might recognize your voice. Ah, true. I guess I'll bring a notebook and write for him to read. It's just a meeting for the sake of meeting, huh? Damn, P-Fa, North said, shaking his head slightly. Don't forget, no matter what, P-Fa will have to find out eventually. Yeah, I nodded at North's words. How could I not know? But, I don't know how to put it. Maybe it's because we're meeting for the first time as people from the letters, so I want to keep it like this for now. Let's see what happens after we meet. Like testing the waters? Maybe. If we meet in person and P-Fa ends up not being okay, it won't hurt as much. That's bullshit. It's going to hurt no matter what. It's better than P-Fa finding out it's me and not being okay from the start, right? I explained what I was thinking when I decided not to meet directly. At least for the first meeting, even if he doesn't know who I am, he might be able to tell if he is okay with me. If Typhoon had met him directly from the start and P-Fa wasn't okay, it would have been terrible. We've only just managed to patch things up as siblings. Not being able to face each other would be a nightmare. I'm scared I'll mess something up, I said nervously. Like what? Burp in his face. No, North. I don't burp, I replied, frowning. Just scared I'll mess up somehow. Scared you won't get another chance, huh? Yeah. Ugh. If that's the case, nothing we can do, North said with a big sigh, throwing himself onto the bed. It takes forever to make progress every time. It's nerve-wracking. Have you written a reply to Typhoon Tonfah yet? Dayatok asked. I shook my head. Not yet. I don't know what to write. If you disappear again, it'll end up like last time, Ter warned. I nodded, recalling how I disappeared last time because Cupid got hit by a car. Just tell them you'll meet, but with these conditions. Okay. What if I say that if P-Fa finds out who I am during the meeting, I'd like them not to say anything. At least if they're not okay, I'd want them to try acting normal while we're together. Yeah, state your conditions, North said. Anyway, the one who's head over heels for you right now is P-Fa. Whatever you say, he'll agree. North. Ow. Why are you hitting me again? Letter to P-Fa. Thank you for wanting to meet me. I want to meet you too. This might seem like a bit much, but I have about 5 conditions. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable. I'm just not very confident about this. Thank you for understanding. I'll be wearing something unusual when we meet, so please don't mind. I'd like you not to try to figure out who I am, but to focus on what I do. Regardless of whether our first meeting is okay for you or not, I'll accept the outcome. If you realize who I am, please act like you don't know. Even if you're not okay, I'd like you to try acting normal while we're together. I'll communicate with you by writing notes, but you can speak. I want to hear your voice. I'd like to meet in the evening at a quiet location. If my conditions seem too much, please let me know. Also, I'd like to schedule the meeting after my exam since I'm busy with finals right now. Tonfah's point of view. How was it? Just as I thought, I said, putting the letter back into the paper bag. I had anticipated this. Typhoon wouldn't meet me directly, but would come in a way that tried to keep me from finding out who they are. Typhoon isn't very confident either. He's probably scared I won't be okay with him if I know it's him. If I outright admit that I already know, it might make things worse. Typhoon specifically mentioned in the letter that even if I figure it out, they'd want me to act normal. You're meeting after the exams, right? Hill asked. I nodded in response. What about the location? It should be pretty private, right? I have a place in mind. Typhoon's point of view. Drive carefully, I haven't finished paying it off yet, Dao joked. Right now, I'm sitting as a passenger on Dao's motorcycle, with North driving. Why is it that just going to see P-Fa makes my hands so cold? My heart is racing unevenly, and I'm trying to take deep breaths to stay calm, but it's so hard every time. P-Fa had sent me a letter with the date, time, and place for our meeting. We've just finished our finals. The meeting place is a restaurant quite far from the city. The reviews said the view from the second floor is beautiful because of its balcony. P-Fa really picked a great spot, huh? So far away it's almost in Ayutthaya, North quipped. Stop exaggerating and focus on driving, I said. At first, I thought about taking a bus, but they said they were worried I'd get lost, so North offered to drive me. It feels like I've got some weirdo as a passenger. It's making me uncomfortable. I'm just wearing a mask, a hat, and a hoodie. What's weird about that? What's not weird, you mean? Just looking at you makes me suspicious. Ugh, everyone's going to stare at me in the restaurant. Just don't trip and knock your hat off. I'm not that clumsy. Yeah, right, North said and kept chatting with me the entire way, trying to keep me from getting too nervous. It worked a little, but once we reached the restaurant, North wouldn't be there to help anymore. I'm going to meet Pfa for the first time as the person in the letter. Damn, I'm so nervous my heart feels like it's about to burst. My mind is racing with hundreds of thoughts, all tangled up. What if I really trip? What if the staff doesn't let me keep my hat on? What if people stare? What if the restaurant's crowded? What if Pfa doesn't like me? I can't stop thinking like this. We're here. So fast, I exclaimed in surprise. Lost in my thoughts, I hadn't realized we'd already arrived. North parked the bike in a spot where no one could see us. The restaurant really was far from the city. As the sun set, they turned on soft lights, making the atmosphere stunning. Wow, there's no one here. Yeah, weird, huh? I agreed. A place like this should be crowded, but it was completely empty. I peeked inside and saw just one staff member waiting at the counter. Pfa had initially said they'd come pick me up, but I insisted on meeting at the restaurant instead. So how are you getting back? I'll call for a ride. All right, I gotta go back soon. North, don't leave yet. Come on, Fun. What are you scared of now? I've been scared for a while. I couldn't even sleep last night, I said, grabbing North's arm, making him jump. Yikes. You're all hot and sweaty. I'm drenched. Well, look at how you're dressed. What do I do? Nothing about this feels impressive at all. It is what it is. Just go. If you're late, it'll only be worse. I sighed heavily, turned around, and walked toward the restaurant. As I walked, I kept glancing back at North, feeling uneasy. North, still on the bike, gave me a thumbs up before riding off, leaving me to face the moment alone. The first challenge was the staff. Would they be okay with a customer dressed this strangely? This way, please. Someone is waiting for you on the second floor, the staff said. I didn't respond, just started walking upstairs. Midway up, I stopped to adjust my mask, hat, and hoodie. My outfit, a black bucket hat pulled low, a black mask, a gray hoodie over the hat, jeans, and sneakers, wasn't exactly suitable for Thailand's weather. Oh well, at least I felt a bit more at ease. When I reached the second floor, I found it completely empty. That's when it hit me. Pfa must have reserved the entire place. The soft lighting decorating the area made me momentarily lose myself in the beauty. Then my eyes landed on someone sitting in a large hanging chair on the balcony. Just from their back, I knew. I bit my lip without realizing it, unable to take my eyes off Pfa from behind. I knew the moment I stepped closer, everything between us would change forever. My trembling heart was filled with fear, but still, I chose to approach. Carefully, I moved closer, making sure Pfa wouldn't hear me coming. I sat down in the empty space on the hanging chair next to him. I didn't look at him. I kept my head down, hands clenched tightly together inside my sleeves. Neither of us said a word. Silence lingered for about half a minute. Sitting so close on the same chair, we were separated by just 2 handbreadths. Then his deep voice broke the quiet. Thank you for coming to meet me. Smiley face. Chapter 25. Typhoon's point of view. I remained silent, unable to respond, my body tense and my breathing unsteady as my heart continued to race faster. The person beside me seemed to feel the same. After his first greeting, he fell quiet. Gradually, I got used to the oppressive heat from the clothes I was wearing and lifted my head to look at the sky as it was gradually consumed by darkness. There wasn't even the soft hum of background music. Occasionally, the sound of cars passing below broke the stillness, but soon, the damp warmth in the air caught my attention. It's going to rain. I wrote the words in a notebook I had brought along. At first, I thought typing on my phone would be quicker, but Pfa might recognize my phone, so I opted for a pen and notebook instead. I handed it to him. Pfa glanced at it briefly. You're amazing. I didn't even notice. The clouds are thickening, and the wind is picking up. This spot should be fine, though. The rain won't reach us here, he said, his words reassuring. I nodded slightly in understanding. This spot was closer to the interior of the restaurant than the edge of the balcony. Do you like the rain? Sometimes. What about you? I do. Why? It feels calming, I suppose. Then we should thank the rain for falling just for you. I wrote and handed the notebook back to him. Almost as if on cue, raindrops began to fall lightly before growing heavier. Just as he had said, the rain didn't reach us. I stole a glance at him and noticed a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It's really raining. I'm the best weather forecaster. I joked. Seems like it. He replied, his voice soft and steady. It wasn't unusual, yet I sensed a calmness in every word he spoke. It felt like Fourever was at ease with us being here together, or maybe I was just imagining it. Still, I wanted it to be true because I felt the same. It was comforting, being here like this. I have so many things I want to tell you. He began, not waiting for me to finish writing a response. You're ready to listen, aren't you? Ah, yes. I was ready to listen to everything, no matter how good or bad it might be. You know? I know because you're my safe zone. Safe zone? Can you be my safe zone? His voice carried a weariness that made my heart ache. I quickly pressed my pen to the paper to write my response. I can be anything for you. You're too kind, he murmured. You don't have to be this kind, you know? I'm not kind, I wrote. I just love you. I placed the pen down because my left hand was trembling too much. I didn't dare glance at him to see his expression. Instead, I turned my eyes toward the thick curtain of rain outside, which was cooling the air around us. At this moment, the only sounds were the rain and his voice. Can you say it aloud? He asked. That word. I wasn't imagining it. He was so exhausted. Having known him since childhood, spending so many years together, I knew Fourever as someone who was always strong, a pillar of support and refuge for everyone around him. He never showed vulnerability, not even to his parents. But how could that be possible? In the end, we're all just human. No one can be strong and endure everything all the time. Everyone has a vulnerable side they wish to hide. Fourever must have been tired, always looking out for and taking care of everyone around him, carrying the weight of others' dreams and expectations, and constantly considering others' feelings. But in doing so, his own feelings were often overlooked. I love you, I wrote, continuing. You're not ready to say it aloud yet, are you? I'm sorry. It's okay. This is more than enough. Thank you. I guess. I'm just too tired. I know. You know? Yes. How? Because I'm your safe zone. From the corner of my eye, I caught him smiling faintly. His sharp eyes gazed ahead. That's why. Why? It's easy to fall in love with you over and over again. Oh, I'm doomed. I'm in trouble now. My heart was pounding uncontrollably, but thankfully, the sound of the rain masked it. Otherwise, Fourever would surely hear it. You said you had things to tell me, I wrote. Yes, he replied. I'm just so tired of being myself. My whole life, I've never really known what I like or dislike. I was taught to find happiness in others' happiness. I don't know. Maybe it's about putting others before myself. What Fourever shared didn't surprise me. Even though he never showed it, I had already suspected it. I often wondered how he truly felt. It made me feel guilty for how much I used to rely on him, waiting for him to help and take care of me. That wasn't love at all. He continued, sharing bits and pieces about how he had felt over the years. People who hadn't experienced it wouldn't understand how painful it was to bear the weight of expectations and pressure. But I understood it well. Everyone has their own pain. And we shouldn't judge anyone because no two people are the same. I've never told anyone this before. You're the first, including some things I wrote in the letter. It's strange, but maybe it's because you're my safe zone. That's why I can share everything with you. It's my pleasure, I replied. Are you disappointed? No, not at all. Really? I didn't want to tell anyone because of this. It just doesn't feel like me, or maybe, I don't even know who I really am. For some reason, I could feel the loneliness eating away at his heart. You are who you are. No matter who you are, you'll still have me. Has anyone ever told you that you're really cute? I don't know. Because you like taking photos. You enjoy planting trees. You're kind. You're effortlessly adorable. What word should I use? Maybe it's just because you're you. That makes everything so good. Honestly, I should be more worried about passing out from wearing this outfit than the fact that I might have a heart attack because of Fourever. You're the first person to tell me that. I wrote back. Good, because otherwise, it would mean you've been this adorable to someone else. Oh, Here we go again. My heart might just give out for real this time. I have a question. Yes. Earlier, I told you my name, Tonfah, came from my dad wanting me to be like the sky and my mom wanting me to be like a tree. So what about you? What do you think they wanted me to be? I paused for a moment before writing in the notebook and handing it to him again. The sky and love. Yes. To me, Tonfah is both the sky and love. The sky and love of my life. Love, huh? Thank you. I never thought anyone would respond like that. I'm glad you're here, he said softly. It's my pleasure. Did you just flip back to show me an old page? I couldn't write fast enough, I admitted, biting my lip out of habit, though no one could see it under my mask. My heart felt like it was swelling, almost to the point of bursting. I'm so glad to be here, truly. What about you? Me? Do you want to share anything? Can I be your safe zone? I'll wait until you're ready to tell me. I'm not going anywhere, after all. Thank you. Because being a safe zone means being a place where you feel secure, where you can share everything. I wanted to share everything with PFAC too, but there was one thing I just couldn't say. Still, I loved what he just said, that he wouldn't go anywhere. It felt like no matter how much it rained, it was only to help a flower like me bloom. So, Mr. Weather Forecaster, how long do you think the rain will last? Not too long, I think. I hope the power doesn't go out, he mused. His comment made me freeze for a moment. That's right. Last time it rained, the power went out. If that happened now, I'd definitely lose control of myself. Do you want to order something to eat? He asked. No, I'm fine. The rain continued falling steadily, and silence began to grow between us again. When PFA didn't initiate conversation, I didn't know what to write in response. I clutched the notebook and pen tightly in my hands. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. This was such an unusual meeting. Yet you didn't ask anything. This was such an unusual relationship. And you'd never asked for anything before. PFA once told me he wouldn't ask or demand anything from me because he knew it would make me uncomfortable. So why now? Why did you want to see me? I decided to write the question and handed it to him. After a moment, his soft voice replied, I just wanted to see you. That's all. I just wanted to know what it would feel like to be close to you. And how is it? Just as you probably feel. I've never felt this comfortable before. Just knowing it's you sitting beside me makes me forget everything. And you? Why did you decide to meet me? Because you wanted to see me. The fact that you sent me letters and hid your identity from the start, it means that's your safe zone, doesn't it? Just the fact that it's you is reason enough. No, look up first, all right? Don't worry. I'll close my eyes. I won't look at you. Hick. His words make me pause, even though I'm still sobbing. I don't want to cry, but I just can't stop. I nod slightly in agreement. PFA lets go of my shoulders and hand, and I slowly lift my face. I glance up to see him turning away, his eyes shut as promised. I quickly wipe my own tears, pulling down my mask to clear the streaks from my cheeks before pulling it back up. It takes me nearly a minute to stop crying. Are you okay now? All right. My eyes are closed, and you can't speak to answer. He chuckles softly. How about this? If you're okay, hold my hand. I reach out and take his hand. You're better now? I squeeze his hand lightly as a signal that I am. Can I check something? His question confuses me until he releases my hand and turns slightly toward me, still keeping his eyes closed. I immediately pull back. I just want to see if you're still crying. You can cover my eyes again if you're afraid I'll peek. I hesitate, feeling a little worried, but I understand his intent. He's concerned I might still be crying. I slowly reach out and place my hand over his eyes. He gently leans closer, his hands softly cupping my face. The space between us feels too small. His fingers brush near my eyes, checking to see if they're dry. When he finds no traces of tears, his fingers continue to glide across my face. I feel like I'm in a trance, trying to stop myself from pulling my hand away from his eyes. Our faces are just centimeters apart. I can feel his warm breath on my skin. At least I don't have to meet his eyes. If I did, I might truly die. His fingers trail to my cheek, and then he slowly pulls my mask down. I'm startled, but seeing that he still can't see anything, I try to stay calm. Then his thumb brushes against my lips, gently pressing and sliding over them. I can feel my entire body trembling, and before I can even process what's happening, PFA leans down and presses a soft kiss to my lips. The moment his lips touch mine, my mind goes blank. My hand remains over his eyes, unmoving, as he leans in closer, pressing me back into the hanging chair. One of his hands lifts to cradle my chin, tilting my face to make the kiss deeper. I shut my eyes tightly, my heart racing as if it's about to leap out of my chest. My other hand clutches his arm for support as his warm tongue softly explores, meeting mine and gliding over it. I can't even bring myself to breathe. His warm breath mingles with mine, brushing against my ear and cheek. I don't kiss him back, I don't know how. But Phi is slow, gentle, and tender in every movement. The faint scent of him fills my senses as the sound of his breathing mixes with the rain. I accidentally let out a small sound as he nibbles on my lower lip. I try to push him away, but my strength fails me. My heart feels like it's drowning, and I can't hold my breath any longer. I weakly hit his chest with all the force I can muster. Phi slowly pulls away, his movements deliberate. I, unable to think clearly, spring up from the chair and start to run away, but he catches me. "I'm sorry," he murmurs. I quickly pull my mask back up, still panting heavily, my chest rising and falling. I don't turn back. I can't handle any more. I try to pull my wrist free, but I can't. Let me take you home." I shake my head quickly. "Please, let me take you home. Otherwise, you won't make it back." I pull my hood tighter around me, slipping my hands into my pocket, trying to calm myself down, but I fail. My mind is blank. Unable to process anything, I simply followed Phi outside. The same staff member bowed respectfully, without saying a word. I didn't even notice when the rain had stopped. Not just my heart, my legs and hands were trembling as well. I unconsciously bit my lip tightly, realizing that the soft sensation from earlier hadn't faded. It lingered, as if etched into my memory to stay forever. Our first kiss. It was so gentle. I could lose my mind. Phi opened the car door for me, signaling for me to get in. I quietly climbed into the car, and the luxurious vehicle smoothly pulled away. I didn't dare glance at the person beside me, and instead kept my eyes fixed on the passing scenery outside the window. Damn it, my heart is working way too hard. "Do you live behind the university?" Phi asked softly. I nodded lightly. "Let me know where you want me to drop you off." The car turned into the back road near the university, continuing along the path. I decided I'd get off somewhere not too close to my dorm and walk the rest of the way. Pointing at the spot where I wanted to stop, I signaled for him to pull over. The car's turn signal clicked as it came to a stop by the curb. Once it was stationary, I quickly opened the door to leave. "Wait," Phi called, reaching out to grab my arm. Startled, I instinctively pulled my arm back and looked up at him, confused. His handsome face broke into a small smirk the moment our eyes met. "I just wanted to tell you. I really like how soft your lips felt when I kissed you." Chapter 26. Typhoon's point of view. I took off my winter coat, hat, mask, and everything that was making me feel unbearably hot and dumped them all on the floor. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. Just getting myself back to my room had been such a struggle. I buried my face into the pillow, biting my lip tightly. I can still feel it. "Ugh," I groaned softly, trying to shake off the ridiculous thoughts that kept surfacing in my mind, but it was futile. The touch, the taste of that kiss, the warm breath, the rhythm of my heartbeat, the sound of raindrops, the sweet scent of you mixed with the earthy smell of rain, all of it is imprinted vividly in my memory. All to remember our first kiss. What could it mean? The meaning of our first kiss today? Was it because of the words of love? Because it was our first meeting? Because I cried? Or was it all of those reasons combined? We're not even a couple. I don't understand. We only just met for the first time. And what will the person in the letter do now? Sigh. I exhaled heavily, sitting up and hugging a pillow tightly, pouting as though someone could see me. My mind kept replaying the events, starting from the moment I stepped into the cafe until I got out of the car. Your lips. So soft. Phi, you're seriously too dangerous for my heart. Am I going to develop heart disease? Even now, my heart hasn't calmed down. I tried taking a deep breath to collect myself. Thinking about it, our story has come this far, hasn't it? It feels like I've broken down all the walls I built to protect myself the moment I decided to meet you. No more walls, no more barriers. Just a small bit of fear that you, Phi, have already accepted. That stupid fear of revealing my true self. But still, I lightly touched my lips with my fingers. I don't want that kiss to just be a mistake. Was it really intentional to kiss someone without seeing their face? Is he truly confident about loving the person in the letter, no matter who they might be? Has P-Fa ever thought about who the person in the letter could be? He must have. Surely, he has thought about it. And has he ever considered that it might be me? Oh, give me a break. Am I overthinking this? I picked up my phone and turned it on. I had switched it off before meeting P-Fa, planning to text my friends later. But a message had already come in. From P-Fa. I startled, accidentally dropping my phone. But thankfully it landed on the bed. Why am I so jumpy? It's not like P-Fa messaged the person in the letter. P-Fa's message read, "Have you eaten yet?" Typhoon typed, "Yes, I have." Typhoon, "How about you, P-Fa?" I had eaten a little before going out to meet P-Fa. Even though we met at a restaurant, I decided not to eat there because I couldn't take off my mask, so I ate beforehand. P-Fa, "Same here." P-Fa, "What are you doing?" Typhoon, "Just lying down." Typhoon, "And you?" P-Fa, "Just got back to my room." Oh, you're back in your room. That's good. Typhoon, "Where did you go?" Typhoon, "Did you get caught in the rain?" It just stopped. P-Fa, "No, I didn't get wet." P-Fa, "You didn't go out, did you?" Typhoon, "Nope, stayed in." P-Fa, "Are we studying tonight?" P-Fa, "I'm free." Typhoon, "Sure." Typhoon, "Around 10 p.m.? P-Fa, "Okay." P-Fa, "I'll call you." Typhoon, "Sure." There was still plenty of time to prepare. I wondered why he decided to tutor me tonight. Maybe because exams are over, and he is free now? I let out a long sigh before heading to the bathroom to freshen up and get my notes ready for our study session. We usually called each other around 10 p.m. It had become a time I looked forward to all day. But we didn't call every night. We'd usually plan in advance what topic to study. At 10 p.m. sharp, the call came through. To my surprise, it was a video call. This was a first. We'd never used the camera before. What's going on? I quickly pulled myself together and accepted the call, unsure how to act normal with someone I had just kissed a few hours ago. But maybe I was the only one feeling nervous. As soon as I answered, the screen displayed him sitting at his desk, wearing headphones, with his phone propped up. He smiled at the camera. It was the same smile as when we parted earlier. No, maybe I'm imagining it. We did make eye contact briefly before I got out of the car. Thinking about it made me quickly avert my eyes. "Are you okay, Typhoon?" he asked, his tone laced with concern. "Huh? Yeah, why? You don't look too well." His voice carried a hint of worry that made me glance back at the camera, confused. "Really? Yeah. Your eyes look a bit swollen. Have you been crying?" I frowned at him. My eyes are still swollen? I thought they were fine when I checked in the mirror earlier. "No, I haven't." "That's strange. As long as you're not crying, that's good." "Yeah." Typhoon, "Yes." "Oh, never mind." He seemed like he wanted to say something but changed his mind, his worried expression softening into something more neutral. "Do you have plans for New Year's?" Not yet. Because it's currently the school break after finals, it's New Year's season, and most people are heading home. But as you know, I don't have a home to return to, so I'll be staying here, just like last year. Last year, all my friends called to wish me well, which was really nice. But at that time, I hadn't shared much about my family situation. After opening up about it, this year, everyone's been nagging me to join them on trips. I still haven't decided where to go yet. But no matter what, I don't want to celebrate New Year's alone. Last year, I wandered around crowded places with my camera during New Year's Eve, capturing the atmosphere, lights, and people. I watched the fireworks, took some pictures, and then went home to sleep. I hope this year won't be as lonely. "What about you, P-Fa?" I asked. "Going home." "Oh, your home is here." "Yeah. Do you want to come with me, Typhoon?" "Huh? Are you inviting me?" "Yes, my parents miss you. They haven't seen you in so long." P-Fa's invitation warmed my heart. Hearing that his parents missed me made me feel a sense of belonging. I missed them too and wanted to see them. But my father doesn't really approve of me being involved with P-Fa's family. Let me think about it. Actually, some friends have invited me to travel with them too. I'm not sure what I'll do yet, I said, smiling awkwardly. "All right, I'll wait for your answer. When are you going home?" I asked because during the school break, P. Gibbs' shop would probably close, and we wouldn't be able to write letters to each other for a while. We hadn't discussed what to do during the long break, and with everything that had happened, it would feel strange if we suddenly stopped talking. Soon, but I still have some important things to do first. "What kind of things?" "Work." "No." P. Fast shook his head slightly. "Something very important." He smiled subtly without taking his eyes off me. Oh, I didn't know how to respond. If it wasn't work or exams, it was probably about the person in the letters. Typhoon, I met him today. Who? The person in the letters. Oh, really? How did it go? I was so happy they agreed to meet. His voice carried genuine joy, which lifted my spirits. But they cried. Wait, what? What? P. Fast shook his head slightly. I couldn't tell if it meant he didn't know or couldn't say. I just didn't want them to cry. If I asked them not to cry anymore, do you think they would? I don't know. I answered softly. Honestly, when I got back to my room, I almost cried again because of all the thoughts swirling in my mind. Are you worried? Yeah, a lot. What are you worried about? I'm just afraid he is overthinking things. Oh, everything that's happened has been intentional. I don't want him to think I wasn't serious. I fell silent, feeling a lump in my throat as if my mind had been read. The person in P. Fast letters was indeed overthinking. He was afraid P. Fa didn't mean to kiss. Afraid he might regret it. I'm glad he didn't dismiss it as a mistake or something impulsive. Sorry for getting off topic. Shall we start the tutoring session now? Seeing me quiet for so long, P. Fa changed the subject. Realizing I had been zoning out, I quickly focused on the screen, flipping to the latest chapter in my book. Sure. What are you reading these days? Grade 12 Basic Math. What topic? Sequences. Oh, this one isn't too hard. Do you want to move on to another chapter or review it with me? Can we review it? Let's start with some exercises. That way, I can see where you might need help. Do you still have the green workbook I gave you? Yes. I nodded and reached for the green workbook in the pile next to me. Then we began working on exercises, following P. Fast guidance. We got into it seriously after that. As I bent over the exercises, I wondered if P. Fa was watching or doing something else. I hoped he wasn't watching because I wouldn't know how to handle it. I felt a strange nervousness, but kept working on the problems, trying not to glance at the phone screen. Suddenly, I received a notification from Easter. Easter's message read, "You, Easter, friend." Easter sent a picture. The notification distracted me, but I didn't check the details. What's up? P. Fa asked when he saw me pick up my phone. Easter sent something, not sure what. Don't lose focus. Let's finish the session first. Oh, sorry. I put the phone down as P. Fast spoke in a serious tone. He was right. I should stay focused while tutoring. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was midnight. It's midnight. Should we stop for now? Oh, but I didn't cover much yet. You made progress today, didn't you? Don't push yourself too hard. You've already covered the grade 10 and 11 content, right? Yes. I nodded. But I'm not super confident. Then I'll help you review it again. There's still time. Basic math content isn't too overwhelming. Okay. I closed my book and set down my pen. Having P. Fa around, even if it made me nervous, gave me motivation. Would it be too much to ask to video call him more often? Time for bed. Good night. Good night. I wished him the same before the call ended. Exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed. What had Easter sent earlier? After I didn't respond, he kept spamming messages until I had to mute him. Typhoon typed, "What is it? Typhoon, why are you spamming me so much?" Easter, "Wow, finally a reply." Typhoon, "I was busy." Easter, "Oh, busy video calling someone, huh?" Easter, "Ignoring your friend now, are we?" Typhoon, "How did you know?" Easter, "Go check the chat above." Easter, "Look at the photo I sent." I frowned at Easter's message and scrolled up past the dozens of stickers he had spammed earlier, until I reached the unread message. He had sent a photo. It took a moment to load, but once it became clear, I was shocked by what I saw. It was a screenshot from P. Fast's Instagram story, captured during our video call. In the picture, I was focused on my workbook, head down, while P. Fast's small video feed in the bottom right corner showed him resting his chin on his hand, looking at me. His ring finger and pinky slightly covered his face, but you could still clearly see the smirk on his lips. The caption next to the photo read, "Stay focused, my little genius." I immediately called Easter. "Knew you'd call. What the heck is this? What's going on?" "What do you mean?" "It's exactly what it looks like. P. Fa posted a screenshot of your video call on his Instagram story." "What's so confusing? Why would he screenshot it? And calling me his little genius?" "Go ask P. Fa. By the way, does he know that you're the person in the letters?" "I don't know." "Don't know what?" "You don't know? Or he doesn't know?" "I don't know anything, Easter." "Calm down, dude. Chill. Don't freak out. It's just, I didn't even notice he was taking a screenshot during our call. Man, this is the first Instagram story I've seen him post in forever. Usually, it's just promotional posts for the university. He never shares anything personal. Really? I said softly, feeling my heart pounding. I only had one Instagram account, and I used it solely to post pictures of the sky. I didn't follow anyone, just used it as a photo archive. After posting, I'd log off. Easter, send me fast Instagram. Wait, you don't have it. No, I told you I don't really use Instagram. Oh right, your sky archive is literally just for skies. No lurking. Sending it to you now, check your chat. I opened fast Instagram, which wasn't private, and was stunned by the follower count. I knew he was popular, but not this popular. Which meant, all those thousands of followers must have seen the story too. Easter, so all these thousands of people? Yeah, they've all seen it. It's like a couple's post, so sweet, it's sickening. We're not a couple. I protested, but my words faltered. Not a couple, but we've kissed. You're basically a couple, dude. It's so obvious. No, we're not. Anyway, how'd it go earlier? You haven't told me yet. Normally, you'd come running to share everything. I'll tell everyone at once, okay? Everyone's busy. North and Foam went home, and Dow's tied up. It's just me, your available and eager audience. Spill it already, if you want to. Fine. I'll tell you. I hesitated, but decided to share the events with Easter without going into too much detail. I recounted everything important, holding hands, the kiss, and fast final words before I left, along with our recent conversation. Damn. I've got nothing to say but damn. Easter, lower your voice. Where's your roommate? Oh crap, forgot. Oops. Okay, maybe he didn't hear. But damn, you kissed. Fat kissed you. What if he already knows it's you, and that's why he posted the story? Do you think so? Sure sounds like it. He met the person in the letters this evening and posted a story about you tonight. If it's not you, then fast got feelings for two people. Yeah, I muttered uneasy. We've never video called like this before. Exactly. He's worried you'll overthink, so he called you. He wouldn't say all that if he wasn't serious. Yeah, I guess. It's like he can read my mind. Man, I'm so emotionally invested in your love life. Why am I always the one rooting for you guys? First North, now you. At least you've got a proper team. I'm proud of myself, high-quality matchmaking, always getting couples to the finish line. Calm down, Easter. Why am I the one telling you to chill? I can't. North has to hear about this. I can't keep this to myself. Don't tell him yet. I don't want to be teased right now. I was serious. Telling Easter alone was overwhelming enough. If everyone else joined in, I'd die of embarrassment. So what's your next move? I don't know. Do you think Fa will send a letter tomorrow? Maybe. But it's school break now, isn't it? Yeah. But he said he had something important keeping him from leaving. Probably needs to settle things with you first. Tomorrow for sure. Can't wait. Do you really think he knows it's me? Pretty likely. Come on. It's Fa. We couldn't have kept it a secret for long. He didn't know because he wasn't looking. If he had, he would have figured it out on day one. True. I agreed, nervous. If he knows, and he's okay with it being me, then it's fine, right? I'm scared, Easter. I'm not confident. What if he sees me without the mask and feels disappointed? I wouldn't be able to take it. That's why you kept the mask on today, right? To test the waters. How'd it go? Like I said. Exactly, nothing bad happened. Chill out. Don't mock me. I'm fragile right now. Ah, fragile heart. Yeah, sure. Fragile. What should I do? Don't overthink it. Fast said not to worry, right? Just wait for the letter tomorrow. Go to sleep now, Typhoon. It's late. Yeah, you should sleep too, Easter. I feel shy. No one has called me by my full name in so long. Easter. Oh man, I'm blushing. Good night, you. Good night. Of course, it was a night I couldn't sleep at all. I tossed and turned throughout. I vaguely remember dreaming just before dawn, a rare occurrence lately. I can't recall the details, but it felt like a good dream. At least I woke up with warmth in my heart. The day passed in a blur. I read a bit, lazed around, and did nothing much until evening, when I rushed to the medical faculty cafe to pick up the letter. On the way, I couldn't stop wondering what Fa had written. When I arrived, I found Gib about to close the cafe. She mentioned closing early to head home to the provinces. Oh no, that meant I couldn't leave anything for Fa tomorrow, and we wouldn't exchange letters for nearly a month. I stared at the paper in my hand. This was the last letter before we'd have to part for a while. Slowly, I opened it to read. It might seem a bit sudden, but I'd like to talk to you. Please don't avoid me like you did yesterday. I'll wait for you. Even if it's tomorrow, I'll still wait. Just let me know the time and place. I never thought it would be an invitation to meet. And according to the letter, there were only 15 minutes left until the appointed time. Of course, I had to go, but I didn't know what state I should show up in. While I was hesitating, Ter called it just the right time. Ter, you're just in time. Fa wants to meet. What should I do? Oh, really? I was about to ask how the letter went. Where are you supposed to meet? By the reservoir. In 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes now. Are you going? Of course I am. I just don't know how to show up. Go as you're comfortable, Typhoon. Stop overthinking it. What if I wear a hat and a mask? Wouldn't Fa think it's weird? No, I don't think so. Fa knows you're uneasy. If he helps you feel at ease, you'll take them off when you're ready. It's just a mask and a hat. You can remove them anytime. Okay, I'll wear them, then. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. All right. Wish me luck. I hope today turns out great for you, Typhoon. Thanks. After the call, I felt calmer, even though it was brief. I grabbed a hat and mask from a convenience store before heading to meet Fa. I tucked the letter I'd written into my pocket. Initially, I planned to leave it with Gib as usual, but that was no longer necessary. At 6:30 p.m., I arrived at the reservoir inside the university, a place I used to visit with Fa long ago. I'd come here often since then. At this hour, the sun was setting, casting a soft glow before the streetlights began to illuminate the area. The usual crowds were sparse, likely because of the holiday season. I scanned the surroundings until my eyes settled on a man sitting on a bench, gazing at the distant sky. The gentle breeze played with his hair. If you looked closely, everyone around couldn't help but glance his way. He seemed serene and captivating. I wasn't the only one who thought so. I decided to approach from behind and sat next to him. Fa looked slightly surprised before turning to face me, remaining silent. You came. I didn't reply because I couldn't speak. Instead, I handed him my familiar notebook and pen. You forgot this yesterday, he said, passing them to me. I hadn't realized I'd left them behind. I took the notebook and wrote, handing it back. I was always going to come. That's why I waited. Have you been waiting long? For a little while. You said you wanted to talk. Yes, I wanted to apologize. His voice carried a hint of turmoil. For crossing boundaries. But everything I've done, I meant. There's not a single thing I didn't mean, starting from holding your hand. Why? You. Just you. Sometimes, that's all the explanation needed. His straightforwardness made me pause. I let out a shaky breath as my heart raced uncontrollably. Silence settled between us, and we watched the sun disappear into the horizon until the surroundings grew dim. Shall we take a walk? He asked. I nodded slightly in agreement. He stood up, and I followed, tucking my notebook and pen into my pocket. I trailed a step behind him, observing his every move. The soft yellow glow of the streetlights fell on him, and I couldn't resist pulling out my phone to snap a picture. Are you taking a photo? He asked, stopping to wait for me. How did he know? I quickly put my phone away and caught up with him. How did you know? I wrote and handed him the paper. You like taking photos. Did I capture you in it? Just a little. Oh, I'd like to see it. But I guess I won't, right? What a shame. I didn't respond, and we continued walking. Truthfully, the photo wasn't just of him in the frame, it was entirely of him. I wished I could show him because the light was perfect. We walked until we reached the bridge. There was no one else around. Both sides of the bridge were adorned with string lights. The sky remained faintly illuminated, while the soft yellow of the lamps cast a warm glow. A gentle breeze blew, making the picturesque scene even more stunning. Do you come here often? He asked. Often. That's nice. Fa stopped in the middle of the bridge, gazing at the view alongside it. I stopped too, but stayed a step back, not standing directly beside him. What I wanted to talk about. The breeze made the atmosphere even more beautiful. I really want to look into your eyes, but it's a shame that I can't. I lowered my head and pulled my hat down to cover my eyes, overwhelmed with shyness. Ever since receiving the letter, my heart hadn't calmed down for even a second. I don't even know where to start. I've never felt like this with anyone before. His voice trembled slightly, and it only made me feel more helpless. You might be wondering why I kissed you yesterday. It's because I wanted to. And not just yesterday. Even now. Has anyone ever told P-Fa that words like these are dangerous? Because, at the very least, they could give someone listening a heart attack. When I said I wanted to cherish you, that wasn't a lie. Not just in the letters. I want to hear your voice calling my name, telling me you love me. I don't want to just cheer you on from afar. I want to hold and comfort you. I don't want to just send you things. I want to take care of you as best as any man possibly could. Every word he said etched itself deeply into my heart. Every syllable echoed, resounding over and over. I could feel all my emotions pouring out alongside the tears streaming down my face. I bit my lip hard, trying to hold it back. I love you. For the rest of my life, from this moment on, may I have you by my side. Be mine. I couldn't hold back the sobs anymore. I cried out loud, unashamed. P-Fa, hearing my cries, seemed startled. He almost turned toward me but stopped himself and turned away again. Please, don't cry. Sob. Please, I'm begging you. Hick, wipe your tears first. His voice was filled with concern and worry that he didn't bother to hide. I turned my back to him, took off my mask, and hastily wiped my tears away. It took me a long time to calm down. Are you okay? Oh damn. Who told him to use a voice like that? It's making me so happy I could die. Don't turn around. I scribbled on a piece of paper, tore it out, and handed it to him. My face was a mess, my mask was dirty, and I couldn't put it back on. If P-Fa turned around now, it'd be a disaster. Okay. Hick. I'm afraid. You're not disappointed, are you? That it's me. As long as it's you, there's nothing better. Hick. I continued crying, standing with my back to P-Fa. I couldn't even describe how I felt. It was as if I was trapped in a dream. Every word he said was so warm, so overwhelming. I'm sorry for trying to pull you out of your comfort zone. But as I said before, may I be your safe zone instead? It might be too soon. Hick. How about this then? In 10 seconds, I'm going to turn around. If you're not ready, you can walk away. We'll go back to the way things were, to the point where you feel comfortable. Take as much time as you need, years, if necessary. No matter what, I'll wait. But if you're ready to say yes, just turn around. 10. I was still gasping for air, sobbing as the countdown began. 9. 8. 7. 6. If I took a single step away, that would be my answer. We'd go back to how things were, to a place where I felt safe, no matter how long it took. 5. 4. 3. But if I just turned around, that would be my answer too. What we have wouldn't just be words and paper anymore. We'd become something real, something tangible. 2. 1. I slowly turned around, lifting my face to meet his with a trembling heart. My hands and legs were shaking, my expression full of fear and insecurity. But I still looked at him. Our eyes met. Yes, that was my answer. The beautiful eyes of the man in front of me shone with pure joy, unhidden and genuine. He looked so relieved, as if overjoyed that I was still here, that I hadn't gone anywhere. There wasn't a trace of disappointment, nothing like the fears I'd harbored. He slowly stepped closer, lifting his hand to gently wipe away my tears. The wide smile he gave me was contagious, and I couldn't help but smile just as widely. P-Fa took my hand in his, bringing it to his lips and softly kissing the back of it. Nice to meet you, the person in my letters. I let out a small laugh at his words. Nice to meet you, I replied. Shall we introduce ourselves properly? As people from the letters, I've never heard your voice until now. It felt like we were meeting for the first time as the real versions of ourselves. Sure, I'm Typhoon. How about you? Want to introduce yourself? Tonfah. Our hands held tightly together, we looked into each other's eyes and smiled, as if the universe had paused, as if our entire lives had led to this moment. To meet you. Nice to love you. Nice to love you too. Chapter 27. Typhoon's point of view. Typhoon. Yes. P-Fa is cheating. What did I cheat on? I wasn't ready. It's okay. Are you going to post it? Can I? Well, I guess so. I replied softly, glancing at P-Fa holding his belongings. As we were heading back, I walked slightly ahead of him, probably because I was flustered. Suddenly, P-Fa called me and snapped a photo just as I turned around. Where are you posting it? On Instagram. I fell silent. P-Fa's Instagram has tens of thousands of followers. Really? Well, I can't post a picture of my partner. Why does he have to say that with such a cheerful expression? He's clearly teasing me. Out of nowhere, my phone vibrated. I took it out and saw a notification from Instagram. Fourever had followed me and tagged a photo. It was a picture of me from behind, walking ahead, and another one of me turning around. Because I turned without meaning to pose, I looked a bit caught off guard. The caption read, "Then he turned around. Fourever, you followed my Instagram?" I asked. "Yes, I've been stalking it." "Stalking?" "Yes." I went quiet, unable to find words. I hadn't expected Fourever to have my Instagram, where I mostly post pictures of the sky. I don't follow anyone except 4 friends, and my followers are only those same 4 people. But now Fourever is following me too. The picture he posted quickly got a lot of likes and comments. Before I could read them, Fourever grabbed my hand and led me away, so I had no choice but to put my phone back in my pocket. "Do you have any more errands?" Me? "No." "Then tomorrow, you're coming back home with me." "Huh? I mean, I already told you we're going to visit my house." I looked confused, though he probably didn't notice. Did I agree to that? I remember Fourever asking if I'd go home with him for New Year's, but I hadn't given him an answer. But I haven't decided yet. Tur and Hill are going home. North and Joe too. "So, you have to come with me." "All right." I reluctantly agreed. It's not that I don't want to go, but there's the matter of my dad. As we walked back, I noticed some people sitting and chatting. Many glanced at us and whispered, just like when Tur is with P. Hill or North is with P. Joe. They've told me they get this reaction often. So it's no different now. Because we're a couple. I looked at our hands clasped together. My heart skipped a bit, and the warmth from his hand made me smile. When we got to the parking lot, I sat in the passenger seat. Shortly after, the car started moving. "You're staying over with me tonight." "Staying? What? We're leaving tomorrow, aren't we?" Okay. "And because I want to." "Want to what?" "Be with my boyfriend." "Oh, dangerous." "This is dangerous, Typhoon." "You're blushing." "Well, it's because of you, Fourever." I blurted, a bit louder than I intended. Fourever chuckled softly, while I pouted and looked out the window. He dropped me off at my dorm to pack. I double-checked with him if it was okay for me to stay at his house for so long, and he reassured me that his mom and dad missed me. I didn't think much about it, but my dad's reaction still weighed on me. Should I ask for his permission first? No, it's pointless. He'll just yell at me. But if my dad finds out I'm dating Fourever, what will happen? Fourever. Yes. He looked up at me while examining the camera on my shelf. Checking out my cameras? Yeah. Just noticed you've got more of them now. Haha. Maybe I'm just a camera fanatic, I said with a laugh, amused by my own obsession. Some months, I'd scrape by just to afford one, but it's worth it to me. That's good. You look happier than when you're studying, Fourever said with a smile. Do what you love. I've been planning to take freelance photography gigs, but haven't started yet. Why not? Maybe I don't know where to start. Fourever went quiet, seemingly deep in thought. I could help. Really? Yes, but I'll want a reward if it works out. I'm convinced now. Fourever is cunning, blatantly so. His smile and eyes give it away. Not that I mind, though. After I finished packing, Fourever helped carry my bags, and we headed out. Fourever. I called out again, remembering something important I forgot. Yes, he answered, eyes on the road. Typhoon, what is it? If, hypothetically. How should I say this? Or should I not? No, I have to. This is serious. I hope we'll be together for a long time, so my dad is bound to find out eventually. Your dad? Yes. He's like, I feel like saying this will make me look bad. He doesn't want us to be together? How did you know? Just a guess. Oh, and am I right? Yes, well, something like that. My heart trembled with fear as my hands started to sweat. I couldn't hide the worry on my face. Fourever must be wondering why my dad doesn't want us together. And the reason would eventually lead to the fact that I'm an illegitimate child, a truth I promised my dad I wouldn't reveal. It's okay. You don't have to continue if it's hard for you. But I already know. You do? It's going to be okay. Trust me, little one. Then, his large hand gently patted my head. Just like that, all the uneasiness inside me seemed to melt away. My tightly clasped hands relaxed, and the knots in my stomach unwound. Yes, as always. As long as Fourever is by my side, everything will be okay. And then what? I didn't tell him about Dad. Just like you promised him, huh? Yeah, North. What? Do you think my dad will ever understand? I don't know. He's not my dad, How would I know? If he were your dad? Huh. I'd probably have started drinking when I was 3. A dad like that. I burst into laughter at North's words. Talking to him always makes me feel better when I'm upset. How would a 3-year-old drink alcohol? Steal it. Wow, you're a real brat. By the way, have you figured out whether that ghost in PFAS photo was real or not? Dude, that was me, you idiot. Oh, it was you. Yes, me. Not a ghost, you fool. Man, I was chanting prayers forever, worried the ghost would take PFAS away. Next time I see you, I'll make you regret it. Such dramatic threats. I'm not playing love games with you, EW. North. I accidentally shouted his name before retreating back into the room, afraid I might disturb PFAS. Since I had stepped out to talk to North on the balcony, I saw PFAS still sitting on the sofa, not paying me any attention. So what now? How's life as a couple? I've already told you. What else do you want? Like, he turned around, right? Ugh, stop teasing me. I'm asking about my dad. How am I supposed to advise you? Should I ask my mom? Last time, your mom got so mad. Yeah, she was ready to slap someone. She gets angry quickly. She always seems intense. She's intense but prepared for a fight anytime. North's words made me laugh again. Do you really expect him to understand? To be honest, I've given up hope. I don't expect anything from him anymore. Yeah, that's probably for the best. At least you're not 3 years old and drinking alcohol, right? I talked to Aunt Prey recently. He still refuses to sign the divorce papers. Why is he so stubborn? He's about to start a new company, too. Oh, like he's going to be the CEO? Yeah, his life's on an upswing. To be fair, he's really talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten this far. He said once his business is stable, he wants Aunt Prey and FAI to come back. He loves FAI and wants his child back. And he's doing it for FAI? Yeah. But you're wondering, what about Typhoon, right? A little. But I've accepted it. Man, your dad must be loaded by now. Probably. But the company hasn't officially launched yet. He's still working his current job, waiting to make more connections before leaving. I guess the plan to buy his company and fire him isn't happening then. What? It's something I jokingly thought about with Tur. Like, if things got really bad, we'd ask Joe to buy his company and fire him. But even if that happened, he'd just get another job. Plus, if he starts his own business, buying him out isn't possible. He'd never sell his shares. Wow, you've thought it through, haven't you? Tur and I were just joking about it. Buying the company wouldn't be a bad investment. But it's too much trouble, so forget it. Yeah, I guess it's better if we all just stay out of each other's way. I don't want anything from him. If he's happy with his life, that's fine. He probably doesn't care about you anymore, anyway. True, but he's still meddling with FAI and Aunt Prey. I feel bad for Aunt Prey. Raising a child alone, working to make ends meet, carrying all that responsibility. It's amazing she hasn't broken down. In the end, it's about resilience. Yeah, things are this bad because of him. One selfish person can ruin the lives of so many. Don't forget your stepmom and PFAS mom. She's a victim too. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt because of him. I ended up talking to North for almost 10 more minutes before hanging up. At first, he teased me a lot, but eventually, the conversation became more about venting. It's not something I can solve on my own, but at least I feel a little better about my dad, mostly because PFAS said it's going to be okay. Actually, it's mostly thanks to him. All done? PFAS asked. Yes, I replied before collapsing onto the sofa beside him. PFAS. Yes. There's something I want to tell you. What is it? Can we go to Phuket tomorrow? Why? Just a quick trip. I want to take you somewhere. Sure, he replied in his deep voice, showing no sign of suspicion. I swallowed nervously. On the day I gathered the courage to face all truths, no matter the outcome, I was ready to accept it because I had already made my decision. I would protect. Even if others saw him in a negative light, I wouldn't reveal the secret about the illegitimate child. But still, it's different. Tonfah. Typhoon is about to take PFAS to meet Tonfah now. Typhoon, you seem worried. Are you okay? It's just. Is it about our relationship? Does it make you feel troubled? No. I quickly responded. Not at all. How could Typhoon feel troubled? Typhoon is. Calm down. PFAS said gently, almost affectionately. I accidentally let out a big sigh. Why did you turn back? I thought when I turned, I wouldn't find anyone there. That's not true. Typhoon has always been there. Always been there. Yes, I promised. ever since I walked out of this room, that I wouldn't go anywhere. I said softly, lowering my head to hide my flushed cheeks. Suddenly, I was pulled into an embrace. Fa. Now, my smart one, tell Fa why you said you were annoyed with me. His teasing, mischievous tone whispered in my ear, making me flinch. I tried to wriggle free but failed, and when he saw me struggling, he shifted me to straddle his lap instead. Wait. How did I end up in this position? And no, it's too close. Way too close. Since I was straddling his lap, Fa had to tilt his head slightly to look at me. Don't stare at me like that. My heart's going to explode. Please, let me go. No. I need to see if Typhoon is lying to me. I'm not lying. Typhoon wouldn't lie. Really? Naughty kids deserve punishment, you know. Fa leaned in and whispered again, his deep voice and warm breath making me instinctively lean back slightly. I can't tell you why I did that. My shaky voice betrayed me as I tried to explain, hoping he would understand. I couldn't reveal why I distanced myself because it would also involve my father. You have a reason but can't share it? Why, yes. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. How about we replace the apology with something else? What, Before I could even ask, my lips were sealed by his. I instinctively parted my lips as warmth invaded without permission. Because of our position, our bodies were closer than ever. I closed my eyes tightly, my hands clutching the fabric on his shoulders. His hot tongue explored with hunger, and I clumsily responded to his kiss. Our breaths mingled near my cheeks and ears, our tongues intertwining and creating embarrassing sounds. I tilted my head slightly to deepen the angle, bringing us even closer. The intensity grew until my mind went blank. I let out a muffled sound as the kiss continued, every movement soft yet intoxicating. Light nibbles on my lips sent my heart racing, and a strange emptiness settled in my stomach. I didn't know how long we stayed like that, but Fa eventually broke the kiss. Don't look at me like that, he said, his deep voice now slightly raspy. My senses hadn't fully returned, and I couldn't meet his gaze directly. He leaned in again, lifting me slightly to trail kisses along my neck, his nose brushing my skin before I felt a sharp sting. Fa, what are you doing? Just marking my territory. I know Typhoon isn't ready yet. We just started dating. I know. I'll wait until you're ready, my little one. Okay, I muttered, frowning slightly at his earlier actions. I touched the spot on my neck where I assumed a red mark had formed. Why, little one? Like a cat. You're small like a cat. Oh, okay. Little one it is, I said, my voice muffled. I tried to climb off his lap, but he held me in place again. Be good. Fa, I whined. Where did he even pick up lines like these? They were sweet, sure, but also mischievous at the same time. And I couldn't win against him in any way. Fa feels like you have something to ask me, he said softly. His deep voice seemed a little hoarser after our kiss. Then he gently took my hand, brushing his lips lightly over it. Stop. You smell nice. I let out a soft sound as he started trailing kisses along my neck again. My heart felt like it was going to burst. So fragrant. Fa. Yes. Fa, stop it. Are you scared? And no, it's just. I can't take it anymore, I said, panting. I really can't. All right. Don't tease me anymore, please. I'm not teasing you. You really smell nice. I furrowed my brows, glaring at him. Fa smiled softly, clearly enjoying how flustered I was. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Are you not surprised that it's me? Not at all. In fact, I already knew it was you. What? I exclaimed in shock. How? When? On my birthday, from the card you wrote. No way. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't mess up the handwriting. I'm sure of it. You didn't mess up at all. But when someone writes in two styles every day, they tend to mix. I just noticed. Noticed? I asked, still bewildered. Fa chuckled lightly. How could you notice something like that? It shouldn't have been that easy. But I did. And why did you have me read the letter back then? At the time, I just thought the writer was really cute. Fa. I drawled his name out in exasperation. How could he be this sly? I wasn't imagining it. Now I was 108% sure. Why are you so good at teasing? Why are you so good at being cute? See? And at the restaurant. And on the call too. Fa, are you sulking? I'm not. I replied, though my tone betrayed me. Honestly, I should be sulking, but because it's P-Fa, I just couldn't. Fine, I won't sulk. Only because it's you. That's why you're so adorable, he said with a smile before leaning in to plant a big kiss on my cheek. His lips pressed so firmly that they practically sank into my skin. Why did things turn out like this? I never imagined being in a relationship would be like this. But it's kind of sweet. So, all my effort in disguising myself was nothing at all, P-Fa said, laughing, which only made me feel even more embarrassed. I was even worried you might faint back then. I wouldn't, I said, pouting. Why did you like the person in the letter? Everything, really. That's such a simple answer. It's true, everything. Absolutely everything. He looked straight into my eyes with such sincerity that my heart seemed to stop for a moment. I froze, speechless. If he keeps looking at me like this, will my heart just stop altogether one day? Thank you for liking the person in the letter. No need to thank me. My friend said it was old-fashioned at first. That depends on the person. There were so many letters sent to you. Why choose mine? Because this one was different. It had care, concern, and sincerity. It never asked for anything in return. It simply wanted to give and to take care. And that's the kind of thing I like. The kind you like? Yes. Typhoon is exactly the kind of person I like. He leaned in closer, nuzzling into the crook of my neck. I tensed up slightly, my shoulders and neck feeling ticklish. P-Fa, I said, stop. I really like you. His soft voice whispered into my ear again. Whether it was just my imagination or not, every action from P-Fa since we got back to the room felt filled with longing, care, and desire. Okay. I understand, I replied. Typhoon. His soft whisper of my name sent warmth to my ear as he trailed heated kisses down my neck. He lingered at the spot he'd kissed before, pressing more firmly, as if to make the mark more visible. His lips trailed further to my shoulder, tugging my shirt slightly to expose my right shoulder entirely. P-Fa. Embarrassed, I tried to pull my shirt back, but it didn't work. A slightly louder whimper escaped my lips when the sensation became sharper. Did he bite me? Ow. Does it hurt? A little. Did you just bite me? I couldn't resist. Are you a dog or something? I retorted, pouting. It really did sting for a second, but it wasn't a deep bite, just a faint red mark. He adjusted my shirt back to normal afterward. A dog. Kidding. A wolf, actually. A wolf. Yes, a real wolf, he said with a soft voice. Looking at him closely, maybe he did seem like one, a wolf in sheep's clothing. All right, then a wolf. And this wolf is going to sink its teeth into this little cat. P-Fa, stop it. I'm just teasing. I didn't do it hard earlier. Did it really hurt? His gentle smile made me suspicious. That soft smile barely revealed the mischief hidden behind it. Just a little, I said. And yet, P-Fa still wouldn't let me off his lap. I'd been sitting here for a while now, but I could never get used to this. Straddling his lap, facing each other like this, with my hands awkwardly placed on his shoulders because letting them rest anywhere else would feel too close to inappropriate. P-Fa. Nothing. I just can't believe it. Believe what? When I wake up tomorrow morning, will you be gone? Never. P-Fa said firmly, pulling me closer into his embrace. And you're not going to disappear again either, right? Of course not. After showering, I sat on the couch waiting for P-Fa to finish his. While waiting, I scrolled through his Instagram, which had over 80,000 followers. His latest post, featuring me, already had thousands of likes. Posting a photo like that felt like a declaration, didn't it? Since he tagged me, I'd gained followers too. At first, it felt strange to have people following me, but as they started commenting on how well I took photos, I thought it might not be so bad. If I wanted to freelance as a photographer, I need to showcase my work anyway. Maybe I should make a separate Instagram account just for my photography portfolio, like Dayatalk does for his design work. It could help potential clients see what I could offer. I set my phone down when I saw P-Fa emerge from the bathroom. We ate dinner together before heading to bed, preparing for tomorrow's trip. Being back here after so long felt a little strange, but everything was still the same. The sofa, the table, the cabinets, the things we used. Nothing had been moved. Even my favorite hanging chair remained in its spot. What about a blanket? What about it? Well, if I sleep outside and get cold, what do? Then sleep in the bedroom. I looked at him in confusion before realizing what he meant. Oh, but it's fine. I can sleep outside. But you have to sleep in the bedroom. No way. You're the owner of the room. You can't sleep outside. Then sleep with me. What happened to promising not to be stubborn? His words left me no choice but to head to the bed. The room hadn't changed much since the last time I was here. My final memory of it was sitting by his bed all night, crying quietly by myself on the floor, then disappearing with the sunrise. I remember it well. Sitting there, I promised myself I'd be a star shining by his side, even if I was just a planet reflecting his light. But now, perhaps he could finally see me because his light was so dazzling. Are you cold? Should I lower the air conditioning? A little lower would be nice. All right. I slowly lay down as the room darkened and silence enveloped us. I felt so tense. Sharing a bed with Pfa? What was I thinking? I yelped when he suddenly pulled me into his arms. And no, stop. How am I supposed to sleep like this? Pfa, how can I sleep like this? What if someone runs away again like that day? His deep voice was soft as his nose brushed against the nape of my neck. He trailed his nose and lips along my neck and back, sending shivers through me. I instinctively moved my neck away, but it seemed to annoy him. He quickly pulled me back, hugging me even tighter. This can't be good. Has anyone ever died from a racing heart like this while trying to sleep? Go to sleep. Good night. Good night. Warm breaths fell steadily against my neck, and I realized he'd already fallen asleep. Earlier, while I was showering, I'd noticed the red marks on my neck and shoulder from him. They were surprisingly visible. I'd never teased her or North about their similar marks before, but now I had one of my own. What is it with these guys? No wonder they're all friends. Pfa really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. But I slowly turned to face him, curling into his warmth and sweet scent. Looking up, I took in his handsome face, even more captivating as he slept. I couldn't take my eyes off him. It felt as though everything that happened today was a lie, as if being in his arms wasn't real. I love you so much. Do you know that? He suddenly opened his eyes, looking at me with a teasing glint before smiling softly. I froze, unsure of what to do. Wasn't he asleep? He leaned in and kissed my forehead gently. I know. And did you know I love you just as much? Oh no, why did I have to say that? Sleep now. All right. Surprisingly, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep, wrapped in his warm embrace that offered both safety and comfort. Chapter 28. Typhoon's point of view. I was quite anxious as we prepared to head to Phuket. My intention was to bring Pfa to meet Fun. But the reason for my unease was clear. I had lied to him about Tor Fun, pretending she was still alive and even going as far as impersonating her. And besides the fact that Pfa will probably be angry with me when he finds out the truth, what we're about to face is sadness. I have no idea how deeply it will hurt him, but it's bound to be painful. After all, learning that his childhood friend, whom he thought was doing fine, had passed away is heartbreaking. Pfa. Yes. It's nothing. Are you feeling uneasy? How did you know? You always call me out of the blue and say it's nothing when you're worried. Oh, well, you haven't even asked why we're going back to Phuket. Is it strange that I didn't ask? Well, shouldn't you at least be a little curious? There are only a few possible reasons. Is it bothering you? Honestly, I can't put myself at ease, I said softly, thinking about everything that might happen once we arrive. You're definitely going to be angry with me. Why? You'll find out when we get there. I won't be angry with you, he said, gently patting my head. I turned to look at him. That warm smile of his made me feel a little better, but only because he didn't yet know what was about to happen. I don't know. But what? You can be angry at me. I'll apologize. Just don't break up with me, okay? We just started dating. Why are you talking about breaking up already? He teased, lightly pinching my cheek. I pouted slightly. Not good behavior, huh? Should I punish you for that? Don't tease me. All right, I won't, he said, ruffling my hair again. Since we started dating yesterday, I've realized that Pfa really finds me irresistible, just like he used to say. He's always pinching my cheeks or ruffling my hair, though never hard enough to hurt. But I'm serious. Please don't break up with me. Why are you worrying about this now? I really mean it. Don't worry. I'd never break up with you, he said firmly. I was afraid he'd think I was just some unreliable liar, someone he couldn't trust, or even regret dating me. I waited so long to find you. There's no way I'd let you go so easily, he added. I didn't respond, turning my face away instead, trying to hide my flustered feelings. It wasn't long before we arrived at the airport. After waiting to board, we flew to my hometown. While waiting, I chatted with my friends who reassured me that Pha would understand, given that I never intended for things to go this way. I had planned to tell him the truth sooner, but my father had forbidden it. Tur said Pha was a reasonable person, but my fear was that since we'd just started dating, finding out about my past deceit would leave a terrible first impression. Still, I had to accept my mistake, apologize, and ask for a chance to make things right. Where are we going? Pha asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I hesitated, realizing I'd been lost in my own head. Are you hungry? Should we grab something to eat first? We just ate before leaving Chiang Mai, didn't we? Oh, right, I said, nodding. I'd forgotten. Why was I still feeling hungry? Maybe it was the stress. I hadn't eaten much earlier. Do we have a lot of places to go today? Just one or two, I replied. Should we rent a car? It'd be more convenient. Plus, I haven't been back in a while and would love to drive around. I nodded as he went to arrange the rental. Honestly, I was still surprised he hadn't asked any questions. Normally, if someone invited you to another province, you'd ask why, right? Yet, even after renting the car, he still didn't know where we were going. I climbed into the unfamiliar rental car, and silence fell as we stayed parked for a moment. Pha. Yes. Let's go. To the temple near my house. All right. As the car moved, the familiar scenery passed by. I glanced at the bright, clear sky. The weather was perfect, not too hot. This was what winter should feel like, not the stifling heat of the day I impersonated fun. The clear sky gave me hope that today might turn out well. Just as I thought, Pha didn't ask why we were heading to the temple. It wasn't until we parked that he finally noticed where we were. I bought offerings from the shop at the entrance. 2 sets for making merit, flower cones for praying, and some flowers. We chatted briefly as we walked inside, talking about how little the temple had changed since he moved away. Back then, we often came here together to make merit and feed the fish. After praying, I led Pha to the back of the temple. Aren't you going to ask why I brought you here? This path leads to. He trailed off, glancing at the rows of white stupas containing ashes. His expression didn't change much, but there was a hint of realization. I walked to a familiar spot, stopping in front of a white stupa with Fun's picture and name on it. I knelt down and placed the small bouquet of flowers in front of it. In the silence, tears streamed down my face as I stared at the photo of the person I missed the most. Pha knelt beside me, gently wiping my tears. It's okay, he said softly. Pha, I'm sorry for lying to you. Tonfah. I tried to hold back my sobs. It's all right. I know now. You knew? Yes. I'll explain everything to you later. Okay. I sat still as he wiped away the last of my tears. Then he picked up the bouquet from my lap. This one's for me, isn't it? I nodded. He smiled faintly before turning to look at the picture of Tonfah. His sharp features were tinged with sadness, his eyes filled with sorrow. I'm sorry I never came to visit you, Tonfah, he said softly. I watched him, my chest tightening with overwhelming emotion. The pain was almost unbearable. His deep voice was calm and steady as he placed the bouquet beside mine. He spoke a few more words, assuring Tonfah not to worry because he would take care of me. He even told her we were dating, and, embarrassingly, that he loved me. Why did you say that? I asked, pouting. Why not? Shouldn't Tonfah know? You're still teasing me, even in front of her. I'm not teasing. It's more of a promise. A promise. Yes, a promise to take care of you as best as I can so Tonfah won't have to worry anymore, he said, ruffling my hair again. Somehow, all my anxiety faded away. We stayed for a while longer, talking before finally saying goodbye to Tonfah. Goodbye, Tonfah. I'll visit again, I said, looking at her picture one last time. I love you. Always. As I stood, a gentle breeze swept through the cool air, carrying a warmth that felt like an embrace. I love you too. Take care of each other, no matter what. Don't ever let go. Pha, did you hear something? No, why? What's wrong? Tonfah doesn't have to worry about me anymore. She's really leaving now. She's leaving? Does that mean she's been here with us all along? Typhoon. Pha called my name, looking at me with confusion. But I focused on the faint voice I thought I heard. Yes, I never left. But now I have to go. Take care of yourself, all right? Thank you for everything. Thank you too. And just like that, the breeze surrounding me stilled, leaving an odd warmth in my heart. Strangely, my tears didn't fall. I was certain I hadn't imagined what I just heard. But as the moments passed, I felt a hollow sensation in my chest. When she said she was leaving, I knew it was real. I was afraid of this. Fun had stayed because she was worried about me, but now that she wasn't, it was time for her to move on, just as things should be. Typhoon, are you okay? Earlier, you said you heard a voice. Fa. I heard Torfin's voice. Huh. I'm serious. It was faint, but she said she's leaving now. What does that mean? Let me explain everything from the beginning. I said before we walked to a nearby bench. I told Fa everything about Torfan, starting from the day she passed, what had happened, how I felt responsible for the accident, the letters I wrote to her, and even the dreams I had of her from time to time. You might not believe me, but I really heard her just now. I believe you, he said simply. Really? So does this mean I won't dream of Torfan anymore? Based on what you heard, I think so. She must truly be at peace now. That's good, I said with a faint smile. Even though I felt a little heartbroken, I knew it wasn't right to hold her back. But Fa, why aren't you angry at me for lying about Torfan? I already knew, he replied. You did? I asked in shock. Did he know everything all along? Yes. Since when? Before the term started, he admitted. I was helping with the scholarship process. You applied for one, didn't you? Yes. I nodded, recalling how I'd applied for a merit-based scholarship since my grades met the requirements. Was it about what I wrote in the family section? Exactly, Fa said, when they asked for details about your family members. His explanation made it clear. In the section where they asked about family, I marked that a family member had passed away and wrote in the notes that my sister had died. But how did you end up helping with the scholarship fund? I asked, puzzled. It's a fund supported by Hill's mother for all medical-related faculties, he explained. I nodded, realizing I hadn't known it was linked to Hill's family. Oh, I didn't think you already knew. Are you mad that I didn't say anything earlier? No, I shook my head. I figured you were waiting for me to tell you myself. Exactly. So, that time at the orientation party, when you approached me out of nowhere, that was because, back then, Ter had invited me to the party, and I'd been surprised when Fa came up to talk to me. At first, when you disappeared, I was genuinely upset, he admitted. I'm sorry, I quickly interjected. I wasn't saying it for you to apologize, he said, reaching out to pinch my cheek again. At this rate, I was seriously worried my cheeks would bruise. I didn't approach you at first because I was upset, but when I found out about Torfan, I became worried. I thought we needed to talk, so I decided to approach you. I see. Thank you for caring, I said. At that time, it was just as a little brother, he clarified. I'm not going to ask about now, I mumbled, pouting. If I asked about now, I knew he'd say something that would make my heart race again. Getting sharp, huh? Of course. You can't tease me anymore. Oh, that's a shame, he said with a mischievous tone that betrayed his words. It was clear he was already scheming something else. Shall we head back? Yes, it's already lunchtime, I said, glancing at my watch. We went to eat at an old noodle shop we used to frequent. Wow, is that Fa? I haven't seen you in ages. Aunt Porn, the shop owner, exclaimed in surprise when she saw him enter. Fa smiled, nodded, and greeted her politely. You've gotten so handsome. I almost mistook you for a celebrity. I knew you'd go far, even back then, she continued to praise him. He only smiled in response, clearly used to such compliments by now. Typhoon, since you left for university, I haven't seen you back here for noodles. Are you on break now? She asked, finally noticing me standing beside him. Yes, it's break time. I've been busy, so this is my first chance to visit. Oh, are you here for New Year's? Not really, just stopping by for a short while. Oh, and why are you two here together? Are you studying at the same place? Yes, we are, Fa replied. That's great. It's always nice to have someone familiar when you're away. Have you ordered yet? Yes, we did, I answered. We chatted for a bit longer before heading to our table. As we sat, I noticed several people glancing at Fa. It wasn't surprising, but it was something I wasn't used to. Aunt Porn hasn't changed a bit, he commented. She really hasn't, I agreed with a smile. Seeing her reminded me of Aunt Nwan, who used to bring me here often. I still talk to Aunt Nwan regularly, almost every day, but I haven't told her about dating Fa yet. I'm sure she'd be shocked. Are you going home? he asked suddenly. No, I don't think so, I replied hesitantly. Okay, he said, not pressing further, though my reaction must have seemed odd. When he asked about home, I couldn't help but let my unease show. The truth is, I don't have a home to return to anymore. I wondered what Fa would think if he found out about my home, my father, and the fact that I'm just an illegitimate child. I glanced at him, sitting across from me, and he noticed. He turned to meet my gaze. Will you be staying home for New Year's? I asked, trying to make conversation. Yes, I usually spend it at home, celebrating a little. Do you want to go somewhere? Not really. Spending time with your mom and dad sounds nice, especially since it gets so crowded during the holidays, I said just as our noodles were served. What about your other friends? They'll be with their partners, of course. Oh, and what about Arthit? Is he with his partner too? Arthit doesn't have a partner, Fa replied. He's probably out of the country by now. I haven't been able to contact him since exams ended. Oh, does Arthit like traveling? He seems to disappear a lot. Yes, he does. Then why did he decide to study medicine? It's such a demanding field. I'm not sure, but I guess he has his reasons, Fa said. After that, we continued exploring the city, driving around and reminiscing about the places we used to visit together. Some were spots where I had once gotten lost, and Fa had found me. We ended the day by enjoying the sunset over the ocean as the sun dipped below the horizon. I had booked a flight for 8:30 p.m., which meant we'd arrive back in Chiang Mai late at night. Tomorrow, we planned to visit Fa's home. As we walked along the beach, I thought back to the time before I moved to Chiang Mai. On my last day in town, I had walked this same stretch of sand, capturing the scenery with my camera. The difference was, back then, I was heading off to find Fa. Now he was here with me. I raised my camera and took a few candid shots of him while he wasn't looking. Just as I clicked, he turned and smiled directly at the lens. I pouted and lowered my camera. You knew, didn't you? I asked. Of course I did. And you still teased me. How did I tease you? He replied with a sly smile. His dark hair, tousled by the wind, and the deep red glow of the setting sun created a scene so stunning that I wanted to capture every angle and movement. Captivating. The word didn't feel like an exaggeration at all. I feel like I'm your model or something, he joked. You've been snapping pictures of me nonstop. Sorry, do you not want me to take them? Honestly, I don't love it, but I'll make an exception, he said with a small grin. I smiled and moved to a different angle to continue taking photos. Thinking back, Fa had always let me take pictures of him. Was every instance a special exception? As we walked hand in hand along the beach, we came to a wooden swing hanging from a large tree, a spot we used to play at together as kids. Want to sit? He asked. I nodded, and we sat together on the swing, watching the sun sink into the horizon. The sound of the waves and the sea breeze filled the air. One of my hands gripped the thick rope tightly, while the other held onto his larger hand just as firmly. It's hard to believe, I murmured. He turned from the horizon to look at me. We're really together now. Why is that hard to believe? I don't know. I guess it just seemed unlikely to me. I replied. Not at all, he said, releasing my hand and wrapping his arm around my shoulder, pulling me gently against him. Since we were already sitting so close, I ended up leaning against his chest. I'm not the kind of sky you can't reach. But you are my sky, I said, remembering something he had once told me, that he didn't want to be anyone's sky. Ah, but didn't you say you didn't want to be the sky? That's right, I don't. I'd rather just be Tonfah to Typhoon. All right, you can be Tonfah to Typhoon, I repeated softly, my heart pounding even harder. Yes, but I can also be your sky if you want. I can be anything for you. Really? Of course. Why would I lie to my little one? He said in a low, gentle voice before leaning down to kiss the side of my head. Startled, I flinched so hard I almost fell off the swing, but he caught me just in time. Careful, you'll fall. It's just a swing. Falling wouldn't hurt that much. But it's high. Your feet don't even reach the ground. Are you teasing me about my height? No, I just don't want you to get hurt, he said with a chuckle. All right, I replied, regaining my composure. Glancing around, I noticed that the beach was as quiet as always, with only a few passers-by. Some of them were looking in our direction, which made me quickly avert my gaze, feeling shy. We stayed there for a while longer before heading back to Chiang Mai. I forgot to think about meeting your dad and mom, I said when we got back to his place late that night. We had decided to visit his home in the morning. Why? It's just, I haven't seen them in so long, and I didn't even think to greet them. It's fine, he said casually, though I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I worried they might think I was impolite or irresponsible. Besides, once we were at his house, I wasn't sure how to tell them we were dating. Maybe it was better to just act like siblings for now. After showering, I sat on his bed while he went to shower. With some time to spare, I messaged my friends about their New Year plans. Dayatak was working through the holiday, and North and Terrace were traveling with their boyfriends, even going abroad. If they were in snowy countries, it must be breathtaking, especially during Christmas. What are you looking at? Fah asked, suddenly hugging me from behind. He held me tightly and planted a kiss on my cheek, catching me off guard as usual. Oh, I was just looking at Christmas photos from abroad, I managed to say, trying to steady my nerves as he pulled me to lean against his chest while he reclined against the headboard. Do you want to go? Well, I've never been abroad before. Seeing snow during Christmas would probably be amazing. Then let's go. But, if you want to, I'll take you, he said, resting his chin on my shoulder. Our faces were so close there was hardly any space between us. I glanced at his handsome profile before quickly looking away. Don't spoil me too much. I'll become demanding, I said. It's fine. I'll spoil you as much as you want. I can't help it, he said with a smile. See, this is exactly why he makes my heart race so much. Are you sure it's okay? What about your dad and mom? It's fine. The only reason I didn't travel before was because I didn't know where to go. If I go with you, they'll understand, he assured me. Oh, if you say so. But isn't this too sudden? It doesn't matter. All right. I hesitated, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. I'd never been abroad before, and the idea of going without much planning felt overwhelming. Still unsure. Yeah, just a bit. Just saying you want to go is enough. Don't overthink it, said Fah. Okay, I nodded and agreed. We talked about traveling during New Year's for a while, and before long, I started to feel drowsy and drifted off to sleep in his arms. As I was dozing off, I faintly felt a gentle kiss on my lips. Sweet dreams, little one, he whispered. We left the condo early in the morning to visit Fah's house. It wasn't far from the university, and we arrived shortly after. I looked up at the large house behind the gates. The front yard had a beautiful garden and a fountain, making the exterior look stunning. It was as grand as Fah's old house in Phuket, though this one had more space. As we got out of the car, I took a moment to admire the surroundings. Two uncles greeted Fah and helped carry our things, including mine. Even though I was familiar with his family, I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous since it had been so long since I'd seen his dad and mom. Fah reached out to hold my hand as he usually did when we were together, but I quickly pulled away, realizing where we were. I turned to him apologetically. And no, this isn't the right place for that. Had he forgotten we were at his house? We can't hold hands here. He looked at me, confused, but before he could ask anything, a voice called out to us, and we both turned. You're here, his mom greeted. Yes, Fah replied. His mom approached us with a bright smile, looking just as warm as she had years ago when I last saw her. I quickly clasped my hands and bowed in greeting. Fun, she exclaimed, grabbing my hands immediately. Her joyful demeanor made me feel happy as well. How have you been? Are you doing well? I'm doing well. And you? I'm fine. Thank you, I replied. Fah, why didn't you tell me you were bringing Fun? She asked. I did tell you, he replied. Oh, did you? So what brings you here? Are you visiting? Not really. I'm studying in Chiang Mai now, I explained. Oh, have you been there long? Or did you just start? I've been studying there for a while, I replied. Why didn't you come to visit us earlier? We've missed you so much. I haven't had the chance to visit Phuket either, she said with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, I apologized earnestly. How could I tell her it was because my father forbade me from visiting? First year must have been busy. It's all right. Come inside, she said. I had always liked his mom and dad. They were much kinder than my own parents, though it felt wrong to think that way. But it was true. So, are you just here to visit us? Or will you be staying? She asked. Fah brought Typhoon to visit, Tonfah said. We'll be traveling during New Year's. That's great. You should take some time to travel and relax, she said as we settled in the living room. Where are you planning to go? Maybe abroad, but we haven't decided which country yet, he replied. Make sure to decide soon. It'll be crowded during New Year's. What about father? Fa asked. He's in his room. He has work even during New Year's, she said. And you, Mom? I have to work too. Being a doctor means no breaks, but keep at it. Fa. Yes, Mom, he replied. If I remembered correctly, his mom ran a psychiatric clinic. She might be able to close during the holidays, but not yet in mid-December. I almost forgot to ask, what are you studying, Fun? Veterinary medicine, I answered. That's wonderful. Are you doing okay in school? Well, I hesitated, unsure how to answer. Not so well, actually. I'm planning to transfer. Transfer? To what? Something related to photography, I said. Oh, that's good. Studying what you love is important. Best of luck. Now, go rest, you too. I have some paperwork to finish. Let the housekeeper know if you need anything special to eat. Fun. Thank you, I said with a smile as she left the room. I had worried she might disapprove of my decision to transfer, but she seemed supportive. The room is ready for you, a housekeeper informed me as she entered. After his mom left, I followed the housekeeper, with P. Fah accompanying me. If you need anything, just let us know. We've also cleaned Master Fah's room, she added before leaving. I looked at the spacious guest room, noticing my bag already placed near the bed. It seemed I'd be staying here tonight. Where's your room? I asked him. It's on the other side, he replied. I see, I muttered, wondering how I'd manage to sleep here. It wasn't about being alone, but the unfamiliar environment made me uneasy. Then Typhoon can stay in my room, he said, picking up my bag before I could protest. Taking my hand, he led me to his room on the other side. He unlocked the door to a large, elegantly decorated room that was neat and minimalist. It was so clean that I hesitated to step inside. Is this okay? I asked. What do you mean? He replied without looking back as he set my bag down. Then he sat on the bed and pulled me onto his lap. I let out a small yelp in surprise. I haven't addressed the matter of you letting go of my hand earlier, he teased. Well, it's just that. Just what? If your reason isn't good, I won't let go, P. Fast said. WL, this is your house. We can't hold hands here. I stammered. Why not? P. Fa. I turned to look at him, hearing a tone that suggested he might actually be upset. What if someone sees us? Do you not want anyone to know? He asked. No, it's not that. I'm just worried it might not look appropriate, I explained. So you're afraid my parents might not approve? Why, yeah, something like that, Before I could finish, P. Fast suddenly pushed me onto the bed and kissed me deeply. Startled, I tried to push him away, but it was futile. His familiar, soothing scent overwhelmed me as he leaned in close, kissing me with a passion I hadn't experienced before. MMPH, I whimpered against his lips. Our bodies pressed together, my shirt riding up as I struggled. When I resisted, he bit my lower lip harder, clearly annoyed. The air-conditioned room was cool and silent, dimly lit by heavy curtains blocking the outside light. My eyes squeezed shut as my breath quickened. His intense touch made my mind hazy, and I couldn't help but give in, responding to every kiss and movement. Our tongues intertwined, creating embarrassing sounds that echoed in the quiet room. Slowly, his kisses softened, and the urgency subsided. When he finally pulled away, my lips felt numb. I'm sorry, he whispered hoarsely into my ear. His breath sent shivers down my spine, and I flinched slightly at the tingling sensation that spread from my ear to my chest. Did I hurt you? Just a little. Are you mad at me, P. Fa? Yes, I am, he admitted. I'm sorry, I murmured. Don't let go of my hand again, he said, his deep voice almost pleading as his warm breath tickled my ear. His lips trailed down my neck, planting kisses and brushing against my skin. My heart, already pounding from the moment we touched, raced even faster as our bodies pressed together, sparking an unfamiliar heat in my lower abdomen. This isn't good, this is really bad. Okay, I won't let go anymore. I moaned softly as his warm hand slid over my exposed stomach. His touch was slow and deliberate, making my entire body tense up. I love you, Typhoon, he whispered gently near my ear, and my heart soared. I love you too, P. Fa, I replied. We kissed again. He pushed my shirt up completely, kissing along my collarbone and leaving red marks on my chest. My mind went blank as his warm tongue teased my skin, sending electric sensations throughout my body. PP Fa, I gasped. He stopped and leaned in to place a soft kiss on my lips before pulling away. I'm going to tell my parents that we're dating, he said. But we are dating, aren't we? Yes. He reached out to gently caress my cheek, his handsome face softened by a tender smile. Being this close, I could barely breathe. You're such a good boy. But Fa is running out of patience, he teased. I stayed silent, feeling overwhelmed. Get ready soon, okay? He said before standing up. I sat up slowly, trying to steady my breathing and gather my thoughts. Without warning, he tilted my chin up and gave me a long, lingering kiss before stepping away. He went to open the curtains, letting sunlight flood the room. From where I sat, the view outside was breathtaking. I walked to the balcony to admire it, and we started discussing how to tell his parents about our relationship. Fa seemed completely unfazed, which eased my anxiety. I could only hope they would understand. The rest of the day was calm. We walked around the house, watched TV in the living room, visited the garden, and took photos. His parents had gone out, and in the evening, we gathered for dinner together. Typhoon, it's been so long since we last saw you, his dad greeted warmly. I quickly bowed and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I replied. I sat next to Fa, across from his dad and mom. The atmosphere at the dinner table wasn't tense, though I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. His parents were as kind as I remembered. How have you been, Typhoon? His dad asked. I'm doing well, thank you, I replied. We haven't kept in touch at all. Last time you said you'd visit, but you never did, he said with a hint of disappointment. I offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to explain. As the conversation went on, his mom suddenly asked, So, Fa, when are you going to find someone to marry? Your friends already have partners, don't they? I froze immediately. Our son is too busy with school, his uncle chimed in. Oh, that's true. Or maybe you're waiting until you graduate. Mom, Dad, Fa interrupted. His parents turned to him, curious. Typhoon and I are dating. What? Really? His mom asked, visibly surprised. She looked at me, and I gave her a small, shy nod. My hand, resting on my knee, clenched nervously until I felt Fa's warm hand cover mine. I glanced at him, but he remained calm. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? His dad asked. It's true, Fa replied. All right, I understand. That's fine. We've known Typhoon since he was a kid. When did you two start liking each other? His mom asked. It's a long story, Fa said with a smile, glancing at his dad. Are you okay with this? Of course I am. What makes you think I'd be upset? His dad replied. Hearing that, I felt a huge wave of relief. The world has changed, hasn't it? Your mom and I aren't that old-fashioned. It's even better that it's someone we already know and trust, his dad said. Thank you, I said, smiling. How long have you been together? His mom asked. Not long, just a few days, he admitted. Wow, I thought you'd been dating for years without telling us, his mom joked. Since you've known each other for so long, it's a good match. His parents continued asking about our relationship, and Fa even brought up the letters I'd written. I wanted to stop him, but they seemed genuinely interested. In the end, I was thoroughly teased by everyone. It's cute, writing letters like that. Back in our day, that's how we courted each other too, his mom said cheerfully, while I blushed furiously. Embarrassed. Fa teased, pinching my cheek gently. His parents watched with curiosity. I've never seen Fa act like this before, his mom said in surprise. He really seems to adore you. He's always pinching your cheeks or patting your head. I thought he'd never be like this with anyone. True, his dad agreed. Are you two sleeping in the same room tonight? His mom asked. Typhoon can't sleep alone, Fa answered. That's fine. You used to sleep together all the time as kids, his mom said. After dinner, we parted ways, and I felt an unexpected sense of relief. The worries I'd carried for so long, about Tonfah, about his parents, vanished. As we talked earlier, I also told them about Tonfah. His parents hadn't known and offered their condolences, saying they'd visit her memorial when they had time. Later, I stood on the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky dotted with a few stars. How are you feeling? Fa asked. Me? I'm doing well, really well. It's been a wonderful day, from visiting Tonfah yesterday to meeting your parents today. They're still as kind as ever, I said. I'm glad it was a good day for you, he said, gently ruffling my hair. His soft smile made me smile too. Was it a good day for you too? It was, he replied. And every day from now on will be a good day. How do you know that? I just know that as long as you're by my side, every day will be a good day. Then every day for me will be good too, as long as you're with me, I said. Then we'll have good days forever, won't we? He said. Yes, forever, I agreed, smiling as I reached out to hold his hand. Yes, as long as we're together like this, every day will be a good day. Chapter 29. Typhoon's point of view. Which one is good? Just pick the one you like, Typhoon. I like both of them. Then get both. No, that's too much. I can't afford it. I'll buy them for you. Just grab them. No, I can't do that. I'd feel so bad, I said, frowning slightly. Right now, we were shopping for a trip abroad. After debating for a while about where to go, I thought it would be best to start with somewhere close, like Japan. And speaking of Japan, I remembered a gift box that was sent to my house years ago. It was labeled, to Run. We speculated a lot about it, and the most plausible guess was that Run was the name my mom gave me. In Japanese, Run means lotus flower. Saying it was the most plausible might not be entirely accurate. Rather, it's what I wanted it to be. I planned to spend about a week traveling before coming back to celebrate the new year. That way, Fa could spend time with his family, which is the best way to start a new year. So, we decided to go in mid-December, avoiding the peak holiday season. There would still be crowds, but not so much that it felt overcrowded. Fa is starting to understand Johan now. I turned to look behind me. Fa was waiting for me to choose a sweater. You mean you've been waiting too long? I'll pick quickly. No, I mean you don't need to feel bad about this. We just want to buy them all for you. Fa said with a smile. Just grab both of them. Oh, are you sure? Absolutely. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. I finally agreed and put both sweaters into the basket. If we're talking about being overly considerate, I understand. North once told me about it. At the time, I thought, why is North so considerate of Johan? Being too considerate can make the other person uncomfortable. Now I understand North, probably because we're dating. You just don't want to trouble them. But wow, Fa is really hard to turn down. Anything else you want? Well, actually, I said with a sheepish smile, besides clothes and essentials, I'd like a new camera lens. A lens? Yeah. If we're traveling, I want to bring my camera gear, and there's a new lens out right now. Okay, let's pay for this first, and then check out the lenses. All right. I smiled with excitement. Just thinking about going to a camera shop made me happy. When I have free time and nothing to do, I love wandering around the camera section to check out the latest stuff or plan my next purchase. I always carry a camera with me. Ever since I started dating Fa, I've taken dozens of photos of him, like on our recent trip to Phuket. In the end, I got the new lens for the Japan trip and paid for it myself. I wouldn't let Fa pay for it since I felt I'd already relied on him enough. Once we finished shopping, we headed back home. At Fa's house, life was pretty simple. It felt like a regular home, eating breakfast and dinner together as a family. Fa's parents were so kind that I quickly felt comfortable there. Are you bored? There's not much to do here. Not at all, I replied, shaking my head lightly while organizing the things we'd just bought. It's really nice being here. Then why not move in for good? What? I'm serious. You mean me moving here? After we get married, maybe. Tonfah, wait a second. Are you teasing me again? I turned to look at him, pouting. Fa chuckled. No, I'm not. But if you're blushing, I'll count that as a bonus. Ugh, you're unbelievable. Or would you rather build a new house? I don't know. That's still a long way off. True, but it doesn't hurt to talk about it. After all, we'll end up living together anyway. Well, I paused, warmth spreading through my chest. It feels so good when someone talks about a future that includes you. If you ask me, I'd rather stay here. That way, you can still be with your parents. Fair enough. By the way, have you ever thought about having kids? Not really. But I could start thinking about it now. And maybe we could adopt a cute child. But it's kind of a shame that I'm a guy, I said, sighing softly. Come here. Come on, come here. I got up slowly from where I was sitting, organizing things, and walked over to him, only to be pulled onto his lap. I let out a small yelp, startled. What's this? Hugging someone who overthinks. I'm not overthinking. I just said it's a shame. 10 minutes from now, you'll definitely be overthinking. Trust me. Fa's deep voice murmured near my ear before he gently kissed my cheek. Well, I just think that if we had a child, I'd want them to be like you. Why? I wouldn't want them to be like me. Good point. Better not. Otherwise, they'd be so adorable I wouldn't be able to handle protecting two of you. Fourever teased. Tonfah. I called his name softly, half wanting to hit his arm out of frustration. He was so good at teasing and making me blush. I can't have kids, you know. But if we try hard enough, maybe we could. Fourever said. Stop it. I gave his hand a light slap. It wasn't even a slap, more like a gentle tap. Try what? You're a doctor. Everyone knows men can't get pregnant. Then I'll be the first to figure it out. Want to give it a shot? Enough. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You always avoid me when you're embarrassed. I'm not avoiding you. I'm going to do laundry now. Let the housekeeper do it. It's fine. I'm just putting the clothes in the machine. Besides, I'm free right now. I said, trying to stand up, but Fourever held me back. Fourever, I'm serious. The clothes won't dry if I wait too long. The sun is perfect right now. Why does Fourever have to miss out on hugging me because of this reason? I'm going to do the laundry. You're so fussy. I won't let you go. Ugh. I pouted slightly before Fourever hugged me tighter. Realizing we were in the living room, I tried to get up again, worried someone might see us. Someone might see, and the housekeeper is working. She'll have to clean up for sure. No one's coming. How do you know? They must know by now, Fourever said, resting his chin on my shoulder. His calm demeanor made me stop struggling, and I let us stay like that. Honestly, I liked it. Why wouldn't I? Having Fourever hugging me like this felt amazing. They say the scent of a loved one can bring you comfort, and that must be true. Fourever. Yes. What do your friends think about us being together? Why do you ask? I'm just curious. I wonder if your friends are okay with me. Why wouldn't they be? They already know you. What did they say about it? They didn't say much. Just that it's about time we started dating. They already knew? Knew what? They knew about the letters. Huh? Everyone already knew. Yes. How? And Terrace and North even helped me keep it a secret. I said, furrowing my brows in frustration. It felt like all our efforts were for nothing. I wonder if Tur and North feel the same as I do. Probably. They must feel embarrassed too, realizing we tried to fool Fourever's friends, thinking we succeeded, when in reality, they knew all along but pretended not to. They're such a teasing group, I said, pouting. They weren't teasing. You didn't want me to know, right? Or did you want me to ask? That would have been bad too. You weren't supposed to know. And I didn't know. I mean, really not know, not just pretending. Honestly, finding out after the birthday party was already late. At first, I talked to Dayatak and he thought that you might have figured it out from the very first letter, but luckily, you didn't try to investigate. Dayatak? Oh, your club friend. Yeah, I haven't introduced him to you guys yet, but I think P. Hill might have talked to him before. Bring him next time. Sure, but he's been really busy with work lately. We kept chatting casually until the evening when Fourever's parents returned for dinner. After dinner, we got ready for bed. Once I finished showering and sat on the bed beside Fourever, who was leaning against the headboard with his phone, he immediately pulled me into a hug. It wasn't something I was used to. I was actually surprised by how much Fourever enjoyed skinship, but I liked it. Even though I still felt shy, I often found myself instinctively leaning into him, drawn by his scent and warmth. It didn't take long before I drifted off to sleep. I woke up groggily in the dim room. Reaching for my phone, I saw it was only 4 a.m. I had set an alarm for 5 a.m. because today was the day we were flying to Japan. Our flight was at 9 a.m., and according to the schedule, we'd arrive in Narita around 3 p.m. But with the 2-hour time difference, we'd get there around 5 p.m. I had a rough idea of our itinerary, but since we were staying for a week, I figured we could plan more once we got there. I wanted to get up and shower early, but Fourever was hugging me, and I didn't dare move. He's a light sleeper, and his warm breath against my neck made me tense up. Slowly, I turned to face the other side, trying not to wake him. My eyes adjusted to the darkness until I could see his sharp features in his peaceful sleep. I never thought I'd get to see him from this perspective. I couldn't help but smile. I reached out to trace the contours of his face, his cheekbones and nose. How could someone look this good? It's like God took extra care when creating him. Lost in thought, my hand was suddenly caught by his, which he lifted to kiss softly. Then his eyes opened, gazing at me. Are you just going to keep staring at me? His deep voice broke the silence, and a small smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I froze. realizing he'd been awake the whole time. So he knew I was watching him? Why didn't you wake me? It wasn't time yet. Just as I said that, my alarm went off. I had woken up at 4 a.m., which meant I'd been staring at him for nearly an hour. Oh no, I must have looked like a total creep. Perfect timing, he said. You've been awake for a while. Why pretend to sleep? I pouted. I just woke up. Really? Really? He smiled. Good morning. Good morning to you too. I watched as he sat up and turned on the bedside lamp, filling the room with light. Are you excited? You woke up before your alarm. I've never been this excited in my life, I said, quickly turning off my alarm. What time is it now? 5 o'clock. That's early enough. I was too excited to sleep. You can rest a bit more if you want. It's fine. I'm already awake. Was it me who woke you up? Well, yes, I suppose. I felt like a cat was playing with me. Hey, you were just lying there. So of course the cat scratched your face. My playful remark made him laugh. Fast seemed to enjoy it whenever I joked around like that. Seeing him laugh made me think joking like this wasn't so bad, even if it made me a little shy. Out of nowhere, Fast reached out to pinch my nose and gently wiggled it. What are you doing? I asked, pouting, teasing the cat. I just pouted at him without saying anything until he told me to go shower first. After showering, I found him standing on the balcony, so I went to join him. The sun's about to rise, I said, looking at the view. For me, the sky changing colors in the morning was even more beautiful than in the evening. I quickly ran back inside to grab my camera and started taking pictures. Once I was satisfied, I lowered the camera and looked at Fa, who was still gazing at the sunrise. Fa, I called. Yes. Would it be okay if I took a picture of you? Now. Yes. Not a good idea. I haven't changed yet, Fa replied. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and long pants, but he looked perfect already. It's fine. I'll keep it for myself. Really? Really? I nodded enthusiastically. Fa smirked slightly and nodded in agreement. At this rate, I'll end up with an entire album of Fa in Japan. Isn't this enough already? No way. I can never have enough photos, I said with a smile. After taking pictures, Fa went to shower and get dressed. Then we headed downstairs for breakfast before leaving for the airport. At the airport, I discovered that Fa had booked first-class tickets. He'd handled the booking, so I hadn't asked any questions except for the time. Since it was my first time flying first class, I couldn't help but feel excited and a little overwhelmed. I'm so excited. I turned to tell the person sitting beside me, unable to contain my excitement. Yes, I can see that, Fa replied. Honestly, we could have just booked standard class. This must have been so expensive. Well, I've never flown standard class before, so I didn't think about it. Do you prefer flying economy? Next time, maybe, Fa said, leaving me speechless for a moment. So, he just didn't consider it because he's never flown standard class. It's fine. Whatever is convenient for you. I replied honestly. Since Fa usually flies first class, how could I ask him to fly economy? Oh, by the way, I haven't booked any accommodations yet. I've already taken care of it, Fa said. You mentioned wanting to spend the first few days in Tokyo, right? Yes. Did you book a hotel in Tokyo? Yep. I booked early in case it filled up. Thank you so much, I said, smiling widely. After spending several hours on the plane, we finally landed. The moment we stepped off, I was hit by the cold air, and it shocked me. I knew Japanese winters could be intense, but never having experienced it before, I couldn't fully imagine what it would feel like. Fa, I want to go back home, I joked with a shaky voice, hugging myself tightly. Fa, who was carrying some of our things, turned to look at me. Since we didn't bring too much, Fa suggested buying most things here to make the return trip easier with our shopping. We've only been here for less than 10 minutes, he said. I can't do this. Phuket wasn't cold like this. Do you want to put on another layer? I already look like the Michelin man, I said, making him laugh a little. Have you ever been here during winter before? I asked. No, I've only been to Japan in summer. What was it like? Still cooler than Thailand, and the atmosphere was great. I've seen pictures. Japan in summer looks so beautiful, I said, glancing at Fa, who was wearing a double-layered winter coat and a black mask. That gave me an idea. I quickly walked in front of him. Let me take the first picture right here at the airport. Huh. Before Fa could even respond, I snapped the photo. Got it. Thanks. Fa didn't say anything, but smiled at me. Even with the mask on, I could tell he was smiling, and my heart skipped a beat. Why is he so effortlessly charming? We decided to try taking the train. It's a must when visiting Japan. Fa went to buy the tickets while I waited nearby. I've got the tickets. The train will be here in about 20 minutes. Did you speak to them in Japanese or English? I asked curiously. Japanese, he replied. Wow, you speak Japanese too? I said, genuinely impressed. Just a little, he answered with a small smile, seemingly unfazed by my praise. When the train arrived, we found it was already full, so we had to stand. I moved further inside while Fa stood closer to the door. Excited, I looked out at the view. As more people boarded, the train became packed, but Fa shielded me from being pushed. The closer we got, the more my heart started racing. Sorry if this is inconvenient for you, Fa said. It's fine. Are you okay? I asked, not daring to make eye contact. I'm fine, he replied. The way he was protecting me made me feel secure. Soon, the train began moving, and I stared out the window, captivated by the scenery I'd never seen before. When the train stopped at a platform, it braked suddenly, and I lost my balance slightly. Before I hit a pole, Fa reached out to steady me, his hand cushioning the side of my head. Sorry, are you hurt? I quickly asked in a panic. Fa shook his head slightly. Be more careful, he said. Sorry. Let me see your hand, I said, grabbing his hand to check. There wasn't even a scratch or redness. It's nothing, Fa replied calmly, his warm, caring gaze unchanged. I'll be more careful, I promised. Good. Oh, there's a seat over there. Do you want to sit down? It's okay, I said, glancing in the direction he pointed. Someone had just left, leaving a seat vacant. You'll have to stand for a while. Are you sure? I'm fine, I said as more people boarded the train, and it started moving again. This time, I was more cautious, keeping an eye on my surroundings. There seemed to be a lot of students, which made me realize school wasn't out yet. I noticed a group of schoolgirls glancing in our direction. Oh, I get it. Fa was just that striking. It wasn't surprising that people couldn't help but stare. Plus, he's so tall, 183 centimeters, as I'd once asked him. I was curious about what the girls were whispering to each other, but even if I could hear, I wouldn't understand. It took a while to reach our destination, and honestly, I was exhausted. Once I could stretch, I felt much better. As we got off the train, I was about to ask Fa where we were headed next when I noticed a group of 4 schoolgirls talking to him. I stood nearby, watching as they excitedly spoke to him, all holding their phones and smiling. Fa listened quietly, offering a small smile and shaking his head to politely decline whatever they asked. They looked disappointed, but one of them spoke again, and Fa replied in Japanese before walking over to me. Let's go, he said. What was that about? I asked as we walked away. They wanted to take a picture with me, he said. What about what they asked you? Oh, they asked if I was a celebrity or an artist from somewhere. Oh, I responded with a long, oh. And what did you say? I told them I wasn't, and then I excused myself. Oh, I nodded. Being mistaken for a celebrity or artist by foreigners isn't something that happens every day. Have you ever thought about becoming a celebrity or something like that? I asked. Why do you ask that? Well, you're quite popular, aren't you? Hasn't anyone ever approached you about it? They have, but I declined. Why? It's not really something I want to do. The others feel the same way. You mean the other doctors? Yes. I nodded in understanding. With how good-looking the group of doctors is, it's no surprise they've been approached. It's also understandable that they all declined. By now, it was evening, and the cold had intensified, almost unbearably so for me. We hailed a taxi to get to our hotel. Do you think it's cold enough for snow? I asked. Not sure, Fa replied. I nodded, but if it were up to me, I'd rather it didn't snow just yet. This level of cold was already more than I could handle. The taxi stopped in front of a large hotel. I got out and stood there, stunned by its size. I didn't even want to think about how much it cost. The hotel lobby was elegantly decorated in a Japanese style. The staff, dressed in kimonos, added a charming touch. Fa went to the counter to check in, and shortly after, a staff member escorted us to our room. Our room was on the first floor. When we opened the door, it revealed a traditional Japanese-style suite. The wide room was covered in tatami mats, with sliding doors, and what seemed to be a separate smaller room. In the center was a low Japanese-style table meant for dining. Fa spoke with the staff briefly before they left. I walked around to explore. One sliding door led to an empty room with futons stored inside a small compartment. So, this was the bedroom. Sleeping on traditional Japanese futons, just like in the anime I've seen. In another corner of the room was a glass door that opened to a small balcony overlooking a private garden. As I got closer, I realized you could actually walk outside into the garden. The small, beautifully landscaped garden was split into two sections. On the right was the garden itself, and on the left was an onsen. An onsen? I was startled by the wooden fence and was fairly certain it was an onsen. The area was softly lit with a warm orange glow. Walking down just 3 steps from the balcony, the ground turned to stone. Slippers were neatly arranged nearby, so I slipped them on and ventured closer. In the middle was a medium-sized hot spring, surrounded by large decorative stones, with a washing area off to the side. "Hey, little one." "Where are you, little one?" "I'm here." I answered his call from inside the onsen area, turning to see Fa standing on the balcony. I quickly walked over to him. "Why didn't you respond earlier?" he asked. I was too amazed by the onsen. "Fa, you didn't tell me there was a private onsen here." "Just a little surprise," he said with a smile. "Come on, they've prepared dinner for us." "Okay," I said, slipping off the slippers and heading back inside. In the main room, 2 staff members were arranging food on the table. I walked over and sat down, smiling at one of the staff who glanced my way. The spread wasn't entirely unfamiliar, though there were a few dishes I hadn't seen before. Once everything was ready, the staff bowed and left. They said they'd come back in about an hour to clear the table and prepare the beds. "Wow, the service is amazing," I remarked while starting to eat. "This room feels special too, with the garden and all." "It's the best room they have," Fa said. "Wow, you're so thoughtful." "Thank you," I said. "It's nothing." "Eat up," he replied. I nodded and focused on the meal. The room had warmed up, likely from the heater, and I thought about how nice it would be to soak in the hot spring after this freezing weather. But, don't you have to be completely naked to use an onsen? And, are we going to soak together? "Typhoon." "Huh? Yes. You okay?" "Why yeah," I stammered. I couldn't even use the excuse of being too hot. Just the thought was making me blush. How could I strip in front of Tonfah? Though, we didn't have to soak together, right? After we finished eating, the staff quickly cleared the dishes and left a set of clothing on the side table. One of them explained in English that the clothing was for the onsen. Once the futons were set up in the bedroom, they left. I went over to look and saw that it was a blue yukata. "Are you going to use the onsen?" I asked Fa. "Yes." You can go first," I said quickly. "You go first," Fa replied without even looking up from his phone. I grabbed the yukata and went to the bedroom to change. Inside, the 2 futons were beautifully laid out. Once I changed, I was about to head out but felt awkward. I wasn't wearing anything underneath since it was just a robe for the onsen. Suddenly, I heard the sliding door open. Fa looked surprised to see me, and I was just as startled. Once the shock wore off, embarrassment quickly took over. "Why did you take so long?" I'm just not used to this outfit," I said. "It looks cute on you," he replied. "Oh, really?" Just his gaze made my heart race. I couldn't even look him in the eye. Before I knew it, Fa walked closer, gently wrapped his arms around me, and lifted my chin so I had to meet his eyes. Yes, very cute. I was captivated by the sharp and dazzling eyes. Fa moved his hand to scoop the back of my head, pulling me up a little, and his soft lips pressed down lightly. When our bodies were close enough to touch, I accidentally closed my eyes. The warm, hot touch invaded my lips. Our breaths became faster, and our heartbeats became faster as well. Our tongues intertwined, making embarrassing sounds. My lips were wet. I gripped the other person's shirt tightly before Fa slowly carried me until my legs were off the floor and placed me on the table. I sat at the high table and awkwardly kissed the other person back. My heart was beating so fast that it almost came out. I breathed rapidly as if I was drowning. I bit both my upper and lower lips. Fa moved closer after spreading my legs apart, making our bodies even closer. The person in front of me kissed me violently like he had never done before, but I didn't resist because my mind was completely blank. Because I was wearing a yukata and there was no underwear covering me inside. The center of my body began to ache when the other person's body touched it. MHHH, MHHH. I couldn't help but moan in my throat when the hot hand slid down, grabbed my inner thigh, and kneaded it lightly. That made my shaft even harder. I felt empty all over my stomach area. I felt even more embarrassed when my clothes slowly lifted up. P-Fa. I called out the name of the person in front of me, opening my blurry eyes. P-Fa pulled away from the kiss and moved his lips to the side of my neck. He slowly pulled my yukata down to reveal my shoulders before a tingling sensation spread throughout my body. When the thick lips pressed a kiss and left a mark. The thick hands were naughty everywhere, one side still massaging the area of my inner thighs. That made me almost go crazy because it was so close to that spot of mine. The other hand caressed my entire body, slipped under the yukata on top, and lightly touched the tip of my nipple. Because I had no strength and couldn't think of anything else. And right now, another thing. Because it was P-Fa, that made me not even think of resisting. Because it was P-Fa, there was no need for any other reason. Some moments are felt, not spoken. I felt his gentle kisses and the warmth of his embrace as my consciousness began to fade. Just before I drifted off to sleep, I heard a soft whisper by my ear. Tonight, you're already mine. And I'm yours. Dream of me, sweetheart. Chapter 30. Tonfah's point of view. The soft morning light filtered through the cold atmosphere. Under the thick blanket, I held the small figure tightly in my arms. A pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, drawing me to lean in and nuzzle the smooth skin again and again. The person in my embrace breathed steadily, a clear sign of peaceful sleep. Their small arms clung tightly to me, not letting go since last night. I glanced at the serene face, eyes closed in slumber. It wasn't the first time I secretly watched Typhoon sleeping, but somehow, it never grew old. I adjusted the slightly disheveled collar of his shirt as he shifted, revealing faint red marks on the pale skin, a vivid reminder of what had transpired last night. A quiet sigh escaped my lips as I recalled my actions. I had promised myself that our first time would be gentle and tender, but it seemed I failed to keep that promise. I had completely lost control, with the words that said Typhoon belonged to P-Fa from the beginning. I'm not saying it was just Typhoon's words that claimed they were mine all along. Typhoon is the kind of person whose words always mirror his feelings, sincere and true in every way. And I knew just how much I meant to Typhoon. His every action and word showed it clearly. Being with Typhoon made me feel like the most special person in the world, a feeling I had never experienced before. It's rare to find someone who makes you feel like the luckiest man in the world. I brushed a stray strand of hair from his face and placed a gentle kiss on his soft cheek, unable to hold back a smile. I want Typhoon to feel like the most special person in my world, too. Last night, I might have been a bit too rough at times. Despite my effort to be as gentle as possible, I couldn't fully restrain myself. Part of it was out of concern for his well-being. The first glimpse of his delicate, unclothed body made me want to hold him gently, afraid even the lightest touch would leave a mark. Yet another part of me wanted to claim him entirely, to make Typhoon mine and mine alone. I vowed to myself never to let Typhoon know what I was thinking. After it all ended, I held the small, unconscious figure for a long time. His shoulders, chest, and back were dotted with red marks, evidence of my actions. Guilt gnawed at me, worrying he might feel pain, but another part of me found it unbearably alluring. I never thought I'd understand those stories, not until now. Now, I knew how hard it was to hold back when the person you love is right there before you. Even when Typhoon had fallen asleep last night. What's wrong with me? When I finally composed myself, I took Typhoon to soak in the onsen. The warm water would help relax his body, so he wouldn't feel too sore this morning. Still, I wasn't sure how effective it would be. If he couldn't even get up, I'd feel terribly guilty. The figure in my arms stirred, slowly opening his sleepy eyes. You're awake? I asked gently. P-Fa. Yes. Why are you up so early? You're the one who's up late, I teased. Really? Typhoon rubbed his eyes, and I gently stopped his hand. Are you okay? Okay. About what? Well, last night. Typhoon's sleepy expression turned into wide-eyed shock before his face flushed bright red. He buried his head against my chest in embarrassment. I don't know. I knew he'd be blushing like crazy once he woke up. If it hurts, I'm sorry, I whispered. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. How can I not? I was the one responsible, I said, half teasing but mostly concerned. Does it hurt? Typhoon stayed silent, as if trying to collect himself. Holding him, I could feel his heartbeat pounding so hard it might burst out of his chest, not as intense as last night, but still strong. Hey, a little. Just a little. I can handle it. Oh, I'm sorry, I sighed softly, guilt creeping in. But seeing his small, stubborn expression, I couldn't help but feel fondness. Even when he hurt, he said they could handle it. Typhoon really was too kind to me. I promise to be gentler next time, okay? I whispered. Typhoon buried their face deeper into my chest. What does mean? Just I gently stroked his hair, amused by how flustered they were. Fa. Yes. Are you okay? Me? What do you mean? Last night. Typhoon murmured, peeking up at me shyly. I mean, were you okay? I paused, caught off guard. Was he worried I wasn't okay? Why would he think that? It's me who should be worried. Why wouldn't I be okay? Because I've never, and I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Oh God, so adorable. Then should I prove to you how much I liked it? I teased. Typhoon's point of view. Okay. Fa won't tease you anymore, he said, laughing softly as I pouted and lightly hit his chest. I immediately stopped when his laughter filled the room, accompanied by those words. Oh, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? He asked. I'm sorry, Fa. For what? I accidentally hit you. I admitted, feeling guilty. When I get flustered, I sometimes lash out without realizing it. North had mentioned it before, but I didn't think much of it. Who would have thought I'd actually hit Fa? It's not the first time. It isn't. I'm sorry. It's okay. It didn't hurt at all. I felt relieved that he didn't scold me. Judging by his tone, Fa didn't seem upset anyway, and honestly, I didn't hit him very hard. I was just too flustered, so flustered I didn't know what else to do. Can you get up? Fa loosened his embrace slightly. I felt a tinge of disappointment at the loss of warmth. He sat up on the futon and gently helped me sit up as well. The moment I moved, a sharp pain shot through my lower back and hips. Ouch! I bit my lip to suppress the pain, though it was probably obvious. Fa looked at me with concern and a touch of guilt in his eyes. Does it hurt a lot? He asked. Not much, just a little, I replied. I remembered last night being far more painful, but the worry in his voice and expression made me flustered all over again. I tried not to think about what happened, not because I wanted to forget, it was the opposite. I wanted to remember everything, but thinking about it now would only make me blush too much to face him. Does it feel better than last night? Yeah. I stammered, feeling like I was being examined by a doctor. His seriousness was a bit overwhelming. Yes, it's better, I admitted, recalling that the pain last night, after everything, was much worse. Then the onsen must have helped. Onsen, I repeated, frowning in confusion. Yes, I took you to soak in the onsen. When I was asleep? Yes. I immediately buried my face in the blanket as vivid images played in my mind. Going to the onsen meant undressing completely. Wait, you put me in the bath. We soaked together, he said, his tone casual as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I peeked up at his handsome face, which was adorned with a faint smile. How could he act like this wasn't strange at all? Soaking in the onsen together. Thank goodness I was unconscious at the time. If I had been awake, I would have fainted the moment we stepped into the water. Fa helped me sit on the futon. Not long after, a hotel staff member brought breakfast to the room. I smiled at the female staffer, who seemed a bit flustered herself. What did she say? I asked after Fa spoke briefly with her before she left. I noticed him smiling as well. She said we look good together. Oh, really? I smiled shyly, pleased by the comment. That's nice. Yes, it is. He reached out and gently patted my head. Then, we ate breakfast together. After finishing, I couldn't contain my excitement, knowing we were going out to explore. I assured Fa that I wasn't in pain anymore. Well, it still hurt, but like I said, it was bearable, and it seemed to be getting better. Are you sure you're okay? He asked. I'm fine, really. I'm stronger than I look, I replied with a grin. He frowned slightly, giving me a small smile before patting my head again. His eyes, filled with guilt, made me uneasy. Fa, I called softly. Yes. I'm really fine, truly, I said firmly. I know, my brave one. He replied tenderly, pulling me into a hug. I nestled into his warmth, inhaling the faint fragrance that comforted me. If it gets too much, you'll tell me, right? Yes, I will. Good. That's my good boy, he said, playfully pinching my cheek. I liked how he called me good boy, or brave one. It felt so warm and reassuring. Then, he leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to my lips before pulling away. My face flushed slightly as I looked at him, and we prepared to head out. Because of the cold weather, I wore several layers of clothing and had heat pads tucked inside my jacket. Pha, dressed in a dark-colored coat, looked like he was ready for a photo shoot. Actually, apart from exploring, I was excited to take pictures of Pha. It felt like I was the photographer and he was the model. Today, I'll take lots of pictures of you. Pha, I said enthusiastically. All right, he replied with a smile. He used to say he didn't like having his picture taken, but lately, he seemed to have gotten used to it. He even said once that if I enjoyed it, then he didn't mind. That made me think Pha really was kind. Walking wasn't painful anymore unless I bent over, so I was confident I could manage. Our first stop was a famous temple, one of the landmarks of this area. We took the train as usual, and I snapped pictures of both the scenery and my model, Pha. Don't you want to take pictures of yourself too? He asked. Oh, I don't like taking pictures of myself, I replied. I know, but since you're traveling, you should. That's true. It'd be a shame not to have any photos, I said, considering the idea. Maybe a quick selfie would be enough. I'll take them for you, he offered. You'll take pictures of me? Why not? Though I can't take as good a photo as you. Of course you can, I said, smiling widely as I handed him the camera. I'm not as good a model as you, though, I added. As a photographer, I could confidently say that Pha looked good from every angle, whether he was posing or not. It feels like this might be the first time I've taken a photo of you. True, I said with a grin. I stepped back to frame the shot with the scenery behind me. From where he stood, the light and background looked perfect. It seems like the model is directing the composition himself, Pha teased. Does it look okay? I asked. Yes, it's perfect, he replied, raising the camera. I smiled at the lens, feeling awkward. I wasn't used to being photographed at all since I was always the one behind the camera. How's it look? I asked, half running over to him, eager to see the photo. When I checked the camera, I found the shot wasn't bad at all. Do you take pictures often, Pha? Not really. I've barely held a camera before. Wow, you're really talented. I praised him sincerely, not just flattering, my words were genuine. So that was your first time taking a Polaroid picture too? Yes, it was. And yet you managed to make it look that good. You're quite good at giving compliments, aren't you? Pha said with a smirk, reaching out to pinch my cheek playfully. His warm hand was a stark contrast to the chilly air. I pouted slightly until he finally let go. While we were taking a break, I transferred the pictures from my camera to my phone, planning to post the one Pha had just taken of me on Instagram. The photo showed me smiling widely at the camera, with the background I had carefully framed, a bit of the sky, and the scenery behind me. I posted it on my Instagram with the caption, Photo by you. Red heart emoji. My Instagram used to be filled exclusively with pictures of the sky, keeping a blue-themed aesthetic. But ever since I started spending time with Pha, my feed began to feature more colors because I only posted photos taken during our moments together. Do you want me to send you the pictures, Pha? I asked. Sure, just the one from the temple for now, he replied. Okay. I agreed and sent it to him. He posted it on his own Instagram, taken from the same spot as mine, with the same background. The only difference was the person in the picture. He tagged me in his post, and even used the same caption. It was adorable. We didn't need to post couple photos to let everyone know we were together. We spent the rest of the day exploring various spots in Tokyo, soaking in the beauty of Japan during winter. I took lots of pictures, ate delicious food, and bought a few interesting items. By evening, we were relaxing in a quiet park. It's so peaceful, I murmured to myself, admiring the view as the sun set. There were still a few people strolling about, but it wasn't noisy at all. Trees lined one side of the path, while the river on the other reflected the orange glow of the city lights. Feeling colder now that the sun had set, I tightened my grip on Pha's warm hand. Thank you, I said softly. For what? He asked. For bringing me here. It's nothing, Pha replied. I'm just happy we could enjoy this together. Me too. I agreed, smiling. The area had grown quieter, with people heading home, likely because of the cold. Did you have fun today? He asked. A lot of fun. What about you, Fa? I had fun too, he replied warmly. We decided it was time to head back, stopping for dinner before returning to the hotel. Tomorrow, we would check out and continue our journey to another city. Since we'd be checking out tomorrow, I told myself I had to soak in the onsen tonight, or I'd miss my chance. Fa, I'm going to the onsen, I announced. All right. Are you going too? Are you going to soak? I asked hesitantly. I'll wait until you're done. Oh, okay, I said, relieved. As soon as I mentioned going to the onsen, I grabbed a yukata to change into, and Fa immediately left the room, likely to give me privacy. After changing into the yukata, I stepped out of the bedroom to find Fa on the phone. He hung up quickly when he saw me, looking slightly surprised. What's up? I asked. It was my mom, just checking in to see how the trip is going, he explained. Oh, Typhoon. Yes. Fix your outfit a bit. Huh. I glanced down at myself in confusion. I thought I had put it on properly. Still, I adjusted the collar, making sure it was more secure. How about now? No, not like that, he said, looking away with a sigh and pressing his tongue against his cheek, clearly frustrated. I frowned. What did he mean by that? I thought I dressed fine. Just go soak in the onsen, he said, still avoiding my gaze. Feeling a bit perplexed, I nodded and left the room, heading to the onsen. Once there, I stopped in front of the hot spring, unsure if I needed to rinse off first. Deciding to follow the etiquette, I removed my yukata and thoroughly washed myself before stepping into the hot water. The instant the hot water touched my skin, a wave of relaxation washed over me. I sank into the water, letting my thoughts wander. Naturally, my mind drifted to Fa. How wonderful it was to share this trip with him. It felt like we were creating beautiful memories together. And then, unbidden, last night's events flashed in my mind. We had soaked together last night too, hadn't we? After that. It had been my first time, my real first time, and I'd given it to someone I loved. Fa's concern about being too rough didn't matter to me. In fact, I couldn't deny that every touch had felt incredible, embarrassingly so. Shaking my head to banish those thoughts, I reminded myself that we were a couple. It wasn't strange, was it? I let my mind wander to other topics as I relaxed. Suddenly, everything went dark. The lights in the room had gone out. Fa, I cried, my heart racing as I realized I couldn't see anything. Darkness surrounded me, and panic started to set in. I called out for the first person I could think of, the one I trusted most. Please, no, not this. It's too dark. Fa, it's dark. Please help me, I said as my body began to tense, and tears started falling slowly after the light disappeared for just a few seconds. I could hear the hurried footsteps of someone coming toward me. Fa, please help me. It's okay now, Fa said as he pulled me out of the hot spring and held me close, not caring that my body was soaking wet. He didn't seem to mind his own condition either, as I clung to him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Again, I bit my lip to keep myself from crying even harder. Fa held me close, gently patting my head to comfort me, and draped a towel over me to keep me from getting too cold. It's okay. I'm here now, he reassured me. I responded, burying my face against him and holding him tightly. It took a while for me to calm down, though my body still trembled. Everything around me remained dark, which didn't help. Fa lifted me up and carried me a few steps to a wooden shelf. He set me down gently and reached for the nearby light switch. As soon as he flipped it, the room lit up again. Why? I asked. It was probably just the circuit breaker flipping, he replied. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Why did it have to pop up like that? Are you okay? Fa asked with a concerned tone. Realizing the state I was in, I felt a wave of embarrassment and tightened the towel wrapped around me. Why yes, I'm fine now. Thank you for helping me. But Fa thinks things over here aren't quite fine anymore. Before his sharp gaze traveled all over my naked body, I was about to hug myself to cover myself, but the other party grabbed me first. I slowly looked up at the other person before he moved closer and kissed me hard. It was a heavy kiss that indicated that the other party was running out of patience. Some moments are felt, not spoken. In the final moments before I lost consciousness, Pha lifted his hand to gently stroke my cheek. He kissed my forehead, my cheek, and then pressed his lips softly against mine, holding the touch for a moment before pulling away. He gently patted my head, and those actions filled my heart with a profound warmth. Pha thinks Pha is starting to like this place, he said with a soft smile. Let's come back and visit together often, okay? Sweet dreams, my love. Chapter 31. Typhoon's point of view. After our trip to Japan ended, I was left with a bittersweet feeling of longing. I truly loved this trip, the places, the people, the atmosphere, and especially the person I traveled with. This trip not only allowed us to spend more time together, but it also gave us beautiful shared memories. Even though I was reluctant to leave, Pha promised to take me on more trips, not just to Japan, but to many other places as well. It seems like it started snowing after we returned. We came back to celebrate New Year's with his mom and dad, and I was happy to join the celebration. It was simple, yet filled with warmth. This New Year didn't begin in loneliness like the previous ones. Just 2 days after the New Year celebration, the new semester began. I decided to leave my university to prepare for entrance exams again. I had been planning to leave for a while, but hadn't found the right opportunity until the new semester approached. The one who complained the most was Tur, but he eventually understood, even if he whined a bit. Studying for the exams brought back memories of when I used to prepare for medical school. I wasn't naturally gifted, so studying and memorizing content back then was incredibly tough, especially since it wasn't even for my own dream. It was exhausting. But this time, thinking about studying photography, I found myself much more motivated. Just imagining being surrounded by classmates who share a love for photography makes me excited. We'd probably talk about cameras and go on photography outings often. The thought alone is fun. With 2 months left until the exams, I've already covered all the content and am now practicing past exam papers. Each time I take a practice test, my scores improve, and Pha is always there to help with areas where I struggle. After returning from Japan, Pha asked me to move into his condo. Without waiting for my answer, he had my belongings moved there. Now, his room has more of my things, including some plants I had been growing on the rooftop, which I handed over to the building's caretaker to look after. Some of the plants were relocated to the condo's balcony. One corner of the room even became a shelf for my cameras, which Pha thoughtfully bought to make organizing easier. Another thing that has made me very happy recently is that I started receiving photography gigs. After curating my photos and posting them on a page I created, I asked everyone, including P. Hill, P. Joe, and Pha, to help share it. My page has been steadily gaining followers. I've already discussed with Pha that I'll start taking photography jobs after my exams. Recently, a clothing store contacted me to take promotional photos. It feels like a great start. What are you smiling about? A familiar voice asked from behind. Pha approached and leaned down to kiss my cheek lightly. When I turned, I saw him in his university uniform. Just thinking about photography, I replied. Another gig? He asked. No, I shook my head. I was just thinking about the clothing store that reached out the other day. I'm excited to take photos for them soon. That's great, Pha said with a warm smile. I have to head to class now. All right. Study hard and drive safely, I said, smiling, though his slightly hesitant expression confused me. What's wrong? I don't want to leave you here alone, he admitted. Oh, it's fine, I reassured him. I don't have any classes, so I'll just stay here and study. Are you sure? Maybe I'll go study at a coffee shop instead. That way, when it's time for dinner, you won't have to swing back to pick me up. Okay, he agreed. I quickly packed my things, changed into a t-shirt and jeans, and headed out with him. Initially, I planned to go to P. Gibbs' coffee shop, but it was packed. Not understanding why it was so crowded, I ended up at another nearby cafe instead. It looks like North and Terrace will finish class earlier than you. Should we plan to meet up here? He suggested. Sure. I nodded in agreement before stepping out of the car. However, Pha pulled me back, catching me off guard. He turned me to face him and pressed a gentle kiss on my lips. My eyes widened in shock, frozen in the soft touch before he pulled away. Huh? I stammered, flustered and unsure of what to do. As I regained my composure, a blush crept up my face, and I nervously bit my lip, still feeling the sensation. My heart started pounding, and judging by Pha's amused expression, he seemed to enjoy seeing me so flustered. Focus on your studies, okay? Call me if you need anything, he said. Okay. I replied with a small nod before quickly getting out of the car. I stood watching his white luxury car drive away before entering the less crowded coffee shop. I ordered my drink and set up my books and study materials on a table. While studying, I thought of North and Terrace and grabbed my phone to send them a message. Typhoon typed, "I'm here." Typhoon sent a photo. Typhoon, the bluish shop behind the university. Typhoon, hurry up and come. Typhoon, I'm lonely. Easter replied, "Okay, but I don't know what time the professor will let us go." Easter lonely? Easter, huh? Typhoon, still mad at me? Typhoon, oh no. Easter, enough. Not talking. Easter, off to class now. Easter, reading material? Easter, focus. Okay, repeat student. Typhoon, got it. Typhoon, you focus on your studies too. Easter sent a sticker. I closed Easter's chat and opened North's instead. Typhoon typed, "I'm here." Typhoon sent a photo. Typhoon, a bluish shop behind the university. Typhoon, come here. I'm lonely. North replied, "Not coming." Typhoon, come on. Typhoon, please. Typhoon, pretty please. North, fine. North, I'll be done in an hour. North, if I go, there has to be a green tea frappe. Typhoon, okay. After chatting briefly with them, I focused on studying for a while before receiving a call from Aunt Prey. It made me smile since we hadn't talked in a long time. "Hello," I answered cheerfully. "Hi. Are you free right now?" she asked. "Yes, I am." "What's up? Are you near the university?" "I'm here." "What?" "I wanted to see Typhoon." Before I knew it, I was already here. "I wanted to see Typhoon a bit." "Where are you?" "Can Typhoon come out to meet?" "I'm at the coffee shop behind the university, the blue-colored one." "Okay, I'll come over to you." "All right." I hung up the call, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Just from her tone, I knew she was upset. It wasn't long before a petite figure in a white outfit entered the shop and sat down across from me. Her face made it obvious she wasn't doing well. So? I wanted to ask, but didn't know where to begin. Aunt Prey looked really bad. Her face was pale, and her eyes were swollen as if she'd been crying heavily. "Aunt Prey, how have you been? Are you okay?" Aunt Prey shook her head lightly, answering without words. She smiled faintly and waved at the staff, indicating she wouldn't order anything yet. "Sorry for showing up so suddenly like this." "It's no problem at all. Is something wrong?" "Well, she bit her lip and started sobbing. She tried to hold back her tears, but I quickly handed her a tissue, feeling worried and concerned. "It's just sniff. I've been really stressed lately because of New Year's." "What? What's wrong? You can tell me." He's. "Dad, yes. He hasn't stopped harassing me and my daughter. During the New Year, he kept contacting me, demanding to know where I was. He said he'd come to take my daughter back. When I wouldn't respond, he threatened to come find me." I frowned at her small, trembling frame as she struggled to hold back tears. She looked utterly exhausted, and it made me feel awful too. "He hasn't agreed to the divorce, has he?" "No, Sniff. I've tried asking for a divorce, but he won't agree. If we're to divorce, it would have to go through court," Aunt Prey explained with a shaky voice, wiping her tears in a way that was heart-wrenching to see. "And of course, he'd likely win custody of my daughter." "Why is that?" "Probably because of his resources to take care of her." I nodded in understanding. "Right now, my father is quite financially stable, holding a high-ranking position and about to start his own company." I instinctively reached out to squeeze her small hand gently, offering what little comfort I could. I felt powerless. "Aunt Prey, I really don't want FAI to end up with him," she said before breaking down in tears. It was as if she'd reached her limit and couldn't bear it any longer. "He's awful. He's so terrifying." What did he say?" He said, "Do you think you can hide from me forever? Do you think you can keep my daughter away? It won't be hard for me to take you and her back. Why can't he just leave us alone? Why does he keep coming after us? Why is Dad so cruel to Aunt Prey?" The thought repeated in my mind as I tried to comfort her. When they were together, Dad never cared about Aunt Prey's feelings, not even a little. He cheated on her, and when she wanted to leave and start anew with her daughter, he refused to let her go. What does he want, that man? How long will he continue to destroy other people's lives? "Are you feeling a bit better now?" I asked out of concern when I noticed she'd stopped crying. Aunt Prey forced a small smile. "Yeah, sorry, I must really be worn out," she sighed heavily. I'm sorry for burdening you with this, Typhoon. It's okay, I said, shaking my head slightly. I just needed someone to listen to me, but no one understands. My relatives keep telling me to go back to Rit, but they don't understand how much he's hurt me. I'll always be here to listen to you, Aunt. Thank you. Why are you such a kind kid, Typhoon? Aunt Prey smiled as she gently ruffled my hair. You're doing well, right? Yes, I'm doing fine. How about FAI? She's really naughty, Aunt Prey said with a faint smile, though her tired eyes gave her away. It's exhausting being a single mom. It's a lot harder than I thought. You can do it, Aunt Prey. And so can FAI. She'll grow up to be a strong girl. If FAI could be as kind as you, that'd be wonderful. I'd love for her to be like you, Typhoon. Thank you, I replied, blushing slightly. We continued chatting for a while, catching up since we hadn't seen each other in some time. Aunt Prey told me she had moved back to Chiang Mai to live with her family, and her mother helped take care of FAI while she worked. She even invited me to visit whenever I had time. She also asked about my studies, and I shared everything, including my side job as a photographer. And about Rit, how is it going with him? Aunt Prey asked hesitantly. I haven't talked to Dad in a long time, but I still keep in touch with Uncle Kong. He's the one who sends money. I see. Do you think you could talk to him about this? About me and Rit? I'm just asking, but it's okay if you can't. I just want to explore every possible option to see if there's anything that could help. I don't think I can, I admitted. If I could help, I would, but I didn't think Dad would listen to me. If I brought this up, Dad would just get angrier. If he found out I've been talking to you, things could get even worse. I'm not important enough for him to care about what I say. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It's all right, I said. But we need to find a way to do something because it looks like Dad is serious about this. When Dad gets mad, he acts on it. He's definitely going to take FAI. I frowned, speaking seriously. I knew just how scary Dad could be when he was angry, and now that he had everything in his grasp, Aunt Prey turned even paler at my words. What do we do then? Is FAI really going to end up with him? I don't want that to happen, but I don't know what to do either, I said, biting my lip as my mind raced for answers. Then, I thought of PFA. Should I consult with PFA? But, if I talked to PFA, I'd have to reveal the truth about being an illegitimate child, and I had promised myself never to speak of it to protect Dad. But if I did nothing, my only sister, an innocent child, might end up living with that man. Would she have to endure the same things I had? I'll try to do something. What? What will you do? I'll try, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Typhoon. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aunt Prey said, wiping her tears roughly and offering me a faint smile, though she looked utterly exhausted. Honestly, just listening to me is already more than enough. You don't have to go to any trouble. It's fine, I said. FAI is my sister too. Aunt Prey thanked me over and over, even though neither of us knew if I could actually help. But amidst the darkness, just knowing there might be a glimmer of hope was enough to give her strength. I've always thought Aunt Prey was a strong woman, and I still believe it. No matter how tough things get, she'll return home to hug her daughter. We talked a bit more before saying our goodbyes. I walked her to her car and returned to my seat. My mind was filled with thoughts of Aunt Prey and Dad. Studying was out of the question now. I didn't want to keep wondering why Dad was like this. He's been this way for as long as I can remember. Aunt Prey has to support her daughter all on her own. There's no one to rely on anymore, like before. Exhausted and discouraged as she already is, she still has to face things like this. I raised my hand to rub my face lightly, deep in thought. Just as I was contemplating everything, my wrist was yanked forcefully, startling me. Dad, I looked at the person who had just arrived, confused. Why are you here? Ow! I cried out in pain as I was pulled so hard that I stumbled. The other customers in the cafe turned to look at us as my father dragged me out. I tried to resist, but I couldn't match his strength. Dad, that hurts, you're hurting me. He dragged me to an alley beside the cafe, away from people. When he finally let go, my right wrist was red and marked from his grip. Seeing his furious face made my heart sink immediately. No matter how old I am, when my father is angry, it always terrifies me. From when I was a child, until now. My whole body started trembling out of fear. His hand came down hard on my face, and I fell to the ground. Smack! Ow! I cried out in pain as a stinging sensation spread across my cheek. Tears welled up in my eyes from the pain, and I could smell blood. It's a nosebleed. I wiped my bleeding nose hastily and forced myself to stand up. What the hell are you doing? I shouted at him angrily. How do you know Prey? Huh? What did you say to her to make her refuse to come back to me? You're nothing but a curse to my life. From the moment you were born, you've done nothing but cause me trouble. I should have never let someone like you be born in the first place. His words, filled with rage, pierced my heart like a dagger. I shouldn't have been born. That sentence broke me, and tears spilled from my eyes. Then why let me be born? If you never loved or cared for me, why bother? I yelled back through sobs, my voice shaking, my body feeling numb as if I'd collapse any second. Yeah, I wish you hadn't been born. You've ruined everything in my life. I regret ever getting involved with your mother. His shouting shocked me, and I bit my lip to keep from sobbing out loud. My cheeks still throbbed, and the blood from my nose wouldn't stop. The fear of the man standing before me consumed me. You've destroyed my life even to the very end. Prey and Fai, my daughter, you're ruining them too. If I hadn't followed Prey here, I wouldn't have known. Aunt Prey doesn't want to put up with someone like you. She wants to raise Fai on her own because you're useless. Do you hear me? Hick, you're such a worthless man that she doesn't even want you near her to dash. I raised my hands to shield myself as he lifted his hand again, bracing for another hit. But the next punch didn't land on me. North. Why did North take that punch instead of me? I lowered my hands and opened my eyes to see North standing there, his face turned from the impact of the punch. He staggered back a little, holding his ground with one leg. My father looked at him, confused, but before he could react, North punched him back. North! I yelled in shock as I saw my father stumble from North's punch. North didn't respond to me. He lunged at my father and landed another heavy punch. The sound of the blow was terrifying. North was furious, more than I'd ever seen him before. North, stop. That's enough. I grabbed his arms, trying to hold him back, but he easily shrugged me off. Where did he get this strength? Why are you stopping me? This bastard was about to hit you. Bastard. That's enough. I shouted as I saw my father wipe blood from his mouth and lunge forward to retaliate. I immediately stepped between them, spreading my arms wide. Don't you have any shame, attacking a defenseless kid like this? Defenseless kid? North said from behind me, clearly displeased with my words. You've sunk so low you're fighting with kids now. My father gritted his teeth in anger, but slowly lowered his hand. Just leave. Otherwise, I'll shout for help and get everyone here to see how a grown man fights with kids. I threatened, my breath heavy from the adrenaline. My father still looked furious, but reluctantly backed off. This isn't over, you little brat. He spat before turning and walking away. Did you just call my friend a brat, huh? North yelled, ready to charge at him again. I quickly tried to hold him back. North, calm down. Calm down. Typhoon, who the hell is this guy, and what did he do to you? Why were you crying? North's rapid-fire questions made it clear he was just as rattled. Oddly, I felt grateful for how much he cared. He's my father. What? The guy you just punched, that's my father. What? North shouted, his face contorting in shock. That guy? That guy was your father? Yeah. I nodded lightly, and North's expression froze. His anger from earlier seemed to vanish. Oh crap. Your father? Typhoon, I'm sorry. I didn't know Dash. It's too late, he's gone. I thought you were being attacked or something. I didn't see you at the shop and panicked. North ran his hands over his face and sighed deeply. Typhoon, why didn't you tell me first? Would you have listened? You were ready to punch him right away. God damn it. Typhoon, I even insulted him. I didn't hold back on that punch either. Oh my God, I went all in. North groaned. Straight from the shoulder. Direct hit. I saw. His lips busted. Typhoon, I'm so sorry. Don't hate me. What do I do? I've never punched a friend's dad before. Should I kneel? Apologize with flowers? What do I do? North was panicking now, completely losing it. Calm down, North. You were protecting me. Yeah, because if you'd taken that punch, you'd be in serious trouble. Was it that bad? I frowned, asking about the punch my dad threw at North. Yeah, he wasn't holding back at all. You're his son. Shouldn't he go easy on you? Not try to kill you. North said seriously. And you? Are you okay? I asked worried. I'm fine, but my lips split. North touched the corner of his mouth where blood was seeping. And you're still bleeding too. Am I? I wiped at my nose again. What am I going to tell P. Joe? Should I say I tripped? Probably not, I replied with a small shake of my head. Just then, a familiar voice shouted from a distance. North. Typhoon. I turned toward the voice to see Ter running up to us with a panicked look. He immediately pulled me into a hug. Why do you all have blood? What happened? Why is Typhoon's nose bleeding? North, why is your lip busted? What on earth happened? Ter hugged us tightly, his worry evident, almost too much. Before long, the doctors arrived. P. Fa, P. Hill, and P. Joe. P. Fa's face immediately showed shock when he saw my condition. Typhoon. P. Fa. Ter loosened his hug when he heard P. Fa call my name, allowing me to throw myself into P. Fa's arms. I let myself cry without any shame. Sniff. Hick. P. Fa. I sobbed into him, his embrace providing a safety I had never felt before. The fear that had been buried in me since childhood, from the times when my father was angry, overwhelmed me. I couldn't stop myself from shaking. It's okay now, it's okay, his deep voice murmured softly, his hand gently stroking my head to comfort me. Just those simple words worked wonders, and I quickly began to calm down. After some time, I looked up at him, and he smiled warmly at me. I'm sorry, Typhoon. I shouldn't have left you alone. It's not your fault, I replied. How could anyone have expected something like this to happen? As I slowly let go of him, I noticed that my blood had stained P. Fa's shirt. He gently touched my wound, making sure the bleeding had stopped before stepping back, his face filled with concern. I turned to take in the situation around me. Are you okay? P. Hill asked in a steady voice, but he wasn't addressing me. He was speaking to P. Fa instead. Yes, P. Fa responded, looking toward P. Joe, whose expression was terrifying, something I had never seen before. It sent shivers down my spine. North had gone pale as well. Whatever had happened while I was crying, it couldn't have been good. The atmosphere had grown so tense, it felt suffocating, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. It was scary. We need to talk, P. Joe said in a low voice. P. Fa nodded slightly. I'll be right back, P. Fa told me gently, stroking my head. Hill, can you take them to wait at the shop? All right. P. Fa and P. Joe left to talk elsewhere, while P. Hill escorted us to a nearby shop. North. I called timidly to the person sitting beside me, who looked as dejected as I felt. He flinched slightly before turning toward me. What happened? P. Joe is really mad. Like, insanely mad. And honestly, I'm scared too, look. North held up his hand, which was visibly trembling. P. Hill, is everything going to be okay? North asked cautiously. What do you mean? P. Hill asked back. This whole situation. Why hasn't anyone asked what happened? North said. Oh, he was right. No one had asked what had caused all of this. They already know, P. Hill said. They know about. I trailed off, my heart racing. About your father, P. Hill replied. As soon as he said it, my heart sank. P. Fa already knew? Joe is furious. He's enraged because your father hurt North. But we'll wait for him to talk it out with Fa first. Will everything be okay? I asked anxiously. I was terrified that P. Joe's anger might lead him to do something to my father. But from what P. Hill said earlier, it sounded like P. Fa might stop him. No, it'll only get worse. Because I've never seen Fa this angry before. Tonfah's point of view. Fa, do you realize? I could order his death right now. Joe, can you calm down a bit? Why should I calm down? Because I need you to stay calm for me, I said, trying to keep my tone as even as possible, even though I was furious inside. The sight of Typhoon's injuries had pushed me to my breaking point. I had never felt rage like this before. My tolerance for everything had been completely shattered. When Joe saw my expression, he froze, as if realizing I was just as livid as he was. At first, I was going to let you handle it. But now, I don't think I can let that happen, Joe said, his voice forced into something resembling calm. He had started to cool down, at least enough that the man who hurt Typhoon had driven away unscathed. Understood, I replied. When are you planning to take care of it? Tomorrow. I took out my phone, scrolling through my contacts before making a call. The line was picked up quickly. Hello, how can I assist you? I've been informed that Mr. Rit is in Chiang Mai. Can you arrange for him to meet me at the company tomorrow at 1 p.m.? Certainly. Should I inform him of the purpose of the meeting? Just tell him it's urgent. Understood. Rit's point of view. A man sat in a luxurious car speeding down the road, his foot pressing hard on the accelerator as he tried to vent his boiling anger. Nothing was going his way, and now that damned kid had shown up again. He was fuming after secretly following Prey to the cafe, only to see her talking to Typhoon. He didn't need to be a genius to know that Brad had convinced Prey to stay away from him. Why? Because that kid kept meddling in his life, always getting in the way. And as if that wasn't enough, his bratty friends had dared to lay a hand on him, a man on track to becoming the company's president. That insolent little punk needed a lesson in respect. No, both of them did. They had to learn what was appropriate and what wasn't. They had to know who they should never have crossed. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone broke through his thoughts. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw it was the president's secretary calling, he forced himself to calm down and answered in a polite tone. Yes, Ms. Karanwan. How can I help you? Mr. Rit, are you available tomorrow? No, I'm on a business trip in Chiang Mai. Someone wants to meet you at the Chiang Mai branch office tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp. Don't be late, it's urgent. I don't think I'll be able to make it, sorry. You have to. This is an order. You don't have the option to decline. Is it a client? No. Then who is it? The new company president.